Chapter 161 Confidence in Speaking. Jay was already somewhat popular because of the explosion of umbrella glasses. And TT was also one of the first to join. He has a basic number of fans. When he posted these photos he took, and simultaneously moved some of the content taken by Dongfang himself as evidence, and even dug up the content of the relevant symposium held before the new year. It caused a sensation overseas. There are many patients with kidney stones all over the world. There are many people waiting in line like Benson before. And the exaggerated effect of the stone-dissolving medicine here really caused an uproar. In fact, in addition to Jay, some foreign medical experts have already noticed the situation in the East. It's just that because the effect is too exaggerated, they are still unsure. Now that Jay, the umbrella fan, has taken the lead, some doctors from top private medical teams immediately flew to communicate. They want to see the effect for themselves. Some doctors have even been troubled by kidney stones, and they can do it themselves at that time. When they saw the result, they were completely shocked. The magical Eastern country. While the country was constantly powered on, various papers were being written in an expedited manner. All kinds of pharmaceutical companies that smell the wind immediately began to pay attention to Chinese patent medicines. In fact, Japan has always attached importance to Chinese medicine, but it still prefers traditional ancient recipes. Obviously, Umbrella's technology is more advanced and more novel. It even reminds them of the natural resin contained in umbrella glasses. Could it be a certain biological technology? Plant cultivation technology? Although the A1 lens of Umbrella had a great impact, it hit companies such as Bosch and Loam, Vision Health, and Johnson & Johnson, and suffered heavy losses. But after Umbrella's operation of dividing TT overseas shares, the previous lens issue was completely a trivial matter. Even if Carl Zeiss did not take any action against Umbrella, it just invested money in research. But now, this terrifying drug effect has appeared, which is really surprising. Combined with the mysterious ancient prescription from the East, it can produce such a terrifying medicinal effect. This is only the aspect of eliminating stones. What about the others? Yes, medical care is not as sensitive as military industry. But medical care itself also involves the health and even longevity issues that all rich people care about. For a time, all parties gathered, and pressure on Umbrella began to appear in many aspects. Mr. Jess, we have had a pleasant cooperation before, and we can continue it. We still agree to let your company take the lead. But this kind of research and development can only increase the effect if everyone works together. Each party can choose a different research and development direction to concentrate on. A lobbyist came to visit Li Yao again. We haven't spent the money before, and we are not short of money now, Li Yao said indifferently. Sir, only by cooperating can we become bigger and stronger. We can guarantee that we can pass the FDA and DMF as quickly as possible. There will be absolutely no problem with the EU. You should know that we have this energy behind us. Li Yao certainly knew that they had it. Lin Shichin had already found out that there were several whitey chables behind them, with great influence. And isn't your company buying some shares recently? We can also help get them at a more affordable price. Some of Umbrella's actions obviously did not hide from some people with ulterior motives. In fact, after getting the $30 billion, they increased the investment in Ingsan and increased the equipment and personnel recruitment of Umbrella's security. They also used the extra money to start some donations and acquire shares of some companies. It's not that they want to acquire any company. They just want to hold some shares to get a seat at the shareholders' meeting and expand their influence. But overall, it's still very difficult. Some deep-rooted fields cannot be entered with money in the short term. At present, because there are many retired soldiers in the United States, the relationship between Umbrella and the United States Rifle Association and the Retired Association is progressing smoothly, even because of the expansion of recruitment. There are now more eyes and spies in Umbrella's security. Although there is a weakened version of the Dihua technique, which can subtly brainwash, it is still difficult for these guys who came in with a strong purpose and sense of mission to quickly complete the transformation. They even feel that some daily speeches are very inflammatory. And the employees are highly motivated and loyal. We will take what we want ourselves. We will give in because it is not ours. Now you are also coveting the technology in our hands? Jess answered in an orderly manner. Mr. Jess, we have to abide by the rules here. Some things cannot be eaten by one party alone. The lobbyist began to increase the tone to exert pressure. What makes you have the illusion that we are not abiding by the rules now? Jess chuckled, and then said in a faint tone, maybe I can let you see how we don't abide by the rules. Such tough words directly changed the face of the lobbyist. No one can forget that umbrella security swept through the 12 cities of Pakistan in 7 days. The Mexican flour merchant was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy. And the decapitation operation made people shudder. Umbrella's tough attitude really caught people off guard. Even after the lobbyists left, Umbrella announced in a high-profile manner that they had a new technological breakthrough. A new way to cultivate inactivated viruses, which could produce many more vaccinations that could not be mass-produced before. While registering a patent, it also officially announced the factory built in Insan. It's just telling you directly that we have more technology in our hands. Just come on. However, facing Umbrella's strong attitude, all parties who wanted to exert pressure retreated. It's good to be able to win without bloodshed. But if they are so difficult to deal with, forget it. After all, the major chaebols are not a monolithic entity. And no one wants to provoke this company with a currently high special warfare capability. There is nothing to grasp. Anyway, since it is a drug development, it must be launched. Right? Even if it is a small-scale promotion, they can ensure that they are the first batch to get it. In this case, it's not impossible to put it aside. It's just that I am a little unwilling to not be able to control the research direction. However, there is still a chaebol among them that has been tirelessly arranging people to lobby. And their attitude is quite good. It seems that Umbrella Company wants to directly put forward conditions for whatever it wants. And this chaebol is somewhat related to Wangi. That is, the Sackler family that arranged the kidnapping. The top giant in the medical industry has its tentacles almost deep into all the top companies in the medical industry. Open shares and share technology is not possible. But if you are willing to spend money for us to specifically tackle a certain direction, it is not impossible. We can accept cooperation and employment. After the other party's representative came to the door many times, Jess also reluctantly gave in. Your words are enough. Please rest assured that we will help you with the qualification of your company's medicine. The seemingly polite member of the Sackler family showed a humble smile on his face, and also gave their own sincerity. With their roots in the pharmaceutical industry, it is easy to promote two drugs that are already explosive to enter the North American and European markets. They have a company that sells special painkillers that were originally only used for hospice care for cancer patients as regular prescription drugs. This is their powerful influence. Chapter 162 collects some interest. Wow, you've targeted us so quickly? Wangi couldn't help but smile when he heard Lin Shurqin's words. Now the Scorpion still has his own mission. Even Lin Shurqin said that she showed up in Hong Kong just to leave quickly. Otherwise they would have made arrangements later. The Sackler family is behind this. At the beginning, Wangi didn't mean to confront them directly. After all, it was too obvious. But now they have taken the initiative to find Umbrella Company. So, it's okay to teach you a lesson. How is the information collection going? It's complete. Will it be sent directly to the newspaper? The FBI has been investigating it all the time. So they will send a copy too. Wangi looked indifferent. Now that the Sackler family has taken the lead in obtaining a commitment to cooperate with Umbrella Company, it's normal for your old rival to be unhappy with it. Right? Or someone else doesn't want you to get ahead of them, and is taking advantage of your misfortune. Afterwards, many media in the United States received a very detailed information, including the FBI. This is the drug incident that has had a great impact in the United States in recent years, causing a lot of sensation and even resentment. Oxycodone, a highly addictive painkiller, originally only used for hospice care of cancer patients. But the manufacturer Purdue Pharmaceuticals persuaded the FDA to treat it as a common prescription drug. And it has been sold in the United States for nearly 20 years. Purdue's medical representatives also attacked various doctors who have the power to prescribe drugs, asking them to give priority to prescribing this painkiller. In addition, absurd definitions such as free quantitative and pseudo-addiction were invented. The proportion of addicts in the United States exceeds that of the late Qin dynasty, and it is much higher. Lin Shurqin relied on the ability to summarize big data to directly list all the things that have happened since the drug was launched. There are documents for those who need documents, and there are records for those who need records. Even the reporters, who always loved to eat big melons, were stunned. It was unbelievable that this thing was happening in the United States. And it has been nearly 20 years. Are the people who investigated all shit? It's been 20 years. Oh, God. This is big news. They can't suppress it. Is the influence of the Sackler family big? Of course it is big. If it's not big, how can it define the new drug as a common prescription drug? How can it be sold for 20 years? But no matter how big it is, there is a limit. Now this drug is still selling well. And it is increasing year by year, reaping huge profits. More and more people are trapped in it. And there are more and more joint reports and even boycotts. Even Purdue Pharma knows that it can't suppress it. It has just completed a new round of lobbying recently, saying that this drug may be addictive if abused. So it needs to be strictly controlled. Those generic drugs need to be removed from the shelves. And only their genuine products can be sold. The key is that this lobbying was successfully passed. This is a kind of American humor. Black humor. We have found the information. The authoritative paper that Purdue said at the time. The addiction rate is less than 1%. Is just a survey of less than 2 pages in a subjournal. Without any experimental data. Purdue Pharmaceuticals is in a big crisis. We already know the author of the paper at the time. The other party said that he just went to the hospital to observe. Without any experiments. And the subjects he observed were some cancer patients in the late stage of cancer pain. The sudden news and the information in the hands of the FBI immediately put Purdue Pharmaceuticals on the cusp of the storm. In fact, Purdue Pharmaceuticals was about to become a powder keg. And it had accumulated a lot of resentment. But it couldn't resist the fast money. Use money to settle everything. After calculating the cost, they will choose the way to maximize profits. It has been 20 years. And they have been constantly harvesting money. In fact, it is almost reaching the limit. Their original purpose was to kill all the generic drugs through lobbying this time. And then stop after making the last wave. But they didn't expect that someone would suddenly detonate the bomb in advance. In fact, the FBI has been investigating this matter at a leisurely pace. If they really wanted to investigate, how could they delay it until now? But now that the media has all the information, plus the information sent over, there is really no way. This heavy blow caught the Sackler family, who had reached a verbal cooperation agreement with Umbrella, off guard. Even a meeting was held. In a castle-like building. There were 12 Sackler family leaders at a long table. Except for one of them, who looked a little unhappy. The others were calm. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to go against us. What is the probability of Umbrella? Should we take the opportunity to swallow it up directly? The first thing he thought of was Umbrella, the company he had just reached a cooperation with. It was hard to say whether he was really suspicious or just wanted to find an excuse. It took a lot of effort to reach a verbal agreement. Don't mess around. Umbrella has a lot of secrets. Their individual combat power is very strong. Quite strong. Even surpassing our latest research. Sweeping across the 12 cities of Ba in 7 days. Whether it is Alita or the mysterious woman. It is quite difficult to say whether they have such people in secret. It is probably not them. Don't think of using this as an excuse. It should be some old rivals, who don't want us to complete the cooperation. Now the momentum is too big. Purdue. It's almost time to give up. Just get the old aid out. The settlement fee of $4.5 billion is really worth it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's already earned back. In the end, Purdue went bankrupt and reorganized. And the senior executives of the company's sales and legal departments were arrested. But after the Sackler family paid a settlement fee of up to $4.5 billion, no one in the family was prosecuted. This case even attracted global attention, temporarily suppressing the heat of the effects of Umbrella's 2 drugs. It's powerful. And not even one person was involved. It's amazing. Wang Yi didn't care after hearing the news. This is the characteristic of the United States. Just treat it as a small return gift for the previous kidnapping incident. The $4.5 billion settlement plus the money that the other party's company could have continued to make for a few years. The total loss is enough for them to feel the pain. Apply to multiple countries for both vaccinations and immunoglobulins at the same time. Not just domestically. Otherwise it will be too conspicuous. The United States also tried to build a factory, but finally rejected it because the cost of accounting was too high. I understand. In addition, the time for the mathematics symposium invited by the Academy of Sciences is coming soon. You asked me to remind you. Wang Yi, who had always been indifferent, suddenly brightened up after hearing this and became energetic. Here? That's good. Wang Yi submitted his manuscript to the journal of his alma mater, and had already sent out many copies. This time, he invited many mathematicians to come and discuss and ask questions. As long as it is approved, it will be published directly. Gathering many top mathematicians in China can be said to be a milestone. No matter which aspect. Wang Yi must be there. Chapter 163 Proof. Come on. Let them know how good you are. In the crew of Zhang Ming's new drama, Lu Xiuke cheered Wang Yi. Of course. They had already felt it last time. But I have been accumulating it for a long time this time. Wang Yi's words made Lu Xiuka's expression stiff. Why do I feel that what you said is a bit erotic? You have a color in your mind. Wang Yi knocked Lu Xiuka's head. When they were almost done talking, Zhang Ming came over with a young man. Wang Yi had seen the photo of this young man. Ning Mu, the director of Dying to Survive, which is currently being filmed at Yuzhong Company. Supervisor Lin Shurqin's feedback was that the filming process was very attentive and could achieve the expected results. Mr. Wang, Director Zhang, Director Ning. Ning Mu originally came with Zhang Ming to get to know him, but he didn't expect Wang Yi to recognize him directly, and he felt flattered at the moment. I didn't expect Mr. Wang to know me. It's my honor. Haha. When he was about to sign you. You will be my employee soon. How can I not know you? Wang Yi laughed heartily. Being able to call out the names of all his subordinates is a basic ability of a boss. It is a cultural entertainment game company. It is natural to have its own flagship director. Haha. I originally said that I wanted to introduce you. Since you know each other, you can chat. I have a shot to shoot over there. Zhang Ming laughed when he saw that Wang Yi knew it was Ning Mu. Director Zhang. Go and get busy. Wang Yi smiled and greeted Zhang Ming. Then looked at Ning Mu and asked casually. What? You are almost done. Do you want investment for the next play? Ning Mu, whose mind was directly seen through by Wang Yi, was embarrassed and could only laugh dryly. He is very capable, but still young. He is not comparable to old directors like Zhang Ming, because it is a play arranged by Yuzhong Company. He dare not even check the script, for fear of touching any reverse scales. Yes, because I want to make a science fiction film next time, and the budget may be relatively large. Ning Mu still sees the opportunity to speak out his goal. It is really hard to talk about domestic science fiction films at this time. He couldn't even get investment when he brought up this topic. Although his last film was almost finished, it had not yet been released to accept the test of the market. And he shamelessly came to ask for investment for the next film. He was actually very nervous. But if you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Today he happened to come to see Director Zhang, and learn from Director Zhang that the sponsor was coming to visit the set. So he seized the opportunity to come. He knew that his request was nonsense, and science fiction films were a joke in China. But he still actively promoted himself and said, Mr. Wang, I cannot ask for remuneration. I can choose the cheapest actors, and I will definitely save as much as possible to make the movie well. Okay, I will talk to you at that time. We have some friendship with the special effects company. See if we can get a friendly price. You should get the script first, and remember to shoot this one first. Wang Yi's words made Ning Mu very happy. In fact, he had the idea of making a science fiction film a long time ago. But the special effects were too expensive. But the top special effects in the opening of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds gave him new hope. And he felt that he had already met the requirements. He himself did not expect that asking for investment would be so smooth. I want to invite teacher Lu Xiuka and teacher Ma Dong to participate. Haha. Just tell them directly. Wang Yi smiled and shook his head. Then said goodbye to Lu Xiuka and set off for the Academy of Sciences. The Academy of Sciences attaches great importance to this symposium. The world's top mathematicians gathered together. And there were also international media. This is not just a simple representation of the school, but also a more important face. And today, many mathematicians who came also looked like soldiers going to war. Originally, Wang Yi was going to continue to hold a small salon, but was rejected. Oh, dear Wang, wait until the end. This time we must take revenge on you. That's right. Don't blame us for asking tricky questions. We have been prepared for a long time. Haha. You made me sleep poorly for 3 days at a time. This time I will make you look good. One by one, the mathematicians that Wang Yi knew proudly issued their own declarations. They made a gimmick of by PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and proved the Riemann hypothesis. Now I stay up late every day to study Wang Yi's proof of the zero-point conjecture, just to make things difficult for this number one person in the mathematics world. Yes, after the last brainstorming, even the most confident and unruly math masters have to admit that some people's talents are meant to do this. Haha. If you can't make things difficult for me, you have to stay a few more days this time, so that I can do my best to be a good host. I can help you cook, and my food is delicious. Wang Yi's current state made Qian Yayan next to him feel sour. I didn't expect him to show such an expression to a group of old men. Damn. He even said that he would take the initiative to cook for them. These days when he lived in the villa, He thought about how to train himself to cook every day. It was really sad. If you cook well, it's not impossible to stay a few more days. Haha. I'm very picky. Can you cook? Deal with our problems first. Don't say that you seem to have one. As the two sides exchanged blows, the symposium soon began. Because the process had been said to everyone long ago, everyone was well prepared. When Wang Yi started to explain this time, the enthusiasm of the feedback was completely different from that of Gutsai last time. Gutsai was defeated by Wang Yi in advance, and the others listened to the Book of Heaven throughout the whole process. This time, the atmosphere seemed extremely anxious. Many questions were raised about Wang Yi's own mathematical formulas in the other world, and each one was on point. However, facing Wang Yi, who turned on overclocking, he was also able to use modern mathematical theories to complete the explanation and breakthrough every time. The offensive and defensive battles continued. Although almost no one except the two parties could understand it at the scene, it did not prevent people from knowing that Wang Yi was awesome. Wang Yi directly faced so many top mathematicians, but in the end, he solved them one by one, and they were all convinced. Some students from the Academy of Sciences, who sneaked and also exclaimed, "So he is Professor Wang. Isn't this Senior Qian's boyfriend? Finally I saw the real person. But I can't find any photos of him. And taking photos is not allowed this time. Maybe for protection? It should be. I didn't expect foreign reporters to comply with this. After all, this is our territory. Look, that reporter has a camera. Maybe it's ours." In the end, this report symposium on the zero-point conjecture left a photo of Wang Yi facing the camera with his back and facing many mathematicians in a debate. This photo has also become a photo used by all media. Then, with the unanimous recognition of a group of mathematicians, Wang Yi proved the zero-point conjecture, and it was established. The Landau-Siegel zero-point does not exist. Chapter 164 Inspiration Burst. The Riemann hypothesis has taken another step forward. Landau-Siegel zero does not exist. Two major conjectures were broken in 1 year. A miracle in the mathematical world. Games can also change science. Most of the amazing software of world companies should be due to excellent algorithms. Beauty. Games. TT. Simultaneous translation. Each one is epic-making software. Music has made countless people intoxicated. Plus mathematical conjectures. This is the smartest person in the world. A true unicorn company. Even if the route Wang Yi chose on the surface is already a relatively safe track. But the things he brought out are too amazing. No matter what, it is difficult to cover up. Beauty. Games. TT. Simultaneous translation. Music. These are epic-making and completely crush the peers. Anyway, Wang Yi has already discovered that the property management of the community has been changed, and the lawn is trimmed into square tofu every day. However, compared with the field that Umbrella is about to enter, Wang Yi feels that as long as he does not go to the United States, there is no big problem for the time being. The last time, the kidnapping was actually not a big deal. Wang Yi just didn't want to clash with the Pyongyang in public. Why was he doing something sneaky? Come on. When all kinds of reports at home and abroad began to praise Wang Yi dragged a group of mathematicians, with a grim smile, to start his math salon. It was still a simple lecture hall. With the beginning of the last time, this time he started to gradually take out the whole set of magic mathematics theory from another world, forming a whole similar to calculus. Wang Yi just randomly named it magic number. Originally, mathematicians would choose this path only if they really liked it. After Wang Yi took out this new thing, they all started to study it with shining eyes. Oh, this symbol is so beautiful. It's a self-contained system, opening up a new era. It feels weird. I always feel that it's somehow related to physics. I don't want to know about physics. I just want to study mathematics. Oh, God. Is this made by Professor Wang? His craftsmanship is amazing. Oh my God. This is the best I've ever eaten. Is this Chinese food? A group of guys commented on it. And Wang Yi kept his promise to cook snacks, dinner, and supper for them. He kept his promise and didn't repeat anything. He would also buff the dishes he cooked, turning them into glowing dishes to replenish the energy of these guys in the form of food supplements. I managed to keep these old guys in the academy for a week by doing some fancy work. I can't do it anymore. I really can't do it anymore. I'd rather stay in the room with my wife for a week than see you again. I was just bald before, but now I'm bald. God, please let us go. There's really not a drop left. Don't you know what fatigue is? But I've gained a lot during this time. I think everyone has gained something. I have a few ideas. Oh, Don't tell me. He'll write it down according to your instructions. Uh-huh. I just got an inspiration. I'll think about it when I get back. I'll publish a related paper and ask him to review it. Finally, even after Wang Yi's food supplement, this group of smartest minds entered the sage time of the brain and could not squeeze out anything. However, from Wang Yi's satisfied expression, we can also know that he has gained a lot this time. And the Academy of Sciences also safely sent these mathematicians back one by one. This symposium can be said to have greatly enhanced the glory of the Academy of Sciences. The dean can walk with the wind now. And the Academy of Sciences Mathematics has also published Wang Yi's proof and simultaneously published an overseas version. Sure enough, it hasn't changed. Walking on campus with Wang Yi, Qian Yayan stroked the hair by her ears and showed Wang Yi a refreshing smile. Today, she has more of the pure feeling of a female student. What hasn't changed? Wang Yi looked at Qian Yayan with some surprise. I like studying more than the opposite sex. I feel like I'm holding you back. Qian Yayan walked backwards in front of Wang Yi with her hands behind her back and laughed. I didn't waste much time. Wang Yi told the truth, which earned Qian Yayan's teasing laughter. It really didn't waste much time. But wasn't it because of him that I fell for him? This is actually pretty good. Can we watch a movie together? I'll treat you, Qian Yayan said with a smile. Aw, why don't we go back and find Lushioka together? Wang Yi calculated the time cost, which made Qian Yayan show an expression of as expected. But at least she agreed. Alas, she didn't even watch a movie when she was in love. What a sin. Now she has become her ex. The Lantern Festival can be regarded as the tail of the Spring Festival. After the Lantern Festival, almost all walks of life have almost completely recovered. At the same time, the Lantern Festival this year also coincided with Valentine's Day. Although Wang Yi had many inspirations from brainstorming, he did not just go into the laboratory and not come out. The brainstorming of the previous 7 days consumed a lot of energy even for Wang Yi himself. It's not that he lost his mental strength, but he felt exhausted from the exhaustion of inspiration. It happened that he accompanied Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke to watch a movie. On Valentine's Day, Wang Yi's hatred was quite high because he was hugged by beautiful women. Several people secretly filmed and wanted to post them on TT. But when they uploaded them, they found that the video was removed. They didn't believe it and posted it for the second time. And their accounts were blocked for 3 days. A movie called Love Story made Lu Xiuke, who had a low sense of laughter, laugh so hard that she held her belly. It was only because she lowered her hat a little. Otherwise she would probably be recognized by people now that she is a little popular. When he came to the laboratory on the first floor of the Mage Tower, Wang Yi also hammered his waist. It was unbelievable that even the knight could feel a slight backache. When will the next batch of silver arrive? As soon as Wang Yi finished speaking, Lin Shiqing floated out. The next batch of 100 tons is on the way. In fact, another 50 tons have been transported in the middle to improve the first floor of the Mage Tower. But 100 tons at a time is almost the limit. If there are more, it will be a bit troublesome for Wang Yi to carry 5 tons at a time. After strengthening another 50 tons of silver, the proportion of mithril on the first floor of the Mage Tower has increased again. Both the magic reserve and the absorption speed have increased. The most important thing is that Wang Yi has also combined some chips and components to tinker with some experimental instruments suitable for himself. It was really stuck for a long time before the lens material was stuck. This time, it is estimated that it will not only be the lens, but also a more in-depth research will be considered away. Tomorrow morning, I will tell them that I will go to Umbrella to cooperate in experiments. Chapter 165 The Terrifying Direction. Wang Yi began a long-term experimental state of overclocking from time to time. Lin Shiqing was in charge of everything outside, and could do whatever she wanted. The process was never interrupted. In fact, after completing the A1 contact lens, Wang Yi had been exploring the magic of locking the electron energy level, so that the electron would not absorb high-energy photons and allow high-energy beams to pass through. Here you can review the second half of Chapter 105. After all, it is on the science fiction channel, so it is better to meet some basic requirements. The research has been going smoothly step by step, and the wavelength of the resin's light transmission has reached about 150 nanometers. This can be said to be a very exaggerated achievement. The current extreme ultraviolet EUV lithography machine is still in the laboratory stage of ASML. Perhaps there have been prototypes and prototypes. But the original purpose of the EUV lithography machine is to mass-produce chips. And it requires a vacuum environment. So it will take time for the lithography machine to mass-produce chips, or for the lithography machine itself to be commercialized. The most advanced lithography machine at present is the 193 nm wavelength immersion DUV lithography machine developed by ASML in cooperation with TSMC. Because of the use of liquid refractive index, the extreme accuracy of the deep ultraviolet wavelength of 193 nm can be greatly increased. Although the general chip process is still above 20 nm, the theoretical accuracy of the immersion DUV lithography machine can reach the limit of 7 nm. But to achieve this, the supporting process must be improved, which is not something that everyone can achieve. In the past, the giants of lithography, Connie and Canon, have always used dry lithography machines, only thinking about shortening the wavelength of the light source. Even if they have developed a 157 nm wavelength lithography machine, they are still ruthlessly overtaken by ASML and lost customers. This is cutting-edge technology. The winner takes all. Even if the DUV lithography machine is only deep ultraviolet, it is already quite scarce to choose a lens. The options available are probably calcium fluoride and barium fluoride. The photon energy level of deep ultraviolet light is too high and too easy to be absorbed. This is light that cannot even enter the ozone layer, and resins are a bit of a fantasy. But Wang Yi had previously relied on magic to strengthen the electrons in the resin, and had managed to reach a point where the wavelength of 150 nm could pass through. Theoretically, this thing would already make companies like Carl Zeiss scalp numb, and even upgrade the current version of the lithography machine to a certain extent. But for Wang Yi, this was still quite unsatisfactory. He was using magic technology, and it was so difficult to reach the limit of 150 nm. The future EUV lithography machine is already close to the critical value of X-rays at 13.5 nm. And the photon energy level is more than 10 times the 150 nm deep ultraviolet energy level. Therefore, the future EUV lithography machine will choose to continuously reflect for convergence adjustment, and ultimately only have a utilization rate of about 4%, which has extremely high requirements for light source power, reflective materials, and precision. Even Wang Yi cannot overcome all these problems in a short time. After all, 13.5 nm extreme ultraviolet rays can even ionize the air, and the reflective material itself will have a service life. And the damage to the material by light during use must also be considered. For such high-precision equipment, even a slight damage can lead to a completely different result. So if Wang Yi wants to overtake on a curve, he has to produce enough material to allow this level of light to pass through. Originally, Wang Yi relied on the magic power of the Mage Tower to prepare for strong pressure, and gradually increased the light transmittance to prove his truth. But after such a long exchange with this group of mathematicians, he completely opened up new ideas for him. Just like ASML first overtook on a curve with an immersion lithography machine. And then when Canon and Connie also began to study immersion, and wanted to use the previously accumulated technology to overtake again, ASML directly opened a new track to come up with an EUV lithography machine, and opened up an insurmountable distance at one time. Now Wang Yi has also completely changed his mind, directly using magic power to empower electrons that can absorb light, forming a certain degree of magic ionization, and then find a way to solve the metallic properties brought by free electrons. It is better to dredge than to block. And the way to suppress it is also obtain the corresponding mathematical model through brainstorming during this period of time. Even if we continue in this direction, in addition to being able to produce lenses that can pass extreme ultraviolet rays and even X-rays, it can also involve a very terrifying application area: atomic structure changes and fusion reactions. The essence of fusion is to destroy the atomic structure of low-sequence elements, and the nuclei combine with each other to form new elements. But the requirements of this process are quite difficult, and are completely different from fission. Not only does the destruction of the atomic structure require a lot of energy, but the size of the nucleus is also too small relative to the size of the atom itself. Many people have no specific concept of the difference between the size of the nucleus and the atom. For example, if the football field is an atom, then the nucleus is only a soybean placed on the center dot of the field. And fusion is to destroy the atomic structure and let the two central soybeans of the field collide. So high temperature and high pressure acceleration are required to ensure this process. Fusion is well known to hydrogen bombs and the sun. But the fusion reactions between the two are completely different. The fusion of the sun is a core temperature of more than 15 million degrees, and an environment with a density more than 10 times that of lead, directly by our most common hydrogen element protium to complete fusion. First, 2 protiums fuse into deuterium. Then 1 protium and 1 deuterium fuse into helium-3. And finally 2 helium-3 fuse into helium-4 plus 2 protiums. The conditions required are much greater than those of a hydrogen bomb. A hydrogen bomb is simply a process of deuterium and tritium fusing into helium-4 plus a neutron. And the conditions required are much simpler. And an atomic bomb is enough. After Wang Yi studied the new interference method of the lens through high-energy rays on electrons, he suddenly thought of using magic to separate electrons in a gentle way. In theory, the difficulty of nuclear fusion will be geometrically reduced. If the speed and output power of fusion can be controlled, it can be regarded as cold fusion technology. Heh. If this thing can be made and taken out directly, I wonder if it can cause a world war. After Wang Yi calculated a lot of formulas, he rubbed his forehead. However, even the lenses are still in the theoretical stage for now, and we have to use the polymerization of hydrogen slowly. The difficulty of using magic to gently remove electrons and destroy the atomic structure is much more difficult than simple ionization. For example, there is metallic hydrogen in the core of Jupiter, but it is still far from the conditions for fusion, and it cannot even reach the fusion conditions of brown dwarfs. But at least the direction has been found. Finally, the theoretical prototype was made, and the lens research has made some progress. Wang Yi asked Lin Shurqin, how many biological experts have been invited from Umbrella? 4 teams have been formed, relying on the resources exchanged by TT before. They have started research. I will synchronize all experimental data to you. Hearing Lin Shurqin's words, Wang Yi was still very satisfied. The high subjective initiative of employees can save their energy. Is there sand? Yes, but not much. This kind of research talent still prefers to engage in technology. The sand is still planted by our old friends. As long as they are willing to do things, let them go. I will send some information here and discuss it together. Understood. The 4 teams do not contact each other. They occasionally exchange information with each other. Wang Yi's things are mixed in, so they will only be regarded as the 5th, 6th, or even 7th or 8th team. The test of gene efficacy can also be directly turned on. What Wang Yi can provide them is the magic culture medium of ripening and accelerating. This can greatly increase their efficiency. Chapter 166, Accident of Bringing Goods. While Wang Yi was indulging in the ocean of knowledge, TT was still making great strides both at home and abroad. And the speed of spreading Wang Yi's music was beyond imagination. Now many people say that TT has the ability to read minds. Whatever you want to see, it will come. It can be said that TT's speed has risen so fast that it has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Now this is a new track, and more people are flocking to it. And Ma Dong's model of bringing goods, as well as the terminology of bringing goods, have also gradually become a standard. As the initiator of the glasses over chili oil, coupled with the recent gifts of the villains, Ma Dong's image of being ruthless and taciturn has also been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Without specifically tilting the traffic, Ma Dong unexpectedly has a good popularity on the entire network, especially in the areas of kitchen utensils, snacks, seasonings, and pre-prepared dishes. He is the well-deserved first leader. The income is much higher than his filming. Sometimes he will go abroad with his current girlfriend, and occasionally he will live broadcast some scenes during filming and some of his cooking processes. His popularity is steadily increasing. However, while Ma Dong was participating in Zhang Ming's new drama and taking advantage of his own work to do live broadcasts, his live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with a group of black fans who kept abusing him. This sudden scolding made Ma Dong a little stunned and surprised. After seeing it clearly, he also understood the problem they were scolding. It turned out that it was a non-stick pan that Ma Dong recommended last time, and it was sold cheaper at the Shark Baby's first sister Yaya next door, and the discount was quite large. In fact, Ma Dong has never said that the goods he sells are the lowest on the internet. But after he became famous, he also brought a few brothers from his hometown. Their role is to specialize in quality control and complete multiple quality investigations. Although the price of the goods may not be the lowest on the internet, the practicality is definitely good. There will be no false propaganda and quality problems. And there will be refunds and exchanges if there are any problems. It's just that he just sold out, and then the other party put it on the shelves at a lower price. This is a slap in the face. No one would believe that he was not specifically targeted, especially with the appearance of a group of obviously premeditated water army here, which further proves this point. Although he knew that he was targeted, Ma Dong still said, "I'm really sorry, everyone. It's my fault that I couldn't lower the price." He admitted his mistake without any hesitation and said sincerely, "If you want to return the goods, I support the original price, and the shipping fee is also mine." Of course, Ma Dong will be angry, whether it is to Yaya or the brand. But the object of anger is definitely not the fans. Ma Dong is the first anchor of kitchen utensils. When he went to negotiate with the brand, the other party refused to lower the price. In fact, Ma Dong himself did not make much money, just to sell in large quantities. He has always believed in slow and steady. But the result was the opposite. Not long after, he directly sold at a discount in the YY live broadcast room, which was really a stab in the back. This made Ma Dong start calling the brand directly in front of his fans after making the promise. But I don't know whether they saw the live broadcast or what. Ma Dong's several calls were not answered. Ma Dong's own fans also began to comfort him by saying that it was just a trick from the brand. But they were completely unable to resist the aggressive black fans and water army. Yaya is fair-skinned and beautiful. And with the blessing of beauty, she is the top sister of Baby Shark. Under Baby Shark's star-making movement, her fan base completely crushes Ma Dong. Yaya's fans and the existing water army immediately rush to Ma Dong's live broadcast room. Fans are defeated. Brother Ma is live again. Lu Xiuka also came out to rest after finishing the filming. It was a bit strange to see Ma Dong live broadcasting and talking on the phone. They are from the same crew and are friends. She occasionally makes a guest appearance in Ma Dong's live broadcast room. Lu Xiuka's appearance is here, and she can also make some short videos. So she has some fans. Ma Dong's girlfriend, Xia Mei, the cruise field worker, also hurried over at this time. She did not disturb Ma Dong's live broadcast, but she would pay attention to it when she was free. So she knew the current situation. Since Ma Dong, a veteran in vertical stores, would choose Xia Mei, she naturally has her own considerable advantages. In addition to her good looks, her own virtue and attitude that she does not take Ma Dong's money as the first goal are the reasons why Ma Dong pursues her. Xia Mei's father is also a mid-level director. Although her family conditions are not as good as Lu Xiuka's, she does not need to be a rich man or anything like that. She only talks to Ma Dong because they can get along well. When the two were dating, Ma Dong was not as popular as he is now. What's wrong with Sister Xia? Seeing Xia Mei's anxious look, Lu Xiuka asked curiously. Dongzi was hacked. The non-stick pan he promoted last time was sold cheaper in Yaya's live broadcast room. Xia Mei finished the question concisely, which directly pissed off Lu Xiuka. In fact, it's nothing if it's just a price difference. But taking the opportunity to come and step on someone is obviously targeted. She originally wanted Wani to quarrel with others online all night. And she would also quarrel when she was angry during her live broadcast. She looks soft and cute, but she is actually very stubborn. This is not a deliberate trick. Lu Xiuka didn't have the idea of calling Wani if she couldn't handle it. But she rolled up her sleeves and started to fight for justice. After learning the situation from Xia Mei, Kwang recorded a short video. The brand stabbed in the back and was dishonest. And Yaya stabbed in the back and lost her character. She directly grabbed both sides and delivered a stream. Lu Xiuka herself used to do live broadcasts and short videos for 3 days and 2 days. Although she had a certain fan base because of her appearance and personality. But her first female lead drama has not been released yet. And beauty filters are popular. So her fan base is even much worse than Ma Dong. This base directly challenged Yaya, who is currently the most popular sister on the entire network, and caused an uproar. But for Lu Xiuka, who dared to confront the director when she was a supporting role before, she really has nothing to fear except ghosts. Yaya, whose photo effects were no worse than Lu Xiuka's with the help of beauty software, couldn't help but smile disdainfully after hearing what the assistant said. Heh. Just a little internet celebrity who wanted to scam people. She seems to have played the third female role in director Zhang's play, Sheen Palace. Yaya's assistant was very professional and got the first-hand information at the fastest speed. Third female role? Uh-huh. Which variety show and interview I have been on is not treated as a first-line star? Are there not enough movie kings and queens who come to the live broadcast room as guests? She is just a third female role. And I don't know how many people she slept with to get it. Yaya used to be a bit player and wanted to get promoted. But after being cheated over and over again, she gave up and realized that this road was not feasible. This time, she finally broke through the siege. The word she left when she was doing sales, coupled with the cooperation of beauty software, directly let her find the traffic code. She has become the top anchor, and her ability to bring goods is also better than others. She is absolutely confident at this time. Now that she sees that bringing goods has become popular, some stars have lowered their status and participated in it. In the past, they were all proud and didn't want it. Didn't they compromise? Aren't they suppressed by themselves? Now she is just a third-tier trash. Even if she knows someone, she can't pose a threat to herself. Yaya knows now that she is not only herself, but also represents the interest group behind her. Baby Shark. And Ari. She can bring huge traffic and become a cash cow. The capital behind her will not let her lose to such a character. She can be easily killed. Want to be famous. So she comes to touch me? Ha. Naive. Chapter 167 Detonation. Yaya's crazy water army and brainless fans flooded into the videos related to Lu Shuka's TT account. And they were crazy in the comment area. All kinds of dirty words and weird words. In addition, various channels including Weibo are also the same. And even hyped up on the hot search. The public accounts that touch porcelain also move like sharks smelling blood. And there are many various self-media accounts that have already settled in TT. For self-media, it doesn't matter what the truth is. They will only broadcast what can bring traffic. What if they find the traffic password and distort the facts? At most, they will delete it. Do you still want to sue us? There is no rest in places such as Daohu, Tiaba, Tianya, etc. There are also many black materials about Lu Shuka, such as how she rose to the top through unspeakable means, and became the third female lead from an unknown person. And now she has become the female lead in the filming. Anyway, various insiders, all kinds of people who know everything, are vague, and rumors are endless. The company that makes the non-stick pan also issued a statement, saying that their reputation rights were damaged, and that a lawyer's letter had been sent. When Yaya was asked about this by fans during a live broadcast, she said with a blank face, "What? I didn't notice it. Maybe they want to touch the porcelain to get attention. It's not easy to get into the entertainment industry these days." Wang Yi had just left the Mage Tower, and was taking a rest after finishing the experiment. He saw the news right after he learned a little about it from Lin Shichin. Seeing Lu Shuka's short video of arguing with people, Wang Yi was also a little speechless. So cute. I want to. Then Wang Yi opened his Weibo, and posted a post casually. I just came out of the laboratory. What happened? Someone attacked our TT anchor? Wang Yi's puzzled expression with a big question mark immediately made the group of Water Army and Black fans speechless. However, the Water Army knew the severity of the matter. But some brainless fans did not. Some of Yaya's fans immediately ran to Wang Yi's Weibo, and made a lot of nonsense. Master Yi, please take care of your anchor. He's trying to take advantage of everything. He's trying to take advantage of our Yaya. How do you manage him? Study your math. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Good fellow. Wang Yi hasn't done anything yet. But Yaya and the non-stick pan brand are both in trouble. They're asking for death. Who told you to do this? Who gave you the courage? Don't hurt me. Yaya immediately apologized publicly for her fans. I'm really sorry. Some of my fans are minors. If they offended Master Yi, I apologize to you on their behalf. At the same time, she also restrained her fans through various channels. Of course, she also spoke in a very high-sounding way, saying that Master Yi had won glory for the country. So don't be like this. This matter has nothing to do with him. How could I care about such a small matter? Don't worry. Wang Yi's reply on Weibo made Yaya feel relieved. The crisis public relations prepared by Baby Shark behind him also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Master Yi is a gentleman and reasonable. Scholars are different. But I am actually quite curious about how they can keep the price so low. The cost of this kind of thing is also here. If you add in several taxes, is this charity? They really pay for their fans. I admire them. There are really not many good idols like this. Wang Yi's smiling praise made many of Yaya's fans feel proud, and said proudly, "That's the lowest price on the entire network. Our Yaya loves her fans the most. Do you know how to pamper your fans? Master Yi is quite sensible. I forgive you." Yaya's fans forgave Wang Yi. And Yaya also felt that Wang Yi was a good person, and could get along with him. But Shark Baby, Ari, and even many bigwigs in the entertainment industry, who were eating melons beside Yaya suddenly felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Damn it! I'm going to die. Beast, why did you? A little anchor. Go and provoke him. It's over. Human greed is endless. Now many people in the entertainment industry use studios to cooperate with yin-yang contracts, and so on to continuously evade payment. It has even formed a trend. Originally, it was temporarily peaceful to do it secretly. But now that Wang Yi has directly revealed it, the matter is different. It doesn't matter if an ordinary person reveals it. Either suppress it, or it won't have such a big influence. But when Wang Yilai said this, some people with a keen sense of smell immediately began to take remedial measures quickly. Sure enough, not long after, during a live broadcast of Yaya, the internet was suddenly disconnected. And then, there was no news related to her. After that, some notices from relevant departments appeared. A stone caused 1,000 waves. And the amount of back payment on Yaya's side far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. I never thought that such a live broadcaster could have an income beyond that of a star. In fact, normally speaking, the relevant departments are still relatively humane. Except for value-added tax. If it is the first time, it is usually okay to collect it after a reminder. But Yaya herself was suddenly promoted by Shark Baby. And she couldn't adapt to her own identity and situation for a while. Thinking that since it was like this, it didn't matter. But she didn't expect to be directly used as a target for killing chickens to scare monkeys. Not only was she punished, but the key point was that the incident she provoked was also resented by many other parties whose interests were damaged. What? This was provoked by Master Yi? No way. No way. What does this have to do with Master Yi? It's all because of this woman. She's so aggressive. The top anchor that Baby Shark spent a lot of money on was sent away without any reason. Which really made them feel like crying but without tears. And they kept secretly scolding Yaya for being stupid. It's impossible to promote Yaya now. Even if there is no official ban for the time being. The things caused by this idiot have offended quite a lot of people. It's like setting off a bomb in advance. And many people have suffered heavy losses because of it. The people who suffered losses don't care that they still have to make up for it after investigation. They will only blame this stupid woman. On the other hand, Ma Dong and Lu Shika instantly completed the reversal in popularity. TT will directly deduct the money for the anchor. And you can't cheat even if you want to. At the same time, the non-stick pan is even worse. Because they falsely issued VAT invoices to help Yaya sell goods. If they did it secretly, it would be difficult to check. But now that the popularity has increased, it is impossible to hide it. Whoever touches this will die. I don't know if you have noticed that the World Company has nothing to do with the back payment this time? They withheld all the money. Awesome. This is a truly responsible company. Those who shout about donating money every day are superficial. People who really donate money will not blackmail others morally. Those who said they would check it out have already got the result. World Company was rated as a model taxpayer. And Master Yi himself was also rated as a model taxpayer. And I heard that the treatment of companies in the World Series is super good. After the acquisition of the small broken station, various benefits have skyrocketed. And social security is complete. Not only that, haven't you noticed that World is very friendly to the bottom anchors, and will give them a minimum guarantee. As long as they work hard to make a living, there will be no problem. Baby Shark doesn't seem to have bottom anchors at all. Because the bottom anchors of Baby Shark can't survive. They are all in the World Series. Baby Shark mainly relies on poaching. And the world will not impose too many restrictions on anchors. So it is easy to change jobs. On the other hand, although Baby Shark's contract has good treatment, it is extremely harsh. Under the guidance of this incident, the gap between the World Series and the RE Series has gradually emerged one by one. Many times, it is really impossible to compare. If everything is bad, then it is the era of comparing bad things. However, with a clear stream of the world system, the RE system is instantly compared to the low one. This is completely reversed. Thinking about what Master Yi said before about disorderly expansion, people immediately feel the huge gap between the two sides. Yes, the RE system is still investing money in it. And it costs a lot. But it is obvious that they are utilitarian. On the contrary, although the World Company has started to generate revenue in all aspects, it has chosen to let everyone eat fruit. But the difference is that everyone eats more or less. There is really no comparison. And this matter is not over yet. The public accounts and self-media that led the rhythm before have all received Lu Shioka's lawyer's letter at this time. Yes, Ms. Lu Shioka is such a serious person. And she didn't let any of them go. It's not enough to delete it. You must publicly apologize and cannot delete it. Why do self-media often dare to lead the rhythm when they catch wind and shadow? Because the cost is too low. Usually just delete it. And the victim has no energy to sue them. And the loss is too great. The more this happens, the more unscrupulous they become. And they dare to say anything. Anyway, as long as it can bring traffic for me to realize, it's okay. As for disrupting the rhythm and causing hostility, What does that have to do with me? They want to see this. Unfortunately, they met Lu Xiuke. Just delete the post? No. An apology must be made. And not one less. Otherwise, the litigation procedure will be a litigation procedure. No compensation will be accepted. And no forgiveness will be given. The self-media that received the lawyer's letter at the beginning still had a sarcastic look on their faces. Because they received too many lawyers' letters. The purpose is usually to put pressure on them to delete. And they have long been used to it. The lawyer's letter itself is a blank sheet of paper and has no effect. However, as they did not post an apology and pin it on the top within the specified time as required. The next moment, the notice of prosecution was delivered. And if they did not have the relevant qualifications, none of them who could constitute the standard for filing a case would be left out. Chapter 168 The Right Question. Come on. The integration has been going on for so long. Don't you even look at it? Xian Yayan, who was cleaning some water stains on Wang Yi's desk, complained to him with a red face. Xian Yayan is quite capable. Under her leadership, some relevant internal control, financial, and human resources systems of World Company have been improved. And overall it is relatively loose. But there are red lines as a warning to prevent employees from being too relaxed for too long. Very good. I believe you. Wang Yi lazily took out his mobile phone and looked at the paper inside. This is a paper sent to him by Artur, which is a hypothesis related to the application of the magic number. This guy said that he was inspired before. And he was not bragging. This paper is very interesting. In addition, you have been reporting for more than an hour. If it is longer, it will not be good. TSK. It seems that they don't know. Xian Yayan muttered. But still packed up her things and walked out of the office with a charming step with the documents under her arms. Well, the new office is now very soundproof. Although the walls have been replaced with panoramic glass, they are one-way transparent. People can see outside from inside, but people cannot see inside from outside. Just when Wang Yi was still not satisfied after reading this paper, he was stunned when he found the next paper that Lin Shurqin helped him find. It was a paper in the Lancet, which was about 2 stone drugs from Umbrella. Because the stone dissolving effect was so significant and so rapid, the foreign private hospital experts came to inspect it and publish papers much faster. The person who published the paper was Mason, a famous hepatobiliary surgery expert from the Mayo Clinic. The words were full of amazement and wonder. And he was quite shocked by the effect of the bile gallbladder and stone-dissolving tablets. And he has already listed a lot of actual case data in detail. Because there are so many stone patients, it is easy to find many control groups. There are people of different ages and different degrees of severity. And some have other underlying diseases. The final conclusion is that all stone patients can use it, in addition to patients whose gallbladders have lost their effectiveness and need regular checkups. This is a drug that can truly completely cure stones. And there is no fear of recurrence. Because if it recurs, just take it again. At present, the side effects are minimal. And even abnormalities cannot be found in the examination. Even patients with liver and kidney dysfunction can use it. It doesn't matter if patients with uncertainty take it once a year. It is a combination of magical ancient medicine from the East and modern medicine. This is a drug that can be described as perfect. After the article was published on the Lancet, Mason, an expert at the Mayo Clinic, also forwarded it on his social media and added a supplementary explanation. The emergence of this drug can greatly reduce the workload of many of our colleagues. And we can devote more energy to more troublesome diseases. Thank you to the Magical East and Umbrella. I hope you can launch more new drugs. In addition, I suggest that some drug institutions increase the use of those magical ancient prescriptions, hoping to get more effective results. It is worthy of being the heritage left by thousands of years of civilization. It is amazing and I am convinced. It must be said that this expert is quite generous. As he said, these 2 drugs will greatly reduce many diseases, and even operations in hepatobiliary surgery. The direct impact is that it will reduce the income of hepatobiliary and urological surgeons. But he still gave the highest praise. And his excitement can be felt through some of his speeches. Well, of course, this is also related to his position. After all, he is the leader of hepatobiliary surgery at the Mayo Clinic. The Mayo Clinic has only about 1,000 beds. But its annual revenue exceeds 100 billion. Well, one bed can make 100 million a year. So this expert is not short of money. Why are you pushing this to me? I still know the effect of this drug. But this Mason is a good person. Wang Yi asked Lin Shurqin while pressing the headset. In fact, before him, or before they came here to inspect, director who and his team had submitted similar manuscripts. But they were rejected. Lin Shirqin looked like she was going to make trouble, which made Wang Yi feel a little speechless. But think about it. It is indeed very likely that this kind of data will not be passed at the beginning. But no matter what, it is also his own people who have encountered this situation. Wang Yi only thought about it for a moment, and logged into his own special account. Now that the zero-point conjecture has been confirmed, coupled with Wang Yi's music and the products of his company, Wang Yi's popularity on the internet is also rising steadily. The titles of Magical Oriental, the smartest person in the world, great mathematician, great musician, etc. have all been given to him. Wang Yi suspected that if he were an ordinary human, his brain might be made into a specimen after his death. Therefore, when Wang Yi posted the article, many people saw it at the first time. However, Wang Yi's content was a dream back to the beginning. I am deeply saddened. The discrimination in the academic community has not disappeared. As a meter for 2 drugs, although I only provided some data support, I also participated in the development of the 2 drugs. I think I should be able to make some comments. Although I am very grateful for Dr. Mason's praise, I still have some things to say. Gaga talked about the unfairness in the academic community again. Previously, there was the problem of Eastern scholars' submissions being rejected. Now Wang Yi is no longer the little transparent person he was before. It will take time to slowly ferment. His status and popularity are incomparable. After Wang Yi's words were published, they caused a sensation in an instant. What? Our last campaign was not thorough. The Lancet was also confused. WTF. It's normal to be rejected for such exaggerated content at the beginning? We are a serious journal, not a science fiction novel. Admittedly, they must also admit that Mason's status is higher. Plus more detailed data and many other doctors who went to investigate the evidence made them choose Mason's article. But this is not our fault. Right? Ordinary netizens won't care about them so much. Especially those who have been educated by the West and are easily emotional. Even some pro-Western bloggers, when defending the West, say that it is okay to treat them as animals. If they are robbed by black people on the road, they should just treat it as a bite by a cat or dog. They don't actually know that this is wrong. Originally, Wang Yi's popularity was here, and there were also spontaneously formed brain-dead fans. And he still led this correct rhythm. And there was a storm before. What's the matter? Last time, Kasai was rejected. And now a new drug is delayed because of you. In the West, there are also many patients who have just had their gallbladders removed. And they are all excited at the moment. All the faults are yours. At this time, Wang Yi also appropriately put forward some of his own views. So I still think that our academic community should be more diversified. In the future, some of my related papers may be published in domestic journals. Wang Yi did not say that he would change anything immediately. Even if he published it in his alma mater journal, it still had to be translated into English before it could be circulated. However, take it step by step. The position of Western academic hegemony is by no means easy to shake, but it can be loosened slowly. For example, using the right force to loosen. The effect is indeed good. Later, Wang Yi also found that Dr. Mason had even forwarded his special article and added a comment. Yes, before I went to the East, I was also blinded by my narrow-mindedness and thought it was impossible until I witnessed a real miracle. It is true that academic rigor is needed. But if you are unwilling to try this kind of test that can be reproduced immediately after a test, it is indeed discrimination if it is some very complex experiments. It may be difficult to grasp, such as the paper on the fraud of myocardial stem cell repair. But if this kind of experiment with detailed data and easy replication is not reviewed by peers, or the peer reviewers do not try it at all, it is a pure discrimination and attitude problem. Chapter 169 Cervical Cancer Vaccine. Boss, do you want to cooperate? You release some information and I'll reap the benefits. Lin Shirqin came to Wang Yi and gave him some bad ideas. Forget it. I'm not their traditional capital. They can accuse me of manipulating transactions in a minute. I'm so frivolous. Wang Yi refused Lin Shirqin's mocking job. Now the 2 stone-dissolving drugs have become completely popular. And it can be said that they are popular all over the world, because there are so many patients with stones. Originally, some traditional capitals whose interests have been damaged would definitely boycott this drug. But the Sackler family helped to promote it in order to show their sincerity. And with the fermentation and detonation of public opinion, all of them entered the green channel. However, there is a large demand in the East alone. The number of sales internationally is not large at present, and it has entered the vicious circle of glasses. It will never be exposed. Stones are easy to relapse, especially after having this medicine. The diet that you would originally pay attention to will be relaxed a lot. So it is definitely a long-term business. At this time, continuous efforts to expand production have also begun. The chaebols and institutions that had been secretly competing with Umbrella last time had already started to invest in research. And now the second batch, which was a little slower, has also begun to study many traditional Chinese medicine recipes. And it is not just Chinese medicine. Some ancient secret recipes have also begun to be studied. With the help of this influence, the Umbrella vaccination factory was also approved to be built in China, relying on the clinical data of Hengsan. It was also approved through the Green Channel. Then Umbrella issued a related notice on its official Weibo in China. Cervical cancer will become history. Cervical cancer vaccination has been conquered by our company. It must be said that the original HPV virus vaccination was directly extended to cervical cancer as a promotion. And the publicity effect was absolutely different. Not many people know about the HPV virus. But the word cancer is added to cervical cancer. And both young and old can understand the meaning. As a large pharmaceutical company, Merck is also good at vaccination. And Umbrella has no aggression or hostility towards it. During the promotion, an animation was specially made to bring out Merck and explain that they were the first to overcome the technical difficulties. Merck did have relevant technology and patents. But they cultivated the virus SHL, which is completely different from Umbrella's traditional virus inactivation process. And there is a big gap in production. Merck's HPV vaccine passed the FDA in 2006. But the current production cannot meet the needs of the United States. And the export is even less. It can only increase production slowly by licensing to other pharmaceutical companies. All of these were pulled out by Umbrella in an objective way, integrated into the promotional video. And a considerable amount of advertising was invested in TT. After this heat rose, naturally many medical personnel would conduct more detailed popular science and interpretation. The attention increased sharply. Hello everyone. This is Boston Xiaopeng. Next, I will popularize this new vaccine for preventing cervical cancer developed by Umbrella. I have to say that this company is really awesome. You may not have seen some comments on the internet. It's just a killing. A TT Science video host gave a thumbs up to express his admiration for the company. He is an international student who accidentally discovered the TT software. As a young person, he has strong acceptance and adaptability. So he quickly occupied a seat among science anchors with his own abilities. At the same time, he also has a small broken station account and a long detailed version. Everyone knows that the original intention of this vaccination is to use non-toxic or weakly toxic substances to exercise our immune system. Except for the dengue fever virus, which will cause side effects due to the lack of antibody Fc region and platelet binding. This vaccination method can target most viruses. The most traditional vaccinations use inactivated viruses, or slightly toxic ones. But the main HPV virus that this cervical cancer vaccination prevents cannot be cultivated in vitro at a low cost. So we have to admire Merck's technology. They first implanted the virus SHL gene into the DNA of other fungi as a carrier, cultivated the modified fungi to secrete the virus SHL, and then purified it. After hearing what I said, everyone can feel the complexity and trouble of the process. So their production has always been limited. And we have never heard of it. On the other hand, Umbrella just cultivates the virus without thinking, then inactivates it, and then purifies it. It is the most traditional technology, and the production is still unmatched. This kind of vaccination has been circulated abroad for a long time. So don't have any other concerns and ideas. Anyway, I am ready to get vaccinated. Yes, you heard it right. I will also get vaccinated. This is called a cervical cancer vaccination. But in fact, HPV virus is quite common in daily life. Hotels, swimming pools, public baths, etc. may make you infected. So it is definitely a good thing for friends who have the conditions to get vaccinated. There are also various kinds of ambiguous comments. And some patients who are deeply troubled by HPV virus are talking about the troubles of this virus. Generally, it will not kill people, but it is difficult to deal with. Many people also posted photos of warts on their necks, heads, soles of feet, etc. Of course, there are many more amazing ones on more sensitive places. But photos cannot be posted. Isn't this a wart? It turns out there is such a high-sounding name. Hack. I didn't know it was contagious. What should I do? I have one on my neck. And it keeps coming back. Don't worry. Those are not dangerous. They will get better by exercising. I have one on the sole of my foot, and I used liquid nitrogen to solve it. The process made me feel like dying. It has to be said that with the emergence of more and more popular science videos, many people have gradually understood what the cervical cancer vaccine is, especially some special practitioners, or people who like to go to bars, nightclubs, KTVs, etc. They feel that this vaccine must be taken. There are hundreds of types of HPV. Even the 9-valent vaccine is to prevent the 9 most common types, and the lowest 2-valent vaccine is to prevent the 2 most dangerous types. Umbrella directly launched the 13-valent vaccine, with the popularization of science in place. It has received considerable attention since its launch. Oh my god. Why is it only coming out now? I'm so angry. Zhang Min is a special practitioner, with a beautiful face and a graceful figure, and she charges a high price. If the price is right, she can even come to your door. In fact, as a practitioner of this kind, she has always been on guard, and her safety awareness is not low. But even if it is not low, it can't resist the pervasiveness. As a result, due to an accident, she grew a cauliflower-like wart in her throat, which became extremely uncomfortable. She has been seeking medical treatment for a long time, but has not been cured. Now that she has been infected, she cannot be vaccinated for the time being, thinking of going to the hospital for laser removal, which may hurt her throat. Zhang Min couldn't help sighing. It would be better if it was done earlier. Oh, I'd better stop. God knows what will happen next time. Now live broadcast and TT are very popular. I don't believe that I can't fight my way out as she thought of this. She also used the beauty filter to take a few very tempting selfies of herself. She had a good foundation to begin with. And the next moment, she took a series of blessed photos, and then completed a combination and uploaded it to TT. On the other side, a Yuan, who was traveling and shopping in the United States, received a call from a domestic girlfriend. Ollie, what's the matter? I'm shopping. The bags here are really cheap. How do you know that I bought the latest Chanel? The girlfriend, who didn't ask this question at all, was also choked by this answer, and then asked, congratulations. Come back and let me see. I want to ask. Last time you said that you wanted to get some kind of vaccination when you came to Pyongyang? Hearing her girlfriend say this, a Yuan immediately became energetic again, and used a. She replied in a nonchalant tone. Yes, my darling got the news here. You don't know? The technology here in the United States is very advanced, and there are vaccinations to prevent cancer. I came here to get this. Not to mention, it's so hard to queue up. But my darling is a little capable, and made an appointment for me in advance. Oh, it's not a big deal. I want to ask if this is really effective? Is it so amazing as it's hyped up? What's hype? I'm not happy if you say that. It's because their technology level is high. Oh, I don't know when I can get a green card. My darling should be able to help me apply after immigration. Hearing this, Ollie was relieved, and then breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I was just a little worried that the vaccination was exaggerated. In this way, I dared to get vaccinated. Oh, actually I wanted to help you apply at that time, but there was really no way. It's also difficult to queue up here. I'll go talk to darling. Ah Yuan was worried that her bestie would ask her for help, but she didn't want to weaken her ability. Oh, no need. I have it in China. I have already made an appointment. What's the 13 price or something? Huh? Ah Yuan was a little confused. She only found a 4 price one. What the H.L. is the 13 price? Is it a scam? It's from Umbrella. Their technology should be very strong. Okay. International roaming is expensive. I'll hang up first. Ah Yuan didn't react to the beeping sound from the phone, and she didn't realize that she was slowly coming to a street with fewer people while she was on the phone. As the light in front of her eyes went dark, she looked up and saw a black guy. Your bag looks very beautiful. Chapter 170 coming soon. Umbrella actually announced the new culture medium cultivation method when several groups wanted to invest in it last time. With a previous official announcement, the current vaccination incident did not cause any backlash from Pyongyang, although some pharmaceutical companies still want to cooperate or purchase technology licenses. Umbrella did not pay much attention to them. Lin Shichin brought Wang Yi's words to Li Yao. The boss said that if their spies come to steal the culture medium, let them steal some. Don't defend too strictly. Give them some hope. And don't make it too radical now. I understand. Li Yao's execution ability is really amazing. Much better than the other 3. These culture media are obtained by strengthening the chicken embryos in the factory according to the appropriate proportion of magic. And the cultivation ability is amazing. They are also used in their biological laboratories. In the case that there is sand in the researchers of one of the teams, this can be regarded as a smokescreen information specially leaked to the group of people outside. Let them think that this is the secret of Umbrella. Perhaps resins and drugs are cultivated with this culture medium. In fact, because of the problem of the magic of the culture medium, although there are different adaptive culture areas under a specific magic ratio, if they are willing to rely on the exhaustive method of trial and error, they can really tinker with something close. Letting them steal some culture medium can definitely distract a lot of attention. When they study the stolen culture medium over and over again, and find that they can't copy it without magic, Umbrella will then be late to discover the theft, and then sell a certain number of culture media to them to ensure that they no longer tackle this technical direction. This can buy a lot of buffer time and reduce their vigilance. We will also sell our things. It's just that we want to take the lion's share of the profits. It's the traditional craftsmanship of capital. And we are all our own. TSK. Actually, the boss doesn't need to be so careful. I'll go over and cut off 2 heads and hang them up. They won't be scared to tremble. Chung Shui leaned back in the chair with an indifferent look. Don't use violence all the time. It's not elegant at all. The camera focused on Chung Shui's face. And Lin Shirqin also reminded her. The threat of force itself only prevents them from having evil thoughts. Once we take the initiative to break this tacit understanding, some of their methods will become more and more despicable. At present, we are still a little short of manpower. In fact, I encountered a spirit in a haunted house once. But it seems that its humanity has been wiped out. It foolishly wanted to attack me. If I hadn't thought that the boss might be useful, I would have eaten it directly. Chung Shui talked about her gains. Li Yao's humanity was not completely wiped out, and it took a long time to recover. Chung Shui found a wiped one here, and it was abroad. So it was really useless and seemed useless. Mark it first. If the boss comes out, maybe he will catch it by the way. Okay. I'm going to train those little trash. TSK, the bodies of ordinary humans are really weak. When will you develop some strengthening potions? Chung Shui stood up and stretched her body. That depends on the boss's idea. But I recently discovered that our old friend has developed something similar. But the side effects are a bit serious, and the overdraft is also severe. Lin Shirqin reminded them so as not to be too careless. Sackler? Li Yao frowned. Well, it should be some kind of fantasy forbidden product. It has been observed that their operators are not afraid of pain and fear. The human body's self-restriction will be temporarily lifted, and their ability to move will be greatly increased. But their rationality will be affected to a certain extent, and the damage observation afterwards will be relatively large. Since the other party has no good intentions, Lin Shirqin has been following them for a long time. But unfortunately, their people are very cautious. For the senior management, even their mobile phones are customized. And many of the internal companies are also in internet mode. Even Lin Shirqin's ability can only be collected slowly. In addition, because of the 2 drugs, they have been obsessed with finding some ancient prescriptions recently. It seems that something was discovered in Africa some time ago, and a lot of people have been sent out. I can't keep an eye on it at the moment. If you have time, you can arrange a team to find out. Do you want me to lead the team? Chung Shui is very bored now, and her mobility is also quite strong. No. You should guard the headquarters, just in case. Africa is too far away, and the transportation is inconvenient. It will be very time-consuming to call them back if there are any problems. Chung Shui still can't run around when there is a shortage of manpower. The operators who knocked the weakened version of Duwashu are enough for the time being. The filming of Dying to Survive is completed, and it has passed the review. Now it's a matter of setting a release date. Because of this matter, when you came to ask Wang Yi for instructions, boss, this is our first time to release a movie. Although several movies have been released before, we still lack some influence as a distributor. When you explain the problem to Wang Yi, in fact, the box office itself is not only related to the quality of the movie, but also the scheduling of the film is crucial. It is not just that the movie is good. Why are there so many disputes every time a movie is released? It is not only to hype the popularity, but also to suppress the competitors and get as many screenings as possible. The level of the films in the same period and the time schedule are very important. The Spring Festival and Valentine's Day have ended, and the remaining good times are May Day and summer vacation. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Wang Yi also knew that he came to support. Wen Yu's influence depends entirely on the world company behind him. The strength of the world's support is closely related to Wen Yu's back. He used to have some people in the entertainment industry. His father is also an investor, so he knows the way to distribute movies. Now, he just needs to fight for the schedule. But because Wen Yu is backed by the world company, he may encounter some requests for cooperation. At present, the popularity of TT is so great that the penguins are fluffy, and the Ali Alliance is almost out of breath. Because Ali found that it is not just a matter of live broadcast, short video and traditional video. Even the basic plate of his e-commerce is being shaken. Ali does have a disadvantage in quality control. The entertainment industry is also naturally concerned about this. Many celebrities have created their own TT accounts. And many entertainment companies have also created some official media for publicity. TT is willing to give volume, which is actually the best publicity. How about this? You can ask the development team at that time, and they will give you some authority to represent other businesses. You can wear headphones and ask on the spot during the negotiation. Wang Yi will not let the horse run without eating grass. At present, Lin Shurqin's feedback on the things that Wen Yu has handled is pretty good, and he is dedicated and conscientious. So he can also give him some benefits appropriately, even if Lin Shurqin has set a bottom line in terms of authority. After all, the person he is negotiating with is Wen Yu, which can give him enough face. And Lin Shurqin only draws a bottom line for his authority, within the scope of his ability to adjust. He can also sell a lot of favors and benefits for himself. Thank you, Mr. Wang. During the promotion, I will ask them to help together in the name of the company. Let me know when it's done, and I will contribute 2 tickets at that time. Definitely. Wen Yu did not arrange any tickets on his own initiative. The boss might take a beautiful woman to see it. Would he be short of money for these 2 tickets? Chapter 171. A question from a certain song. The sudden emergence of World Company and Umbrella has made many people compare the 2 companies. The scary thing about Umbrella Company is that several of its products are among the best in the industry, which shows that their technical accumulation is quite solid. Although World Company is now booming and its influence seems to be greater, World Company mainly relies on the internet and software. There are some anchors who specialize in analysis, and they have also made some relevant comparisons and popular science on Xiapa Station and TT. Generally speaking, companies in the internet industry will be more famous and look more impressive because of the influence of the internet. But the real economy is the foundation of everything, and the internet is also built on the real economy. So, although World Company is excellent, it is still far behind Umbrella. Material science, drugs, vaccinations, each of which has sparked heated discussions in related fields. The popularity of the last stone-eliminating drug has not yet subsided, and this time the vaccination has caused relevant discussions in the academic community, exploring the possibility of cultivating other inactivated viruses. In fact, even the materials of their first contact lens product are now being actively studied. The reason why it is difficult for us to buy lenses is that many of them have been taken away by those big manufacturers. And Umbrella itself also has an extremely powerful security group. You may not know. According to me, I understand that Umbrella Security is headquartered in Mexico, and it just took on the task of cleaning up for Pakistan some time ago. It has to be said that the host's ability is quite good. At least the source of information is much stronger than most people. He also knows about Umbrella Security Group and some of their recent work. Even though Umbrella Security is mostly made up of retired American soldiers, it has also made some news in the United States. But generally speaking, there are not many people in China who specifically look up this information. This is not a problem of simultaneous translation, but they don't spend time looking for it. You may not be too. I know what this means, but I can tell you directly that if Umbrella, which has a lot of power in its hands, can continue to develop at this pace, it will have the opportunity to become the new military-industrial complex of the United States and the real person in power. Of course, this requires a long period of growth, and our generation may be able to witness its growth. This anchor named 4Cs as home has a very high affirmation of Umbrella. In fact, at present, Umbrella does not seem to be as famous as the World Company. Phenomenal Games, Universal Beauty, Universal TT, Universal Live Broadcast, plus simultaneous translation. These can be said to have a wide coverage, suitable for all ages, known to everyone. Although Umbrella is also considered the same, physical objects themselves are indeed not as easy to spread as those related to the internet. Even now, there are A1 glasses, stone dispelling medicine, cervical cancer vaccines, and other products with a wide coverage. but they are still far inferior to the world company in terms of fame. Only in the eyes of insiders can they feel the terrifying potential and foundation of Umbrella. Wang Yi also casually saw this comparison. Looking at the comparison between his own company and the remote control company, it is also very interesting to see that it is so decent. Wang Yi then reposted it on Weibo and made a comment. As someone who has participated in the Umbrella experiment, I can indeed tell you responsibly that Umbrella itself has a very wide range of research and a solid technical accumulation, and the foundation of world company is far behind. After this wave of me bragging about myself, many people have also made some comments one after another. Wang Yi, the founder of World Company, said this, and immediately made many people in China feel the power of Umbrella. In fact, this is what Wang Yi needs. Looking at the current strong World Company, it is actually some software side that is easier to break through. It can be said that Wang Yi, a super mathematician, plus his own computer major, made some core data breakthroughs, and then cooperated with the code farmers, who helped to make these things seem much simpler. And Wang Yi's modesty attracted another voice. It is not a question, but a very humble request. We are actually paying attention to all your products. All of them. Through your anti-cheating ability, accurate push ability, and simultaneous translation ability, we can be sure that your company has made outstanding achievements in big data and artificial intelligence AI. I just don't know if it is convenient to discuss it. This Weibo post by Wang Yi is very unpopular. So unpopular that many people think that this company has left the domestic market. That is the domestic branch of a certain song. Looking at a company like Acolin in China. At the beginning, a certain song seemed too arrogant and unwilling to abide by the regulations. It was easy to search for some unhealthy things that touched the bottom line. It was repeatedly ordered to rectify, but did not change. In addition, Kai-Fu Lee resigned, so it was eventually forced to withdraw from the domestic market. But this does not mean that they are willing to give up. At least, they are still doing their best to promote the popularization of the Android system. In addition, with some hot words they search internationally, they can also reach some business dealings with some companies that want to expand overseas business. But overall, it still seems unusually low-key. So low-key that it has faded out of people's sight. This time, the public question was still in a low-key posture of asking for advice, which really surprised many people. After all, the current share of Android systems is here, and the strength of a song itself is unquestionable, especially overseas, where the song mall on the Android system is irreplaceable. In the blockade in the parallel world, the ban on the song mall is definitely a fatal blow to the overseas market. This is a company that looks very gentle and harmless, but is actually a top-notch company. The current market value of Fruit is 460 billion, and a song has reached the 400 billion threshold. It seems harmless, but it is a fatal blow once it is launched. Although the current question is very humble, there is no doubt that a song has been staring at the world for a long time, and even noticed the powerful big data, cloud algorithms, and artificial intelligence AI behind the world. This question seems to be a request, but it is already a test. Wang Yi just thought for a moment, and then smiled and replied, okay. I do have some achievements in algorithms, and artificial intelligence is also within my scope of exploration. If I have any experience, I will find time to write a paper and publish it in the journal of my alma mater. Waiting for your achievements to be announced. I will definitely learn with an open mind. The attitude of a certain song is not low. The more profound the company is, the more it can feel its inner strength from the features launched by the world company. For artificial intelligence, a certain song has always invested a lot of resources. And with the big data of the global search engine, they have a unique advantage in this regard. In October next year in the parallel world, a certain song will launch AlphaGo 5 o'clock to defeat the European Go champion. So they are quite shocked by what the world company has shown at present, especially simultaneous translation. In the eyes of ordinary people, simultaneous translation is just a better translation. But in the eyes of a certain song, they can see the shadow of using big data to feed artificial intelligence AI behind it. Because only in this way can this terrible accuracy and synchronization rate be ensured. And Wang Yi is indeed preparing to write some papers on algorithms related to artificial intelligence. Of course, the kind that has nothing to do with the vengeful spirit. Relying on Wang Yi's own knowledge accumulation and achievements, he can come up with a practical and feasible cutting-edge algorithm by overclocking. There is definitely no comparison with real artificial intelligence, like Lin Shurqin. But if you are willing to spend time and resources to study, it is no problem to reach or even surpass the level of ChatGPT. As long as you feed enough big data, You can get many functions such as unmanned driving, AI chess, AI painting, etc. The all-round AI combination is a weak version of artificial intelligence. And other netizens who eat melons are also confused at this time. However, the gimmick of artificial intelligence, or the inquiry, of a certain song immediately made many people excited. There are all kinds of gossips. After all, for many ordinary people now, artificial intelligence is still a very new thing. And it is quite high-end. And they always think of some weird things. Maybe the world company now has an artificial intelligence. Yes, someone said before that the world can't compare with Umbrella. How can Umbrella compare with the world? Too strong. You may have some misunderstandings about a certain song. This is one of the strongest technology companies in the world, with a market value of more than $400 billion US. Chapter 172 Top Algorithms. Wang Yi submitted an article to the Academy of Sciences academic journal again, which really made the journal director tremble. I can't bear it. Usually, the content of their journal is mostly for some students. And sometimes some professors' ordinary research will be put on it. There are even some relatively excellent undergraduate theses in it. But what's the situation now? First, the zero-point conjecture directly broke their journal. The overseas edition has the zero-point conjecture, which directly made them work overtime. Now the storm is not over yet. And the result is a discussion on the direction of some algorithms related to AI big data, which lists all the problems such as deep learning and neural computing. It also gives some very practical algorithm examples. The interaction between a certain song and Wang Yi on Weibo also attracted a lot of attention. And some people even moved it abroad. A certain song is not as transparent as it is in China abroad. And the attention to this matter is quite high. Not to mention the big gimmick of artificial intelligence. There are even a group of opponents who say that we can't go any further, fearing that there will be a Skynet and intelligent machine crisis. It can be said that Wang Yi has just submitted his manuscript, and various channels have sent relevant inquiries, and some have actively recommended themselves as reviewers. This made the campus journal of the Academy of Sciences simply frown and publish it directly without reviewing it. Let's all express our opinions and research through this. So, Wang Yi's paper, which has a very deep understanding of the normal side of artificial intelligence, appeared in various large companies with related research. A certain song, Fruit, Microsoft, a certain book, and other parties all got it at the first time and began to interpret it. This is the algorithm created by the world's recognized first person in mathematics. You should know that the first person in mathematics' own major is computer. You can see how terrible it is by looking at the amazing software and functions he created. For a paper published by a big man of this level, reading it at the first time is respect. Amazing. The efficiency of this algorithm is beyond imagination. This is just an example he took out. He must have other, or even better ones in his hands. The Fruit research and development team also seemed a little incoherent at this time. They are not as good as a certain song in terms of artificial intelligence. But they will not let it go. Their Siri itself is already a bit close to the edge. And they also want the related functions to be more powerful. So after seeing Wang Yi's paper, I immediately felt that this could at least make many improvements to Siri. And relying on the unique closed loop and big data collection and feeding of iOS, Siri will become more and more intelligent, or more considerate in the future. When the relevant reports and prospects of artificial intelligence were placed on their high-level meeting table, the group of people at the beginning also felt a little silent at this time. After the other party collected the beauty tax and hit us, there has been no follow-up action. And they have not come to the United States at all, which has made their last initiative to report to the FBI without any progress. With the increasing fame of the other party, with the proof of the zero-point conjecture, and with the music that has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, they are now actually feeling a little tricky. The influence of great mathematicians is still just like that. Because how many people really care about mathematics? Especially for the United States. But the music of the other party is too supermodel, suitable for all ages. Even the gangs in the slums often play the passionate war songs. Think about Jackson's influence at the time. And you can actually know the limit of what music can bring. The FBI has already hinted that it would be better to have some more practical examples and evidence. And hinted that they forged it. It's really not easy. He deserves to be the first professional computer person. He should have noticed something. The last time he came here, someone on the same plane with him was captured. Well, it's probably very difficult to get him to come again. It's a pity that this World Congress of Mathematicians is held in Seoul. Otherwise, there would be a chance when the Fields Medal is awarded. Put it aside for now, and try to contact the other party to see if you can invite them to help optimize some algorithms. If not, You can buy some licenses. There is only this way. I guess a certain song will focus on it. They have invested a lot in it. The engineers of a certain song were really shocked when they saw Wang Yi's paper. They were very proud of their research on artificial intelligence. And the AlphaGo they made has taken shape. As long as they feed it enough data and fight online for a while, they will soon be able to truly challenge the Go masters and tear down the last high ground in the battle between computers and humans. But now, after seeing Wang Yi's paper, they realized that the results they thought were only a small part of the other person's paper. The two algorithms mentioned at random can make them feel like they have found a treasure. You can imagine the technology that the other party has at this time. No wonder the anti-cheating ability is so strong. No wonder the simultaneous translation is so accurate. He is indeed a talent. But it's a pity that he created his own company. Otherwise he would definitely be poached. Guys, this is a huge challenge. With his talent and ability, he will sooner or later enter our field. Dongfang has a large base of programmer graduates. And he can easily pull up a strong team. No wonder we have been trying to crack the anti-cheating ability of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, but have been unable to do anything. It turns out that they have already used AI algorithms. In fact, a certain song is just a programmer who wanted to make a PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds cheat out of boredom, but later found that it didn't work. It must be blocked in seconds. Then he started to call his friends. But the group of engineers who didn't believe in evil were all wiped out. At this time, they began to pay attention to the technology of the World Company. In addition, some of the push, data compression, and simultaneous translation functions that obviously involved AI algorithms later made them deeply understand that this company is not simple. After I couldn't find any clues, I asked for advice tentatively. I didn't expect such a big news to happen. The huge pressure came. Even though a certain song was still a giant, and an absolute giant on the internet, they had already sensed the threat and impact brought by the World Company. The first TT was quite scary. This was a suppression by unconventional forces. I really don't know what they will come up with next. Great mathematicians. Are they really so unsolvable, and so free to do whatever they want? Limited by the current hardware level. Intelligent AI can only be truly commercialized after another breakthrough in chip technology. Yes. Let's see when those chip companies can improve chip performance. If we can get some of his new algorithms, or buy some directly, maybe we can rely on our accumulated advantages to surpass before the chip is updated. Mu's words are not all discouraged. At least when the other party is so young. The team size and accumulation are still not as good as Mu's. If they can solve the optimization problem of the algorithm, they are confident that they can surpass the lead. Compared with the shock of Wang Yi's paper released overseas, Wang Yi himself doesn't care at all. After all, this paper is just used to disperse firepower. Since Muj has already noticed it, hiding it will make it easier for them to think wrongly. It's better to take the initiative to throw out some things. Fighting artificial intelligence. What's wrong? Can you also catch a vengeful spirit as the core? You use my algorithm to play artificial intelligence. Are you just a chicken for Lin Shichin? Chapter 173 Drug God. After Wang Yi published another paper on computers, he once again ignited the issue of academic discrimination on the internet. Good guy. He did not change after the last wave. Look, now he publishes in his own home. Although ordinary people don't understand the significance of Wang Yi's new paper, they still understand the high-sounding name of artificial intelligence. This series of outputs directly made the Lancet unable to do anything. It apologized publicly and stopped publishing one issue. In fact, they are also bitter. The exaggerated title before is likely to be rejected even if it is placed in their Oriental journals. Isn't this discrimination? However, the other party has published some heavyweight top academic papers in succession. And there is no way to force it to say so. It involves the correct issue, and was caught with a small braid. So it can only bow its head and admit its mistakes. Forcing the Lancet to admit its mistakes, it has published a new paper, which also involves artificial intelligence. This series of feats once again caused a sensation on the domestic internet. This is really awesome. Previously, there was a crazy fan of Yaya who actually attacked Master Yi. It's hilarious. Please don't exploit outdated anchors. What's outdated? He's almost dead. His live broadcast room has been closed. I heard that he has to pay a large amount of compensation for breach of contract. Did you notice the attitude of a certain song before? It can be described as humble. That's the world's #1 mathematician. What do you think? Any leak of an algorithm can make our computers go crazy. Wake up. He's a computer major. And mathematics is just a hobby. Remember someone compared World Corporation and Umbrella Corporation before. Didn't Umbrella, such a powerful company, also ask Mastery to help with experiments? Yes, maybe they set their sights on Mastery when they built a factory here. Some people said that we were self-proclaimed when we boasted that Mastery was the world's #1 mathematician. Now let's see who is still talking nonsense. Taking advantage of this period, Wang Yi also forwarded the pre-promotion of Dying to Survive and commented, "A large-scale movie is very meaningful. Now that Dying to Survive has been scheduled, Wen Yu has lived up to expectations. With some of the authority delegated by Lin Shurqin, he has grabbed the most cake. It did not choose the Mayday file, but was released directly in March. But there was no effective competition during the same period. Originally, a big production seemed to have heard the news and took the initiative to announce the postponement of the competition for the Mayday file. This period is a special show for Dying to Survive, which is almost monopolized, and the screening rate is frighteningly high. At this time, what is needed is to get people to go to the cinema. So there is Wang Yi's assist. Until this time, many people realize that World Company itself also has the nature of cultural entertainment. This is World Company's first movie. Large scale? How large? You are not right. Master Yi's recommendation must be supported. Dying to Survive? Large scale? I don't quite understand, however. With the appearance of some early trailers, the general content of Dying to Survive has also been understood. Hungban generic drugs? In fact, there have always been rumors about this kind of medicine. But few people understand what is going on. Only some people who are knowledgeable in the medical field and some doctors understand what is going on. As an insider, after seeing the introduction of this film, I can only say that Mastery is awesome. Everyone, go and watch it with confidence. I roughly understand what it is. Highly recommended. With the emergence of some popular movies in the medical field, many people have also become interested in this film. And because there are almost no other movies that can compete in the same period, then Dying to Survive broke 200 million yuan at the box office on the day of its release. This is definitely a terrifying number. Now is not a big explosion period where the box office breaks billions of yuan at will. The highest box office is still Lost in Siam, released last year, which broke the record of 1.3 billion yuan at the box office. But the first week box office of Lost in Siam itself was only 310 million yuan. While Dying to Survive broke 200 million yuan on the first day, and the word of mouth exploded. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it is going to explode. I really strongly recommend it. I am crying to death. I didn't know there was such a thing. Highly recommended. Bring your own tissues. It's really big scale. After the first day of release, all kinds of popular movies swarmed out. After all, it is about medication, which can easily make people empathize, and they will have a feeling of what to do if they encounter it. Immediately, they began to madly sweep out. Because the starring actor is also Sujun of Siam. These two movies are unconsciously compared. Dying to Survive also has a funny side, but it is more about the inner meaning. I really laughed in the first half and cried in the second half. Oh, no wonder it is said to be large scale, as the first film released by World Company on its own. Due to Wen Yu's previous public relations and Wang Yi's own influence, it also received many stars forwarding likes and support. The group that TT had worked with at the beginning also took the initiative to participate. Director Zhang Ming even sent several messages in a row, and also circled some of his friends to help forward together. The movie Emperor Lu Xun also forwarded continuously, and often ran to other people's Weibo to reply and send. Let Lu Xun's fans feel a little confused. This is not a movie you made. Where is your shelf as a movie emperor? Some fans of Lu Xun even used this behavior of Lu Xun to wash away some of his past stains. Some people have slandered our brother Xun for being a big shot before. Have you ever seen a big shot star replying to someone else's post? This whitewashing dynamic itself is actually nothing. But there is a magical reply below that has gone viral. I have never seen it, but I feel a little humble for some reason. Like a dog licker. It would have been fine if I hadn't reminded him. But once I was reminded, everyone else was also directly involved. It seems to be true. I can't come back. Then why do you lick? You are the best actor. The director of this movie is a newcomer, and the lead actor Su Zheng is a veteran actor. But he became popular because of Lost in Siam. Then, oh, so you lick Master Yi? That's fine. I want to lick him too. But why don't you give me a chance? I wanted to laugh at it at first, but suddenly I found that I don't even have the qualifications to lick him, which hurts my heart. I decided to go and watch Dying to Survive to calm down. as more and more people watch Dying to Survive. The word of mouth is fermenting faster. Unlike other film reviews that often have mixed reviews, Dying to Survive is almost unanimously praised. There is no film that can compete with it in the same period, and no one dares to hire a cyber army to smear it. This movie even attracted praise from the official media, and a series of new measures were announced almost at the same time, which attracted a lot of support. Wang Yi also brought Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke to the cinema to watch it once. It must be said that Ning Mu's level is indeed quite good, and Su Zheng is indeed worthy of being born in a professional school. Let's not talk about Su Zheng's character. As an old salted fish actor, he encountered a midlife crisis and was suppressed by his wife. He relied on the previous IM loss to turn over and has been growing and improving himself. This spirit still needs to be recognized. Just say that his acting skills are indeed impeccable. Qian Yayan didn't watch this movie, but Lu Xiuke laughed so hard that her stomach hurt at the beginning and cried so hard at the end, which was quite cute. I comforted her well in the evening. I can only say that Lin Shirqin has a really good eye. Chapter 174 Trip to Africa. Another experiment. Umbrella? Come on. The next day, Wang Yi explained to Lu Xiuke and Qian Yayan that he was going on a business trip for a while, and received unanimous encouragement. At present, with the help of Dying to Survive, the hepatitis B specific immunoglobulin that has passed clinical tests and started mass production at Hengsan has also begun to go through the process quickly. And this time the process will be even faster, because after confirming the effect, the relevant departments also know that this drug is urgently needed in China. The sooner it is approved, the sooner people can get treatment. The key is that it is obviously a new drug, but the price is really not expensive, and the high R&D funds are not evenly distributed. The only troublesome thing is that immunoglobulin needs to be injected, and it needs to be transported and stored at low temperatures. So patients cannot buy it directly by themselves, and need to go to the hospital to complete the injection. However, Wang Yi's business trip this time was not because of this drug that had been activated and started mass production, but because of another reason. The action team in Africa sent back a distress signal. Ah, my boss is really unlucky. After arriving at Umbrella's laboratory, Wang Yi changed his identity to Lu Hua and arrived in northern Myanmar through a special channel, because the hepatitis B specific immunoglobulin had been clinically tested in Hengsan before, and there were many people tested. So confidentiality is obviously not to be expected. The environment at Hengsan is there, and a lot of culture media have been stolen by others for research. It's just that the atmosphere was slightly eased with the theft of the culture media, but it was immediately detonated because of this hepatitis B specific immunoglobulin. The pharmaceutical companies that have learned about this thing through various channels are going crazy, because this can be said to be a fundamental way to target viruses. In the past, it was all indirect targeting, but this time it can almost be seen as a heavyweight like antibiotics against bacteria. If this technology can be replicated on other viruses, it will be really awesome. There are too many viral diseases. Moreover, this is a non-vaccination method. In the United States, many products of Happy Education believe that vaccination violates the will of God. This kind of acquired virus-killing drug is absolutely a magic weapon. For this reason, they have even begun lobbying to use the routine operation of bill. As long as the collective interests are sufficient, the House of Representatives can submit it, and the Senate can pass it. So now Li Yao and Cheng Shui are in charge of the whole process. And Wang Yi also ordered that a little appropriate warning can be given when necessary. So neither Li Yao nor Cheng Shui can spare time. In this case, naturally only Wang Yi can go there in person. In addition to Wang Yi, there are two other special operations teams of Umbrella. They are all carefully selected special forces players, each of whom is absolutely elite, with the weakened version of Dihua and the salary in place. Their loyalty, mobility and execution are absolutely excellent. This group of elites also formed the Special Tactics and Rescue Squad, STARS, of Umbrella Security. Boss, this is the identity that Lu Te got for you. After Wang Yi came to northern Myanmar in the guise of Lu Hua, he first found Lu Hua's new identity at the meeting point under the guidance of Lin Shirqin. Lu Te is a person who can have a considerable influence on the Johor boss. With Lu Te's power, it is really easy to get one or even several identities, and they are all the kind that can withstand investigation. Now he is an official Johor identity called Luzwa, with a passport and other documents. Well, good job. Wang Yi collected his passport and other relevant documents. In addition to the documents, he also had a mobile phone and an anonymous phone card. The flight ticket has been booked, but there is no direct flight. You have to fly to Dubai first and then transfer. The relevant visas have also been processed. Lin Shurqin planned a route for Wang Yi. Lin Shurqin discovered that the Sackler family had special operations in Africa before, and it seemed to be very important. Many operatives were dispatched. It seemed that they suddenly acted like this after stealing the culture medium sample, so it is very likely that they have some relationship with Umbrella. In addition, Africa is also one of the directions where Lin Shurqin wants to expand her power. In order to see what they want to do, a special forces team was sent to follow them. The excuse is also very good. They found a thief who stole the culture medium and wanted to understand the situation. Originally, it should be nothing in general. The instructions to the special forces team are safety first. It doesn't matter if they can't understand it. With the combat quality of this group of people, there shouldn't be any problems. The special forces team also did it, and they have been in good condition all the time. They have been reporting the situation through satellite communications. The Sackler family is not only an action personnel, but also invited a scientific expedition team to escort them to the depths of the African rainforest to find something. Because safety is the first priority, the special forces did not enter the rainforest, but waited in the city where they settled. They didn't come back until recently, but it seems that many people have been reduced, and even the protected scientific expedition team has lost a few people. Such a large loss may be a natural attrition in the rainforest, but it may also be something that happened. In order to reflect their own value, they decided to inquire about it and reported it in advance by satellite phone. But after a period of silence, their satellite phone suddenly lost contact after receiving messages such as "sorry for help" and "monsters," as if it was due to strong signal interference. In a place like Africa, even if Lin Shurqin used all the functions, she could only stare blankly and had no idea what was going on. If it was just an ordinary loss of personnel, she would not take it seriously at all given her cold-blooded personality. However, the intermittent messages sent back made Lin Shurqin quite concerned and reported them to Wang Yi. It just so happened that there was nothing particularly important recently, so Wang Yi naturally chose to go out directly by himself. Anyway, with his status, he was not afraid of being disturbed when doing experiments. Moreover, when it was really necessary, Lin Shurqin could imitate Wang Yi's tone and even forge images to answer questions. Sometimes when Wang Yi went to the Mage Tower for experiments, Lin Shurqin even had to make phone calls on behalf of Wang Yi, and the functions were very comprehensive. If it really doesn't work, Wang Yi actually stuffed the magic crystals in the magic pool of the Magic Tower that were already full of magic power into his personal space. With the current reserve, he could assemble a mount from local materials when the time comes, which would be enough to fly back. So he didn't have to worry about wasting time in case something happened. The plane slowly landed in Dubai, arriving at the most prosperous city in the Middle East. This is the economic center of the Middle East, and it is also the main transportation hub for passengers and goods. There are corresponding routes and flights to many areas that cannot be directly flown to other places. Wow! The temperature is getting hot again. As soon as Wang Yi got off the plane, he felt a wave of heat, and the hot sun was not blocked by any clouds. Because Wang Yi was a transfer, he did not go out. Dubai International Airport itself has the largest duty-free shop in the Middle East and North Africa, and it has also been the world's highest sales. It is also very lively at this time, and there are many people in the airport. Also because of the transportation hub, there are many people transferring here. The two teams haven't arrived so quickly. Their identities are more sensitive, and it is not so convenient to pass through. They will choose to take a detour through other channels, and they have to contact some local forces to obtain weapons first. Lin Shurqin informed the situation of the other two action teams. It doesn't matter. I'll go over and see what's going on. Wang Yi did not hesitate, followed the instructions, and went against the crowd to the place where he was going to transfer. Then he saw the old and broken propeller plane in front of him a little speechlessly. This plane, which is at least older than Wang Yi, is the next flight he will take. Destination, Somali, Mogadishu. Chapter 175 Dangerous City. There were no seat belts, and the seats in the cabin seemed a bit loose. There was a strange smell in the air, and even cockroaches could be seen crawling in the cabin. But there were unexpectedly many passengers on this flight. This old short 330 twin-propeller transport plane had only 30 seats in total and 3 crew members. But there were only 2 empty seats in the plane. Most of the 28 passengers were black, with a small number of Arabs. In addition, there were only Wang Yi and 2 other white people. Judging from the way they were carrying cameras, they might be reporters. And there were 2 burly black men with them. probably bodyguards protecting them. The two bodyguards looked strong and capable. And their eyes were full of capable people. They should have strong combat capabilities. The only flight attendant was a fat black woman with a bad attitude. Normal passenger planes usually have a service life of 25 to 30 years. But this one in front of us is likely to have exceeded this period. I don't know if it is unique to propeller planes. Anyway, it always vibrates from time to time when flying in the sky. The passengers next to him seemed to be used to it. One of the two white reporters came to Wang Yi to chat with him. "Hi, friend. It seems that you don't come here often. Can we have a simple photo shoot? We want to make a documentary. You can call me Alphonse," Alphonse said warmly. And his companion had raised the camera and slowly moved to shoot. Wang Yi was using Lu Hua's SH.L, looking gentle, and he smiled and nodded. "Okay, but I'm a little airsick on this plane. I hope you don't ask too long." He didn't refuse directly, and acted like an ordinary person as much as possible. "Can I ask where you are from? What do you want to do in Somali? Are you going to Mogadishu or Hargeisa this time?" Alphonse asked quickly. "I am a Johariz. The main purpose of going to Mogadishu is to explore and understand. Do you know TT? I want to record and share some places that others will not easily go to with my fans." Wang Yi waved the phone in his hand. Wang Yi was not talking nonsense. In fact, Lin Shurqin had already prepared enough reasons for Wang Yi. Even a TT travel account, which contained many videos without her face showing, and tens of thousands of fans. In fact, Alphonse's press conference came to this kind of place for roughly the same purpose as Wang Yi said. But one side was TT, and the other side was the program. And there was no overlap or conflict of interest between the two sides. Instead, he felt like he had met a bosom friend. "Oh, we thought of the same thing. For the damn ratings, I had to take this risk. I have been waiting for this flight for 5 days. This flight must have enough passengers before it will take off." Alphonse's words also made Wang Yi understand why there were so many passengers on the plane. It must be said that Lin Shurqin's travel arrangements were thoughtful, and did not require so much consideration at all. However, after arriving in Somali, due to signal problems, Lin Shurqin needed to rely on the borrowed satellite channel to communicate more often. But with so many people flying to Somali, I don't think it's as dangerous as I imagined. "Don't you think?" Alphonse said with a smile, looking very optimistic. They were originally 2 people traveling, and they had 2 bodyguards. In addition, they contacted local guarantors after landing, and there would be local forces to protect them. So they didn't think it was very dangerous. The guy in front of him didn't even bring a bodyguard. This made Alphonse feel a little superior. Although he didn't want to come, the company would reimburse the entire trip, including the bodyguard fee. And there would be a good bonus subsidy. And once the show became popular, he would also gain fame and fortune. This guy from Southeast Asia is different. In order to become popular and make money, he came alone. In order to save money, he didn't find a bodyguard. And his safety factor was no match for himself. Indeed, there are so many people coming from Dubai, which is better than I thought. Wang Yi also looked happy, because Wang Yi had said before that he was prone to airsickness. Alphonse did not continue to harass Wang Yi after chatting for a while, but took out a shorthand notebook and wrote something quickly. Wang Yi glanced casually, and couldn't help but feel a little black line on his forehead. This guy from Southeast Asia said that he was abandoned in the slums when he was young, and his adoptive mother raised him up. Now he is seriously ill. In order to raise money for his adoptive mother's treatment, he took the risk to come here to gamble. When talking about his adoptive mother's serious illness, the guy's eyes were full of tears. The total flight was about 3 hours. Anyway, he didn't stop writing until he stopped at Hargeisa, the transit station. The plane will transfer in Hargeisa and then fly to Mogadishu. However, when the plane arrived in Hargeisa, suddenly everyone else on the plane got off the plane, leaving only Wang Yi and Alphonse and his group. The momentary emptiness made people uncomfortable, and Alphonse stopped writing. He looked at the empty plane in front of him in a daze, swallowed his saliva obviously, and then turned to the flight attendant and asked, "Hi, ma'am. Hargeisa is also Somali, right? Why are so many people here? Not going to Mogadishu?" The fat black flight attendant looked at Alphonse with a look of idiot and said, "Hargeisa is Somaliland." "Oh, of course. This is not recognized internationally. Somalia has always been in a state of warlord separatism. Although Mogadishu is the capital, they can't even control Mogadishu completely. From time to time, some fights will break out, and gunfights are commonplace. In Mogadishu's sensitive location, the possibility of various situations is much higher. Even passenger planes have been shot down. At this time, Wang Yi also opened his eyes and looked at the reporter strangely. No way. Did he come here without doing any homework? Somaliland is located in the northern area of Somali. It is a special area that is not marked on the map. It has never been recognized. And many Somali pirates actually come from here. Mr. Alphonse. Although many people think of pirates when they mention Somali, I have to remind you that the place where the Black Hawk Down occurred is at our destination. Wang Yi kindly reminded Alphonse, which made his face even uglier. This interesting change made Wang Yi feel a sense of pleasure. After the plane successfully landed with a creaking sound, Wang Yi was the first to get off the plane. Mogadishu is in a very special location. In fact, the 16 areas in Mogadishu are not completely controlled by their transitional officials. The transitional officials control about 4 areas, and the African Union peacekeeping forces occupy 8 areas. In fact, this is enough to see the chaos here. Although Somaliland in the north is not recognized, Hargeisa is still completely in their hands. The overall internal situation is relatively stable, which is why the group of people got off the plane there before. In fact, Wang Yi's destination this time is also Somaliland, but he has no suitable channel to go directly there, so he must take a detour here. Chapter 176 Passion. Sir, this is the rule here. If you want to go out, you must be accompanied by me. If you get into trouble or cause any trouble, it will definitely be my fault in the end. A genuine Somali person told Wang Yi that every outsider in Mogadishu must have a guarantor. This was arranged by Lin Shurchin in advance. This middle-aged man has the best reputation among the guarantors. In addition, Alphonse and his men also have a guarantor. And the armed forces over there are obviously stronger. Even a pickup truck has been driven. And there is a vehicle-mounted machine gun on the pickup truck. Add to that the 2 bodyguards around them. And the security force is quite strong. Of course, I already knew the situation when I came here. I hope you can pass on more information here. The guarantor had some expectations on his face. This expression fell on Wang Yi's eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh. In fact, the African Union has always had about 8,000 troops in Somali, and there are more than 1,000 in Mogadishu. But it didn't really help much. The war has brought too much pain to this place. People living in a peaceful place cannot imagine that people living here are in the same era. I want to walk around and take a look. Do you have a channel to Somaliland? Hearing Wang Yi's words, the guarantor hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Yes, if the guests want to take a look, I can help. But you must stay in the hotel on the first day and wait for safety confirmation. The hotel the guarantor mentioned is a place with a walled trench outside, barbed wire and 2 machine gun posts on the wall. And there are many roadblocks and sandbags at the main entrance. And vehicles are not allowed to enter. Even guests can only enter through the small door. And there is a security check. But this inexplicable style will bring a full sense of security to the people here. This is a place that ordinary people can't live in. Alphonse's 2 reporters and their 2 bodyguards also live here. After sending them here, the local security team temporarily evacuated and came back when they went out. It can be seen that the 2 reporters were filming the whole time. And there was a little excitement and surprise on their faces. They should have gradually forgotten their fear. Hi, Lou. We may be neighbors for a while. This hotel is really cool. This room, which is the same as the one that costs 20 yuan a night, makes Alphonse very excited. Wang Yi smiled and greeted him, and went into his room. After he tapped the headset, Lin Shurchin's voice came. The signal here is very bad. I can only locate your position, but I can't know the specific situation nearby. In the wild. Because you have to occupy the satellite channel. You have to reduce contact as much as possible in order not to be discovered. Lin Shurchin explained the situation here. Well, where are the 2 teams? They acted separately and have obtained weapons. One team landed from the sea, and the other team followed the freight truck. The Alpha team that asked for help is still silent. It is estimated that they are in danger. What exactly does the Sackler family want? Has it been confirmed now? Has the stuff been shipped back? I can't find out the details. From the intercepted communications, they seem to have split into teams. One team went to a small town called Kapu in Somaliland, and they don't know what they are doing. The other team has already set off to return. Somaliland should have a close relationship with Sackler. They have conducted many experiments here. Lin Shurchin's new news did not surprise Wang Yi. Since they chose this place, there must be a reason for such a big chable. We're better to do something sneaky than Somaliland. It is not recognized internationally. It does not exist on the map. So even if they do something excessive and exaggerated here, it is actually no big deal, since it is not recognized. The people here are not human. A sudden slight sound interrupted Wang Yi, who was meditating. The surrounding messy information, sounds, and smells began to pour in through the five senses, allowing Wang Yi to quickly simulate the outline of the surrounding area. Something is going on. The short sound of click just now was the sound of one of the two bodyguards of the reporter next door having his throat cut. The other bodyguard was also awakened at this time, but his mouth was quickly covered. His neck was cut off with a humming sound. The two people who came together on the plane before were now corpses. They looked very strong and professional, but their necks were cut off when they had no ability to use it all. This is really a bit sad. There were a total of 6 attackers, who cooperated well and were well trained, in addition to directly taking action to deal with the 2 bodyguards, who looked very strong and difficult to deal with. They also squatted in the rooms of Wang Yi and the 2 reporters next door. This made Wang Yi frown slightly, and then he turned over in bed. They didn't seem to be trying to kill people. The 2 bodyguards might have felt it was too dangerous, so they took the lead. They could already feel that they were preparing ether. The previous method was clean and neat. Although the footsteps were slight and had special insoles, Wang Yi could feel the weight on them. They should be well equipped and fully armed. To be honest, it is not right for this kind of equipment to appear in Somali. It is totally abnormal. So, this is probably not someone from Somali. While Wang Yi was thinking about it, his door was pried open with a small noise. 2 black shadows flashed in, and then a wet towel was pressed on Wang Yi's mouth and nose. After symbolically waking up and struggling for a while, Wang Yi softened and wanted to see what they were going to do. The same was true for the 2 reporters on the other side. After they succeeded, several people dragged the 3 of them away skillfully, bypassing the hotel's defenses in twists and turns. Taking advantage of a blind spot inspection, they removed the wire mesh that was cut off when they came in from the wall, and then quickly took the time to take people out. After finishing, they did not forget to restore the wire mesh. The technique was clean and neat, and the action was decisive. It can be seen that this was definitely not the first time to do similar work. Maybe they were worried about the engine sound, so they didn't use a car at all. After taking them around for a while, they could feel that they got on a van and drove away. Hey, this guy looks skinny, but he's really heavy. After getting on the bus, he seemed to relax. The guy who had been carrying Wang Yi couldn't help but complain in English. Although Wang Yi used Lu Hua's vest, even his muscle contours were hidden, and he couldn't see his perfect figure, but he was still much heavier than ordinary people. When Wang Yi heard the American English pronunciation with a Texas accent, he roughly made some judgments. It's probably the Sackler family. It's not that they know what Wang Yi's identity is. If I guess correctly, it was Wang Yi and his arrival in Somali that caused them to be alert. After all, this place where no one lives. Normally no one would come here. It just so happened that they had activities nearby, so they would naturally take action after noticing that someone arrived in Mogadishu. This also shows that the Alpha team of stars should have caused them some trouble before, which made them feel troubled. I received such a warm reception on the first day of arriving in Somali. I can only say that it is worthy of Mogadishu. Chapter 177 Non-Human. In Mogadishu, there is a guard post every 3 steps, and a sentry every 5 steps. If you drive, you will encounter a checkpoint with 2 thick steel bars as a roadblock every distance, and you must comply with the regulations to pass. But after this car started driving, all the checkpoints encountered were okay, which obviously had a considerable impact on the local area. As for the death and disappearance of hotel guests, just throw it to the warlords or terrorists. It's normal in a place like Somali. It's okay as long as you don't get caught in the act. The things we have seen so far are consistent with the report. Where did the group of people come from before? When they were in the car, they had been checking the gifts and various documents of several people. But Wang Yi could hear from their words that they seemed to be unsure of the identity of the members of the Alpha team. From this point of view, it is likely that no one will be left alive in their hands. But as long as they catch the members of the Alpha team, even if it is just a corpse, with the power of the Sackler family, it may take some time to investigate. After all, they were all former soldiers of Pyongyang, and each of them had relevant records. Now they should just be under investigation. After driving for more than an hour in the car, even with the road conditions and sentry frequency in Mogadishu, they had already traveled a long distance and finally stopped in an open space. Wang Yi could feel that there were almost no other people's voices nearby, all concentrated in one place. But the sound of the wind also indicated that there were many buildings nearby, which should be an abandoned place. This is very common in Mogadishu. It is likely that it is in the ruins of a house that has exploded, and the ground is also full of debris. After entering, the three people were tied to the chair. Before the cold water was poured, Wang Yi woke up slowly by himself. You have good physical fitness. No wonder you are so heavy. The guy who was responsible for dragging Wang Yi out was not too surprised. He had controlled the dosage, and then raised his hand and poured cold water on the heads of the other two to wake them up. Alphonse and the others were obviously still a little confused about the situation in front of them, when they saw that it was a group of masked armed personnel, and that the three of them were tied up. Their faces changed drastically. A humming sound came out of the blocked mouth. Oh my god! It's only our first day here. At first, they were all thankful for having bodyguards and a complete armed force after landing. But it was useless in the end. How could it be like this in one night? What's the difference between him and the one who came alone next to him? Be quiet, a leader who was playing with a dagger said in a scolding tone, causing Alphonse to stop struggling and tremble. We will let you speak. But I ask? You answer. And we can let you go if you are satisfied. This made the three of them nod their heads to show their cooperation. Wang Yi can now directly start to teach them that they can't splash water on other people's faces. But he is still prepared to wait and make sure that they are all here. Lin Shurqin has followed the Sackler family. Their family has its own armed forces. At present, it is known that their company has also developed a special drug that is more effective than adrenaline. As long as the energy is replenished well, it will last for a long time. There is no fear, pain, or even fatigue, and the body has no self-restraint. One shot can turn you into an action expert. Whether there are other features is not known yet, but the side effects are large. Among the several people present, Wang Yi probably locked each of them to have a portable device for convenient injection. But, in theory, with this kind of medicine, their action team must always have a team doctor, and no one meets the requirements for the time being. And there are currently 10 people on the scene, and no sniper has been found. So if there is no accident, there may be at least one sniper plus a sniper assistant at the sniper point, and one of them also takes care of the duties of the team doctor. And it is not ruled out that he is the captain. For such a team, it is normal for the person in charge to hide in the dark all the time, and he can also have a better vision to control the overall situation. This person's questions are also routine questions. He repeatedly asked the three people what they came here for, and also asked in detail about some trivial matters in their daily lives before, such as the names of colleagues, what they do, where they work, the distance between their place of residence and their place of work, etc. Although it seems to be very cumbersome, it is actually an extremely effective way of asking. Some people who disguise themselves as others, even if they memorize the information skillfully, are still fake, and there will always be something that they have not considered. Through the test of temporary reaction, his tedious questioning is actually quite difficult to solve. Fake is fake, and this can only be solved by the truth. It seems nonsensical, but in fact it has extremely skilled interrogation skills. There is no torture, but it plays a perfect role in judging the truth. Well, of course, for Wang Yi, this is not difficult. Even if he does not turn on overclocking, his legendary magician's mental power is here, and he can't be difficult to compare reactions. The general framework is good, and Wang Yi can just make up the details temporarily. With the current level of digitization in Johor, he does not believe that the other party's big data can quickly achieve this level. Lin Shurqin can't do this. For example, now in Somali, Lin Shurqin can only locate according to the satellite of the headset and wait until Wang Yi takes the initiative to send a message before contacting. The interrogation expert nodded after he finished asking questions, and then took out the walkie-talkie. Captain, I've finished asking questions. It's not that group of people, but the reporters who came to take pictures. The unlucky ones, who wanted to become famous overnight. After a while, a hoarse voice came from the walkie-talkie. I know. Then just deal with it, and stay alert. After these words came out, Wang Yi, who was listening with his eyes closed, showed a happy smile on his face after a few seconds. I found you. The sudden words made everyone at the scene a little confused. But before they could react, Wang Yi broke all the restraints on his body. This is a tactical rope specially used for searching the enemy, and it can also be used to pull a car when necessary. But this kind of rope was actually broken into countless pieces in an instant and flew out, which made the special operations team members present stare with their eyes wide open. Shit! What is this? Duh. Although they were shocked. As a top private action force, and they had been in Somali for many years, their combat skills were beyond reproach. They chose to open fire without hesitation. But the next moment, the one who opened fire flew backwards for more than 10 meters and hit the broken wall of the ruins heavily. Even the remaining broken wall of reinforced concrete showed obvious cracks. The ceramic armor on his body burst, and blood gushed out of 7 holes. With their eyes, they could only see the opponent's starting and ending positions, which looked like teleportation, completely beyond the range of capture. Gunshots continued, and screams continued. However, it can be seen that Wang Yi began to hold back in the subsequent attacks, and only knocked people unconscious. Just as Wang Yi raised his hand to knock the interrogating deputy captain away, a sniper bullet that broke through the air had already arrived in front of Wang Yi. At this speed, Wang Yi actually predicted the next person to attack Wang Yi and the approximate position through the number of existing teammates, and completed the advanced shooting. This sniping ability is absolutely unquestionable. Even Wang Yi was a little surprised. Raising his hand to grab this sniper bullet, Wang Yi also gave a thumbs up to the source direction to express his admiration. Before going to the other world, he also needed to rely on overclocking to have this sniping ability. This guy practiced it with his physical body, even if he might have been injected with that kind of medicine. This ability is really amazing and worthy of praise. As the belated sound of the sniper rifle rang out, Wang Yi instantly left his original position and rushed towards the sniper point like a sharp arrow. Chapter 178 Clues. Antoine, as the top trump card of the private armed forces under the Sackler family, has participated in many operations of all sizes. Whether it is street fighting in the city, sniping in modern cities, or chaos in Africa and the special Middle East region, he has never fallen behind. He has made great achievements in battle. Their team also stood out for many tasks. They are not an army or mercenaries. All they have to do is to complete their own tasks. So their abilities are more comprehensive and more versatile. When there are no tasks in daily life, they train with the best food, the best equipment, and even the best medicine. It is precisely because of the all-round crushing and all-round advantages that they are invincible in places like Somali. This time, they encountered an elite team raid before, which had a very bad impact on the organization's action. That kind of elite team is definitely not something that ordinary forces can create. So they are also very cautious about it. And they are very worried that their signal has been sent out to call for reinforcements. And they have been monitoring the vicinity. Suddenly, 5 people came to Mogadishu, and 2 of them were well-trained guys, which naturally aroused their vigilance. 5 people, a very complete action team. What would normal people do in a place like Mogadishu? Time is so critical. They will definitely not let it go. Anyway, it doesn't matter if there is a misunderstanding. You will come here anyway, so you should be prepared to accept the customs here. The operation was also very smooth. Although the 2 people were well-trained, they trusted the local security forces too much and easily achieved their goals and solved the target. Everything was normal from the transportation of people to the interrogation. The result also confirmed that these were a few unlucky guys who came here to take pictures. In this case, just deal with them directly. But when he casually gave the order, what did he suddenly see? Is this still a human? At this speed, he looked like a slide from a long-distance sniper perspective. Every frame change must represent a loss of 1 person. When his side has guns and the other side is unarmed, he actually achieved an absolute crushing effect. This situation made Antoine inject the sublimation potion type I without hesitation, and his mental power was highly concentrated. Then, relying on his experience and the efficacy of the potion, he analyzed and predicted the opponent's next move. Although he couldn't see the opponent's movement trajectory clearly, he could rely on his teammates as bait, which was enough to hit. When the opponent appeared in the sniper's scope, not long after he pulled the trigger in advance, Antoine smiled a triumphant smile. Win! Although he didn't know what caused the scene, and didn't know whether it was biological transformation or some potion, even this kind of enemy still died under his gun, as long as it is still a carbon-based creature. It is impossible to withstand the anti-material sniper rifle, not even dinosaurs. However, the next moment, when the opponent raised his hand and held the palm-long bullet of the anti-material sniper rifle, Antoine's expression froze. He even saw the thumbs up from the opponent through the sniper scope. Is this a compliment? Sorry. He doesn't want it. Captain! He's coming! So fast! The observer next to him was also anxiously reporting the situation at this time, which made Antoine put down his sniper rifle. The cold and rational emotions under the effect of the drug made him look at his companions. Sorry. Before his teammate could react, a pistol was pressed against his temple. And then bang. He fell to the ground. Then Antoine quickly stuffed the pistol into his teammate's hand, quickly arranged the scene to look like a sniper committing suicide. And then he slid down holding the railing next to him, and quickly hid in the alley through the escape route he had found long ago. The observer also has to become a sniper when necessary. And there is actually no difference in the outfit of his teammates. He has to pretend that the sniper is dead, so he has a chance to escape from this monster. Who else is better than us in this regard? Is it someone else in the organization? A new test subject? What's going on? As Antoine ran away at high speed, many thoughts kept flashing through his mind. But the next moment, when he climbed over a mud wall, he became cold all over. The Asian man who had given himself a thumbs up in the sniper scope was now standing at the exit of the passage in front with a smile. Your reaction speed is quite fast. You got here in 90 seconds. I originally estimated that you would get here in 2 minutes. Wang Yi seemed to look at his watch and expressed his admiration for the other party. Antoine still had a pistol and a dagger at this time. And he was still in the sublimation potion type by potion period. And all his potential was stimulated to the limit. But even so, even if the fear in his heart was suppressed to the lowest, he didn't dare to move at all. He knew what he was facing. Is it good to catch an anti-material sniper rifle with bare hands? It can penetrate armored vehicles. You have good abilities. If you are willing to tell me some news I want to know, then we can accept you. What else is better than being alive? As for the side effects of the potion in your body, we can also solve it. How about it? Consider it? Wang Yi snapped his fingers and completed the release of the Dihua technique when the other party stared at his fingers. In order to survive, he killed his teammates without hesitation and faked the scene. The opponent is so decisive under the effect of the drug, which can only show that he cherishes his life in his heart, on the basis of promising to survive and treat. It should not be difficult for Wang Yi to pry open the opponent's mouth with the help of the Dihua technique. Otherwise, in this world of magic laziness, it would be quite troublesome to extract the spirit without potential. Now we can also test this guy's potential. What do you want to know? Antoine said with a difficult tone. And at the same time, he was quickly weighing and looking for countermeasures in his mind. They have all been trained since childhood. They are potential members selected from orphanages in various places. There is no doubt about the loyalty to the organization. But Wang Yi's judgment is not wrong. Antoine is loyal to the organization. But this loyalty itself is below his own life. If there is a chance to resist under the effect of the drug, he may try. But the completely unsolvable crushing makes him helpless. Coupled with the subtle influence of the Dihua technique, a compromise finally appeared. What is your purpose here? Why did you enter the rainforest? And what happened to the previous team? Wang Yi spoke softly. And at the same time, he ejected a few pieces of silver to set up a simple barrier, so that the sound would not be heard and no one would be disturbed. I am just an action staff member. I only know to complete the task. I don't know what the purpose of the organization is. We are not the escort team entering the rainforest. We are mainly to guard the surroundings, Antoine said truthfully, but then gave some useful information. But, according to my understanding, the organization should have obtained a very good culture medium. So they want to cultivate a special plant that we found in the rainforest before. It should be the research and development of some biological agent, which may be related to longevity. Although I didn't participate in the operation, I know that the team is now divided into 2 groups. One group took things to the headquarters or some other laboratory, and the other group went to a small town in Somaliland, preparing to use the laboratory arranged there to complete the research and do some experiments on the spot. There is no place more convenient than this place to do such dangerous experiments, Antoine said. Dangerous experiments? I don't know what the specific experiment is, but it has actually started a long time ago. We have handled experimental subjects, and the experimental subjects are very dangerous. We can combine them with games like Resident Evil. In fact, the organization itself has invested in many game and film companies to exaggerate Resident Evil, in order to confuse the audience when necessary. If something really spreads out, it can be diluted with other game CGs and publicity. No one doubts that these are true. Hearing this, Wang Yi was immediately shocked. My umbrella company hasn't even started yet. And you guys are doing it yourself? As for the special culture medium, it is naturally stolen from yourself. And the special plants? Wang Yi has discovered that many plants have some magic affinity. It is not impossible that there are more effective ones here. If you stay in some natural magic depressions for a long time, you can be guaranteed to have some strange effects. Chapter 179 New Tool Man. Wang Yi finally gathered all the surviving members of the action team together, and they all got roughly the same information. And indeed none of them had as much information as the Captain Antoine. Then, except for two who looked good and were left by Wang Yi as SH.LS, all the others were killed, leaving only Antoine who witnessed the whole process. Watching Wang Yi sucking people into powder, and then turning them into crystals when collecting the SH.LS. Antoine, who had some other ideas, widened his eyes at this time. Completely unbelievable. What the H.L. is this? What kind of technology is this? Aliens? Magic? For a moment, Antoine's face was full of fear and despair. As a top action expert, with the blessing of potions, he is not afraid of any normal challenge. But this is not normal. And if you put yourself in his shoes, if you do this in front of others, you will definitely kill him. Sir, you promised me that I am willing to be your lackey. Do things for you. Whether you want to rule the earth or want something else, I will be the best tool. Antoine was incoherent. Originally, he was adopted since childhood and thought that his loyalty to the organization was only slightly inferior to his own life. But now, he realized that loyalty and organization are nothing compared to his own life. People only have one life. After collecting the two SH.LS, Wang Yi turned back and looked at Antoine lightly. And at this time, he also showed a playful smile. I will give you the opportunity. But the premise is that you can survive. If you have enough will and talent, then I may be able to give you a lifespan far exceeding that of humans. Antoine was stunned by Wang Yi's words. Lifespan. If Wang Yi said this at the beginning, he would definitely sneer. But now after seeing Wang Yi's methods, he is full of expectations. But you have to remember that if you can't hold on, you will die. The reason why Wang Yi kept Antoine, told him so much, and let him see his methods was that he found that Antoine had a strong will to survive. And the magic sense until now also detected the talent of the other party's spirit body. And the other party had the potential to become a vengeful spirit. In this case, adding all these catalytic factors and helping him may also play an unexpected role. This time Wang Yi still brought all the magic diamond crystals. And the magic reserve was enough. So he could give it a try. It was not easy to see a guy with some potential. And it was worth spending some time. In order to increase the probability, Wang Yi specially ejected a few silver pieces, completed the patchwork of a simple magic circle, and then began to solidify Antoine's SH.L. Well, since his physical body is still here, just strengthen his physical body and solidify it directly. If the soul is successfully extracted and does not dissipate, then continue to use his physical body and identity first. I will succeed, Antoine said firmly. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly let out a shrill scream. His eyeballs bulged as if they were about to pop out. His face was distorted and horrified, as if he didn't expect it to be so painful. Wang Yi grabbed his head with one hand and pulled it out little by little. Another figure of Antoine in the spiritual vision was slowly pulled out of the body. It must be said that Antoine's will is indeed very strong, and his soul also has good innate talent. This spirit body looks relatively complete. But even so, there are still fragments of paint peeling off the surface of the spirit body during the extraction process. This shows that the other party has talent, potential, and strong will. But after all, it is still a little bit worse. Not as good as the ones Wang Yi has now. However, this gap was barely wiped out by Wang Yi. In the end, the half-crippled Antoine was pulled out by Wang Yi, roughly between the natural spirit and the resentful spirit, and even worse than Tang Zhua in terms of potential. But at least it can meet some basic needs. Congratulations. You are lucky. You succeeded. Wang Yi made a mark and completed the enslavement, and also gave some magic injection for repair. Antoine is rare. His desire to survive, will, and ability are all here. But his talent is still not good enough. And it is barely enough after all the effort. If Wang Yi hadn't taken down the magic pool crystal of the magic tower, he wouldn't dare to squander it like this. Now, it's not a loss. Thank you, Master. Your will be the driving force of my life. Feeling his spiritual state, and feeling the supreme dignity and sense of dominance after Wang Yi made the mark, Antoine's face showed ecstasy. He knew that he was enslaved. He knew that he became a spirit. But what about it? If he could get a long life and survive for a long time, he would not be a human being. Well, go back to your body. I strengthened it a little bit. Plus it's your body, so it can be used for quite a long time. Wang Yi put Antoine back into his body, and shared some of the skills and characteristics of the vengeful spirit with him. The first thing Antoine did after waking up after returning to his body was to half kneel on the ground and bow his head respectfully. Different personalities take different methods to activate internal drive, which Wang Yi is also familiar with in the other world. Antoine is the most convenient, although his potential is a little low. When the other party is extremely cherishing his life, he has obtained immortality in disguise, which is a powerful motivation. As for being controlled and enslaved, Antoine, who was brought out from the orphanage to be trained, has always been a controlled life. He is familiar with this. Resistance? Rejection? Not existent. As long as he can continue to survive. Even if he sells his soul to the devil. What's the harm? Alphonse woke up slowly, and the cold concrete floor made his face hurt. After opening his eyes blankly, he found himself lying in a ruin. Recalling what happened before, he screamed with a changed face the next moment. Don't kill me! His scream also woke up his companions, who also showed a terrified expression after waking up. But soon they found that there was nothing around them except the echo and the sound of the wind. After looking around in confusion, they found several bodies that Wang Yi had not stopped and killed. Each of them fell everywhere, as if they had been hit by a truck. The broken eaves and broken walls were cracked and twisted everywhere, and the fishy smell and the whistling wind outlined a picture like H.L. Alphonse screamed in fear, and then fled with his companions. What a shit show. What a shit interview. This place is not for people at all. Chapter 180 Deterrence. Wang Yi changed into the SH.L. of Antoine's teammate and drove away from Mogadishu with him. The Sackler family has a great influence in Somali, and even some warlords are supported by the Sackler family. Antoine and his team also cooperated in previous actions, so it is natural for them to leave the city this time. The boss's identity is Matthew, and he is also taciturn on weekdays. However, because we will inject sublimation potions, we will have regular physical examinations. The boss will definitely not be able to lurk for a long time. Antoine explained to Wang Yi. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be long-term. Just go and find out what happened. Wang Yi's tone was flat. And then, there was an extra bottle of light green potion in his hand. This is the sublimation potion, a thing that can greatly enhance the combat strength of a single soldier. If the army uses it in batches, the effect may be extremely terrifying. However, it seems to be expensive. And Wang Yi also noticed that there are some special ingredients in it, which should be some kind of magic affinity plant. The Sackler family wants to study immortality, and they've probably tried all kinds of methods. Although vengeful spirits are rare, there are urban legends, and they may have pursued them specifically. It is not even ruled out that someone in their family has encountered supernatural events. So they suddenly burst into enthusiasm for immortality, which has also happened to some corrupt nobles in the other world. But unfortunately, Antoine himself is just an action personnel. Although he is at the captain level, he is just a consumable cultivated by the Sackler family since childhood. There is not much to know. Now he can be sure that the Sackler family is not a single-handed family. It is not clear how many allies there are, because each family in the organization is usually only responsible for its own affairs. But they will cooperate with each other on difficult issues. Wang Yi is not too surprised about this, because the Sackler family is a typical Whitey family, and it is normal for them to form a group with other families. Even if they form a military-industrial complex system with each other, it will not surprise Wang Yi. They are old-fashioned chaebols. The connection between each other is very deep. There are in-laws everywhere, and there are overlapping investments and holdings everywhere. On weekdays, a family or a chaebol may not seem like much. Maybe this group holds a few % of shares, and another company holds a few % of shares. But once they join forces, they can easily get a significant share of equity and influence the company's decision. It's just that when the scope is too wide, they won't worry about everything. If it's not necessary, it's usually those senior workers who maintain the operation of each company. It's just that on weekdays, they look quite low-key. Currently, Somalia is the test site of the Sackler family, and because of the previous exploration of the Alpha team, their experiments were flawed and some biochemical incidents occurred. I have dealt with biochemical bodies, and many games and movies may be shot based on this prototype. Fearless of death, cruel and bloodthirsty. I don't know if the laboratory here is studying this kind of thing, or if it was an accident caused by the boss's employee's surprise attack. But from the current situation, even if it is an accident, the organization is ready for more in-depth experiments. After all, the potential shown is good, and Somali is an excellent test site. Antoine's words also made Wang Yi understand the situation here. In fact, any biochemical incident is not a big deal. As for the infected body described by Antoine, although it looks very strong and contagious, it needs their elite teams to deal with it. But in fact, as long as it is still a carbon-based biological structure and does not have any weapons of mass destruction, it is nothing in front of modern weapons. It is conceivable that they dare to do experiments secretly in places like Somali. Hearing Antoine say that they specially acquired some game companies and film and television companies to spread some information for dilution and misleading, it is very likely that there have been leaked biochemical incidents in the past. And the appearance of technological zombies will not surprise Wang Yi. Anyway, with the strengthening potion called sublimation potion in their hands, Wang Yi feels that if the formula ratio is wrong in the experiment, it is possible to create zombies. And it is not the slow kind, but the explosive power that can unlock the body and exceed the limit. Of course, it is possible to get the formula by slowly experimenting and optimizing the plan. But with a place like Somali for them to squander, Wang Yi doesn't think the other party will not choose a more efficient, faster and cheaper human experiment. The other party is too strong. Only Matthew and I escaped. We have left Mogadishu now. Please give the next instructions. Antoine drove a pickup truck and took Wang Yi on the Gobi dirt road for a distance. Then he dug out a set of satellite communication equipment under a bush and then got in touch with his superiors. Antoine also reported the situation 9 times and 1 time falsely. The opponent is strong. It is very likely that they are the companions of the previous team. The organization's prediction is not wrong. They are eyeing this place and continue to send people here, because it is satellite communication. Lin Shurqin's signal is weak here, and Wang Yi can't let Lin Shurqin follow the clues. After the report was completed, there was a moment of silence, and then a question was asked. Are you sure that the other party defeated your entire team alone? Did you use sublimation potions? They died before they could use it. Ma Xiao and I escaped after using it. Antoine was quite honest. I know. Your team has been disbanded and is now merged into the Huansha 3 team. Their wireless frequency is XXXX. After you join, you will help hunt down the guys who are on the run. Find a way to enter Somaliland and meet them. Received. Antoine took the new task quickly. In fact, it was prepared before. If the new task was to go back to rest, Wang Yi's Ma Xiao would be seriously injured and die and start to act alone. If the next task is to have contact with the local people here, then enter with these 2 identities. And the new task happened to be to enter other teams nearby and then chase the remaining members of the Alpha team of stars. So it was naturally a matter of course. Although most of the operatives of Umbrella Security are just employees, they will certainly be rescued if they can be rescued. The 3 teams of Alpha, Beta and Gamma are all configured with 12 people. Antoine learned that 3 people of the Alpha team died in the face of the attack of the biochemical experiment, and the bodies were disfigured by the experiment. Now there are only the last 4 people left in the pursuit. Because of this, their identities as Umbrella are likely to be hidden. Sackler's power can be investigated as long as it takes time to find out that they are retired soldiers and are now working in Umbrella. That's why Wang Yi asked Antoine to modify his previous performance and report it, meaning to tell them that Umbrella has a senior operative. At the same time, this itself is also the best deterrent, so that they can't figure out how many such senior operatives Umbrella has. Chapter 181 Status. Somaliland is not marked on the map, so it is difficult to enter it. But it is also easy to enter. They only set up checkpoints on a few dilapidated roads, and you can enter and exit from other places at will. However, in the Gobi environment, it is quite difficult to drive even on those dilapidated roads. And it is even more troublesome to go in from other places. Maybe off-road vehicles can, but cargo trucks cannot. And even off-road vehicles need to pay attention to landmines that may appear at any time. This is not left intentionally by the warlords of Somaliland, but left by years of confrontation. And minefields are everywhere. Well, although it is very dangerous here, there are actually quite a lot of trucks coming and going. Some are for normal transportation, and some are selling some goods robbed by pirates in Somaliland. However, Antoine can use his own identity here, and it is very easy to pass the checkpoint. He soon drove to a small town ahead on the dilapidated and bumpy dirt road. It is called a small town, but compared to those villages built with thatch and branches, the more advanced places are just some tin houses. The whole town is a single-story tin house structure, and every household is crowded together. But such an extremely backward place had mobile payment 6 years ago. That's right. When mobile payment has just begun to appear in China. Somaliland had it 6 years ago. And it does not need to rely on smartphones. Ordinary old mobile phones can do this. Because the banks and telecommunications departments here are integrated. They can directly use the same way as phone bills to complete the transfer. Which is quite convenient. The beggars who come here are holding their account numbers. The boss should also know that the mobile payment behind this is controlled by the organization. It can be said that the organization only needs to use this lifeline to easily control everything here. Antoine said to Wang Yi respectfully after stopping the car. In addition to the control of the communications and banks here, an addictive plant called Carter grass is also used to control the people here. This is the specialty of the Sackler family. Most of the expenses of the pirates here after the robbery are on this, including the warlords here. Just from Antoine's words, we can know what kind of extremely harsh environment this area that does not exist on the map is in. Okay. Someone is coming. Wang Yi turned his head and looked at an armed pickup truck that turned out from the corner and immediately understood that this was the vehicle of the Yellow Sand 3 team. Because the local warlords do not have such excellent equipment. Shiji. With a gorgeous tail swing, the pickup truck stopped in front of the two people. Hey, Antoine. I heard that your team was wiped out. Or by one person. Is it okay? At this time, a white man who kept chewing a kind of green leaf got out of the car. The fragments of the green leaves were stained on his teeth, which looked very disgusting. This is the captain of the Yellow Sand 3 team. Nubwa. Like Antoine, Nubwa was also an elite who had been trained since childhood. But the relationship between the two was not good, and they had never gotten along since childhood. On the way, Antoine briefly explained Nubwa's situation. Because this guy used too much sublimation potion. He often used other things to relieve his side effects. The thing he was chewing now was the Carter grass, which was one of the means by which Sackler controlled Somaliland. Heh. Since you ordered me to join your team, you want us to compete. It's hard to say whether you will be in charge of the 3 teams in the future, Antoine said sarcastically in the tone of previous confrontations. Haha. A team was wiped out, and only 2 people were left. You actually said such shameless words. Who gave you the courage? The 2 of them were full of gunpowder when they met, which made a thin Asian man wearing glasses, who was in the same car with Nubwa quickly speak up and persuaded him. Okay. Captain. And Captain Antoine. We still have a mission to complete. Let's prepare for the mission first. That group of useless natives found their traces an hour ago. It should be just right to rush over now. No matter how embarrassed Antoine is. No matter how much of a loser he is. He is also a top action expert who can lead a team. Even Wang Yi highly recognizes his sniping ability. So you can imagine his strength. In this kind of private armed forces, the top personal strength itself is a business card. So even if he is stranded here, except for Nubwa of the same level, no one dares to confront Antoine. Otherwise, what if he is shot from behind one day, and they still have tasks on their heads? So they naturally have to integrate quickly. This Nubwa himself should have obvious side effects of the sublimation potion. And his brain is a little bit not working. The Asian who persuaded him should be a special assistant. After hearing his words, Nubwa also restrained his attitude of asking for a beating. He just snorted and said, I won't make it difficult for you. Your sniping level is still good. When the time comes, you will leave the team to provide firepower cover and find a high point by yourself. As for Matthew, it will be incorporated into the assaulter. Is it okay? As you wish. Then Wang Yi and Antoine got on 2 different cars and started to drive away in one direction. During the trip, Wang Yi did feel their influence in Somaliland, not to mention passing by a small town. Even passing by a small village made of thatch and branches can get the support of the locals. The Sackler family is like an uncrowned king here. They control communications, economy and contraband. And the warlords here have to act according to their mood. Matthew. Right? Not bad. I survived. Wang Yi sat in the trunk of a pickup truck. And there were 4 figures dressed in similar clothes next to him, all of whom were members of the original Huansha 3 team. The dry hot wind blew, making people feel irritated. In addition, the road conditions were bad, and the bumps along the way made the buttocks without cushions hurt. You are not bad. And there are not many casualties. If the Huansha 3 team and Antoine's team are of the same specification, then they are also not full. So Antoine and Wang Yi were arranged in. Oh, not bad. With personality. The few people who originally saw Wangi as a newcomer who wanted to set rules also grinned at this time. If Wangi was with Antoine, they would not dare to act recklessly. Antoine is also well known among them, a top sniper. But now that we have separated them, you still dare to stab in front of us? In fact, these 4 people will sit together in the pickup truck at the back, and their status in the team is relatively low. The capable ones are all sitting in the car. So how can they be exposed to the wind and sun? Even Antoine, who just came in, was directly assigned to the SUV in front. It was not easy to get a newcomer here, and he was so brave, which really made them smile. The road is boring, so it's a good time to have some fun. 2 people looked at each other, and then quickly stood up and sat on both sides of Wangi, one on the left and one on the right, and the equipment on their bodies made a collision sound. One of them still raised his hand to touch the shoulder of the host Wangi, lowered his voice and laughed. We all have our own welcome ceremony for newcomers. The other one also clamped Wang Yi's arm with a hug and said, you can see that the road conditions here are very bad, and the speed is really slow, with an average speed of less than 20 kilometers per hour, and often they can only move slowly. At this time, a strong man sitting opposite Wangi, who seemed to have a relatively high status in this small group, also showed a hint of a grin and added, so, the newcomers here will help them train an endurance round-trip run. It just so happens that the road ahead is not very good, and the speed will drop again. So you can get off there and start running. The few people finished talking one after another, and then laughed together, as if it was something very interesting. And Wangi also pondered for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. Okay. Chapter 182 Chasing and Escape. Please. I really can't run anymore. Please pull me up. Really? Please. I really can't run anymore. Or untie the rope. We are wrong. The 4 people were tied with ropes by their wrists and followed the pickup truck, running desperately to follow the pickup truck. The dirt road here is very broken, and the speed of the pickup truck can't be picked up, but it is enough for them to keep up. However, if the road is not good, it is normal to accidentally fall and be dragged for a while and be covered with injuries. And Wangi, at this time, was sitting at the back of the pickup truck with his legs crossed and watching them. Because of the controlled distance of the rope and the blind spot of the pickup truck itself, the people in front couldn't see the situation here for a while, or they had intended to have something happy happen in the back. With the windows closed, the air conditioner turned on, and the music played, they naturally pretended to know nothing. At this time, the people in the car also discussed the program behind. It's almost done. It's been too long. Don't drag it out. I think after this education, he should know who has the final say in the team. Someone in front spoke to Nubwa, and Nubwa nodded. Stop the car. Give him a chance to get up. Don't brake too hard, or he will hit himself. The driver understood immediately, and stopped the car with a sudden brake. Although the car was not going fast, there were still 4 consecutive collisions from behind. At the first collision, they all smiled with understanding. After several consecutive collisions, they became a little stiff. What the hell? Did anyone fall down? As they opened the door and got out of the car, they looked at the 4 exhausted salted fish in the back of the car, who kept panting as if they were about to blow out their lungs. The expressions on their faces also looked a little ugly. Wangi sat on the truck bed and smiled at the guys. Several seniors said they wanted to teach me some team rules, so they demonstrated it. It was really difficult. And now the guys who were lying on the ground with blood on their heads had no intention of talking. Waste. Nubwa was furious. He was not angry at Wangi, but at the embarrassing guys on the ground. Fortunately, he was stopped by his teammates. Otherwise he would have gone up to fight. The mission is important. You? Very good. Good. Our team needs talents like you. I hope you will work hard when we chase those people. They are not easy to deal with. The reduction of the Huansha 3 team was caused by the counterattack of the Alpha team. They still recognize the opponent of this chase. Captain Nubwa. We were wiped out, and only 2 people were left. Do you think we will be careless? Kes is a real top elite. He is only in his 30s, and retired early because of his previous experience. He was either on a mission or on the way to a mission. Later, he suffered from a serious mental illness and was forced to retire. But after retiring, he was shocked to find that these problems could not be solved by retirement. Finally, he came to Umbrella with the recommendation of the old instructor. After arriving here, he listened to the speeches of Chief Yalada every day, and he found that his mental illness was gradually getting better. It can almost be regarded as the same effect as attending a lecture on success and curing depression. This immediately inspired Kess's love for the company and the motivation to complete the task. He likes this job. Therefore, Kess was selected by Lin Shirchin and became the captain of the Stars Alpha team. This time he took on the task of this investigation. In fact, the reasons and excuses on the Umbrella side are quite complete. That is, the culture medium we worked hard to develop has been stolen. Tracing all the way. The explanation they received was also the same. So they were very angry about this kind of thief's behavior. The most important thing is that as they began to carry out the action investigation, they found that the thief in the dark was not a shady organization active in the gray area as expected at the beginning. Instead, it has a complete and powerful support system. It also has a huge influence in the local area. It should be a powerful chaebol. So when he found out what they went to the rainforest to get and the staff was seriously reduced, Kess felt that it was time to help the company understand the truth. After asking for instructions, he began to take action. But the result is unimaginable. They were actually conducting dangerous biochemical experiments. Even though the Alpha team was made up of carefully selected elites, they lost 3 members during the investigation. However, their destruction also caused damage to the underground laboratory in the town, leading to a biochemical infection incident. Relying on the sudden chaos, the remaining people barely escaped. And there were many video evidences. It was precisely because they had these things that they were hunted down and surrounded all the way after they escaped. There were local warlords, armed forces, and even pirates. Of course, the most difficult ones were the elite private soldiers of the other side. While their combat capabilities were not inferior to those of the Alpha team, they seemed to have a special potion that instantly improved their combat power. Now there are only 4 of them in the Alpha team. And except for him, the other 3 teammates are all injured. Even with bulletproof vests, gunshot wounds are quite difficult to deal with. After being shot, they jumped up and shot. Maybe it was barely okay if they didn't hit the vital parts during the adrenaline burst period. But now during this kind of pursuit, the condition of the wounded will only get worse. We must send the video. We have confirmed that reinforcements have arrived. KS looked at the 3 teammates with bandages and chapped lips, and couldn't help but cheer them up. The windy and sandy climate here is enough to kill people. Not to mention the pursuit. They have started to filter urine to replenish water in the case of water shortage. In order to get rid of the previous pursuit, one of their injured team members drove away. And now they don't even have a means of transportation. To be honest, it is difficult to grab a means of transportation on the road in a place like Somali. And now they can only walk. When they sent out a distress signal, the other party immediately chose to interfere with and shield the signal, cutting off their contact. They were not sure whether the signal was sent out. However, the radio communication equipment on the back successfully made a brief contact with the Gamma team and generally confirmed the situation. It was just worried that the radio would be cracked and tracked. So they just agreed on a meeting place and briefly explained the situation. It is known that the Gamma team has arrived by sea, and they are now about 20 kilometers away from the gathering location. The Beta team encountered a little trouble. Several main roads in Suomaliland suddenly banned vehicles from entering these days, so they could only choose to take a detour directly from the Gobi Desert. The roads in Suomali were originally just some dirt roads. There was no difference between driving a truck and an off-road vehicle, but it was better than driving directly on the Gobi Desert. Although the Beta team got off-road equipment here and is now crossing the Gobi Desert, the speed will be slower than that of the Gamma team. After all, they still have to be careful of minefields. The more important role is to distract attention and provide cover so that the Gamma team can pick up and at least send back the relevant information. Captain, I guess I can't carry it this far. I'll find a place to help you cover. A team member with a bandage wrapped around his abdomen and blood oozing from the bandage said in a hoarse voice. Although there was a bulletproof vest, the bullet did not hurt the internal organs in the end. With the continuous blood loss and the current infection, he felt that he couldn't hold out for much longer. Chapter 183 Test. Some natives found their tracks, but they were dispersed. Nubor received the communication information and immediately turned the car head to rush in the direction of the target, while constantly cursing. What a waste. Only 4 remnants are left, and you can't handle it. At least we know the latest location. The Asian next to him continued to persuade him, and calmed him down. Although there were armed forces everywhere in Suomali, the formal training was too superficial, more like a group of rabble. It was not strange that the local native armed forces were dispersed after finding the target. After all, they were powerful enemies that could kill 2 of their teammates. Soon their 2 cars arrived at the destination. In addition to them, there were 7 or 8 shabby pickup trucks at the scene, 2 of which were equipped with machine guns. Then a group of armed men, who were not even wearing uniforms, came down. One of the leaders came up to him with a flattering face and talked about the situation here. They have the advantage of terrain up there. We lost more than a dozen brothers. This is a reward for you. Now you arrange for someone to charge again. This time we will finish them off. Nuba threw out a dozen green US dollars, which were mixed with a few special things. The little leader was immediately overjoyed. And then he forced his men to charge again. But this time, there was no gunfire, which made Nuba feel unlucky. It was likely that they had run away from other directions. But they were not careless. They still rushed up this hill under the cover of this group of indigenous armed forces, with a clear division of labor. There are people. But there was only one person. And he was curled up there with a gun, motionless. And even without the rise and fall of his breath, he was probably dead. Don't shoot. See if there is a chance to catch someone alive. Although he knew there was little hope, Nuba still said with a look of unwillingness. And then, he quickly moved over with his men. First, a blaster quickly checked the surroundings to confirm that there were no explosives. And then, they came over one after another, and surrounded the curled-up body in front of them in silence. When the team doctor confirmed that he was dead, and there was no possibility of saving him, Nuba couldn't help but get furious. It's really a bunch of trash. He was dragged here by a person, and didn't even notice it. It's very likely that he deliberately exposed himself and deliberately led you to send a signal for us to come over. The rest of the people may have run away. These guys have filming equipment on them. Whether it is the laboratory or the infected mutant, they have filmed it. Damn it! I have been hanging here in the Gobi Desert and eating dirt everywhere. And they fought back and killed 2 teammates. As a result, now I have nothing again. If they run away, it will really be a shame. Bastard. It's all because of you damn guys. You're as dirty as rats in the gutter. When he thought of this, Nuba immediately pulled out his gun and prepared to continue shooting at the corpse. However, just as he raised his gun, his arm suddenly felt cold, and the hand holding the gun and the pistol were directly cut off, falling with blood. Wang Yi, who was standing next to him and wiping the blood stains on the knife, said with a regretful sigh, "There's no need to desecrate the corpse. Does it give you pleasure or solve any problems?" Wang Yi tilted his head to look at Nuba's face, looking indifferent. This sudden change really made it impossible to react. It was too fast. Even Nuba only felt the severe pain now. He was a man, and he didn't even groan, and rushed out without hesitation, while his other hand was ready to shoot. Other people around him also reacted and prepared to do the same. Some armed men who followed up also raised their guns in panic. For a while, gunshots rang out, but along with the continuous gunshots, there were only their screams, which made the remaining local armed forces, who had not gone up, look up with astonishment. What's the situation? Didn't they just signal that everything was fine? What's going on? But this group of local armed forces, who can only fight with the wind, are now all hiding behind the car, and have no intention of going up at all, until the gunshots gradually became sparse and sporadic, and then fell into dead silence. Not long after, Antoine ran over from another direction. He was a sniper, and had not been with the team. When he came over, he yelled at the group of people, "Why don't you go up? There was an enemy attack above." "You didn't shout." The small leader, who had already received the benefits, said cunningly, "It's over. It's not easy to report this time. Hey, what happened above? Did you encounter an ambush? This can't be blamed on us. It's too fast. It's really too fast." Antoine looked up, but a smile appeared on his face under the sand mask. The boss still helped him. Now the Yellow Sand 3 team was also severely damaged. He was already very awesome to survive. And the Yellow Sand 3 team was not without survivors. There were 4 guys who were dehydrated on the road, and were now lying in the car to recover. These few people will be his team in the future, and he can regain his foothold in the organization. This time, even the team member he brought with him, Matthew, was killed. So naturally, he would not doubt himself as a sniper. "Kurz, you are finally here." After another teammate died, the remaining 3 people, including Kurz, finally joined the Gamma team with a tired face. The meeting place was an abandoned village with some dilapidated thatched houses, fences and earth walls made of branches. There were some traces of gunfire. I don't know if it was looted, but it was a good place to stay for the time being. Soon, The team doctor came forward and began to treat the wounds of the 3 people again. But Kurz was fine. Mainly the other 2 team members. Kurz also breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain the situation they encountered to the captain of the Gamma team. Hearing the combat power and appearance of the biochemical body, even the members of the Gamma team were also surprised. No wonder they kept chasing. It turns out that you have this kind of evidence in your hands. Humph. Since they stole our stuff, we have to be prepared. But now it's a bit troublesome. The sea route has been blocked by them. They have a very high reputation among pirates. The channel we found before has been trying to contact us again and locate us. They must have been bribed. Gamma team is also an elite. And a slight change on the side of the snakehead made them aware of the problem. Pirates are rampant here, which is normal, because they came by sea. There are only 2 local shabby pickup trucks now. Don't look at the shabby pickup trucks. They are Mercedes-Benz. But they are models from more than 40 years ago. And now all the parts should have been replaced. Beta is coming soon. And their equipment is better. We will stay here for 1 night and leave Ethiopia after the reunion. They are in an abandoned village. Instead of running around on the road, it is better to stay here. And it is convenient to reunite with the Beta team. Okay. Kes only thought for a moment and agreed. The ability of the Gamma team is definitely not enough to be located and followed. And the risk of staying here for 1 night is controllable. Have a good rest at night. We will be responsible for the alert. Then I'll leave it to you. The pickup truck was parked in the thatched house for shelter. And at the same time, they relied on night vision goggles to lie on the roof without lighting an open flame to guard at several key locations. In addition, they confirmed with the intercom when necessary, and cooperated with some infantry mines scattered in the non-road area outside the village. It can be said that the current scale of alert has been fully raised. However, just 10 kilometers outside the village, several spotted hyenas with red eyes were running towards the village at high speed. And they were still sniffing the smell in the air while running. And these spotted hyenas seemed to have no skin on their bodies. And their scarlet tendons were directly exposed. The Wansha 3 team was attacked again. What a pity. They could have used it for testing. Hopefully, the prey won't be torn apart so easily this time. In an off-road vehicle not far away, a figure was talking to himself with a nonchalant expression while holding a walkie-talkie. In the dark night, a burly human figure over 2 meters tall could be vaguely seen following the group of skinless spotted hyenas quickly. It actually caught up with the spotted hyenas, which were running at no less than 50 kilometers per hour, with its own legs. Chapter 184 Biochemical Arms. The guard lying on the roof looked at the 2 flashes of light in the night vision goggles, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Then picked up the intercom and asked, "Did you see anything special? I seem to see the traces of hyenas. Very fast. Just outside the village. It seems something has passed by." Because of their perception, the light sleepers in the second echelon woke up one after another. This is in the enemy area, so it's never too careful. At this time, they could already hear the disgusting sound of hyenas. Did they smell our scent and want to hunt? One of them said with some self-mockery. I feel that these hyenas are not right. They look a little weird. They all use night vision goggles, which could not distinguish colors as easily as the naked eye. But they still felt a little weird. Hyenas are like this. But be careful of the noise they make when they trigger the mines. Should we chase them away? But before he could finish his words, the hyenas that were originally circling outside quickly rushed into the village. And from different directions of the village, those who passed by the minefield actually knew how to avoid the mines. One after another, black shadows jumped over the fence and flashed into the village, and began to shuttle between the thatched houses. The sudden burst of speed caught them off guard. In a short period of time, the speed reached at least 70 kilometers per hour. No! They're coming in! So fast! Wake everyone up! Ah! As soon as the words fell, a figure who was lying on the roof was bitten on the leg by a hyena that jumped out of the darkness. Bang bang. The 2 shots from the pistol that were quickly pulled out did not kill the hyena. On the contrary, it aroused the opponent's ferocity and kept pulling left and right. The severe pain and the hyena's swinging made it impossible to aim at the head. Even if the magazine was empty, it could only leave a bloody hole on the hyena. At this time, the members of the Gamma team who were bitten also saw the hideous appearance of the hyena without skin. Be careful. It's a biological weapon. Just as the warning was issued, and he was trying to adjust the position of his rifle while enduring the pain, another hyena appeared behind him and bit his neck. The huge bite force pulled out the cervical vertebrae. Gather first. Be careful that they will jump out from the dark. Damn it! Originally, the village was chosen so that they could roam around and have something to rely on when necessary. But now these buildings themselves have become the hiding place of those hyenas. Da-da-da. Da-da. The gunshots rang out one after another. And soon 2 hyenas that showed up were shot and killed. Although it was nothing for them to take the pistol bullets in their vital parts, they were still easily smashed by the assault rifle. This also allowed the team members, who gradually joined, to see their hideous appearance. They must have been following our scent. They must have been researching for a long time. And they can actually use it in actual combat. Get in the car. All of them began to gather together, standing back to back or in a triangle, and temporarily stabilize their position. But even so, they still paid the price of 2 lives. Contact the beta team. We're heading in their direction. At first, they all moved back to the pickup truck. And with the help of the machine gun on the pickup truck, they directly repelled the hyenas. These skinless creatures had no fear when they attacked, and were not afraid of firepower at all. But after they joined the car, the hyenas quickly got into hiding from all corners. It was obviously controlled. As the communicator contacted, the next moment a teasing laugh came from the communication. Your teammates have persisted for 3 hours under the pursuit of the little babies. I don't know how long you can persist. Then, the walkie-talkie was placed on the mouth of the last member of the beta team who was being bitten and abused, and a chuckled sound was heard. This made everyone in the village feel cold in their hearts. The beta team walked in, and their equipment was better than theirs. At this time, a thatched house was knocked down, and a figure more than 2 meters tall, wearing heavy armor and holding a giant Gatling gun, appeared in front of them. After seeing this thing, everyone present also understood why the beta team could not resist. Da-da-da. The Gatling gun's fire swept past, and in the night, it was like a streak of silk. And even those thatched houses were harvested once. In an instant, it split into 2 sections and swept directly towards the 2 vehicles. Although they were also fighting back, the bullets hit the other side, and they were either blocked by the armor put together in the garbage dump, or there was no reaction. The machine gunners on the 2 vehicles were also instantly beaten into a bloody mist. The old pickup truck was even more broken. The giant burly figure seemed to have a loudspeaker on his body, which could transmit the voice of the other side's commander behind the scenes. Hey, you can't do this. You are far inferior to your teammates. Why do you feel that you can't hold on for an hour? Ha ha. Don't you have your own top individual soldiers? Didn't you solve our 2 teams? Where are the people? Don't you dare to come out? Let's see. Is yours stronger? Or ours more useful? The voice was full of mockery and tyranny. The counterattack of the STARS members could not do any effective damage to the big guy at all. On the contrary, every time he fired, he would expose his position, which would result in a burst of bullets. From the time the biochemical hyena entered the village to now, half of the people had been reduced in less than half an hour. This big guy alone easily suppressed all the members of the Gamma team. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the big guy. The biochemical giant seemed to have sensed the movement behind him and began to turn around, but was slid between his legs by Kess. And the sound of gunfire was still attacking the opponent's lower body. The sound of bullets hitting the flesh could be felt, and the biochemical giant also roared. But that was all. However, after Kess slid and quickly moved his position, he ran away, because at this time, there were still 2 high explosive grenades on the ground that he had pulled the rings. Boom! The explosion of the 2 grenades directly blew up one leg of the biochemical giant, and the other leg was already in ruins. The weight on his body pressed him to the ground. Although he was still trying to climb with his hands, his gun was blown up, and he had completely lost his ability to threaten. Well done. It's you, Kess. After seeing Kess take a risk and succeed in defeating the monster, all the survivors cheered. But the next moment, 2 more shuttles swept by, and the 2 people who started to cheer for Kess were directly beaten into 2 by the follow-up attack, as the fence outside the village was pushed down. For biochemical giants, like before, appeared in front. That huge sense of oppression really filled the hearts of all the survivors with despair. Are you surprised? But you are really amazing. This kind of equipment can actually solve a giant soldier. It was still the same external voice as before, and the words were full of sarcasm and ridicule. If he was wiped out by a giant soldier, he would still feel boring. It was really great to give them despair when they just found hope. But at this moment, with a flash of cold light, suddenly the heads of 4 giant soldiers, with a strong sense of oppression, fell off. Puff blood spurted out from their necks like a fountain. Puff puff. The 4 giant soldiers, who were originally full of oppression, fell to the ground almost at the same time. Giant God? How dare you? Wang Yi stepped on the back of a giant god with the SHL of Lu Hua, his face full of indifference. I almost didn't find it. It seems that I am still a little late. Chapter 185 Public Opinion War. At first, it took a lot of effort to kill a giant soldier, and the appearance of the next four can only bring endless despair. Even the always resolute Kess didn't know how to deal with it. If there was heavy firepower, it would be fine. But now, he can only rely on grenades to kill the enemy, and he has no way at all. The previous adventure can only be taken once, and the opponent is not a fool and will not give a chance. But just when all of them felt that deep sense of powerlessness and despair, the terrifying record of killing 4 with one sword, and the figure standing on the body of the giant soldier immediately made them see the dawn of hope. It seems that I saw the big sister's appearance when she swept through Pakistan. It's the company's reinforcements. It's the same super soldier as Boss Yalda and the big sister. Wang Yi's sudden appearance not only scared the remaining members of STARS, but also the operator, who had been secretly observing the experimental situation here, was terrified. This is Umbrella's top individual soldier? How is it possible? How can it maintain a normal human form when it can cut off 4 giants with one blow? How did they do that? Are you still being reasonable? The experimenter, whose eyes were almost fixed on the screen, was shocked at this moment. If their own experiments could maintain a normal human form, why would they need to test it in such a corner? In fact, the giants are powerful. But in fact, they are quite useless to the organization at present. What? Can they be thrown into the city to fight? They will die in the light. They can only be surrounded and entertained in places like Somali. We must bring the information back. And we must let the organization understand the terrible potential of Umbrella. However, just when he was about to complete the contact with the organization, he was shocked to find that the satellite signal was interrupted. What happened? Signal interference? They had interfered with each other once before, but they didn't expect it to fall on themselves. The next moment, he found that the figure on the giant had disappeared, while the biochemical hyenas beside his car became restless. It was as if some ancient beast was approaching. Run! But just as this thought flashed through his mind, a figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the hood of the car. The powerful impact pressed the entire front of the car into the sand of the Gobi Desert. The hood was severely deformed, and the windshield was completely shattered. The figure that fell heavily seemed to still have heat and distortion caused by friction with the air on its body surface. After landing on the hood, it raised its head slightly and looked into the car. I found you. The biochemical hyena next to it, which had no fear at all, kept hind legs at this time. The scene in front of them made the people in the car completely incomprehensible. How much power, height, and speed are needed to create this effect? How could it be so fast? This is no longer a question of whether it is human or not. It is a question of whether it is a carbon-based creature. The other party's chest suddenly opened, revealing the Terminator-like machinery inside, which would not surprise him at all. My subordinates, it seems that I have caused you trouble. Wang Yi raised his head and grinned, and he exhaled white air, as if because of the high temperature. Finally saved. It's the kind of person who's the big sister. Sure enough, the company is carrying out the super soldier plan. I wonder if we have a chance. Too strong. The survivors, Cass and his friends, finally relaxed at this time. The rescuers left before, probably to settle accounts with the people behind the scenes. Decapitation is the most common method used by Umbrella. And now, almost everyone who survived except Kess was injured. But fortunately they survived. Not long after, they saw Wang Yi walking back from the village entrance with a dagger. Hello, instructor. Seeing Wang Yi coming back, the survivors immediately greeted him. This is one of the effects of the weakened version of the Dihua technique. Yalda and his friends called him instructor in formal occasions, and Cheng Shui and his friends also called him instructor. Well, you can call me Instructor Lu or Instructor San. Is this all you have left? Wang Yi glanced at a few people, and then took out a can from the backpack behind him. This is the student I met on the way who helped you back up. The others were not found. Let's clean up here, and I'll take you away. Instructor, this is what we filmed. We also filmed these here. Kex handed the video materials in their hands to Wang Yi, and Wang Yi also took them. This time, I really didn't expect to experience such a situation. I thought it was just a simple action of the Sackler family, but it involved their biochemical experiments and layout here. Since it has been discovered, then, just destroy it directly. But when Wang Yi followed Kex back to the laboratory they went to, it was already empty. Judging from the traces, they had been moving for a while. It should be that after Kex and his team discovered it, they started moving here. The traces on the scene were also handled very cleanly, which can be said to be quite careful and cautious. The loss this time is that our intelligence is not cautious enough. Let's go back first. However, Wang Yi had just left Somalia with the remaining people and then left Africa through the channels arranged by Lin Shurqin here. However, a large number of horror videos of biochemical crisis have appeared on the internet. Each video is vivid and lifelike, and many of them are actually real. There are all kinds of angles, such as the victim's angle, the biochemical body angle, the aircraft aerial angle, etc. But then, there was a reversal. This is the early promotion of a new game. It attracted a lot of laughter and scolding on the internet. And at the same time, there were some expectations. And this wave is fierce, with multiple outbreaks. And almost all media are fueling the flames. It seems that we want to punch Minecraft and suppress PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. After seeing this, Kes and others sighed. So strong. Yes, these biochemical hyenas and giant soldiers should be real shots. And they are probably prepared for them. It doesn't matter whether others believe it or not. You have successfully helped the company understand the details of the opponent this time. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Yi praised several people with okay. And a hint of approval appeared on his stern face. Your efforts have not been in vain. After changing clothes and returning to China, Wang Yi took a deep breath when he came out of the laboratory of Umbrella Corporation. Have you noticed how much is behind this? The previous wave of the opponent's reverse operation of public opinion. Although it abolished the card of recording in Wang Yi's hand, it would also expose the influence of the opponent. With Lin Shurqin's omnipresence, they can still detect the public opinion stirring that started in advance this time. I am afraid it is more than I imagined. It feels to me that it is not just the YT Chable, but many groups and funds have the intention to help. Of course, how many of them are core members of that organization? Or just selling face is not clear. Maybe they are also preventing this kind of big data. Lin Shurqin's investigation also fully illustrates the strength of the capital behind it. Okay, keep paying attention. Since Umbrella has emerged this time, it doesn't matter if it reveals something more. Let them come. Chapter 186 Hepatitis be removed from the list. After Wang Yi went to Africa, he came back and heard another piece of news from Lin Shurqin. Umbrella's Hepatitis B virus-specific immunoglobulin passed the approval. This time is different from the previous two stone-eliminating drugs. This time, because it is a direct injection, only hospitals and epidemic prevention stations can inject it. Although Umbrella did not actively promote it due to the properties of the drug, it only updated the product information. But this time, the official media personally promoted it. It even appeared on the 7 o'clock news in the evening. The Hepatitis B virus-specific immunoglobulin developed by Umbrella has passed the review. This drug has a significant effect on people infected with Hepatitis B virus. It was a very ordinary statement. A very brief explanation. As usual. But after this standard, it caused an uproar across the country. China is a major area of Hepatitis B virus infection. Even though the vaccine has long been popularized, there are still nearly 100 million infected people. Almost 1 in every 10 people. What a proportion is this? How many families have been affected? Admittedly, there are actually multiple sets of suitable combined treatment methods for Hepatitis B. What should happen during the active period of the virus? What happens when the amount of virus increases? And what happens when liver function is abnormal? There are some matching drugs to use. Various combined drugs. Multi-pronged approach. But as mentioned above, the virus itself does not have an efficient killing method such as antibiotics. Most of them are solved by inhibiting the action of various enzymes, or activating the interferon of the human body's virus mechanism. The final elimination of the virus depends on the human body itself. It can be said that the current treatment is to cooperate with the human body to suppress the virus as much as possible, reduce its damage to the liver, and rely on the liver's own strong compensatory ability to directly resist it. But even so, patients will still have many troubles and even inconveniences after infection. The data that 80% of liver cancer patients in China are caused by hepatitis B can actually fully explain the problem. Maybe on the surface, the patient is already living a normal life, with no impact on daily life, and will not show anything on weekdays. But there is really such a drug news. Or after the official release of the news, it still attracted a lot of attention and even cheers. Then everyone started to pay attention to and inquire about the price, and finally saw the announcement directly on the Umbrella official website. Considering the cost and R&D expenses, The cost of one course of treatment is 700 yuan. Most patients can solve the problem with one course of treatment. Patients with big 3 positive and active virus may need 1 or 2 more courses of treatment. In fact, for Wang Yi, who doesn't care much about money, it doesn't matter if it's cheaper. However, if it's too cheap, it's easy to feel that this technology is worthless and may cause additional trouble. So after weighing it, I still chose this moderate price. Compared with the unit price of those sky-high drugs, it is definitely only a fraction, and it can almost cure the disease without long-term medication. But there are too many people. There are more than 350 million patients in the world, and more than 1 million people die every year. Even after it was approved in China, and the official media personally promoted it, it didn't take long for the WHO to also issue a statement, claiming that this is a medical miracle. This is another victory in the fight between humans and viruses, and it is a milestone. At the same time, I hope that Umbrella can publish this technology to see if other viruses can be eliminated through similar means. In this regard, many medical companies, experts, and scholars have also stood up and spoken out. For ordinary people, they will not care much about the empty game, and they cannot see the danger behind it. Many people are more concerned about their own situation. A Tao is such an ordinary person. He married his girlfriend not long after graduating at the age of 22. However, after a physical examination before he started working, he was shocked to find that he had been infected with hepatitis B virus. Because he was worried about his wife who lived with him, he went home and explained to his wife as soon as possible, and took her to the examination. And the result was positive. This was like the sky falling for a Tao. He kept blaming himself and fell into pain. And his wife's family also came to constantly blame a Tao and demanded compensation. A Tao, who had always felt guilty, also accepted the blame and actively began to compensate. It was not until one of a Tao's wife's best friends couldn't stand it anymore that she secretly told a Tao that his wife had actually discovered the disease during a physical examination in college. If nothing unexpected happened, the source of a Tao's infection came from his wife, which made a Tao, who had always blamed himself, confused. Then it was a mess. Divorce, job failure, and decadence. Although protection policies for hepatitis B patients were introduced in 2009, 2011, and the next 22 years, employers are not allowed to test for 5 items of hepatitis B, even if it is voluntary. But in fact, just like asking women about pregnancy, there is no way to eliminate it. Originally, hepatitis B patients were not allowed to work in special jobs such as military service and blood stations. Other normal entry physical examinations could only check liver function. As long as the patient's liver function was normal, there would be no employment discrimination. But even some official agencies did not fully follow this. A Tao's original job failed. He thought that there was too much virus in his body, and it was the active period of the virus. So he relied on combined medication and active antiviral treatment to suppress the activity of the virus in 2 months. When he joined the next company, he successfully passed the interview and entered the probation period. However, when he was about to be converted to a regular employee during the probation period, the company arranged a physical examination benefit for them. Anyway, this item is included in the benefits. It depends on whether you take the exam or not. No exam? Haha. In fact, it is equivalent to an exam. It is not surprising that he refused to be converted to a regular employee on the grounds of incompetence. Even with so many protections, it is still pale in the obvious contrast between the strong and weak groups. Family discord, love failure, work setbacks. All kinds of things came one after another, making a Tao, who had just entered the society, feel that the world in front of him had turned gray. Until suddenly his cell phone rang, and he found that it was his ex-wife's bestie, the one who told him about his ex-wife's situation and helped him get out of self-blame. A Tao, have you watched the news broadcast? There is good news. Great news. A special medicine for hepatitis B is available, produced by Umbrella. For a moment, the gray world was broken, and it seemed to bring new colors. A special medicine for hepatitis B? Umbrella. A Tao's case is just one of the 94 million patients in the country. An ordinary one. Batches of patients began to pour into the hospital, and the drugs that had been fully produced during the review stage were continuously transported to all parts of the country by cold transportation, directly to hospitals and epidemic prevention stations in various places. One by one, patients were arranged differently according to the activity of the virus in their bodies and the different liver function conditions. and the order was arranged. Every patient had some resistance, some fear, and some unwillingness in their hearts when doing the 5 hepatitis B tests before. However, during this test, they all had smiles on their faces. From now on, the hepatitis B virus will be removed from the list. Chapter 187: The Real Business War. While hepatitis B patients at home and abroad were rejoicing, on another level, a new battle began on the battlefield without the smoke of gunpowder. With the release of several authoritative media in the United States and the excerpts of some expert suggestions, it is said that this technology of umbrella may be applied to all viruses including AIDS. And the public is getting a little impatient. Some people began to propose that this technology must be open and all viruses must be conquered as soon as possible. A large number of secret promoters are adding fuel to the flames. Then a member of the House of Representatives of the United States launched a new bill in a high-profile manner, preparing to force the passage of a bill to make this technology public, officially leaked to the outside world. At the same time, another group of lobbyists began to visit Umbrella's chief CEO Jace. Mr. Jess, the bill is just a rumor. We know that your company has invested a lot in this technology, so we are willing to pay a high price to purchase the license. The details of the bill itself can be discussed. This time it is the general trend and cannot be violated. Faced with the aggressiveness of first relying on public opinion and then relying on the bill, Jess's face looked very calm. There is no compromise in Umbrella. The people of the Sackler family should have a deep understanding of this. We are not afraid of any challenge. Please go back. As Jess sent the guests away, the initiators behind him also felt quite dissatisfied and angry. Ignorant. They retreated before because the benefits were not big enough. Now this may be able to target all viruses. How can they easily let go and let it go? What is the most life-saving drug in the world? It is antibiotics. And the immunoglobulin in front of us can almost be regarded as a special medicine for viruses. This market is so big that it is enough to make any capital green. This can be regarded as a necessity. Especially now, companies that produce various antiviral drugs have invested a lot in drug research and development. They finally came up with this thing when they finally got the harvest. And they had to fight back at all costs. However, just when all parties were sharpening their knives and preparing to really teach a lesson, suddenly, a report appeared in the news. A billionaire was found dead at home. It was a pity, but it was nothing. Birth, aging, illness and death are normal. Billionaires are not immune to this. And they are not well-known rich people. But in the afternoon, another low-key rich man was found dead of cerebral hemorrhage while communicating with his mistress. And the woman was a famous lady. But hidden under this peach news, it was another extremely terrible shock. Because these two dead rich men just happened to be the financial backers behind the House member who initiated the new bill. Moreover, these two wealthy men in the mining and farming fields also pay great attention to their personal safety. They spend a lot of money on their security every year. They are the kind who cherish their lives. But just like this, they died unclearly. Yes, there is no evidence. And the examination did not show any drug ingredients. But they died on the same day. One from myocardial infarction, and the other from cerebral hemorrhage. This is really a coincidence. Not targeting the congressman, but directly targeting the financial backers behind him. This has made those guys who have been clamoring all the time numb. Although we often do things against the grain, we won't be so extreme. Calm down. In fact, they still have a choice now, which is to directly blame Umbrella for this matter, and then take a more extreme approach, and fully operate the military-industrial complex. But that level is too involved. Will tanks really go over and flatten it? Since there is no way to make this option. Facing Umbrella's strong counterattack, the previous aggressive attitude can only be frozen again. At the same time, Umbrella also issued a related announcement. In fact, the culture medium we worked hard to develop has been stolen. And we have also traced the source of the theft. We can't say who it is because we don't have sufficient evidence. No matter how loud the calls and rhythm are now, this obvious theft will still attract some attention. In addition, our company has been developing means to overcome other viruses. Everyone should be aware of our technical level. And the price we sell after conquering is not expensive. If you still have to take any means to force us to share in this situation, maybe we can only move the headquarters. As for where the headquarters will be moved, didn't you see that the East has already started to flirt with some high-tech enterprise landing policies? If you don't want me here, there will be other places for me. Originally, Umbrella's main assets in North America were concentrated in Umbrella Security. And the production lines, and so on were all in some big countries in the East. What if they really forced them to go there? The means were exposed. The muscles were shown. And with the existing retreat, Umbrella issued another official statement to give a step down, since we already have examples of culture medium being stolen. In order to ensure the safety of our overseas factories, the company intends to consider allocating part of the culture medium production capacity for sale, and is now discussing quotas. Don't you just want to eat fruit together? As long as the fruit trees are in your hands, you can eat some fruit together. As for the price of culture medium, of course we have ordered it. You can take it or not. Anyway, there is only so much. After there was a step down here, the relevant proposals were immediately withdrawn. And then the public opinion from all sides also praised Umbrella for being generous and willing to give up part of the share of the research and development. Then, for this quota, all the companies, groups, families, and chaebols that have made achievements in the field of biomedicine flocked to it, all wanting some quotas of culture medium. Looking at the representatives of the Sackler family, who were also in the group of representatives, as if nothing had happened, and several representatives of the companies controlled by the Sackler family, Li Yao had to sigh at the ruthlessness of capital. They had just fought to the death in Somali, and both sides knew who was on the other side. On one side, they stole the culture medium samples and forced Umbrella to start selling them actively in order to prevent being cracked. On the other side, they directly sent out action teams to fight and destroy the laboratory. The two sides, who had broken their minds, are now getting together again? This is capital. The life and death of the people below is just a confrontation between benefits and consumables for them, as long as they can achieve their goals. What does compromise mean? With their influence in the field of biomedicine, it is completely impossible to circumvent it. Contradictions are contradictions. Business is business. And they will not refuse money when someone comes to their door. As for them buying the culture medium to crack it, just go ahead and crack it. Wang Yi is not worried that they will doubt this, and that because they can't crack it. This special culture medium is a new and efficient technology, which is difficult to imitate. Just like the steel needed for aircraft carriers. It looks simple, right? Isn't it just military steel? But how difficult it is to make it yourself. The two Eastern powers have a deep understanding. Material science itself is a lottery. To see who is lucky, there is no specific formula and process. It does not mean that you can reverse and reproduce it with a sample. Now the culture medium is the same. It is normal that it cannot be conquered for a while. Properly giving some magic materials. Wang Yi also wants to see what tricks the world's top experts can play. Chapter 188 Killing Like Crazy. Incredible immunoglobulin completely subverts biological cognition. A new research result was published in Nature. And this time Nature also emphasized that this is really the first contributor with detailed data. And there is no discrimination. The person who published the article is a big boss of a well-known Swedish biological laboratory. Relying on advanced laboratories, top-level equipment, sufficient financial support and hired experimental volunteers, they learned the working mechanism of this immunoglobulin at the first time. It's incredible. I feel that all the professional knowledge I have learned before has suffered a devastating blow. I really can't imagine that this thing is immunoglobulin. Forgive my ignorance. If it weren't for the drug developer Umbrella, and their stone-dissolving medicine was so amazing, I would definitely sneer at this publicity gimmick and be too lazy to do the experiment. But it was because of them. So I tried. This journal seems to be in a hurry, and even some layout problems have occurred. But it does record the whole process in detail, and even has some pictures under electron microscopes for comparison. Hepatitis B immunoglobulin has been around for a long time, but its main function is actually to provide short-term protection for high-risk groups, such as those who have had high-risk contact behaviors and medical exposure risks. It takes an average of 3 days for the hepatitis B virus to enter liver cells. Normal hepatitis B immunoglobulin kills the virus in the body during this period of time and completes the task before they enter the target cells. Below is a schematic diagram of the principle of ordinary hepatitis B immunoglobulin against viruses, as well as a study diagram under an actual electron microscope. Our cells are actually very powerful. If viruses want to enter cells, they must first be disguised and treated as nutrients by our cells before they can be put in. Therefore, antibodies cannot enter the cells and will be blocked by the cell membrane. It is still a concept map and an electron microscope research map. And the division and labeling are also completed specifically. But he did not directly state the conclusion, but first posted the presentation of the hepatitis B specific immunoglobulin produced by umbrella killing viruses under an electron microscope. Originally, antibodies are smaller than viruses. Normally, They neutralize the synapses of viruses and couple with synapses like mosaics to eliminate the camouflage ability of viruses. In this way, the viruses cannot enter the cell body to replicate and are directly destroyed, and then slowly swallowed and eliminated by other immune cells. After the virus cannot enter the cell to replicate, the body still clears it very quickly. But this one from Umbrella is just like taking drugs, rushing around under the electron microscope and killing everyone. The virus has already entered the cell body and rushed in and killed it directly. Some viruses themselves are even captured by immune cells, which directly killed all immune cells. Of course, immune cells often perish together with various pathogenic factors that invade the body. So the few cells that are rushed and killed by immunoglobulins are nothing, because they completely prevent the spread of the virus. This is actually why rabies is almost certain to die after the onset of the disease, because the cells that the rabies virus enters are central nervous cells, which are highly differentiated cells and more difficult to regenerate than cardiomyocytes. The battlefield between the virus and the immune system is naturally only barbecue. Fortunately, the rabies virus can only crawl along the nerves toward the brain 2 millimeters per hour. So there is usually enough time to get vaccinated. This is why it is said that you should get vaccinated as soon as possible after being bitten. If the bite is on the head and face, you should also use rabies virus immunoglobulin injection to ensure temporary protection and wait for the effect of the vaccination. But the result of Umbrella's virus against hepatitis B completely subverts the normal antiviral logic. When we normally fight viruses, we usually inhibit some enzymes required for viral replication, or use interferon to strengthen our own antiviral mechanism, and use some symptom-relieving drugs to reduce the patient's pain and ensure that they can rest well. The multi-pronged antiviral effect is essentially still relying on our own body to defeat the virus. But this immunoglobulin is really like antibiotics against effective bacteria, and it seems that there will be no so-called drug resistance. The principle of viral pathogenesis is here, and this immunoglobulin is also very straightforward. So the disease will naturally be cured. The only thing you need to care about is how much dose it is, because of the simultaneous translation software. This kind of professional paper was also transferred to China at the fastest speed, making all the people at home and abroad completely stunned by the effect. When the hepatitis B specific medicine came out, although everyone said it was good, many affected families were very happy. But they couldn't explain what kind of good method it was. They only knew that it could cure the disease. If some normal treatment principles came out, there would not be many people interested. It's okay if it can be cured with medicine. Who cares about the principle? Where do you have so much time to pay attention to it? But in the end, the special operating mechanism of the hepatitis B specific immunoglobulin produced by Umbrella Company made people feel a sense of awesomeness and funny. Wow! At first there were only pictures, but now the video has been released. It's really funny to see the immunoglobulin protein making all the immune cells, releasing the virus and killing it again. I'm dying of laughter. The immune cells are so pitiful. Shut up. Aren't liver cells pitiful? It's tragic to be invaded by the virus. But now there's something even more cruel. Killing them without a complete body. Wake up. The virus will also kill them without a complete body. At least it can breathe for a while. It's killing like crazy. It's really funny compared to the effect of ordinary antibodies. It turns out that the cells in my body work so hard. How come they created a waste like me? Don't worry. When you inject this immunoglobulin, they will find that the waste they created will also attack them. No wonder so many experts are crazy that this may be targeted at all viruses. In theory, if it can we make other viruses like this? AIDS and rabies? Very likely. Wake up. It's not that simple. As a professional student, I can tell you that the investment in medicine is continuous and massive. Even if you know the principle, it is still very difficult to restore it. Not only do you need continuous investment, but you also need a little luck. Now it's a bit like finding a direction, and then using exhaustive method to make the medicine. Yes, you have to find a way to mass produce it. And if you choose a direction with others and are preempted by others, all the investment will go down the drain. It seems to be a huge profit, but in fact the investment is extremely high. Umbrella is the real drug god. For a moment, they looked back at Umbrella's medicine that cost 700 yuan per course of treatment. And they also felt the conscience of the company itself. To be honest, the rabies virus immunoglobulin that has been out for so long still costs hundreds of yuan per bottle. It's really conscientious to charge this price for such a new drug with explosive effects. Chapter 189 White Lotus Enterprise. Dying to Survive is still a hot show. And as more and more people watch it, Its reputation is getting more and more explosive. With the new policies, everyone knows about generic drugs. However, now, Umbrella has developed a new drug that can cure diseases and does not require long-term use. The price is almost the same as the generic drugs and dying to survive. This really makes people feel amazed. Umbrella has become a conscientious company. The previous A1 glasses, stone-dissolving drugs, and cervical cancer vaccines have all been brought out for review. Damn! How can there be such a conscientious company? Only world company in China can compare with Umbrella. Not in terms of ability, but in terms of the social responsibility they are willing to take on. Yes, now everyone is thinking about money and how to make money. But they don't think about where the money itself comes from and who creates the value. From now on, I will be a die-hard fan of Umbrella. I have been one for a long time. I only support Umbrella and World Company. Such a conscientious company is just like a white lotus. Various flattering voices appeared on the domestic internet. Afterwards, Si Highway Jia, who had previously detailed the technical situation of Umbrella, began to publish another long article. Brothers, if I say I am a fanatical fan of Umbrella, no one should have any objections. Right? Si Highway Jia will work hard to forward and find relevant news, and will naturally be recognized by many people. Even if there is simultaneous translation software now, many netizens are still unwilling to spend time looking for and collecting information by themselves. Now I will analyze the bloody battles between Umbrella and foreign competitors during this period of time when everyone was cheering and rejoicing. It was a battlefield without gunpowder. Si Highway Jia is definitely a very capable host. He then started to move some related events and made a time comparison chart. Since Umbrella's stone-dissolving medicine, there has been external forces exerting pressure on Umbrella. The emergence of new inactivated virus cultivation methods has pushed up this pressure. However, with the sweep of the 12 cities in 7 days in the country of Ba, this voice has become smaller again. The peak that appeared again was the moral kidnapping that began in major foreign mainstream media. This is a chance to eliminate all viruses. It is a feast for all mankind and should be made public. In fact, when you look at this kind of media, do you also have a feeling that it should be so? It seems that these media are speaking fairly and impartially. But in fact, their butts are already crooked. This is a thinking trap of theirs. They first assume a position and force it into you. Let's not talk about other things. If there are other companies that have conquered hepatitis B-specific immunoglobulin, would they be willing to sell it for 700 yuan per course of treatment? Speak with your conscience. Facing the soul-searching question of home in the world, many people who think that these media are right have also reflected. Damn. I almost got led into a ditch. Isn't this pure moral kidnapping? And it's kidnapping a company that can be regarded as a moral benchmark. Foreign capital is awesome. Yeah. The pie is too big. Isn't it? It's really big. If we really start to conquer various viruses one by one, how many vaccination factories will go bankrupt? How many pharmaceutical companies will have to close down? Sure enough, when capital is too strong, it will hinder development for the sake of profit. After the netizens vented for a while, Versailles as home continued. Because of the crooked butts of major foreign media, many people followed suit and crawled out to watch. It was also very convenient to watch with simultaneous translation. Then the beautiful House of Representatives took the opportunity to propose relevant bills. Isn't this naked robbery? No way. They said that passing a bill is okay? So simple? Think about the previous TT. If Master Yi hadn't been bold enough to sell it for $1, I'm afraid it would be a similar bill soon. Right? This is too ugly. They don't know what eating is. We didn't have much experience before, so we were not strong enough. For a while, many people felt a sense of empathy and began to sympathize with Umbrella Corporation. Then Si Highway Jia started to shoot a video and laughed sinisterly. Do you think Umbrella has compromised? Powerless to resist? When his laugh appeared, many people who ran out to find news responded. Isn't it? Umbrella has started selling their culture medium, which was originally their unique skill. Yes, they were forced to sell the culture medium, but there seems to be no other way. Otherwise, they can move to our side. I think this is what they meant in their statement. If they are threatened again, they will move here. No wonder our previous news broadcasts have been advocating our preferential policies for high-tech enterprises. I also said why they keep repeating the same old things. Feelings are for them to hear. The Pyongyang doesn't want us. But then Si Highway Jia posted 2 news screenshots without saying anything, and named the relationship between the 2 dead rich people and a member of the House of Representatives. and that the member of the House of Representatives was the initiator, instantly silenced the people on the internet. Compromise? Compromise your head. Damn. No way. So brave? Awesome. Broken voice. I just like your rebellious look. As expected of a company called Umbrella. It's just tough. I remember that Sihai talked about the strength of Umbrella's security and the military-industrial complex. I didn't know what it meant before. But now I understand. No wonder a technology company like Umbrella created a security company with such a wrong style. Was this expected? Sure enough. Only De Pyongyang herself understands De Pyongyang's virtue. But I feel so good for some reason. Umbrella, slander. What do you mean by posting this news? Last time, Sahawajia said that Umbrella Security was a name that could make Mexican flower merchants cry at night and sweep across Pakistani gangs. I didn't feel anything before. But after I checked what the two situations were, I was immediately numb. Many things don't require evidence. After Sahawajia dissected them one by one, the onlookers naturally imagined the plot of a blockbuster movie. What compromise? It turns out that they are just giving you a way out and letting you handle it yourself. The outcome of Umbrella with or without this action is absolutely different. Although it is very likely that they will adopt the same method. The price and number of sales will definitely not be determined by them and will in the future. At this time, Wang Yi also took the opportunity to post a new dynamic on Weibo. Umbrella's technology is impeccable. It is very comfortable to cooperate with them. Some time ago, my artificial intelligence algorithm also made some connections with them. Maybe new business will be launched soon. Wang Yi finally did not choose to put the public version of the artificial intelligence business in the world company, which was contrary to his original intention. Let Umbrella take care of the firepower. As for the name of the artificial intelligence, it's Red Queen. Chapter 190 Neon's Abnormality. Wang Yi is now recognized as the #1 in mathematics. In addition to his achievements in software and algorithms, after the last algorithm paper on artificial intelligence was published, he is undoubtedly the leader in algorithms and artificial intelligence. Many companies want to buy some algorithms from World Company or invite him to give lectures. It's a pity that the cash flow of World Company is here. And the boss who invites the sole proprietorship has to consider whether he has the financial strength. However, even if he can't hire anyone, his previous discussion on artificial intelligence has not stopped. A song suspected that World Company has its own top AI, but has not yet announced it. Other companies also think so after being awakened. They also followed the direction thrown by Wang Yi and started working overtime. But now Wang Yi has stated that he has cooperated with Umbrella Company. This made many people suddenly realize that Mastery might have had contact with Umbrella Company a long time ago. Even at this time, a suitable explanation was found for Wang Yi's disappearance for 3 years. That is, he went to study in Umbrella's laboratory. Now that Wang Yi has officially made some explanations, many people have also found out that Umbrella has indeed acquired many cloud server companies and some network companies, and has also purchased a lot of equipment and various high-end chips. Even the acquisition time of these companies was earlier than when they released their first glasses product, earlier than the acquisition of pharmaceutical factories, and earlier than the establishment of Umbrella Security. It is obvious that they have been preparing for a long time. With Lin Shurqin designing, as long as there is enough chip supply, there is no problem in building a supercomputing framework with top-level hardware and the best algorithms. What Umbrella is about to come out has really attracted a lot of attention. However, many forces are relieved at this time, because after Umbrella began to get involved in this field, it also had a bottleneck. Unlike their own culture medium before, they are now starting to make supercomputing and starting to engage in top-level AI, which requires strong hardware support. The ordered chips, storage and other equipment themselves are enough to explain the problem. This means that it can also be used as a weapon for attack when necessary. Unlike the culture medium, which was too passive at the beginning and could only use the killing weapon of the bill. After Wang Yi threw Umbrella to resist the thunder, he also took some time to relax. There were operations in Africa and experiments. While Lu Shuka's scenes were finished, Wang Yi also invited her and Qian Yayan to travel to some domestic scenic spots to relax. It won't be long before Ning Mu is going to shoot a sci-fi movie called Starry Sky. Lin Shurqin has checked the script. The most famous actors invited are Lu Shuka and Ma Dong. Almost all the funds are going to be invested in special effects. And now Dying to Survive has exploded in both word of mouth and box office, breaking various records. This can be regarded as laying a good foundation for Ning Mu's next movie. Otherwise, when it comes to domestic science fiction, I'm afraid most people's first reaction must be to sneer. The box office of Dying to Survive has exceeded 3 billion. But it deserves the high box office for such a good shooting. I heard from director Ning that you gave the script? On the plank road of Mount Huashan, Lu Xiuke was hanging on a chain and crossing the plank road. And there was still amazement in her words. The previous box office record was only 1.3 billion. And it was also shot by Su Zheng, the protagonist of Dying to Survive. But this time it broke 30, which shocked many people, and also made all parties see the potential of mainland movies. Yuzhong Media, a subsidiary of World Company, also became a hit. Now that Lu Xiuke has decided to mix in the film and television industry, she will naturally pay attention to this. And she and Wang Yi cried when they watched the movie. I say, can we not discuss movies at this time? Qian Yayan suppressed her fear, and her legs trembled as she supported the iron chain to pass the plank road. Oh my God! If it wasn't the first time I went out to travel with him, I wouldn't come to such a place. Isn't the eldest wife afraid at all? It must be said that Lu Xiuke is still very carefree except for being afraid of ghosts. It's almost like walking on flat ground here. On the other hand, Qian Yayan, who often shows strength in the company, only shivers when it comes to places like the plank road of Mount Huashan. Fortunately, Wang Yi helped her here. Okay. Relax. I'll take you there. Follow me. Then Wang Yi grabbed the chain and came behind Qian Yayan, protecting her as if she was at the bottom. But in this posture, at this height and at this distance, when she arrived safely, she was so scared that she couldn't even stand steadily. Hey, you guys are really... Lu Xiuke showed a subtle expression, as if she was sighing. Hee hee. I'm afraid of heights. Qian Yayan smiled embarrassedly and stood up again. It must be said that although Lu Xiuke and Qian Yayan have completely different personalities, they have an inexplicable understanding and complementarity when they are together. And there has never been any quarrel. While breathing the fresh air here, Wang Yi also felt a little regretful. There was no magic depression on Huashan, and no old ghost in the deep mountains was found. By the way, I saw a message on the forum yesterday that might be related. It might be what you said about the natural yin-yang eyes. While continuing to move forward, Lu Xiuke, who was carrying a small bag, suddenly thought of something and said to Wang Yi, "Oh, tell me about it." Wang Yi was quite surprised to hear Lu Xiuke's words. If ordinary people can see spirits, Qian Yangzi and others said that the situation is quite rare. Anyway, except for himself, a professional, he has not seen other people. More are in the records. Qian Yayan next to him also pricked up her ears. She followed Wang Yi to Hong Kong once and knew about this thing. I have many members of the Supernatural Forum. I saw this news in a very niche circle. The person who posted for help was an international student who had just arrived in Japan. She said that she could occasionally see some unclean things since she was a child. But because it was not common, it didn't have much impact. So after her parents didn't believe her and gradually got used to it, they didn't care much. This made Wang Yi nod his head. If it was a child like this from an ordinary family, this was indeed the most likely situation. Because let alone vengeful spirits, even the birth of natural spirits is rare. And natural spirits dissipate too quickly. So there are not many that can be seen. So this young man has grown up freely in this environment until now. Originally, she thought that there were too many people in China and too many weird things. So she was determined to study abroad since she was a child. She finally chose Japan. As a result, when she went to Japan, she found that the frequency of unclean things in Japan was much higher than in China. Huh? Much higher? Wang Yi's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect this. Yes. She said that in the shrines where various grass-headed gods are worshipped, some strange scenes can often be seen. But unlike the situation in China, most of them are not human-shaped. But I don't know whether it is true or not. Lu Xiuke's words made Wang Yi fall into deep thought. The possibility is actually very high. Japan has a long history, and there are many things passed down here. Since Qian Yangzi and others have preserved them, there is no reason for them not to have them. And in Japan, any grass-headed god can be turned into a god and worshipped. And shrines are everywhere. If there is a magic depression formed by the arrangement of the matching array, and there is a wish for the worship to appear, it seems normal that many will remain for a long time. Chapter 191 Technology Accumulation. The waves on the golden beach kept hitting the beach. Wang Yi leaned lazily on the lounge chair under the sun umbrella, looking at Lu Xiuke, who was playing in the water in a bikini and chasing Qian Yayan. And a smile appeared in his eyes. These days of traveling are also quite comfortable. Qian Yayan is pure and sexy in a black lace swimsuit with a white veil. And Lu Shirka is full of youthful vitality in a white bikini. Wang Yi lazily pondered the matter that Lu Shioka said last time. Asked Lin Shirqin to find out some information. And also look through some new papers. If there is no problem. I still have to go to Neon. And I can buy some things by the way. Umbrella has already shown its fangs. And some small steps and fast running can also be strengthened. All things are developed by ourselves. To be honest, the speed is really too slow. Even now, most of the equipment and machinery are still purchased directly. Therefore, for the next breakthroughs, Wang Yi is also prepared to carry out deep processing based on the existing technologies. Neon actually has some good things. The first is Canon and Connie, the two former lithography giants. Before ASML overtook, these two companies had been suppressing them in all aspects. In fact, even now, the two companies still have advantages in the extreme wavelength of the light source. But they need to re-research the immersion lithography mode. Now they are still sharpening their knives and preparing to make a comeback. This is actually the reason that forced ASML to directly open another track and risk abandoning mature technology to choose EUV lithography. After all, EUV lithography has almost overturned all the previous accumulations and abolished all the advantages of Canon and Connie. Therefore, the production speed and yield rate are far inferior to the previous mature technology. And the energy consumption is much greater. However, Wang Yi is still very interested in their ready-made things, which can save a lot of time. In addition, Neon also has the world's top precision machine tools. If there is a chance, you can also order a batch. In addition, Toyota also holds more than 50% of the patents related to hydrogen fuel cells. New energy is one of the major trends in the future. It can even be said that even if controlled nuclear fusion comes out, it still needs suitable batteries as a carrier. If Umbrella wants to develop comprehensively, it must be involved. In fact, Japan's betting on the direction of hydrogen fuel cells is completely wrong. It is not that hydrogen fuel cells have no potential. This thing has both advantages and disadvantages. It is that Japan holds more than 50% of the patents. What do you think of the boss and the second in command? What? Want us to work for you? Japan's own domestic demand is here. In the absence of support from the two big brothers in front, Japan can only circle its own territory. Hydrogen embrittlement, safety, cost-effectiveness, etc. can all be concentrated on. But unfortunately, Japan itself is ignorant and too greedy. However, whether it is lithium batteries or hydrogen fuel cells, these negative and insufficient aspects, Wang Yi can try to settle them through magic. Anyway, I'll just ask them. If they're willing to transfer the patent, I'll go the hydrogen fuel cell route and rely on magic power introduction and absolute technological suppression to solve the problem. If it is not transferred, then it will also go in the direction of lithium batteries, mainly focusing on lithium battery recycling, energy density and safety, and then exchange some patent usage rights. After writing and drawing for a while on the paper on the phone, Wang Yi also determined the following ideas. After confirming, he also stood up and stretched his muscles a little. The environment is good, but there are too many people. Wang Yi put down his phone and stood up and walked towards Lu Shika and the others. And Lin Shirqin's voice came from his headphones. How about buying you a sea view villa with a beach? But is the geology of this place suitable for your new wizard tower? This is Cheongjo. Geographically, the second wizard tower can be placed here. But the distance between the two requires at least thousands of tons of silver on both sides to complete the resonance and form a series connection. It is not impossible to prepare in advance. Although the geology is much worse than his current nest, it is still worth a try to spend time to reinforce it. And after it is completed here, it will be convenient to form radiation to Southeast Asia. And another one can be built on a private island in Southeast Asia in the future. Okay, you can pick one first, Wang Yi said casually, standing on the beach and looking at the vast ocean ahead. Then Lu Shioka splashed water on his face, and the water drops slid down his marble-like symmetrical muscles, which made Qian Yayan beside him a little dazed. Almost done. Ready to go back. I still have experiments to do. Okay, I'm going to join the crew too. This time it's your company's play. And I can't let you lose money. Wang Yi's own identity is of course not convenient to go out. And he still relies on Lu Hua's vest to go out first. And then fly directly to Japan. Obviously, the things purchased from Japan this time must be carried out in the name of Umbrella Company. Attract firepower. It's not afraid of one more. The negotiation of this trip also has an official letter from Umbrella headquarters. For the newly emerged giant umbrella, the Japanese company will certainly pay enough attention. Both Connie and Canon are large groups in Japan, and Canon ranks 292nd among the world's top 500 companies. They focus on digital and imaging. They value lithography technology. But it doesn't mean that they can't survive without it. In fact, these two companies wanted to cooperate with Umbrella. And the place of cooperation is actually the lens. Carl Zeiss is the world's #1 and well-known. But Connie's achievements in optical lenses are also ranked in the top 3. And it is a traditional old brand lens company. ASML is mainly composed of top technologies from various countries. But Connie's lithography machines are highly Japanese. And the same is true for Canon, which is good at imaging. Carl Zeiss will invest a lot of energy in Umbrella's lenses. And Connie is the same. They not only bought a lot of A1 lenses, but also allocated some culture medium shares. Although the number is not large. They also performed some combinations of different proportions in the laboratory, and obtained some special resins by grafting. The effect is simply doubtful. Knowing that Umbrella was going to send representatives here, they really gave a very high standard reception. Although we don't know why this representative came from Southeast Asia. Their special car has already arrived at the tarmac. There is a middle-aged driver, with a humble expression, and a public relations manager, with a hot body and sweet appearance. She has a cute and sweet baby face. But her figure is so good that her neckline is almost bursting. And her slender A4 waist is just right. There are no artificial traces, which can be regarded as a gift. The standard OL black silk outfit is exactly the same as in the movie. I can speak Japanese. Wang Yi used Lu Hua's SHL to speak standard Japanese, which made the public relations manager's eyes light up. My name is Ito Yua, and I am the head of Connie's public relations department. Mr. Luzwa speaks Japanese very well. Luzwa is Lu Hua's new passport identity when applying for identity, because of the obvious Chinese name. He did not misunderstand Wang Yi as a Japanese. He respectfully admired Wang Yi, and then invited Wang Yi to get in the car. It was obviously a very spacious business car. But Ito Yua deliberately sat with Wang Yi, very close to him. This made Wang Yi glance at him. You rely on this method to test company representatives like us? However, Neon is indeed a very special place. Wang Yi roughly confirmed it when the plane was circling. It may be because there are too many volcanoes at the junction of plates. Neon as a whole is a natural dark attribute depression. According to the description of metaphysics, the foul air is relatively heavy. Although it is not as obvious as the light attribute magic of the sun, it is also better than normal places. Therefore, the probability of some special phenomena is relatively high, which is also normal. However, for Wang Yi, this is a treasure land. Chapter 192 ASML's sense of oppression. It must be said that Connie attaches great importance to Wang Yi's arrival this time. The president came to the company's door to greet him in person. The full name of Connie is Connie Company Limited, and its total market value is about $5 billion US. It is definitely a large group, but compared with Canon, it is much weaker. As a Fortune 500 company, although Canon is not as good as Umbrella, it still has its own stature and pride, and Canon's industry is wider, so its own positioning is also relatively high. Reflective Connie, after the photolithography machine was damaged, it mainly needs to rely on cameras and lenses. Nowadays, with the popularity of smartphones, traditional cameras have also been greatly impacted. Although they still have the core technology in their hands, a lot of profits have to be given up. And the prospects are also very worrying. In this case, Umbrella's visit will naturally be highly valued. In addition to the potential of Umbrella lenses, Umbrella itself is also very strong in other aspects. Not to mention the $30 billion US in liquidity from TT. It is enough to buy a few Connies. Stone dissolving medicine, cervical cancer vaccine, specific immunoglobulin. These are all products that can bring huge profits. Not to mention that it also has a very strong security company. Sweeping across the 12 cities of Pakistan in 7 days is also very important to Neon. Because of some special characteristics, Neon's own armed forces are limited, and they will naturally respect this elite force. This is also the reason why Wang Yi contacted Connie first. President Mali, Mr. Liu. After the two greeted each other, they were guided to the meeting room. They didn't ask why Wang Yi came alone. Anyway, Umbrella has already sent a letter stating that the representative who came here can make all decisions on behalf of the company. This statement is enough for Connie to pay attention. Connie's headquarters actually looks a bit old, but it has also witnessed the glory of Neon 20 or 30 years ago. I also want to find time to visit your country's attractions. so I'll get straight to the point. Wang Yi showed a strong attitude when he entered the scene. But as the father sighed, the stronger the performance of Umbrella, the more likely it is to attract a humble response from Japan. We Umbrella want to buy all the information and production lines related to your company's lithography machines. You can also make some appropriate and reasonable requests for this. Of course, as a product that has been eliminated by the market, you should also pay attention to the degree of your requests. Wang Yi's words made the face of President Mali opposite him look a little solemn. After hesitating for a while, he spoke up. To be honest with you, Mr. Liu, although our technology has fallen behind in the short term, our foundation is still here after all. Now we are working hard to overcome the immersion technology. Soon we will be able to produce a lithography machine that is better than ASML and has a higher resolution. An expert who should be a technical backbone also added at this time. Since you came to us, you naturally know that the quality of our lithography machines was better than ASML before. And we have many advantages in technology accumulation. So as long as we crack the immersion lithography technology, we can immediately reoccupy the market. If there is enough price, we will certainly consider selling it. But we should not be underestimated. Wang Yi nodded after hearing this, and threw out a USB flash drive. This is the latest intelligence we have obtained. You should know that we also have a security company. Wang Yi's words made several people at the scene slightly stunned. But they quickly played the content on the USB flash drive, which contained the general principle and description of ASML's EUV lithography machine, including the principle that the light source is atomized tin metal droplets bombarded by a carbon dioxide laser. The extreme ultraviolet beam itself is also constantly reflected by the siliconized crystal, and finally converges to complete the wafer lithography. The general principle and even the structure are explained. Although it is just a general introduction, it is enough to shock the senior management of Connie. Impossible. How could it be? They gave up all their previous advantages. This Neon advocates the spirit of craftsmanship, and they often like to follow the routine. In fact, TSMC had approached them when it proposed the immersion theory, but they were not interested. So it gave ASML the opportunity to overtake on the curve. As a result, now they have picked it up again, and they are about to overtake with their previous accumulation. But the opponent directly opens another track. Compress the wavelength of the light source 10 times. This, even if they know it now, and even understand the principle, it is actually useless. Because this is not something that can be made just by knowing the principle. It is about precision and craftsmanship, which cannot be achieved overnight. Even if they have a full set of drawings now, it takes considerable energy and time to restore. It is normal that they can't compete. They have used the crystallization of all the world's highest technologies, and it is certainly difficult for you to catch up by yourself. Wang Yi stated calmly. It can be said that the information he threw out now is a fatal blow to Connie. After the parameters and related capabilities of the EUV lithography machine were thrown out, Connie's spine was broken. They are a commercial company, and they pay attention to commercial profits. It is impossible for them to accept losses just to be able to manufacture it. Even if they have mastered the technology, it is meaningless for a commercial company like them if they can't sell it. Once they weigh the pros and cons, they will give up directly. They knew that maybe working overtime to develop a 157 nanometers immersion lithography machine would give them a certain advantage in the short term before EUV is released. But facing the overwhelming performance gap of EUV lithography machines, they would have no chance once it is released, unless a new track is also opened. I'm really sorry, Mr. Liu. We need to discuss it. If you are interested in the scenery of Neon, please go ahead. All expenses will be borne by our company, and Itoyua will accompany you throughout the whole process to meet all your needs. Of course, no problem. Wang Yi smiled and stood up, and Itoyua, who had a sweet face and a hot body, quickly followed. For such a gift that came to the door without responsibility, pity, or consideration of the other party's feelings, Wang Yi would certainly not refuse. Facts have proved that Neon's technology in domesticating and serving people can indeed be applied for world heritage. And Wang Yi is very satisfied. After leaving Itoyua, who had lost her memory in the room, he came to Neon's night market by himself. It has to be said that the izakaya culture in Japan is quite popular, and many company employees will gather here after get-off work. The girls handing out flyers on the street, some girls in sailor suits standing under the telephone poles, and the dense crowds of people all fully illustrate the busyness and diversity here. When a zebra crossing traffic light is released, it is like opening a gate. After all, the population density is higher than that in China. And Wang Yi also pressed the headset to ask, How is the situation? The filming is done. The boss performed super well, and won glory for the country. This kind of strength, and this kind of facial expression are unprecedented. Listening to this artificial intelligence that drove without saying anything, Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh. I'm talking about the foreign student with yin and yang eyes. Oh, I've checked it out. It's probably true. She is at Tokyo's Silver Star Language School. But she rented a single apartment outside to stay. Hearing this, Wang Yi also nodded. Lin Shichin was still very reliable when she should be reliable. The residence has been confirmed. But I don't think the boss will like it. Although she looks good, her figure is super flat. My god, I have never seen such a flat girl. If I hadn't confirmed it again and again, I would have thought she was a boy. What kind of pervert am I in your eyes? The kind that won't let any ghost go. Chapter 193 The Visible Girl. Gu Qianqian is 17 years old this year. She is currently studying at Tokyo's Silver Star Language School, and is preparing to apply for a university in Japan. But now she regrets her choice. She has always believed that it is the environment that makes her see those things frequently, since she was a child. So she has made up her mind to study abroad since she was a child. Because she can see things she shouldn't see. She often can't sleep. Her sleep quality is super bad. In addition, her nutrition is not up to par. She is only a little over 1.5 meters tall. And her front is super flat. No matter how much she drinks milk and eats papaya, it doesn't help at all, which makes her desperate. Although she is good looking, she has no shortage of suitors, especially after coming to Japan. She is super popular, but she has no interest in this kind of welcome. She always feels that others treat her as a doll. Even in the dormitory, there is no bullying. But her roommate, who often rushes to hug her, makes her feel more malicious than bullying. She would rather be bullied. And the most important thing is that she sees more dirty things in Japan. Not only is the frequency of seeing ghosts on the roadside much higher than in China, even their shrines have problems. When she suddenly found that there were more ghosts here, she heard from a female classmate that there was a very effective shrine. So she went there to get rid of bad luck. And then she saw unclean things being worshipped in the shrine. Well, it might be the local god of Japan. Anyway, it is even more unclean than in China. Foreign gods are unreliable. Occasionally, she found that some urban legends and some college legends might have these things in them. Because although she didn't see them when she passed by, she could feel a gloomy feeling. She still believed in her intuition that there must be such things. The overall frequency of appearance is much higher than in China, because she encountered such things since she was a child. Gu Qianqian often hangs out in some supernatural forums to seek solutions. However, after hanging out for a long time, she found that it seemed that most people participated in the pursuit of a horror atmosphere. And only she was thinking about how to solve the problem. I really want to see the expressions of these little cuties after they really encounter these things. She had been to some temples and Taoist temples, but they were useless. However, an old monk said that she was a genius and wanted to take her as a disciple, which scared her away. What is the meaning of being a monk's disciple? Oh, it's another H, Lichte. Looking at the pale spirit floating in the elevator in front of her, Gu Qianqian also sighed, walked into the elevator directly, and pressed the floor of her apartment. Although the rent of the apartment building she rented was not cheap, there was no need to sort the garbage, and someone would deal with it specially, which made her decisively choose this place after knowing it. But just when the elevator door was about to close, a hand suddenly reached in and stuck the door, which scared her. Then she saw a man who looked a little gentle walked in, and she quickly gave up a seat. There was a ghost in the elevator, and it would feel better if there was one more living person. But then Gu Qianqian looked at the person next to her in confusion, because there was a large empty space in the middle, and the other person was standing on another corner, and it seemed that he did not overlap with the ghost. This is called a natural spirit. It is useless, but it is not dangerous. It will dissipate by itself in a few days without the sun. Wang Yi looked at this cute little girl, who wanted to pinch her face, and smiled. You can see it too? Gu Qianqian showed a surprised expression on her face. And the other person just spoke in Chinese. This made her feel like she had seen someone of her kind. This was the first time she had seen someone of her kind. After all, she was a student who had been protected by the ivory tower. She really had no defensive psychology at all. Now she was only surprised to see Wang Yi say this. I came to find you. Qianqian can't see is your online name. You really post everything on the internet. Wang Yi was also a little dumbfounded when he saw the expression of this little girl. I can detect her. And others can also find her. Ah? Gu Qianqian. who was originally full of surprise, became a little nervous. Do you know about these? What are the special organizations of the relevant departments? Can you all see them? Are they going to catch me for experiments? Or are they going to recruit me into the organization? Good guy. Wang Yi just mentioned this. But he has already imagined so much. It can be seen that this girl usually worries about some things that are not there. How can there be so many special organizations? In fact, if you find some famous masters of metaphysics earlier, you will probably be accepted as a disciple. Wang Yi's words made Gu Qianqian stunned. However, the elevator had arrived at this time, and Wang Yi and Gu Qianqian left the elevator together. There is really a big monk who said he wants to accept me as a disciple. Is he serious? Well, you are rare. This is the first time I have seen you. Let's go. I came to you to ask you something. In return, I can give you a small gift to prevent this kind of thing. Oh, okay. Hearing that there is a small gift that can prevent ghosts, Gu Qianqian immediately put down her little vigilance, went over to open the door of her house, and invited Wang Yi in. It is a small apartment of 20 square meters, but with a simple neon matching style. It has everything. However, unlike the girls' rooms that are rumored to be very clean, Gu Qianqian's room is not messy, but it is also a bit messy. This made her blush and put away all the sensitive clothes first, and then sat obediently on the edge of the bed, looking like a big doll. Have you seen any powerful ones in China? What powerful ones? Most of them are like the elevator before. Do they count? No. What about this side? I think you mean it's very common here. Hearing Wang Yi ask this, Gu Qianqian also began to complain, as if she wanted to say all the suppressed things. It's too difficult. Almost all the shrines here have strange dirty things, which are completely different from the temples and Taoist temples in China. You can also see that some hosts and shrine maidens will worship these things. Many urban legends here are true. Anyway, there are in the college legends of our school, and it may be the kind of powerful ones you said. Some students have been hospitalized because of it. Hearing this, Wang Yi's eyes lit up. There's a chance. At least this trip won't be in vain. Being able to hospitalize someone is definitely a vengeful spirit. Neon's special geographical environment, coupled with their own Shinto blessing, the probability of vengeful spirits and natural spirits appearing here is also relatively high. After all, the population density is higher than that in China. It can be regarded as a blessing of multiple factors. Maybe there is a chance to find a few more employees here. As for the things enshrined in the shrine, go and find out first. If you can do something, you can be an employee. If you can't do anything, you can catch it back as a supplement for the employees. For example, Antoine is a very disabled guy, between a natural spirit and a vengeful spirit. Just barely enough. And many vengeful spirits are not convenient to use. If he hadn't left his own body, it would be troublesome to switch. Chapter 194 Campus Legend. Tokyo's Silver Star Language School is a school specially open for students who are preparing to study abroad in Japan. And most of them are from China. So the overall atmosphere and environment are actually quite harmonious. And it is not easy for unfriendly things to happen. These days, those who can be sent abroad to study have at least good family conditions. Similarly, most of the students are also favored at home, and usually have their own personalities. As night falls, some lights in the school gradually dim, and all the teachers go home. Only the security guards, who stay in the security room, are patrolling. However, for language schools, there is generally no need to worry about thieves entering. The security guards will only patrol a few times every night in teams of 2. The silver moon in the sky casts the moonlight on the campus like a veil. After patrolling back and forth with flashlights, the 2 security guards, who chat in Japanese, also enter the security room and watch some night programs. At this time, several figures climbed over the wall and entered the college. I've already mentioned the minor issues. I climbed over the wall and escaped many times in high school, a long-haired girl said with some pride. I don't have as much physical strength as you. Another girl who was a little short and fat seemed to have a hard time and relied on the help of her accomplices to get here. There were 2 boys and 3 girls climbing over the wall this time. Judging from their clothes, they all seem to be students of this school. I tell you, this legend is super effective. But if you don't play well, you may get seriously ill. Many seniors have been hospitalized because of this. But it's really exciting. The long-haired girl seemed very excited. After coming out without anyone to watch over her, it was easier to let herself go. She should be the leader of this small group. And the 2 boys, one fat and one thin, Also listen to her. It is said that our school originally had a music classroom, but it was sealed after a very scary thing happened that year, and it has never been reopened. The long-haired girl said in a low voice while leading everyone to sneak towards the teaching building. What exactly is this terrifying thing? There was a teacher who looked gentle and polite before, but he was actually a perverted murderer. After speaking in a gloomy and low voice, the people who were going upstairs seemed to feel a gust of cold wind blowing through them, and they all shuddered. What? Is there a student in the school who is a victim? Why haven't we heard of it before? A short-haired girl said tremblingly, and her appearance became nervous. It is said that this is a serial case that spans 7 years, with a total of 13 victims. No one expected that this gentle music teacher would be such a person. It was not until the last time that the clues and evidence were found that the case was solved. 13? When investigating the last victim's trajectory, we found through surveillance that he had stolen the victim's private items before he was killed, and found evidence. But when they came to arrest him, he committed suicide on the piano in the music classroom. After searching his home, we found a lot of stolen things, as well as a large number of bad publications. And there were many browsing traces in his computer. For a moment, the temperature around seemed to be even lower. Then a senior discovered that as long as you find the sealed classroom at night, take out the latest bad publication and place it in front of the piano, and say you want to listen to a song. The piano may make a sound by itself. The prettier the girl, the higher the chance of success. No way. The other party is a perverted killer. Is it dangerous? The fat boy seemed a little timid. Don't worry. The most serious case so far is that a senior did not believe in evil and issued a provocation in the classroom and ignited the bad publication. He was hospitalized for a few days due to mental disorder. There is nothing to be afraid of. I am just curious and not really looking for death. The long-haired girl rolled her eyes. Then how do we find the classroom and get in? There is no key? There is a secret. When we go up to the 3rd floor, go up and down the stairs. And when the non-existent 13th step appears on the stairs, go upstairs again, and you can find the dusty classroom. The classroom is not locked, and you will definitely not find it during the day. 1 step, 2 steps, 12 steps. The end. Then several people quickly went downstairs and did it again. After going back and forth several times, just when the short and fat girl and the fat boy were a little out of breath, the 13th step finally appeared. Seeing that the 13th step really appeared, several people were also quite excited. It was actually true? Then they began to slowly grope forward. I don't know if it was an illusion. It seemed that this floor became very dark, and the moonlight outside did not shine in from the corridor. What are they doing in circles over there? Gu Qianqian followed Wang Yi to the school, watching the people in front of her constantly turning in circles in the teaching building, and their faces were still nervous and excited. It seemed a little strange. Nothing. This guy has a good learning ability. He has mastered the ability to interfere with their brain waves. Now he is probably playing games with them. Look! It's out. Wang Yi pointed to the figure that had floated down from the ceiling and landed in front of several people, and said to Gu Qianqian, Really? Is this the legendary killer? I haven't seen him during the day, but I just feel that it's so cold to have such a thing. Gu Qianqian was a little surprised. This time, Wang Yi actually took the initiative to find him based on the clues provided by Gu Qianqian. It was a campus legend that had been circulating in their school for a long time. In fact, Wang Yi was quite surprised, because this guy should have been dead for many years. To be honest, if he didn't have too strong obsession, his humanity would have been wiped out. Even if he had a strong obsession, it would probably be just obsession. I didn't expect it to be so well preserved. However, from the faint breath of willpower on the other party, Wang Yi probably judged that it might be because the campus legend about him in this school was too classic, and some willpower spontaneously appeared to help maintain it. The overall environment of the island in Neon was biased towards these. It's just that it's likely that this guy was wronged. Seeing him flipping through those publications and putting his head through the girl's clothes, he must be a pervert. But he shouldn't be a perverted murderer, because this guy already has the initial ability to kill. He can't directly and forcibly attack the souls of ordinary people like Cheng Shui and Lin Shiqin. It's very simple to rely on some illusions to make people fall off the building. But he didn't do that. Instead, he just played games with them according to the content of the campus legend. The spirit of a dead person is more likely to retain extreme emotions. So there is no reason why he was a perverted murderer in his lifetime, and only became a pervert after his death. Chapter 195 Staff Collection. Really? The piano sounded Several students were also very excited when they heard the piano tune in their minds. It should be that the gift we gave made the other party very satisfied. I didn't expect this perverted murderer to be quite artistic. It has to be said that these guys who had come to play this kind of game at night and were more excited than afraid after encountering it really had a string missing in their heads. He is here. And he keeps calling him a perverted murderer. It really made the piano sound gloomy. And several people also felt that the atmosphere around them was a little wrong. Afterwards, the boy who said pervert felt a little itchy on his face. When he raised his hand and touched it, he felt that some uneven chickenpox was growing on his face. And a sharp pain suddenly emerged. At this time, other people also saw the shocking scene on the boy in front of them. And they couldn't help but scream in fear. Didn't they say there would be no danger? Why is this happening? At this moment, Wang Yi took Gu Qianqian up the stairs and entered the influence range of the vengeful spirit. At the same time, Wang Yi pointed at the group of guys who had nothing on their bodies but were all screaming and said, "A powerful vengeful spirit can create all kinds of hallucinations and feelings by affecting brain waves and even nerve signals. All pain is originally a transmission of nerve signals." Then Wang Yi said to the vengeful spirit that was influencing these students, "That's enough. Come on. There's a job ready to hire you. Come and listen." But facing Wang Yi's words, the vengeful spirit was a little stunned. Wang Yi could see him, but he made a fierce expression to Wang Yi, as if he was unwilling to come. The action of his hands did not stop, but became more and more serious. The boy who said he was a perverted murderer had already lost control of his bladder, and there was a strange smell in the air. This unruly look made Wang Yi sigh. And then boom! A terrifying wave of magic power emanated from Wang Yi. In the eyes of Gu Qianqian, who had the yin-yang eyes, and the vengeful spirit, Wang Yi seemed to have turned into a human-shaped sun, dazzling and filled with a sense of heat. The surroundings were filled with the restlessness of magic power, as if it could tear people to pieces with just a flick of the finger. The originally lazy natural magic power, like the inert gas that was constantly ionized by ionizing radiation, began to gradually become active and restless. "Did you not hear me talking to you?" Wang Yi's tone was calm, as if there was no emotion mixed in. The next moment, the students who were still struggling fainted at the same time. Then the vengeful spirit with a fierce face knelt in front of him like a good baby, and directly came to the ground seat. "I am really sorry. I have been a fierce spirit for too long, and sometimes my brain is burned. I was a little unconscious just now. Please forgive me, sir." The words were sincere, and the words were humble. However, Wang Yi was still satisfied that he could still maintain this level of conversation ability. He really wanted to take the child with him to nurse for a while, if it turned out to be a fool. "Then I want to hire you to work for me. What do you need? It would be my honor to work for you." "Sir, please don't ask for anything again." Junichiro Inoue still maintained that humble attitude, but his entire spirit was trembling. Asking if he wanted to work in this way was no different from pinching his neck and raising him up to let people choose. There was only one answer. "You said it yourself. Not that I was harsh. Since you agreed, if you don't do it well in the future, you will definitely be punished. Perhaps I can let you feel it first." After Wang Yi raised his hand and branded Junichiro Inoue, the restraining instinct in the contract also made Junichiro understand what the punishment was. He begged for mercy again and again. It must be said that the Japanese people are indeed afraid of power, but not virtue. If they are treated in a good tone, they may have some ideas. On the contrary, it is much easier to restrain them if they are directly pressed with high pressure. Gu Qianqian next to him also widened her eyes. Is there really a magic? In fact, Wang Yi brought this girl here mainly to let her see it. Otherwise there would be no need to use the magic crystal reserves to make a big move just now. Born with yin-yang eyes, this shows that her spiritual power is extremely talented. Under this lazy magic, Wang Yi also wants to study the normal growth and absorption, which will help him to crack the characteristics of lazy magic. And even if the other party disagrees, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this world has these related metaphysical inheritances. It doesn't matter whether she knows it or not. Even if she goes out and talks nonsense, no one will believe it. After all, she has been like this since she was a child, and she still knows the severity. Let's go. Continue to tell me where you feel gloomy. We will find them one by one. Don't worry. Everyone will have a corresponding reward. Employee +1. Although he is a pervert, but since he is an employee under high pressure, let alone a pervert, even if he is really a perverted murderer, it's nothing. Let these students faint here. Let them sleep for a night and catch a cold. Which is also a lesson learned. Don't do it again next time. Wang Yi also followed Gu Qianqian to the next destination. At the same time, I also learned a little about Junichiro Inoue. As Wang Yi's enslaved ghost, he had no ability to lie in front of Wang Yi, and told Wang Yi everything about himself. Master, as time passed by, I gradually lost a lot of my memories. I only remember that I was wronged at the beginning. I am not a perverted killer. Junichiro Inoue probably wanted to wash away the stain on himself. I know. But the title of pervert is right. Wang Yi nodded. Normally, Junichiro Inoue's memory and humanity would not be preserved in the years since his death. It was because of his perverted obsession and the weak willpower generated by a campus legend that he retained some of it. Of course I am a pervert. There is nothing wrong with men being a little perverted. Good guy. Justified. Even a little complacent? Is this the reason why you can become a ghost? But perverted as it is, this guy mainly peeks and reads bad magazines. He didn't do anything more extreme to those girls before. Otherwise, if it can affect brain waves, it can actually make them become weird. Although this guy is far inferior to Lin Shurqin and Cheng Shui, he is in better condition than Tang Zhuo and Li Yao. However, despite this, Wang Yi will definitely lock some functions when arranging a body for him, fearing that he will be too distracted and affect work efficiency. While talking about this, Wang Yi and Gu Qianqian took a taxi to the second place that made her feel creepy. An abandoned hospital in the suburbs. Chapter 196 Special Effects. 2 guests. This hospital is very evil. There are unclean things. If you encounter any trouble, please call the police in time. It has to be said that taxes in Neon are really expensive. On average about 6 times that of taxes in Shanghai. But since they charge so much money, the service will naturally be more thoughtful. Wang Yi and his friends didn't say anything about coming to such a remote and dark place at night. Instead, he gave a kind reminder after dropping the 2 people off and gave his business card. If there is no card to call when the 2 come back, they can find him. Thank you. We just came to see it because of its reputation. Looking at the driver's expression, it can be seen that this is not the first time he has brought guests to such a place. As the taxi left, the abandoned hospital in front of him really looked a bit gloomy. There are some construction sites that have been suspended nearby, and the farther places are actually still brightly lit. But inexplicably, it makes this place feel isolated from the world. When Wang Yi saw this hospital, he squinted his eyes. Compared with Junichiro Inoue at school, Wang Yi couldn't find him immediately. Unlike this, when Wang Yi was outside this hospital, he felt the problem here. It's not that there are any powerful things in this kind of lazy demon environment, except for those who rely on willpower for protection. No matter how strong the spirit is, it is nothing without a body created by itself. Wang Yi felt that it was just because this hospital should have had a large number of abnormal deaths, coupled with the blessing of its own environment, so it would give people a considerable sense of malice. Not to mention Gu Qianqian. Even ordinary people would subconsciously feel disgusted when they came here. Wang Yi went to the hospital specifically to find the vengeful spirits. But normally it was just some natural spirits that were born. Unlike here, where most of the deaths and injuries were in vain. What kind of hospital was this before? Wang Yi adjusted his headphones and asked Lin Shurqin. It was a mental hospital. Later, because of a fire, everyone died and no one survived. So it has been abandoned until now. Lin Shurqin gave the fastest answer. Wow, that must be a black shop. It made something and got retribution. Wang Yi smiled. As it got dark and lost the protection of the sun, it was obvious that there were messy black shadows emerging from the shadows of the hospital. It seemed that many tentacles were spreading out and dancing wildly. It was not a natural spirit or a vengeful spirit, but an unconscious aggregate formed by too many wrongful deaths. In traditional metaphysics, it was called evil spirits, and Wang Yi called it the breath of the dead, because this kind of thing could even pollute vengeful spirits. It lacked the means to actively guide and harm people. It was easy to make people sick, and then stimulate some extreme emotions in their hearts. If there was nothing wrong with the individual, it would not cause much harm. Generally speaking, if the hospital was blown up and then exposed to the sun, it would be gone. However, if it spread out at night like this, people nearby should be prone to illness. And if there were people with depression, it might easily lead to suicide. But just when Wang Yi thought of this, he looked at the 4 corners of the hospital. Oh my god! 4 golden weird spirits appeared there, as if they were blocking the way to the hospital. And as expected, with the obstruction of these 4 weird spirits, those tentacles could not leave the hospital at all. and were all bitten and swallowed by those golden spirits. Gu Qianqian obviously saw it too, and quickly whispered to Wang Yi. I didn't see them last time, but I saw one of them at the shrine. These things can't appear during the day. They should come at night. Junichiro. Do you know them? I know a little bit. The gods of these shrines will come out at night to capture spirits. I was almost caught. It seems that they will deal with this kind of thing specially. After hearing Junichiro's words, and adding the performance of these things in front of him, Wang Yi also understood why Neon's frequency of appearance was high. But there was still no problem. They formed a set of cycles and balances among themselves, which can be regarded as a kind of spontaneous coping experience left over from their years. These grass-headed gods, who are worshipped in the shrine, may do some inspections because of the power of their wishes. Some legends, and the night parade of 100 demons circulating in Neon, may have indeed happened. However, Wang Yi just took a look at these 4 grass-headed gods and lost interest. The mixed willpower made them become a kind of thing that can only follow instinctive mechanical actions, and their own strength is actually similar to that of the vengeful spirits. In fact, none of the 4 can reach the level of Lin Shiqin and Cheng Shui, but they are protected and driven by willpower. However, Wang Yi raised his hand, and 4 magic lines were drawn from the air, and then he directly shot them into the bodies of the 4 grass-headed gods, instantly completing the capture and enslavement. No self-awareness. No. The answering machine is the answering machine. It is better to have it than not. And one has to be processed and mailed to Antoine as a supplement to make up for the innate deficiency. The 4 golden grass-headed gods did not even react at all, and they were directly pinched in Wang Yi's hand, and then sealed in the silver pendant. Originally, Gu Qianqian was still talking about whether to withdraw or not, and Junichiro Inoue was also a little scared. But in the end, he saw this operation in front of him. God? That's it? Is it that the gods are too weak? Or is this one too strong? After putting away these grass-headed gods, Wang Yi also raised his finger, looking at the undead breath that had spread out, and the magic power of the magic diamond crystal in his personal space gushed out. In his spiritual vision, a 3-dimensional magic circle with a radius of several meters instantly spread out and appeared above Wang Yi. The next moment, Gu Qianqian and Junichiro seemed to have heard a kind of hallelujah-like holy hymn in their ears, and it seemed that the shadow of a white angel appeared above the hospital and flashed away with the brilliance. Then the originally gloomy hospital instantly eliminated all the gloomy atmosphere. This white light seemed to have partly entered the visible light field directly, as if it could be seen from a distance. Gu Qianqian and Junichiro both entered the mode of being stunned. Damn! The style of painting has changed. Was that the shadow of an angel just now? It was an angel. It felt like the light of heaven was falling, clearing away the ominousness of the world. The abandoned hospital, which was originally filled with gloom, suddenly gave off a warm feeling. It was still the same hospital, with the same layout, and the appearance had not changed at all. But there was such a sharp contrast. What kind of illusion was this? Let's go. This atmosphere is not good. Wang Yi greeted Gu Qianqian and turned away. If he was in another world, he might collect these because they could help the undead army and strengthen the troops. But it is really useless here. Strengthening the ghosts can strengthen them, but it will make them stupid. I don't want to form an army of ghosts to fight. I want rational ghosts. This kind of thing is completely negative and useless. Maybe I have already assimilated several ghosts. It's really a waste. Neon is actually a good place, but it still needs to ensure reproducibility. Well, as for the top purification magic that doesn't match the style of the necromancer, it's actually nothing strange. Wang Yi has even caught the chief judge, so it's normal to know both hands. He just started as a necromancer, not just necromancer magic. The mana consumption is really not small. If it were in the past, Wang Yi would not waste it so much. He would rather go in and slowly rely on blood and blood to clean up together with spells. However, since the formation of the Mage Tower and the magic diamond crystal began to have spare charging, Wang Yi has become accustomed to carrying one in his personal space. Powerful physical destruction may still be a bit troublesome, but this kind of pure purification is much simpler. After all, these dirty things are also very weak, and the visual effects were used twice. Gu Qianqian should be a little interested. Chapter 197 Lithography Production Line. The style is wrong. Gu Qianqian felt a little confused at this time. For a moment, I didn't know where to start. Junichiro was completely trembling. He could feel that if he didn't have the body built by the master to store the purification before, it would probably be wiped out in an instant. How about it? Do you want to learn? Wang Yi specially picked the one with the best appearance, and also wanted to seduce Gu Qianqian. I want to, but I still want to finish my studies first, Gu Qianqian said honestly. Haha. It seems that I will grab you to go to the mountains and forests to practice hard. I am also very busy. You continue your studies. I can only guide you remotely when I have time. Although Gu Qianqian is talented, the lazy magic characteristics of this world are here. No matter how good the talent is, it is actually not very useful. You have to burn incense to become an apprentice within 10 years. Wang Yi finally found a suitable example, and wanted to rely on Gu Qianqian's talent to observe some changes in the magic power of this world. Her innate yin-yang eyes are too rare. Much rarer than the ghosts. Now only one has been found. And there is no control group. Later, under the leadership of Gu Qianqian, Wang Yi also swept all the special places found by Gu Qianqian in Tokyo. In addition to Junichiro Inoue, he also captured 5 additional employees. There is no doubt that this greatly alleviated Wang Yi's manpower shortage. Although they are just ordinary ghosts. Not at the level of Lin Shurqin and Cheng Shui. But these buffs are absolutely enough in terms of action power. And there are not many places where you really need to fight and kill. More importantly, they can help Li Yao to be placed in various key positions. Otherwise, he has been alone all the time. Even with the assistance of Lin Shurqin. It is quite troublesome. The process of temporarily cultivating confidence is too long. And this time, one can be left in China to help with chores. In addition, Wang Yi also visited Tokyo's hundreds of shrines under the leadership of Ito Yue. That's right. There are hundreds of shrines. There are more shrines in Japan than convenience stores. There are 81,000 shrines nationwide. And these hundreds are only a small part. All the grass-headed gods that can be taken away along the way are taken away. And some mutated dirty things are dealt with on the spot to avoid affecting the birth of the vengeful spirits in this treasure land. After letting them go for a while, the harvest will definitely be greater next time. And at this time, Connie finally finished the discussion and prepared to complete the negotiation with Wang Yi again. As Ito Yue returned to Connie's headquarters, Wang Yi also got the answer he wanted. Mr. Liu, we are willing to sell all the supporting businesses of our lithography machines to your company. President Molly of Connie seemed to be much more haggard. And he should not have rested well during this period. So what's the price? Wang Yi first targeted Connie because the possibility here is the greatest. If he can get it in one step. Canon, as a Fortune 500 company, doesn't have to go there. We are willing to sell the entire set of technical data, equipment, and production lines to your company for $1. President Ma Li's words surprised Wang Yi. His own world company was willing to sell it for $1, which was a transfer from one hand to the other. And it could also use the terms and conditions to help Umbrella shut up some people. If Connie wants to do this without any relationship, then it can only be said that they definitely want more. However, we hope that your company will give us enough support in optical lenses in the future, including the supply of culture medium. After hearing this, Wang Yi had to admire Connie's courage. At the beginning, they made a mistake in the immersion lithography machine and lost the qualification to compete. But this time they learned a lesson. With Connie's accumulation and level in lenses, he can naturally see the potential of Umbrella's special resin in this regard. It can be said that once Umbrella enters this industry with all its strength, Connie's old business will be quickly squeezed out, thus losing the last living space. So they chose to directly abandon all businesses related to lithography machines in exchange for a bigger stage for themselves. I have to say, very smart, because what they want is not the core necessity of Wang Yi. Throwing some bones to them is not unacceptable. Neon's rebellious character is very dangerous. But at the same time, as long as they can ensure that they are firmly crushed, they can become the best loyal dogs. It's impossible in the entire lens field. But in a field of ordinary lenses, you hand over 20% of the profit, and we will help you dominate ordinary lenses. We can also increase the supply of culture medium, and provide you with technical support from the lens manufacturer. As long as the fruit trees are firmly in their hands, it is harmless to supply you with more culture medium. This can also save some energy, and let them charge forward in the field of lenses. Connie should have had relevant discussions long ago. Wang Yi's words made them nod and ask okay after a simple confirmation. Mr. Liu, can you fully represent your company? We can agree to this condition. Of course. Happy cooperation. A full set of lithography machine data, production lines, and related equipment will definitely take some time to move. After all, they are all precious instruments. It is obviously impossible to move to the United States. And you can refuse on the pretext that labor is too expensive. But if you move to China, you need an excuse that cannot be questioned. Otherwise, there will be great trouble. Fortunately, we have always shown that we have a deep cooperation with Umbrella. We just need to move the equipment that has been eliminated in theory from Japan. If the money is in place, it should be no problem to lobby for it. Anyway, it will take some time to dismantle, move, and organize the data. It will be okay if we operated well during this period. If it really doesn't work, we can only consider Mexico, Brazil, and Johor. Hongsan is not suitable for such expensive things. This time, Connie negotiated. Many employees received their rewards, and there were hundreds of grass-head gods that could serve as answering machines and supplements. Wang Yi's trip to Japan can be regarded as a complete success. The rest is to see if the Toyota patent issue can be added to the icing on the cake. Mr. Liu, please contact me next time you come to Japan. After sending Wang Yi off the car, Ito Yua looked at Wang Yi with watery eyes, and her eyes were almost drawn. Oh, okay, Wang Yi said perfunctorily, without any emotional investment. The pose was done, and the novelty was over. Then Wang Yi came to Toyota headquarters. Even though the advance notice was short, Wang Yi came here on behalf of Umbrella after all, so Toyota still attached great importance to it. Although it was not the president who came out to greet them personally like Connie, there were still several people waiting at the door. At present, there is not much overlap between Umbrella's business and Toyota's business. However, even if it is just the advertising push of the TT International Edition, it is enough for Toyota to send a heavyweight representative. Mr. Liu, some time ago, I heard from a great mathematician that he has cooperated with your company in artificial intelligence, and the results are coming soon. It really makes us itchy. As soon as they met, the head of the other party's public relations department humbly praised him. Wang Yi did not expect that he would directly praise himself. You took the initiative to bring it up, so it's not too much for me to praise you. Right? Chapter 198 Toyota's Ambition. Does your company also want to invest in hydrogen fuel cells? Toyota was originally just a courtesy reception, wanting to see if they could cooperate in TT advertising. But after hearing the purpose of Wang Yi's visit, their eyes lit up. It's a bit immature, but most of the relevant patents are in your company, Wang Yi said without comment. In fact, if it were in another parallel world, Toyota would open up hydrogen energy-related patents for free starting next year. And 8 years later, all of their more than 20,000 patents would be free. The purpose is to expand the cake by free, and then use their first-mover advantage to complete the high-end market. But unfortunately, the choice time in the parallel world is still a little late. Wang Yi came here this time because he saw Toyota's attitude. It is a consensus of many forces that new energy will definitely occupy a considerable proportion in the future, which can also be said to be a major trend. However, new energy also has a direction. Take energy storage as an example. Both lithium batteries and hydrogen fuel cells are worth exploring in depth. Both routes have their own advantages and disadvantages. Lithium battery technology is more mature, and the main issues that need to be overcome are safety and energy density. In addition, the issues of battery recycling and lithium ore consumption need to be considered. Although hydrogen fuel cells need to overcome many directions, such as hydrogen embrittlement, safety, transportation, hydrogen production costs, etc., there are more issues to be solved. But it is also a direction, because the ceiling of lithium batteries is visible. The upper limit of hydrogen fuel cells is still higher after all. This is also the reason why Toyota will bet on it. They are not stupid. If it is really not feasible, they will not make such a decision. Hydrogen fuel cells are not hydrogen combustion, but ionization of hydrogen atoms to generate electricity, and then combined with oxygen to become water. In essence, it is also a battery. Energy density, environmental protection, raw materials and other aspects have their own advantages. But there are more problems to overcome. For Toyota, the progress has been relatively smooth so far, and many problems are being overcome. It's just a pity that the market of neon itself is actually so big. If they don't get the support of the two players above, they can't play well. The supporting hydrogen refueling stations, hydrogen production plants and related transportation logistics, professional vehicles, pipelines and even cargo ships, etc., all require an overall and long-term layout. This is not just a technical issue. Once the top players decide not to play with him, Toyota can only stare blankly, even if they take out a finished car now. Although the electric vehicle is still unclear, and the SX electric vehicle on the Danyai side is still struggling, Toyota is already ready to start lobbying in advance and boasting about the benefits of hydrogen fuel cells through various channels. TT was originally an important direction for them to build public opinion. Now that they heard that Umbrella said it was interested, of course they were more excited. In fact, we can agree to the patent authorization. But your company also needs to agree to a few small conditions for us. Toyota did not discuss with Connie for so long, but only met and discussed for a short time before making a decision and making a request. Your company needs to promote hydrogen fuel cells on TT, and our two companies will work together to lobby the United States. In addition, because of the hepatitis B-specific immunoglobulin, your company has a great influence in the East, and you can also lobby. Toyota is not prepared to eat alone, and is willing to open up authorization. But the premise of authorization is that if Umbrella has a technological breakthrough in hydrogen fuel cells, it also needs reverse authorization. After all, it is very likely that the other party has mastered some technology to come here, and Toyota does not want to work for nothing after licensing it out. So this item must be added. In addition, we must negotiate and lobby together, and it would be best if we can build a factory together. It can be said that these requirements put forward by Toyota are reasonable from a purely commercial perspective. It's okay to want a win-win situation. But for Umbrella, it's completely different. Ordinary authorization doesn't matter. But how can Magic Craftsmanship give you reverse authorization? This is too sensitive. There is no way. Umbrella is not going to hang on to hydrogen fuel cells. If there is a choice. Of course, Toyota will not agree to the request from this side. Our company is not saying that we must choose this route. If the patent license only costs a little money to buy, it doesn't matter. But now, we can't agree to your company's request. Wang Yi was able to sense Toyota's confidence through the conversation. They are still confident in their hydrogen fuel cell project and believe that they can lead the world again as long as the technology makes a breakthrough. In the future, they will slowly open up patent licenses for free because they have already gained a first-mover advantage in technology and are not afraid of catching up. It's a pity that the reverse licensing that Toyota may have agreed to is a big problem. It may be difficult to convince them to accept this. After all, Toyota should be the most confident at present. With the other party having such expectations, Wang Yi knew that this time it might not be possible to negotiate. But fortunately, the main purpose has been achieved. There is no way to add icing on the cake. Lithium battery is lithium battery. Which is also good in this regard, Mr. Liu. Don't you want to ask the company? Toyota is a little unwilling. They are confident and have high expectations, but they still attach great importance to cooperation with Umbrella. No, I can make a full judgment on behalf of the company. Everyone, I hope there will be other opportunities for cooperation next time. Toyota was also a little shocked when he heard Wang Yi say this. When he first saw the letter, he thought that full responsibility was a normal business tone. Just a representative. But he didn't expect the other party to be able to do this. However, as Wang Yi judged, Toyota was still full of confidence at this time, and continued to invest a lot of money. It would be best if Umbrella could cooperate, but they would not be unacceptable if they couldn't cooperate. Although the two sides did not reach an agreement, they still ended the exchange in a decent manner. At the same time, Toyota also stated that it would negotiate with TT for several advertisements. Although Toyota did not make effective progress afterwards, the purchase of some ready-made machine tools was very smooth. It was not originally said that they had to wait for you to build a brand new one temporarily, but buying ready-made second-hand goods would be okay. The trip to Neon was almost perfect. Umbrella's press conference on Red Queen is about to be held. After the plane landed, Wang Yi switched his identity and came out of the Umbrella laboratory in China, and was reminded by Lin Shurqin. Yes, I found some ideas about the repair of myocardial cells last time, but in order to prevent others from picking peaches, I will deal with the fake ones first. Wang Yi sorted out his clothes and got in a car driven by Su Feng, who came to pick him up. Regarding the repair of myocardial cells by stem cells, Wang Yi really tinkered with his own things and tried to strengthen himself a little. Although he is still the original knight, his endurance and explosive power have been significantly improved. Of course, this is a magic technology operation of stem cells combined with magic itself, which is very different from the steps of the original paper. And if you want to commercialize it, you still need some way to go. Myocardial cells are highly differentiated cells, a bit like the central nervous system, which means that if any damage is caused in the future, it is almost irreversible. The fewer deaths, the better. This is also one of the most troublesome effects of myocardial infarction and various sequelae of heart disease, which will cause damage to the function of the heart itself and lead to heart failure. It is precisely because myocardial cells are so important that the paper on the repair of myocardial cells by stem cells caused such a huge sensation and made all major forces invest a lot of money in research. After all, the number of deaths from cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases has always ranked first. If the myocardium can be effectively repaired, this is definitely a milestone breakthrough. It has to be said that if the other party only puts forward a hypothesis, the direction may really be fine. There are several types of stem cells, and all tissues in the human body are differentiated from stem cells, including myocardial cells. Stem cells themselves do have extremely strong plasticity, but at present, there is almost no effective way to control how stem cells differentiate and how they differentiate. At present, there are actually many methods for stem cell cultivation, but the speed is a bit slow. There are certain cultivation methods, but no controlled differentiation methods. The application is still very limited, and most of them are concentrated in the laboratory. In practical tests, if the relatively easy to obtain c-Kit plus stem cells are used, the main repair is only the blood vessels, or it can also be effective in repairing soft tissues for some arthritis patients. But it still depends more on luck. Obviously, the scholar who forged the paper and made it academic fraud did not hit the right luck. Chapter 199 Academic Thunderbolt. Harvard Center for Regenerative Medicine is a top medical institution in the United States, with the most advanced equipment and team. Piero, director of the Regenerative Center and professor of Harvard Medical School, is the world's top cardiovascular expert, and can even be said to be a top figure. In particular, his paper on the repair of myocardial cells by c-Kit plus stem cells in 2001 has aroused the excitement of the global medical community. The high differentiation and irreversibility of myocardial cells have always been one of the most troublesome problems of various heart diseases. The current treatment can only take a conservative approach to reduce further damage. This can find a way to repair it. Even if it is still in the laboratory stage, it is enough for all kinds of capital to rush in with money. A large number of medical institutions around the world have invested heavily. As for Piero, who has completed an experiment in the laboratory, he has been invested a lot. He is the most popular. For more than 10 years, the investment of various capitals will eventually have tests to try to restore. But without exception, they have all failed. Slowly, some people have raised doubts. However, Piero himself is a leading figure in the field of cardiovascular disease. With his own influence, a group of people cheering him on, and people cheating funds by writing papers in this direction, the opposition has been suppressed. But fake is fake after all. More and more funds are wasted, and now the doubts are getting louder and louder. For Piero, he can only throw out some results from time to time to suppress such voices. Therefore, he must have full control over his laboratory. He is a real laboratory tyrant and has the final say. No one in his team can question him, and no one can disobey him. Now he not only represents himself, but also represents the capital behind him, and even other capital that has invested a lot of money in this field. Such a high cost does not allow failure, even if it cannot be recovered. It must have the value of continuing research. In fact, even the capital that supports Piero now knows that there is a huge pit here, but they cannot accept that such a large amount of money has been wasted. Continue to play music to describe this prospect well to deceive more people to come in, so that they have a chance to withdraw. If it doesn't work, make some health products like placebos and hype them up and sell them to get some money back. In the laboratory of the Regeneration Center, Piero looked at the data provided by the researcher in front of him with a gloomy face and said very angrily, "Who allowed you to fill it in like this? Go back and do it. Give it to me after the conversion rate increases by 5 basis points." The researcher's face turned pale and bitter when he heard Piero's words. In fact, he has already added a lot. Add more? This is too fake. In the past, it can be said that the inability to reproduce is due to poor technology. But the data is so beautiful. If it can't even reach 1/10 of the data, it will definitely be exposed. But since the tyrant has spoken, he can only sigh and go back to continue the experiment. At this moment, a young and beautiful female researcher trotted over and said to Piero with a horrified expression on her face, "Professor, it's bad. Umbrella Company publicly questioned our data fraud. Now there are a lot of reposts on the TT platform. Even a certain special and a certain book has started." "What? Who gave them the courage?" Piero was furious when he heard this. Like an angry lion, with fierce light in his eyes. Now data falsification is his Achilles heel. As time goes by, The pressure he faces is getting greater and greater. But after hearing what the beautiful researcher said, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Umbrella Company. It's them. As a big man in the medical field, he has always wanted to solve the problem at hand and turn the fake into the real. He can't help but pay attention to the top drugs now. Umbrella is such a terrifying existence. He even used his connections to get some special culture medium from Umbrella Company. Not to mention, this culture medium is really something. Although it still cannot differentiate cardiomyocytes in a directed way, it can already start the in vitro culture of stem cells more easily. He even thought about whether to directly transform this stem cell culture method into results to dilute the previous impact of cardiomyocytes. After all, hematopoietic stem cells themselves are of great significance for the treatment of leukemia. The current leukemia surgery relies on injecting mobilization agents into the donor's body, and then extracting stem cells from the blood. On the other hand, the leukemia patient completes the bone marrow killing of all pathological cells and healthy cells, and then injects the donor's stem cells to complete the homing and achieve the purpose of cure. The biggest limitation of this surgery is that the matching is too difficult. And although it is not bone marrow extraction now, injecting mobilization agents itself is not pleasant. How many people are willing to donate? He thinks that if he can complete the mass production of stem cell cultivation in vitro through this culture medium, it will be enough to make up for the previous mistakes. Well, but unfortunately, this culture medium itself belongs to others. And now others have come to question his problems, which makes Piero feel quite headache, staring carefully at the report in front of him, and then looking at the direction of public opinion. Piero simply made a bold move. He had no way out, so he might as well play a big one. Then, he began to call the sponsor behind him to discuss the next response. Recently, it can be said that both domestic and foreign networks have been involved in an academic fraud incident. The cause of the incident is actually still related to Wang Yi, the academic discrimination of Gatsai at the beginning, and the related papers on Shaosher medicine in the Lancet later, have pushed the problem of discrimination in the academic community to the forefront. So the previous paper on hepatitis B immunoglobulin in Nature specifically emphasized that this time, it was the first contributor with data. In this atmosphere, Umbrella suddenly took advantage of this name, and said that the academic community not only has a serious problem of discrimination, but also because of the mutual protection of white people. There are a lot of frauds. Among them, the stem cell myocardial repair experiment that wasted a lot of manpower and material resources was named, and detailed experimental data was given. Not only did they submit to Nature directly, but they also used the identity of the controller of TT Overseas version to complete the dissemination of information. Originally, the public opinion of academic discrimination has been getting more and more intense. It is not just racial discrimination. Various vulnerable groups have jumped out. At this time, Umbrella directly threw a heavy bomb to them, telling them that they will not only discriminate against you, but also protect their own fraud. What will happen if this voice comes out? It exploded instantly, detonating all domestic and foreign online media. Domestically, people didn't care much about this kind of thing, but the cause was Master E, and many people also had a good impression of Umbrella. In addition, this big melon tasted delicious, so they also started to watch. After the simultaneous translation came out, it became much easier to eat the melon outside. Chapter 200, Making Something Out of Nothing. Oh my god, Piero is so famous. A great figure. Harvard professor. Director of the Center for Regenerative Medicine. No way. Fraud? My dad is still waiting for this technology. Academic fraud? In the medical field. This is too vicious. Just because of his fame. It has lasted for so long? More than 10 years. Okay. So much human and material investment. So much useless work. It's really speechless. The domestic internet is more concerned about the incident itself. And it has also caused disappointment to many people. Cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases are the largest cause of death. And cardiovascular diseases are ranked second when they are broken down separately. Many people really regard this as a life-saving straw. As a result, a simple statement of fraud wiped out hope. And just when the news was getting more and more intense, Piero actually took the initiative to speak publicly. I know that you will be afraid of my breakthrough in new technology with the new culture medium. But I didn't expect you to choose to slander me like this. You even used the control of TT to guide public opinion. True gold is not afraid of fire. When we used the new culture medium, we successfully completed the rapid in vitro cultivation of hematopoietic stem cells. This not only has a milestone effect on the recovery of the original myocardial cells, but also has the additional effect that leukemia patients will no longer have to wait for matching in the future. Piero's public statement can be said to be quite heavy. And he also specifically called Umbrella's unique culture medium a new culture medium, and even used it to kidnap Umbrella Company, saying that they wanted to monopolize the benefits. Saying that they used TT's communication media to lead the rhythm is slander, as both parties involved, Umbrella and Piero, certainly know who is talking nonsense. However, as long as you are not the party involved, you can't know the real truth. How can ordinary people know these details? Just dance to the rhythm. Anyway, Piero also threw out a heavy news, kidnapping some patients who urgently need hematopoietic stem cell transplants to stand on his side. It is to force the original one-sided situation into a quibble, and keep putting the blame on others. This is their usual calculation and thinking mode. If it is other aspects, they actually have to consider Umbrella's extreme measures. But Piero, who has already reached the end of the road, is the most suitable candidate, because Piero has been forced into a desperate situation at this time. If Umbrella really takes some measures to make him disappear from the world, it will make him successful. He has nothing to lose. The assistance he gets after risking his life is not just the leukemia patients he kidnapped. You should know that many other parties, who were forced by Umbrella to accept the high price of purchasing culture media, were dissatisfied. Due to Umbrella's hacking style of taking action at the slightest disagreement, they did stop for a while. But now there is a fearless person who is willing to jump out, and it is natural to add fuel to the fire behind. We are not hostile to you, and will never intervene personally, but we are giving you all the support we can behind the scenes, especially in public opinion. We have forcibly raised Piero, who has absolutely no reason and is just talking nonsense, to the level of challenging Umbrella public opinion. Some talk shows also constantly talk about the two parties, and they all seem to be impartial, with a feeling that everyone is here to discuss and see which side has the upper hand. Piero was forced to occupy half of the public opinion by making something out of nothing. This made Wang Yi, who originally wanted to expose him just to facilitate his further research on myocardial cell repair, a little confused. No way. You made something out of nothing and made it like this? You are worthy of being a Western media. Ordinary people can't tell the difference when facing such highly specialized things, especially the majority of Western happy education. And don't even talk about independent thinking and reflection. They only know that it was Umbrella who questioned Piero's academic issues. And then Piero immediately took out a plan to treat leukemia, and then blamed Umbrella for monopolizing the culture medium that can save lives. For ordinary people, being brainwashed like this, it is actually easier to stand on Piero's side. On one side is a large company, and on the other side is a top expert in cardiovascular disease. And Umbrella is also involved in resource monopoly. Boss, I have to remind you that you'd better arrange some people to protect Piero. Lin Shurqin gave a hint, which made Wang Yi rub his temple, and said with a headache, "You mean they will assassinate Piero in turn?" It sounds a bit funny, but this is really what those people can do. Piero is undoubtedly no longer valuable. If a gorgeous assassination is exposed to the public, who will be the target in the end? A typical yellow mud falling off the crotch. Evidence? What is that? Just like Umbrella directly made the two rich people disappear. Sometimes, there is no need for evidence at all. Although it will not be a fatal blow at that time, it will definitely be quite disgusting. And it will indeed make Umbrella passive. The tougher Umbrella behaves at that time, the more likely it is to cause disgust. At that time, it will push a few bills and even find someone to retaliate against. After all, assassination is a radical move. Picking out a few typical examples to set rules is the most effective. Once the scope of attack is expanded, it will be completely confirmed. And sending troops to suppress it will be a matter of course. After all, the Tiandi Tongs Ho that is kept at the bottom of the box can only be kept at the bottom of the box, as long as it does not cross the red line. It cannot be used casually. The other party also has a trump card, and it is stronger. The collision between forces and forces, the influence of impulse and personal emotions will all be suppressed, which is completely different from the way individuals will be attacked at the slightest disagreement. Good guy. A clown who cheats academically can have such an effect. I never thought that it would have such an effect. It's still too kind. I didn't expect their brain circuits at all. Wang Yi sighed, and then continued to ask Lin Shurqin, "Have all the new employees been mailed?" Including Junichiro. There are a total of 6 new employees. Wang Yi mailed them all out. Anyway, Cheng Shui has the ability to make the SHL. After all the physical problems are solved over there, one more person will come to China to control the branch here. Which is just right. It has been mailed. But we haven't found a suitable body yet. 1 or 2 will be enough. Since you reminded me, someone must have started preparing. Let's arrange 2 people to protect Piero and deal with the assassination in front of him. Now Piero is the absolute focus card. It is important to show him some goodwill to let him know who wants his life. We Umbrella Security is a security company, not an assassination company. In addition, the Red Queen press conference will start according to the original schedule. And at the same time, the crackdown on academic fraud will be expanded. Speaking of stem cell culture, I found a paper on universal cells by a Japanese researcher some time ago. It is probably fake. Take it out and beat it together. Yes, there is also the one who tests the body with a drop of blood. Drag it out and beat it together. After Piero jumped out, those guys who fanned the flames dragged the problem that Piero had made up out of nothing into a confrontation between the 2 sides. Now Wang Yi wants Umbrella to jump out of this vicious circle of confrontation and directly beat a group of counterfeiters to death, while also using the right power. This does create more enemies in a short period of time. But fake things can't be real, and they start to be beaten one by one in live broadcasts. However, this also requires the cooperation of the other party to achieve the best effect. You collect the data first, and wait until their assassination operation is ready, and then come with the Red Queen press conference. Wang Yi exhaled slowly. Our company is a security company, and we hate fighting and killing the most. A live talk show directly invited Piero, one of the parties involved in the most popular events recently. Professor, thank you so much for being a guest in our live broadcast room during your busy schedule. No, although my research is very important, I can't tolerate being slandered by others. The talk show itself actually wants the more intense the conflict, the better. Originally, they thought it would be troublesome for a professor to stir up the other party's emotions. But they didn't expect the other party to be so cooperative and showed a strong fighting spirit right from the start. This naturally made the host very happy. And then the whole show began to ask questions about recent events. It is obvious that Piero was also instructed by the team behind him, and his words were full of incitement. I can't help but ask. 1 question, 2 questions, 3 questions, etc. The routine is very smooth. After a series of articles, Piero seemed to have become a warrior challenging Umbrella Capital. And Umbrella Capital was all-powerful, and did all kinds of evil. As you all know, TT is now run by Umbrella Corporation, and they use their own advantages to guide public opinion. We must stop this behavior. Oh, that's it. I said why the criticism of the professor was so loud at the beginning. This is indeed worth our reflection. The host also knew how to catch contradictions, and he guided the audience in just a few words. Finally, he pretended to be fair and said, Dear audience friends, it is difficult for us to directly make a conclusion about who is right and who is wrong between Professor Piero and Umbrella. Both sides seem to have their own reasons. However, if Umbrella uses its dominant position in TT and monopoly on culture medium to make things difficult, it is necessary to pay attention to whether it violates the antitrust regulations. All kinds of rumors and forces have been created. Anyway, it is just a matter of convenience. The influence of the Sackler family at the time could only be recognized when facing the scandal of Purdue Pharma. Now they also want to use the method of oppression to force Umbrella to compromise. In the past, several of our companies and families came forward, and you shot the first bird that stood out. And we retreated. Now that you have all jumped out, do you really want to live as long as the world? After completing this interview, Piero also left the TV station excitedly and prepared to drive away. But at this moment, a man in a windbreaker passed by his parked car. And then the voice of Bayubu appeared. And the silencer pistol with subsonic bullets covered by the windbreaker shot Piero continuously. But at this moment, a figure in the alley next to him rushed out directly and pressed on the killer. Because he rushed out in time, the bullet almost brushed Piero's hair and cheek, in addition to scratching a bloody mark on his face. He also shot a cigarette he lit directly, and the car glass was all shattered. This made Piero scream after a brief confusion. Someone wants to kill me. He remembered the reminder from his boss behind the scenes that Umbrella was very powerful, and he had to be careful all the time. But he never expected that he would actually encounter it. At this time, he could only squat and hide behind the car, screaming and trembling while calling the police. Did someone save me just now? I almost died? Who saved me? The boss? The boss was so nice to me. Chapter 201, Red Queen Press Conference. The incident took place at the door of a TV station. and the reporters appeared faster than the NYPD. It was the talk show host before, and he decisively adopted the form of live broadcast. What is this? This is the hot spot, and he will soon become famous. When Piero saw the TV station's security guards also appeared with guns, he immediately began to accuse in front of the camera. If it weren't for the bodyguards arranged by the boss, I would be dead. Look! The bullet passed by here. My God! I was so close to death. Piero roared at the camera, pointing at the bloodstains on his face. At this time, the reporter also saw the figure who had subdued the killer, looking like a tramp. No wonder he didn't arouse any vigilance at first. The reporter pretended to be a reasonable person and said, "Oh, Professor Piero is more of a hypothesis. Let's listen to what is said here. Sir, you stopped the murderer, right?" The reporter brought the photographer and Piero over, and Piero also wanted to thank him. "Well, I received an order. We can't let Professor Piero die and put the blame on us. I have been protecting him secretly for many days," Junichiro said calmly in his new body of a homeless man. However, as a sultry man, he was quite active inside. This body was too cool. It was so strong after being strengthened. It just felt a little strange. I always felt that something was missing. "Oh, your boss is really Foresight. Do you think this killer could be from Umbrella?" The reporter said without hesitation that since it was already like this, he dared to say anything. "So, this is what our company is worried about. I am an instructor of Umbrella's security company. We don't have such a useless student." Piero? Reporter? Security guard? They never expected to get such a reply. The person who protected Professor Piero in front of them turned out to be an instructor of Umbrella Security? This? You are from Umbrella Security Company? Piero also seemed a little unbelievable. "What else? If you die, who will be the first suspect?" Junichiro said coldly. Piero had just finished participating in the show, and he was assassinated immediately. Who was the murderer? Of course, it was the Umbrella Company that Piero accused on the show. After figuring out the problem, Piero's face turned pale. No wonder the boss reminded him to be careful and reminded him that he could say this on the show. But who would have thought that the person who wanted to kill him in the end was the boss? Yes, he has no value anymore, and only his death can maximize his value. Piero, who understood the problem, trembled all over. "Now I hope you can interrogate the mastermind from the killer. If he wrongly accuses our company, I hope you have some judgment and can really investigate in depth. We at Umbrella do not accept slander. If it is really slandered, we will turn the slander into reality. This is a reminder and a kind advice." With the sound of woo woo woo, the NYPD car has arrived, and several detectives got off. After getting down to understand the situation, several agents prepared to take everyone back, including Junichiro. "No problem. But please protect Mr. Piero well. I'm afraid I can't spare my hands in the police car." Junichiro frowned and nodded. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry. You are saving people. You are a hero. It's okay. No one can hurt the protected under the protection of our NYPD. No one," a fat agent said loudly, and at the same time hinted to the reporter to bring the picture over. This kind of convenient publicity certainly doesn't mind. And then Junichiro entered the police car first. But just as Junichiro got in the car, snap! Piero's head exploded like a watermelon, and blood splattered all over the ground. In the distance, Chung Shui chewed gum, put away the sniper rifle neatly, and then left the sniper point according to the predetermined track. "Are you kidding? Can you really save you by putting the blame on Umbrella like this? Since you have saved it, you must pay it back. It's even." At the crime scene, the fat black agent who had just spoken out was completely numb. With the sound of sniper rifles coming late, his first choice was to hide behind the car, and then squatted and kept calling for support loudly on the walkie-talkie. The reporter on the other side was also not afraid of death, and took pictures of everything with excitement. This is what they have been broadcasting live. It's a huge profit. At this time, Junichiro also got out of the car quickly, hid behind the car, looked at the body in front of him, and said quickly, "It's a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. It's useless to hide behind the car. It can be penetrated directly. The target is between 700 and 900 meters away from here. Notify your partner to lock the relevant position, and don't let anyone run away." Originally, the NYPD was awesome, and would not easily listen to such suggestions. But after comparing the gap between the two sides, the fat black agent quickly said okay on the walkie-talkie, and then followed Junichiro's example, and crawled into the TV station. Sure enough, it didn't take long to find the sniper point and some clues at a location of approximate distance. But there was no trace of the sniper. Judging from some clothing fibers hanging at the scene, the sniper and the previous killer were wearing the same coat, and they were probably together. This is a live broadcast. Although the shooting incidents in the Big Beautiful are very frequent, there are even more than 1,000 records of their agents shooting themselves in a year. If it is not a sensitive area and the victims are not a special group, it will not be on the news. But this time it is a live broadcast after all. Or just after completing a talk show with good ratings. The guest was assassinated by the killer. Even the first assassination was saved by the bodyguard in the dark. The person who was saved was the umbrella company, which was originally considered the most suspicious. This is really a twist. No one can hurt the protected person under the protection of our NYPD. No one. The words of the agent were completely popular at this time, attracting a lot of abuse. Originally, they were safe under the protection of professionals. But you stuffed the professionals in the car. Did you see the other party's reaction? They made a judgment at the fastest speed and gave a warning. But they still couldn't catch the person? What a stupid teammate. Professor Piero, originally, I could have survived. Did you notice that someone wanted to put a hat on Umbrella? But they themselves probably didn't expect that Umbrella would arrange bodyguards to the scene. Yes, the sniper didn't know the identity of the bodyguard. So he just killed him. If the TV station hadn't been broadcasting live, if the Umbrella bodyguard hadn't been there, I'm afraid they would really be wronged. That's right. After I knew about Professor Piero's death, the first person I suspected was Umbrella. Oh my god. It's too dark. Someone else has to take the blame for the murder. Who did it? There are too many possibilities. Anyone who has been fanning the flames recently is possible. A famous professor was assassinated directly on the live broadcast, in front of the NYPD. And he was just rescued by Umbrella not long ago. This directly caused an uproar, and even a riot. After having an excuse, we immediately went on a carnival of buying for free. We want to support Professor Piero and Umbrella. This luxury store is likely to be the mastermind behind the scenes. This sudden change caught all parties, who were sharpening their knives behind the scenes, and preparing to take advantage of Umbrella's leftovers by taking advantage of the opportunity to attack by surprise. No way. You can still bounce back? What is this operation? The original prepared manuscripts were all withdrawn at this time, and then turned into other manuscripts. And some scandals and gossips were also exposed to distract attention. But after all, the impact of this incident was too great. And Umbrella itself also used the TT platform to fight back without hesitation. This is not us abusing the power in our hands, but just washing our hands after being wronged. Isn't it too much? Moreover, the live broadcast TV station directly searched all the nearby cameras. Although the density of the Big Beautiful cameras is very low, there are still some near the TV station. And the whole process was broadcast directly from the monitoring perspective. It can be seen that the Umbrella instructor disguised as a homeless man followed Professor Piero all the way. Although he looked lazy, he could clearly see that his peripheral vision swept all the people nearby, which was very professional. After Piero entered the TV station live broadcast, he hid in the alley next to him and climbed up the radio station in the alley. He was protecting people even when they were inside the radio station. When Piero came out, he also came out one step ahead and waited in the alley. He still kept looking at the newcomers passing by. Then, when the killer reached his hand into his arms, he immediately stared at him alertly, and suddenly burst out like a cheetah, stopping the tragedy at the critical moment. This level of professionalism, this reaction speed and strength really make people feel like watching a blockbuster. There are also slow-motion playback and the explanations of two professional ace bodyguards, all of which gave the highest evaluation. I can only say that it is worthy of Umbrella Company. I can't do this. Everyone may have forgotten that this is actually a security company. It can be said that this is the best live advertisement. For a time, the normal business of Umbrella security increased a lot. While the heat was at its highest, the launch of Umbrella's new product, the Red Queen, came. This time, even some dark forces that disliked Umbrella were frantically promoting the launch, hoping to divert attention and firepower. However, as soon as the launch began, just mentioned Dr. Piero. Our company also feels deeply sorry for Dr. Piero's death. We had foreseen it, but we still couldn't save him. Although Dr. Piero did something wrong, his life's achievements are undeniable. Then, with the help of Piero, just did not talk about the Red Queen at the first time, but talked about other academic fraud issues, and listed them one by one on the big screen. In January this year, Japanese Professor Haruko Obokata proposed the cultivation of STP omnipotent cells that can differentiate into multiple cells in a weak acid environment. This paper also caused a sensation, and even Japanese netizens commented that Professor Haruko Obokata was the Eastern Marie Curie. But unfortunately, it's fake. In addition, Elizabeth Holmes, a beautiful genius who is regarded as the female version of Steve Jobs, also had an instrument that claimed to be able to detect hundreds of indicators with a drop of blood. It was also faked. We are not targeting Professor Piero. We are targeting all those who are covered up for academic fraud. When they are covered up, a large number of vulnerable groups are discriminated against, and their academic achievements cannot be published. We want to change this phenomenon. Speaking of this, Jess paused, then smiled and said, "But where there are people, there will be bias. There will be positions. There will be preconceived understandings. There will be stereotypes. So as long as it is still human review, this is difficult to avoid. And the Red Queen we released today can do this. Impartial, fair and just. Maybe Red Queen cannot complete the final review and peer review, but it can achieve efficiency and fairness that no human has in the initial review." Chapter 202 Appetizer. Obokata Haruko is a top biological expert in Japan. After publishing a paper on cultivating universal cells in a weakly acidic environment in vitro in January this year, Japan instantly placed her on the altar. All kinds of gorgeous words and phrases were used to describe her. It can be said that this is her most glorious moment. But such a big celebrity was directly accused of fraud by Umbrella at the press conference. Many Japanese netizens who were watching the press conference live immediately broke their defense and began to ruthlessly output and abuse. Obokata Haruko was also informed of the news at the first time and immediately responded on a certain special. "I respect Umbrella Company very much. The company's products are milestone achievements in the medical field. But I will not tolerate slander." After her affirmative reply, Japanese officials and all walks of life made some different reactions, which even made Connie a little crazy. "No, brother. We just finished the agreement. What do you want me to do?" But now Connie has boarded Umbrella's pirate ship, so he has to stand on Umbrella's side. Their cooperation will be exposed sooner or later, so it's better to be thorough. Umbrella has also made innovative achievements in the field of lenses. We at Connie recognize the achievements of the Umbrella Group. It's not easy to comment directly before the results come out, so we want to see what evidence Umbrella will come up with. I believe they won't say this without any reason. Although Connie said this in a more tactful way, the meaning is already very clear. Let's look at the evidence thrown out by Umbrella first. He rushed out to say this so early, and his position is already very clear. This Japanese company suddenly turned against it, which still caused a lot of shock. After all, Connie's camera is still quite famous. It immediately attracted a lot of accusations. Toyota took the opportunity to flatter itself. Umbrella was very optimistic about our hydrogen fuel cell patent and wanted to buy the license. It was still hesitant, but now it seems that it can only be rejected with regret. Not only did they take sides, but they also chose to promote themselves. It was really a good plan. But only Obokata Haruko felt bitter in her heart. Who knew more about this thing than her? But she never expected that the other party would find the problem in such a short time. But now she has no other way except to confront them head-on. Similarly, Elizabeth Holmes was the first to learn that Umbrella named her at the press conference. She also issued a warning and stated that she would invite the strongest legal team to protect her reputation in an attempt to scare off Umbrella. Elizabeth Holmes is a more legendary woman than Obokata Haruko. She is called the female version of Steve Jobs. She imitates Steve Jobs in everything she says and does. And she also has an epic-making invention. She talked very speculatively with Jack Ma. Every time she gives a speech, she likes to use her deceased uncle as an example, saying that her uncle discovered the disease too late. So she was determined to invent an efficient detection method since she was a child. When she was 19 years old, she did obtain a patent for convenient blood collection. And then she dropped out of school to devote herself to her own business. By imitating Jobs and having excellent speaking skills, they have created a company with a valuation of over 60 billion. They were even regarded as young entrepreneurs by the official de Pyongyang, and invited the former Secretary of State to endorse them. They have even started selling the detectors that claim to be able to detect hundreds of data with just one drop of blood. Now is also the most glorious time in life. Piero's fraud has been going on for more than 10 years and is about to be exposed. But these two have just started, so the backlash caused is far more intense than when Piero was there before. But at this time, relying on the assassination of Piero and the press conference of Umbrella's Red Queen, they can't do anything except speak out at the first time. The press conference is still going on, and they seem to be just passers-by mentioned by the way. Jace, who is still introducing the functions of Red Queen, did not change at all because of the first voices and warnings from both sides, and continued to explain step by step according to the original process. Red Queen has a strong self-learning ability, which is exactly the deep learning and neural algorithm mentioned in Master Yi's previous paper. And it also uses a large number of top algorithms that were not mentioned in Master Yi's paper. In the fields of chess, cards, and esports, Red Queen has completely crushed humans. There is no possibility of humans winning. In addition, the AI painting and AI dialogue functions are beyond your imagination. I said that the preliminary review work will be handed over to her, and it is not nonsense. Next, we can first show the top ability of Red Queen in the line. On one side are several top teams of Dota and LOL, and on the other side are several top chess players in Asia. Now please invite several guests to come on stage. The press conference must have been fully prepared in advance, and the on-site demonstration was directly placed here. Dota and LOL each have 3 teams, and Go has 5 top chess players. Red Queen is now attacking them at the same time. The challenge was raised, and the live broadcast was broadcast directly. The sudden appearance of professional players, and the sudden start of the game. This unique press conference immediately caused an uproar. Friends who are interested in watching the live broadcast can watch the live broadcast. Of course, there will be a video recording afterwards. Now, we will show the second function of Red Queen. AI painting. Now TT has been opened simultaneously. Those who are interested can try it directly. Now I will demonstrate it to everyone. Jace directly turned on the AI painting function, and the object was himself. Just a moment later, a magical character painting for Jace appeared immediately, and even the clothes, details, and background were ready for reference. Comparing the two pictures, you can clearly feel a sense of similarity, but the content is completely different. In addition to this, you can also type to describe what you want, what background you want, and even use more complex words to describe it. Now please watch my demonstration. Jace began to describe it in words the next moment, and he chanted a poem in extremely pure Chinese. The wind is whistling, and the Ishui is cold, and the warrior will never return once he leaves. Soon, AI painting began quickly, and a sense of vicissitudes and desolation came from the ink painting in front of me. The back of the figure after the background appeared directly gave people a kind of spiritual impact. A kind of courage to go forward even if there are thousands of people. A kind of firmness. A kind of belief. Then, Jace also said some proverbs from various countries in different languages, each of which can directly present a different artistic conception, and usually chooses the unique painting style of that country. The water friends, who were just watching the show, exploded instantly. Bunker! The painter feels like he is going to be unemployed. No way. The translator was just eliminated before, and the painter here came? Fortunately, I am a programmer. I don't believe he can still program. I am a copywriter. This kind of creative thing is the defect of AI. I am not panicking. Now I am starting to worry about the big devil of meat floss cake. Although the big nose roughing is a bit funny, it's not so bad that both human and machine can't beat him. Right? Brothers? Stop talking. Come and see. The fountain has already been abused. No way. How long has it been? What the HL? Here we are still having fun playing the new AI painting on TT. But when we look back, the team over there has already been abused by the fountain? Now it's not even time to surrender. But as they immediately entered the live broadcast screen, they saw that although it was not fountain abuse, it was also quite exaggerated. The jungler Joker on the AI side directly killed the ADC, who was about to go online, with a set of coquettish positioning. Judging from the barrage, the ADC had been killed once before going online in the bush of the second tower, and the ADC was sent home by Joker's wave of ganking. Directly killed 3 times in a row, instantly destroying the rhythm of the ADC. Is this the full map of AI? No. You can watch the live broadcast directly on the computer. The Joker's perspective can choose the wonderful replay. The AI has been scanning all the way and predicting the key eye position. And the time chosen is the time when the professional player's eyes just arrived. This is the time when the opponent's bottom lane saw the eye insertion. Damn. It was exactly the same. No way. I have only seen this kind of operation when professional players are broadcasting and bullying noobs. In fact, The ADC is very careful when going online. But the opponent just calculated it. Is this AI? I can't even beat the AI now? There was really an uproar in the barrage of the game here. And those professional players, who were originally a little relaxed now really felt the horror of AI operation. One by one, the consciousness exploded, and the opponent operated horribly. Professional players can't beat their opponents when they are on the line. They dodge all the skills that can be dodged, and all the skills that can be predicted hit all the time. Their control of health is amazing. It is common to see people escape unscathed after being killed with single-digit health. It can be said that it is luck once. But it is terrible if it can be done every time. It can be said that as long as the heroes on the professional player's side reach the kill line, they will immediately encounter a storm of attacks. This is a terrible calculation power, that even the damage of a small ball of a ranged soldier will be calculated. After seeing more and more clearly, the audience also understood that humans take your head to fight AI. Zero mistakes. Simple, but terrible description. The 3 Dota teams and the 3 LOL teams were all completely defeated, without any room for fighting back. They were undoubtedly crushed. And crushed mercilessly. After seeing the operation and awareness of the human-machine aspect, everyone who watched the live broadcast understood that humans could not beat AI. The seconds of the eyes, the seconds of the skills, the single-digit health, the CD of the summoner skills, the wild monsters, the line of soldiers, etc. Everything is under the control of AI. Coupled with the terrifying skill prediction and small movements during the landing phase, no matter how fast a human reacts, it is useless. The best jungle route, the most time-saving way to travel, and the most cost-effective blood exchange are just like reading a textbook. How to learn AI. This is probably a skill that teams and professional players must master in the future. This is the idea that everyone has after seeing the complete defeat of esports. Chapter 203: The Glory of Artificial Intelligence. This is artificial intelligence. When a total of 6 esports teams were beaten, and even 0-0, both players and spectators had this kind of enlightenment and emotion in their hearts. They are all top professional players, and their various operations are also extremely skilled and concise. But when facing the human machine, it feels like the difference between gold and king. There is no doubt that in the future team competitions, they will definitely focus on how to learn these human machine. I just don't know if Umbrella will open the relevant interface of Red Queen. At present, the AI painting function on TT is turned on, and it is indeed as described. Even if the description is the same, it will draw a new one, and there will not be 2 identical paintings. It can be foreseen that everyone will be a master of painting in the future. Compared with the tragic defeat of the esports team, the 5 Go Masters are much slower. However, after the tragic situation of the previous esports team, no one will have any confidence in these Go Masters. That's right. Now Go is indeed the last high ground for humans to compete with computers in board games. In the past, we have always been able to rely on this to raise the status of Go and bring out a kind of artistic conception in it. In the past, we have always said that it takes a lot of computing power for computers to calculate the chess path of Go, and human technology cannot reach it. But now it is directly shown that using the most stupid exhaustive method to calculate the chess path of Go is a choice that only stupid computers will make. Artificial intelligence will choose to learn. Although there are not many people who can understand Go. From the solemn expressions of the 5 Go Masters, and the long time they spend thinking, we can also know that it is not optimistic. And there are also some professional Go commentators, who are giving corresponding explanations. When I first saw AI playing Tian Yuan, I said that AI was just SOSO. Now I'm kneeling to watch the game. What the HL? All the chess paths are nothing. If you want to win and Go in the future, you must learn how to play with AI. You can throw away the chess records and other things. Just play with AI and imitate its thinking mode. This is a very famous Go commentator. He started a live broadcast of the whole commentary on Baby Shark. But at this time, he was always incoherent and extremely excited. Even people who don't understand Go can tell what level of chess AI is by looking at him. In particular, many people who didn't care about Go originally also understood the chess strength and identity of these people through popular science. Their failure also marked the loss of the last high ground in the field of human chess and cards. While the game was being broadcast live, Just continued to introduce the next function of Red Queen in the original order. Everyone has used AI painting and tried to have indirect conversations with the Red Queen. Next, we will draw a total of 10,000 people from all versions of TT users to enable the direct conversation function with the Red Queen. You can ask the Red Queen all kinds of questions and even requests. Let me give you an example after Jace opened the Red Queen's conversation ability. A three-dimensional projection appeared next to Jace in an instant. It was the most classic image of the Red Queen. And the relevant copyright has been bought by Umbrella Corporation. This 3D projection technology has actually been realized. And virtual idols and the like often use it. But none of them can be so clear that even the details of the clothes can be outlined. However, the previous effect was too shocking. Now it is just a 3D projection or something. Although it is amazing, it is just an amazement. Some products of top technology laboratories are completely different from products that can be mass-produced. Then Jess directly said to Red Queen, "Red Queen, give me a set of process plans for your press conference. I want several different versions. At the same time, you can also make some suggestions to maximize the impact of the press conference." Soon, Red Queen raised her hand and waved it back. And a 3D projection screen appeared directly behind her. Several sets of press conference flowcharts appeared on the screen. Moreover, after the flowchart appeared, Red Queen pointed to each line and gave a cold but pleasant explanation. One of them was to find social explosive points and introduce the functions of Red Queen. However, Red Queen did not propose academic fraud in auditing, but found referee and some case trial aspects, and listed many examples. Humans are easily swayed by emotions and blinded by interests. But I won't. The brief statement and dialogue instantly ignited the entire press conference live to its peak. The esports team was defeated in the front, and the Go Masters were obviously defeated. Later, AI painting was interspersed. Now that direct communication has been introduced, the comprehensiveness and power of this AI function have also shown its grandeur to the world. Help! Queen Red Queen. Please don't set foot in my field. It's over. It's over. I was drawn as a lucky person, but I found that my profession has been seriously challenged. Picture. The lucky person who was chosen was the programmer who said he was not afraid before. And then he directly asked a work problem on his hand to Red Queen in a teasing way. And Red Queen completed a large string of code in a very short time. And the format was extremely neat. And the comments were also written in great detail. Even programmers who have just started can understand it. After reading it carefully, the questioner found that Timo's program was better than his own. After this example came out, the already exaggerated height was immediately detonated again. This thing can program? And it can also give solutions? What else can it do? Soon after, the lucky ones who were drawn asked all kinds of tricky and weird questions. No matter how tricky the questions were, the Red Queen would give a serious answer as appropriate as possible. The most exaggerated one was Red Queen. "Red Queen, I want to go to the moon to take a look. Is there any good way?" As a result, a series of processes were actually given below. If you are under 20 years old and have a healthy body without any underlying diseases, then I can give you the following plan. This set of plans is a detailed explanation of the training methods of astronauts. How to be selected as an astronaut with the greatest possibility. How to increase efforts. How to use the internet to create momentum to launch the plan to return to the moon, etc. It is well reasoned and the content is detailed. There is also a sentence behind it. If you are willing to take risks, you can simply build a lunar spacecraft, but you may not be able to come back. After that, there is also an extremely simple rocket design drawing. The rocket focuses on thrust and cost effectiveness, various second-hand materials and cheap materials, and the spacecraft control core is also some very cheap parts. At the same time, the approximate success rate is indicated, and according to the geographical location of the inquirer's home, the trajectory of the moon, the various thrust parameters of the rocket, climate impact and other detailed data are calculated. It is a very simple rocket design drawing. Simple and rough. It can be said that even junior high school students can understand it. But even so, it is still enough to reflect the power of this thing. Especially the engineers of SX Space Exploration Company. Their eyes widened after seeing this rocket. Because although there are a lot less, the principle of this rocket is quite similar to their launch rocket. It is a launch mode with the lowest price and lowest cost. And this design drawing is even more extreme. Even rough. I thought my family was stingy enough. But now I see something even stingier. Many students and professors of related majors have commented on this, saying that this design is really feasible. But the success rate and safety are not guaranteed. The most important thing is that the various parameters calculated by Red Queen are quite in line with the requirements. This is Red Queen, our Umbrella's artificial intelligence. But you don't have to worry too much. Red Queen itself is just a tool optimized according to Master Yi's algorithm. It seems powerful, but it is all skills and techniques mastered after deep learning. Just like a calculator. We humans are not as fast as calculators in arithmetic. And the shortcomings of Red Queen are also obvious. That is, there is no creativity. Some programmers, painters, and designers may feel that Red Queen has taken away their jobs. But in fact it is not. Red Queen just reduces their workload. After all, it is people who command Red Queen, and it can only do rigid things. However, if it is a tool man who can only rely on copying and pasting, then it is indeed impossible to compare with Red Queen. But even if Jay said this, he still couldn't suppress the enthusiasm and flame that had been aroused at this time. After announcing that reporters could start asking questions, the reporters below showed a kind of enthusiasm like zombies coming out of their cages. Mr. Jess, can Red Queen be copied? What products are your company going to launch? Can those lucky users on TT continue to use this function? Can the number of people continue to increase in the future? Good question. No matter how powerful Red Queen is, it has a computing power limit. Although we have been building supercomputers and databases since the establishment of the company, it is impossible to support everyone at the same time. The reason why AI painting can be used by everyone is that the main program is not large and can be run on the mobile phone processor. The internet only needs to guide a small amount of data. But there is still a conversation limit for the question and answer. But we are working hard to overcome it. Jess answered in a conventional way. Will you consider selling the technology? After all, there are so many technology companies, such as a certain song and fruit. No, this is our advantage. In fact, a certain song and fruit also have their own artificial intelligence research. Although they are not as good as us, they can continue to move forward. Umbrella obviously will not accept any moral kidnapping, which has been reflected in the previous culture medium dispute. So, will your company follow up on the previous doubts about the academic issues of the other two scholars? In fact, at this time, many reporters and even netizens have lit a candle for the two female scholars. Such a cool artificial intelligence has been taken out. And your behavior revealed at the press conference feels that there is no escape. Oh, good question. Since we question it, there is of course evidence. And it has been prepared long ago. Including Mr. Piero, who has passed away. Although it is a bit disrespectful to the deceased. Since it has been prepared long ago, let's take it out for everyone to see. Especially professionals, who can help with some explanations. Then, with Jess's wave, 3 more options appeared on the screen and related live broadcasts. It is for Piero's stem cells to repair myocardium, Abakata Haruko's universal cells, and Elizabeth Holmes's blood test. Each of them is a very detailed restoration fast-forward shot, with different test reports and various parameters. While playing, Jess was still laughing and said, in fact, I believe that there are more than just us scholars who question these people. But their previous doubts have been suppressed by means similar to those used against us. You can think about it. If they use public opinion to defeat us without the help of this press conference, can ordinary people distinguish the problems in their academics? At this point, Jess also paused and then continued. So, this is the cover-up and discrimination in the academic community. Everyone, do you think I am right? In the end, the problem turned around again and returned to academic discrimination. Before, Wang Yi exposed 2 consecutive academic discriminations, plus at least 3 academic fraud covers here. With this press conference, all the problems were exposed and detonated in an instant. It's time for the academic community to reform. I have proposed the plan, and the Red Queen will conduct the preliminary review. It will then be submitted anonymously to peer review. Major journals, are you willing to accept this condition? Of course. This is not forced. It is completely voluntary. Chapter 204. What kind of boxing is this? The appearance of Red Queen can be described as explosive. Many of Umbrella's products were amazing before, but they have not yet penetrated into every household. But Red Queen is different. The functions revealed and the things posted by some lucky people on the internet are really shocking. This can really change life and even change the employment environment after promotion. I have a feeling that Umbrella is really going to become the company in the game. Good man. When will they create zombies? Red Queen is simply terrifying. However, not everyone is flattering Umbrella. People whose jobs are affected or who do not understand well will also raise new objections. Protest. We must boycott Umbrella and Red Queen and give us back our jobs. The Omnic crisis is coming, and the end of mankind is here. Will Umbrella create zombies? The promotion of that game a while ago seemed too real. Is Umbrella messing around? Umbrella is going to rule the world. Someone may have guided this. But in fact, many of them are really voices from some foreign netizens. For those who think that burning 5G base stations can prevent the spread of the virus, and that there are antennas in their masks, don't expect them to have high judgment. But it is undeniable that the sudden appearance of Red Queen has once again focused all aspects on Umbrella. Well, Umbrella has always been the focus. And the culture medium is sold at a sky-high price. And you can only accept it with a pinch of your nose. And even have to snatch it. There is really no way to deal with this artificial intelligence. You can only go back and study Master Yi's thesis, trying to find a suitable way to catch up. Wang Yi lived his own leisurely life, continued to improve his first magic tower, and relied on the silver that was constantly transported in to add bricks and tiles tirelessly. Suddenly, he received overwhelming invitations for lectures and cooperation. In fact, Wang Yi has always accepted invitations frequently, but he usually chooses to cooperate with Umbrella, which leads to many rejections. For some domestic invitations, he would ask them to send emails occasionally to help, and all the foreign invitations were thanked. It can be said that it was never as exaggerated as it is now. All kinds of channels and ways were used. Even the alma mater came to ask secretly. Then Wang Yi packed a set of information and accidentally threw it at the door, and they picked it up. After all, this set of artificial intelligence algorithms can play a terrifying role in missile interception, trajectory calculation, enemy identification, closed defense identification, etc. Just like that, Wang Yi found speechlessly that there were several pancake stalls with super poor craftsmanship in front of his company and the community. Wang Yi tried one. It was super unpalatable, but the ingredients were quite clean. And his mobile phone has never received an advertising text message or advertising call. But while Wang Yi was enjoying Qian Yayan's relaxation while squatting and trying out a new next-generation game developed by Lin Shiqin, the other side of the Red Queen press conference had a very difficult time for the other parties. Ordinary netizens must be very interested in discussing the functions of Red Queen, constantly making various guesses, and waiting for the new functions of Red Queen to be opened. In fact, the AI painting function that is now open has been played with all kinds of flowers. And all kinds of beautiful pictures are everywhere. The parties that were beaten at the press conference were in a state of panic. First, Piero's laboratory. After the tyrant's pressure was gone, the employees also successively told about the fraud in their laboratories. All kinds of reporters pounced on it like sharks, and got a lot of information. How to fake, how to forge data, how bad Piero is, how domineering Duomo is, etc. were all said. A beautiful researcher also cried that she was hidden by Piero, etc. Oh my god. It's confirmed. Umbrella Company was so wrong before. It was almost accused of assassinating Piero. It's really hard to imagine that the highly respected Mr. Piero is such a person. I overestimated their bottom line before. How much resources have been wasted. And how many patients' hopes have been shattered. Piero is not the first. Nor the last. I'm afraid we really have to consider the problems of the academic community. And the murderer who assassinated Piero must be found. We can't just say that the killer committed suicide out of fear of crime and let it go. He was still able to commit suicide out of fear of crime after being arrested. This is the shady deal. Restore Umbrella's innocence. It's true that Umbrella has fueled the flames. But the key is that this matter itself involves the right issues. The previous two academic discriminations. And now academic fraud and sheltering. How many more examples do you want to make before you are willing to change? Looking at those $0 purchases that support Umbrella, you can understand what the people mean. Then, the target began to shift to Avocado Haruko and Elizabeth Holmes. All the previous ones were hit. And there is a high probability that these two people will not be able to escape. At the press conference, Umbrella released the corresponding acceleration video and invited experts to watch it. The doubts that had existed before also jumped out one after another and spoke in front of the media. I had doubts before, but I was warned not to speak. They even attacked me, and I backed off. Umbrella's experiments are very sufficient, and there are indeed problems. When fighting against the wind, many people will not speak out even if they know about it, for fear of getting burned, because it has nothing to do with themselves. Just follow the general trend. But now, when the general trend is reversed, of course they dare to speak out and express their previous views. This is related to the academic discrimination issue raised again by Umbrella. Then not long after, Haruko Abakata resigned. There was no public statement or public apology. just a direct resignation. But this also fully illustrates the problem and confirms Umbrella's statement. Now only Elizabeth Holmes is still struggling to support. Because she is different from Haruko Obokata. The interests she is involved in are too great. The company's valuation is over 60 billion. And she, who is worth 27 billion, is involved in too many interests. If she retreats, she will be doomed. Not only will she lose everything in front of her, but she will also inevitably be imprisoned. Even being killed out of anger is quite normal. If Elizabeth Holmes is like the Sackler family, damaging only the interests of ordinary people, then no matter how much money she makes, she can still settle by paying the settlement fee. This is the national situation of Pyongyang. But unfortunately, she wasted the investors' money and offended the capital. This is not something that can be withdrawn by paying money. Not only will her value be divided up, but she will also be sanctioned. So she must be stable, and will definitely struggle to death. And since this top liar can achieve today's achievements, her mentality and ability are still beyond reproach. At the moment, she barely found some breakthrough points for counterattack. Mr. just keeps saying that there should be no academic discrimination. But he is targeting our female group. Is this what you call fairness? Yes. You also exposed Piero's research. But what is the proportion of men in all academic achievements? How much do we women only occupy? With this proportion, you actually picked out twice as many female examples to attack. Obokata Haruko has resigned. I don't know why she resigned, but for the interests of women, I will definitely fight to the end. Wang Yi was resting at home and playing games after expanding the Mage Tower. When he saw this statement, he could only admire this woman. As expected of someone who can fool all the giants, she directly came to the mode of putting aside the facts. But fortunately, just in case, Umbrella Company actually has its own trump card. Wang Yi mailed 6 employees over, including women, and the one possessed was a short and fat Mexican aunt. Well, then she is one of Umbrella's researchers. It's unbelievable. You are so beautiful that you should have received a lot of attention since you were a child. Right? But I can't. I did your research to crack the experiment. And I came to expose it. I want to show the world that inner beauty is also a real beauty. We can't form stereotypes about women, and we can't materialize women. It's numb. This employee whose real name is Minako, and now Lita raised the confrontation to a new level. You are so beautiful and white. How do you know our suffering? I have finally achieved some success with my inner beauty and talent. And you still want to rely on your beauty to wrong me? Seeing that Umbrella did not emphasize the authenticity of the experiment, did not emphasize the truth, and directly threw out such a thing. Even Elizabeth Holmes, who is knowledgeable, felt her scalp explode at this time. No, you don't play by the rules? Originally, she had thought about it. Once Umbrella emphasized the truth again, just continue to output with all your strength, putting aside the facts, and make sure to put the opponent on the opposite side of the female group. But my goodness, how can we fight this? It's impossible to beat. Even Umbrella has a second killer. That is Junichiro. Junichiro himself is quite perverted. In order to reduce trouble, Wang Yi asked Chung Shui to do some processing on his body, so Junichiro can rise to a new height. Pyongyang's boxing is still in the process of upgrading. The traditional boxer's complete logical closed-loop theory is beyond Neon and South Korea. And it is an upgraded and enhanced version. Now, in fact, opinions and aversions have begun to emerge about this set of boxing techniques. And new statements from new minority groups have emerged. There is no doubt that the confrontation between Elizabeth Holmes and Lydia has started to ignite this issue in advance. Then Lydia also did not catch the wrong attack of Elizabeth's machine, and announced in a high-profile manner that she would participate in this year's beauty pageant. She wanted to prove that inner beauty is the real beauty. In an instant, the whole network began to support Lydia. Umbrella did not even make any official response. And it started to reverse it with one person. They can't be real. Elizabeth Holmes's equipment has been built, and it is really easy to verify the authenticity. The person who makes the final move does not need to be Umbrella. Originally, Elizabeth could still use the excuse that you all come to bully women. But now, seeing that a group of short and fat ants who come to fight against fakes know that she is finished and can't stop. For the first time, she found that being beautiful has become a disadvantage. Chapter 205 Hematopoietic Stem Cell Cultivation Technology. The female version of Steve Jobs fell, along with her company valued at more than 60 billion and her own net worth of 27 billion. Although when Umbrella started the fight, and the powerful performance of the Red Queen was demonstrated, when all the people who were beaten fell, Many people expected that Elizabeth Holmes would also fall. But when this moment came, the problems about the academic world were also fully reported. I thought this was a noble place, a piece of pure land. But now I find that it is also a mess. How much capital uses the academic platform to make profits? And how much capital uses the academic world to achieve its own goals? This is unknown. But judging from the people who were beaten, it must be a lot. Take the most successful Elizabeth Holmes as an example. A company valued at $60 billion. Are there any others that have not been discovered? Will someone take advantage of the academic world to publish some advantages and disadvantages of oil and wine types to guide? Or go deep into various items in life? At this time, Nature was the first top journal to stand up and publicly said, "We can try to accept the preliminary review by Red Queen, but there needs to be a transition period. If Umbrella is willing to open the interface, we are willing to try to submit half of the submissions to Red Queen, and we will be responsible for the other half manually." A standard choice. Now that the limelight has been so hot, if they don't show any more, it may cause more trouble. After all, whether it is the previous academic discrimination or the subsequent academic fraud, this is indeed a scandal they created. Especially after Elizabeth Holmes's big explosion. It caused a lot of condemnation. Those who lost money because of investment pointed the finger at them, because they did not do a good job of checking. So much money wasted. With a lead and template, many top academic journals gradually made the same choice. Even domestic journals. Because this kind of hidden problem will appear in the academic community both at home and abroad. It is definitely a good thing if it can be cleared. In this regard, Red Queen came into contact with its first business, which is a public welfare business. Reviewing. With this convenience, one can get the latest research papers in the first place. Well, since he designed the Red Queen, Lin Shirqin can take over at any time, or even temporarily replace it. It can almost be regarded as an electronic version of Lin Shirqin's subroutine. It was not until all major journals caught up with the pace, and even saw that the East was following suit, that many netizens who criticized the West were satisfied and calmed down. They were like victorious generals who went out to fight, took the spoils home, and put them on the second-hand trading website. Then what shocked some domestic netizens was that the short and fat Mexican Lita, who announced that she would participate in the beauty pageant, actually signed up for the beauty pageant and passed the preliminary election with a vote advantage that far crushed everyone behind. Although she just passed the preliminary election, according to her vote rate, I am afraid that she is likely to be the champion. No way. Can she win the beauty pageant championship? I support this auntie's criticism. But the beauty pageant? Horrified. What kind of magic is this? Is there something wrong with my aesthetics? Is there such a big gap between the East and the West? I finally know why they think squinted eyes are beautiful. Don't have stereotypes. Discover inner beauty. It's scary. Just when the wind here calmed down a little, the internet was still immersed in the aftermath of the incident, and waiting for Umbrella to commercialize the function of the Red Queen. Umbrella announced their latest discovery on the official website, a result mentioned in the previous quarrel with Piero's laboratory. To put an end to this academic action, Umbrella hereby announces that we have made a major breakthrough in the in vitro culture of hematopoietic stem cells. It only takes less than a month to cultivate enough hematopoietic stem cells for transplantation. We will increase the external supply of culture medium, and hospitals with qualified surgical qualifications can apply for quotas from our company. In fact, Piero had said before that with the help of Umbrella's culture medium, the cultivation process and purification process can be accelerated. But obviously, what he can do, Umbrella has already invited several experimental teams to put this project into practice. Now it's officially announced. There are 4 million leukemia patients in China alone, and the number increases by 40,000 every year. Some leukemia can be controlled by medication, such as the plot in Dying to Survive. But for some acute leukemia patients, hematopoietic stem cell transplantation is the only way to save their lives. Not to mention the difficulty of matching hematopoietic stem cells. There are also very few people who are really willing to donate. In this case, the number of lucky patients who can receive transplants is actually limited, and the number of transplants per year is about 10,000. Among these patients, only about 60% can eventually succeed. The most difficult part of this process is the early chemotherapy and the myeloablation of the patient's bone marrow, as well as the immune rejection reaction in the later stage. The complications of immune rejection are a major problem in allogeneic hematopoietic stem cell transplantation, even if the matching is successful. Now Umbrella directly uses the patient's own healthy hematopoietic stem cells for cultivation and implantation. And the success rate of autologous hematopoietic stem cell transplantation can reach more than 90%. It's just that the previous autologous stem cell transplantation was usually for some other tumors. First, the patient's stem cells were extracted. Then chemotherapy was performed. And then the patient's own stem cells were implanted again. These stem cells may still be mixed with tumor cells. This is just a way to prolong the survival period. But Umbrella's technology is different. After extracting the patient's stem cells, you only need to find an effective stem cell to start cultivating. And because of the magical properties of the culture medium itself, the cultured stem cells may be even healthier. When Umbrella officially announced the completion and sent it directly to nature through the Red Queen, it immediately caused an uproar. Are you, Umbrella, going to the sky? Killing crazy. Umbrella's submission is naturally a return of favor. After all, this is the first top journal to publicly support the Red Queen. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Whether it is the stone elimination or the vaccination, although many people benefited, it is not essentially imminent, because most people themselves don't really care. Although the hepatitis B-specific immunoglobulin that came later was a breakthrough in the field of viruses and had milestone significance. Before it was released, hepatitis B could also be effectively controlled after combined medication. It was not a fatal disease like leukemia. But once it succeeds this time and becomes popular, it will be a real life-saving. Of course, because in addition to the culture medium, this cultivation process also requires finding effective cells from the patient's body and spending time cultivating and staring at them. The essential cost and expenses are much higher than the previous 710 hepatitis B-specific immunoglobulin treatment course. Although the cost of autologous hematopoietic stem cell transplantation is much cheaper than that of allogeneic transplantation, and the subsequent costs are also lower, it still costs about 100,000 yuan. Adding the cost of cultivation itself, the overall price is still not cheap. But at least this provides a life-saving channel. And there is no need to wait for matching. Waiting for donors. This is a technology that can really save lives immediately. Moreover, Umbrella actually said that hospitals that are qualified to perform surgery can apply for culture medium quotas, and can arrange personnel to come and learn the cultivation process. This move has really attracted everyone's praise. Even if Umbrella wants to sell the culture medium in the end to make money, and the price of the culture medium is not cheap, at least this behavior can win the favor of most people. The only hostile ones are probably some institutions that are researching targeted drugs for leukemia. Chapter 206: The Impact of Pharmaceutical Companies. Switzerland. Huanua Group's global headquarters. Umbrella again? Why them again? Damn it! The CEO of Huanua Group felt overwhelmed when looking at the report in front of him. It was him. Umbrella. This company is simply poisonous. The first A1 contact lens launched instantly blew up Huanua's Vision Eyewear, which was directly exploded on the spot. Even though Huanua Group is a large company with a market value of over $100 billion and one of the world's 3 largest pharmaceutical companies, it is an unbearable pain to lose the entire market of glasses. After all, the glasses business is too profitable and there are too many people using it. With the increasing production of Umbrella A1 glasses, traditional glasses giants such as Vision Eyewear and Johnson & Johnson have also directly withdrawn from the stage. However, Huanua and Johnson & Johnson are still relatively fortunate, because they can see that the material of the A1 glasses is amazing. So there is definitely no comparison in this aspect. But after all, it is just the lens, and the headache should be the lens mechanism of Carl Zeiss. Although our large comprehensive pharmaceutical companies suffered heavy losses, at least they did not lose their basic base. But then, the stone-dissolving medicine thrown by Umbrella made Huanua feel nervous again. Damn. Aren't you a cameraman? How did you enter our pharmaceutical field? And the efficacy is so amazing. In fact, at this time, old pharmaceutical companies such as Huanua, Johnson & Johnson, and Pfizer vaguely smelled the problem, and then quietly invested a lot of money in Chinese patent medicine and some traditional ancient prescriptions. Companies like Huanua and Johnson spend nearly $10 billion on drug research and development every year. Naturally understand the importance of research and development, even if the stone-dissolving medicine itself does not touch their core business. Stones are rarely used, and this time the impact is not great, but they still plunged into the ancient prescription, and cooperate with their own shareholder forces to put pressure on the other party, wanting to see this new technology. But unfortunately, they are not only in the pharmaceutical industry, but also in security. Very dirty. After discovering the problem, pharmaceutical companies Like Juanua hid behind those chables, and waited and saw. We are just selling medicines. You chables can play by yourselves. We can accept kidney stone medicine. Let's have a share. Anyway, there are many competitors. You are not a big deal. But then they came up with a new vaccination culture system. Vaccines were also Juanua's strengths. Although Merck was the most seriously damaged this time, Juanua was still vigilant, worried about intrusion into its core business. And then, damn, a real special medicine for viruses? What the hell is this? It's ruining the world view. Anyway, many of their researchers went crazy on the spot, and began to believe in theology instead of science. The cover of the Bible looked a bit like the Umbrella Company's logo. And Umbrella is also a tough guy, who would attack them at the slightest disagreement. And they couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, they finally agreed to sell some shares of the culture medium. Although the price is expensive, Juanua also fought hard for this share. Currently, a large amount of funds are invested in trying to crack this culture medium. And many of the remaining funds have also used this culture medium to carry out a number of experiments. Some things that were previously stuck can now be achieved through this culture medium. But they haven't come up with any practical results yet. And the other party has come up with such a heavy news. Hematopoietic stem cell in vitro cultivation. Autologous transplantation. Are you kidding me? Do you know how to do business? What's the point of a one-time deal? Not all leukemias require immediate bone marrow transplantation. For example, Juanua has a very famous product, Gleevec. It can have a long-term survival effect on chronic myeloid leukemia. In addition to being expensive, it can be said to be a miracle drug. Although this drug can also target malignant gastrointestinal stromal tumors, the main patients are still chronic myeloid leukemia patients. And this type of patients accounts for 20% of leukemia patients. In theory, all leukemia patients can be cured by hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. But as mentioned earlier, there are too few people who have the conditions to complete hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. And usually only acute patients have this choice. Other comprehensive treatment methods are capable of prolonging survival through other means. This is completely different from those tumor resection surgeries. It is also because of this that it is foreseeable that with the promotion of Umbrella's plan, and as more and more patients can complete the transplant, the sales of Juanua's magic drug that can make a fortune every day will be greatly affected. When the contact lens wave came out, the stock price dropped a lot, and it was barely pulled back by other good news. As a result, it has only been a short time. And you have another one? Juanua actually knows the efficacy of this culture medium. It does not surprise him that it can quickly cultivate hematopoietic stem cells. He just did not expect Umbrella to do this. If you don't make money, do you still want to be a saint? Forget it. Let the board of directors worry about it. The Sackler family should be more anxious. Juanua's CEO showed a self-deprecating smile. In fact, if it is just this one thing, although it is a big blow to Juanua, it is not unacceptable. Gleevec, which was developed in 2001, has already made a lot of money with both principal and interest. If the profit is not here, they stupidly invest nearly $10 billion every year in this research and development with a long payback period? But seeing Umbrella's unreasonable moves, as if they don't care about the benefits at all, it's really a headache. The key is that the technology in their hands is really awesome. Really top-notch. Now they have taken action from many aspects. Will they continue to expand in the future? They are all in this business. And the more cutting-edge technology the other party brings out, the more they will squeeze their living space. And there are many pharmaceutical companies that have similar ideas to Juanua, including Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer. Of course, the Sackler family still attaches the most importance to this. It can be said that the top pharmaceutical companies have their shares behind them, and they have a lot of say in this field. Plus some of their own private experiments and the conflicts that broke out in Africa. The stronger Umbrella is, the more uneasy they are. It was obviously an inconspicuous company at the beginning, but it had unique technology in its hands. And then it had a security company to protect it. But how long has it been? How can it grow so wildly to this extent? How can a company grow so fast in the world? They knew that there was a world company in the East, but it was focused on entertainment, software, and games, relying on the internet, which was acceptable and understandable. But Umbrella was too exaggerated. Even if there was technical accumulation in the past, it would not be possible. But now it can be confirmed that the great mathematician, who had been missing for 3 years, should have some cooperation with Umbrella. Before, Sackler wanted to kidnap him to help him. But unfortunately, he failed. This year's Turing Award has been issued. Next year's Turing Award will definitely be given to the great mathematician who proposed the artificial intelligence algorithm. Right? Well, invite him to talk about it at that time. Maybe we can try it at the Seoul Mathematicians Conference. It's a really good movie. It should be shown for a while longer. In an old rental house of less than 40 square meters. A pale man wearing a mask looked at the information on the computer screen in front of him and sighed. Seong is a patient with chronic myeloid leukemia. Although his wife and daughter never left him and persisted. His family, which was originally well off, had lost their car and house. And now they could only live in this small rental house. Many times he thought about just leaving, so that his wife and daughter would not suffer. But looking at his daughter's pitiful eyes and his wife's tough attitude, he was finally stopped by reluctance and fear, and dragged on until now. My daughter can't grow up without a father. Staying alive is your responsibility. His wife's stubborn words are still ringing in his ears. As a former screenwriter, although he is still dragging his sick body to take jobs and want to support his family, a large part of the burden of making money still falls on his wife. Fortunately, Gleevec is now included in the medical insurance, and the monthly consumption has changed from tens of thousands to thousands, which finally gave him hope to persist in living. Touching the photo on the family portrait next to him, Seong also showed a warm smile on his face. I still want to see my daughter get married and have a family. I still want to grow old with you. And I still don't want to die. Am I too cowardly? Wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. And seeing that his daughter was about to finish school, he prepared to go out to pick her up. Although his daughter has always been worried about his health, and said that she has grown up and doesn't need to pick her up, Seong just wants to see her more. Going out on a small electric scooter, wearing a mask and helmet. Seong also turned the key, but at this time his phone rang, and it was a patient who called. Brother Seong, go online and read the latest announcement of Umbrella Company. We have hope. Really have hope. The caller was a young man. Seong knew that their family conditions were difficult to resist even with the current medical insurance prices, which were more difficult than his own. But now, he heard the voice of excitement and tears of joy, which made Seong confused for a while. Could it be that Umbrella Company has also produced a special medicine? Seong is quite familiar with this company, because his wife gave him glasses from this company as a birthday gift, and his wife's kidney stones were cured by their medicine. At that time, they both joked that it would be great if they could develop a special medicine for leukemia. Is that true? As Seong quickly flipped through the webpage, he immediately saw the latest news, and it happened to be on the hot search list with the residual heat of dying to survive after it was released. All leukemia patients are expected to be cured. And Umbrella has developed a rapid in vitro stem cell cultivation technology. Umbrella said that all hospitals qualified to perform surgery can apply to purchase culture medium quotas and participate in corresponding training. For a while, Seong's hands holding the phone trembled. Really? There is hope. Chapter 207 New Tour Preparation. In a ward at Hwada Hospital, the attending doctor touched the little girl's hand, whose hair had already fallen out, reluctantly, and turned back to wave at her parents. As a doctor, of course I hope to save all patients. But it's really a pity that now I can only wait. And the matching depends on luck. Doctor, use mine. Can I use mine? The young father said with trembling lips. He was afraid of surgery and pain. But if he could save his daughter, he would do anything. The mother next to him also tightly grasped her husband's arm and said, Mine will work too. Sorry. Hematopoietic stem cell transplantation does not mean that direct relatives will definitely be able to match successfully. But the probability is higher. We have already matched 2 people before. It's a pity. This is why the doctor came here to explain this time. The matching failed. This is definitely a heavy blow to the small family in front of him, which is not rich to begin with. Once the matching of relatives fails, the remaining probability of waiting for the matching facing the society will be much smaller. And even if the matching is successful, there may be a situation where the donor, who was willing to donate before, regrets. Moreover, the cost of allogeneic transplantation is very high. A deposit of 300,000 yuan is required to enter the warehouse. Some preventive drugs for half a year afterwards, and possible situations also need to be prepared. Finally, after deducting the reimbursement, the self-paid part is not low. The doctor knows the situation of this family. Even with medical insurance, it is a heavy burden for the young couple. In addition, the previous chemotherapy and radiotherapy have consumed a lot of their savings. Now they can only choose to continue to drag it out and wait for that vain hope. No matter how small the hope is, we will not give up. Wife, You continue to accompany our daughter. I'm going to work. Although the husband's lips were still trembling, he still patted his wife's shoulder to comfort her and straightened his originally hunched back. These days, takeaway boys and Dee Dee have just appeared and are far from popular. He can only rely on the bricklayer skills he learned to do more work. Fortunately, the foreman from the same village knows his situation and will try to introduce more work to him. Now he can only work hard. Then the husband entered the ward. All the worries on his face before entering the ward disappeared and turned into a smile. He went over and touched his daughter's bald head and said with a smile, Duo, Daddy is going to work. You must listen to Mommy. Dad, can you accompany me today? Duo's pale face showed a coquettish expression. She didn't know why she couldn't go to kindergarten. And she didn't know why her hair fell out. But she could feel that her parents seemed very unhappy and had always been obedient. But Daddy looked so tired. And she didn't want him to go out. Be good, but at this moment, suddenly a young doctor ran in quickly, with an excited and shocked expression on his face, and said to the previous attending doctor, Director, there is big news. Umbrella has a new technology. Look! If it was something else that was so urgent in the ward, the doctor would have wanted to scold him. But hearing Umbrella still made his heart jump. Now, anyone who works in the medical industry will be familiar with this company, especially the subsequent hepatitis B-specific immunoglobulin, which pushed Umbrella's reputation to the extreme. Virus-specific immunoglobulin killed people like crazy, which directly destroyed the three views of many medical practitioners and doctors. And the people in his own department were so excited. Could it be that they had made some achievements in leukemia? A drug that can be inhibited like the treatment of chronic myeloid leukemia appeared? He quickly clicked on the link sent, and he saw the big title. Hematopoietic stem cells were successfully cultured in batches in vitro. Then, he saw that qualified hospitals could obtain quotas for the purchase of culture media and opportunities to learn. Book me a flight. I want to go to the United States. Director. They also have a training base in China. Book me now. I'll go to the dean. If other companies had launched this new product, they would definitely wait and see first. After all, medicine is rigorous, and many times they would rather use the old method first than easily try to change. But Umbrella's reputation is here, and the previous examples are here, so he is willing to choose to believe it. At the same time, he turned around and patted Duo's father on the shoulder, saying solemnly, Take a good rest first. There may be new opportunities, which are greater than before. After that, he hurriedly left the ward and went straight to the dean's office. Not bad. It finally looks a bit like a real thing. Wang Yi looked at the floating diamond-shaped magic crystal on the first floor of the Mage Tower, and a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Now the first Mage Tower has completed 3 floors, consuming 700 tons of silver. Compared with the original simple appearance, it can be said that there has been a tremendous change. Various types of laboratories, various spell inscriptions, and at least 200 reserves of one's own magic power can be regarded as a qualitative leap. However, although the magic power reserve is already so much, my personal space is still a little small after all, and I can only load the previous magic diamond crystal. The total is about 30 times my own magic power. But there are replaceable substitutes. When it is used up, just replace it with another one. The original one can be thrown here to recharge, which is very convenient. Moreover, within a radius of 10 kilometers from the Mage Tower, he could borrow the magic power of the Mage Tower remotely, which gave him a full sense of security. Let them build one on the spot in Imo country. And then, they can build one under the villa in Cheongjo. And then, they can buy a private island in Johor and build one on the equator. And there is also Africa. Wang Yi wrote and drew on the world map for a while. Boss, your student has sent me another question. Lin Shirqin reminded Wang Yi. Gu Qianqian still has her own studies, and Wang Yi just wants to observe the current situation of magic practice. So he usually asks questions remotely. It must be said that her talent of being able to see spirits is indeed good, and meditation has already been introduced. But according to her, she can't pry any magic power at all, and the basic difficulty of prying is far greater than that of the other world. In this case, Wang Yi has no particularly good way, so he can only let her continue to meditate to consolidate the spiritual power she radiates. However, Gu Qianqian can still use some simple spells sealed by the silver ornaments she gave him. It's just that from now on, ordinary people can almost be regarded as insulated from magic power, because they can't reach the base of leverage. Gu Qianqian still has a chance after she relies on her talent to continue to meditate and converge all her mental power. But it is estimated that it will take at least a year. And it will be about the same if she can barely become an ordinary apprentice within 10 years. In addition, boss, Western countries do not seem to have adopted the treatment method of in vitro cultivation of hematopoietic stem cells at present. They believe that the technology still has risks and needs more verification. Some places have opened a small range of permission, and only hospitals that have been approved can carry it out. Lin Shichin then said the current situation. There is no doubt that this is the work of some top pharmaceutical companies and the chaebols behind them. But the reason is fair and square, and it is hard to say it is not. On the contrary, because of the previous relationship with hepatitis B-specific immunoglobulin, the country has a huge good impression of Umbrella, although it has not yet been directly approved for clinical use. A large number of doctors have been sent to study, and many qualified hospitals have purchased OK Culture Media. It's embarrassing to make too much money from our own company. Wang Yi pondered for a moment after hearing this. The price of the culture medium was set after the company showed off its strength. It was really expensive, but he couldn't let Umbrella have too much bias. In this case, let his own world company make a slight correction. Even now, there are still people on the internet who say that they don't donate so much money. So let's set up a fund specifically for this. The new game is well developed, so half of the profit from the new game will be used as a charity fund. Targeting the price of the culture medium, we will cover the expenses for the culture medium outside of medical insurance. It's almost like making up for the original inflated price of the culture medium, but it's just making less money. Although Wang Yi is not a person who loves others, he doesn't mind giving the profit to some patients. There are so many ways to make money. There is no need to make this money. It's okay as long as there is no loss. Are you going to release the new game? We don't have any VR equipment yet. It doesn't matter. We will update the hardware later. I'm afraid Umbrella will have to take the lead in VR equipment. Let's start the closed beta test first and absorb some players' opinions. Besides, the aftermath of Red Queen is still so popular now. It would be unreasonable not to take advantage of artificial intelligence. Right. Wang Yi smiled. He didn't overemphasize the artificial intelligence of World Company. However, as the initiator of the algorithm, it's not too much for him to get technical support from Umbrella. Right? It's just the AI of some NPCs. It's equivalent to the Red Queen service business that World Company bought from Umbrella. Chapter 208 Chapter 207 The Power of Umbrella. The Umbrella Forum is currently undergoing some heated discussions. Since the emergence of Umbrella, this forum has gradually changed from a forum for game enthusiasts to a forum for supporters of real companies. Moreover, most of the original game enthusiasts have also completed the transformation directly, because Umbrella is so powerful, and they are happy to do so. There is a feeling that the fantasy things that I originally liked have become reality. Umbrella Corporation is too awesome. Red Queen is about to dominate the internet. It wouldn't be strange if it turned into Skynet. With this AI function, I've become a master painter. It seems that everyone is a master painter. And I've become a programmer. I remember that 4Cs, as Holmes said, that Umbrella has a super solid foundation. I didn't know what it meant before, but now I understand. Yeah. At first it was just a lens, and I didn't think it was anything special. Although it's very useful, I really didn't know that there was such a high level of technology in it. I didn't expect that this lens actually involved a special culture medium. And even the stone-dissolving medicine came out. Yeah. I'm a materials science major. I was numb when I first got these glasses. Can resin have this property? At first, I questioned it online, and my face was swollen. At that time I thought Umbrella was a master of material science. But who would have thought that he is a biology major? Fellow material scientist +1. We discussed in our class that Umbrella, which suddenly appeared, would sooner or later gain a place in the field of lenses. But the lenses are useless. Carl Zeiss is doing well, while companies like Huanhua, Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer are in trouble. What a detail. Vision and Johnson under Huanhua are both top contact lens manufacturers. But they were hit by A1 at the beginning. Now, no one still doesn't know A1. Right? Kaifeng must have chili oil. Dong Ji's pioneering work. Now that A1's production has gradually increased, Vision and Johnson's contact lenses have no business. And their business has shrunk severely. I see. You said that the medicine made by Umbrella later hit them again? The stupid netizens were originally discussing the Red Queen here. And slowly it became a tragic history of several pharmaceutical companies. But at this time, the elusive C. Highway Jia appeared again and posted a new post. I found someone discussing the impact of umbrella on pharmaceutical companies. I have to say a few words about this. Seeing that it was a big shot, many people also stood at attention and listened to the lecture. I have uploaded the cause and effect to my TT account. You can go and have a look. If it is convenient, please support the small yellow car. Good guy. See Highway Gian knows traffic, however. Although he is advertising here, it must be said that he really spent a lot of effort to understand the investigation. And he is already very close to the truth. He directly borrowed the format of those popular science video hosts and made several episodes of a series of videos. You can see that C. Highway Gia wears an exaggerated funny mask to explain in front of the video. Everyone may be concerned about the recent situation of umbrella. Remember the 2 accidents I mentioned last time? Anyway, after those 2 accidents, there is no trick against umbrella for the time being. Only their exposure of academic fraud has attracted some insignificant and desperate people. These are all what came into view with the Red Queen press conference. Many netizens who are watching the show are also aware of them. Those who are not clear were asked to check it themselves. So C. Highway Gia just briefly mentioned the following questions. Still speaking from the picture, it shows the stock price of Huanuo. Since the launch of A1 glasses, the stock prices of Huanuo and Johnson & Johnson have begun to fall. After all, the profit of contact lenses is very large. Even if it is not a core module, it has hurt the 2 groups a little. The stock market is originally a place to look at confidence. So even if the production of A1 was not high at the beginning, it was directly reflected. Later, the stock price was finally pulled back by them with some good news. Among them, a very important good news for Huanuo Company is the sales of Gleevec. Everyone, I don't need to explain Gleevec, right? The movie Dying to Survive produced by World Company is a masterpiece. And Gleevec is one of Huanuo's flagship products. Of course, we need to look at it from 2 perspectives. Although Huanuo is expensive, the drug they developed has indeed saved many lives. This is undeniable. However, this drug has been sold at a high price for more than 10 years. It has not only recovered its investment, but has also made a lot of money. See Highway Gia especially checked the annual reports of Huanuo Company in recent years and showed everyone the sales volume of Gleevec. In fact, from the movie Dying to Survive, you can know how high the sales volume of this drug is. If the price is tens of thousands, it doesn't matter. The key is that you need so much every month, and you have to take it all the time. This kind of bone-sucking method is the reason why everyone is disgusted and resisted. Huanuo's annual profit from prescription drugs alone is about $40 billion US. And Gleevec accounts for 1/10 of their company's profit from prescription drugs. Think about what this means. Everyone counted. Wow. Gleevec has earned hundreds of billions of US dollars for Huanuo in more than 10 years. Even if Huanuo invested more in research and development, it would have recovered many times. No wonder. No wonder the research and development costs of new drugs are so high and the payback period is so long. But there are still top pharmaceutical companies flocking to it. Unfortunately, the pharmaceutical industry is a winner-takes-all industry. They have technical barriers and first-mover advantages. It is actually very difficult to catch up now. Maybe when the research and development is halfway through, they will find that the pharmaceutical giants have already produced finished products. This kind of trial and error that loses all money is not something that ordinary companies can afford. See Highway Gia also sighed, but then took out Umbrella's latest hematopoietic stem cell cultivation. So, once Umbrella's technology becomes popular, Gleevec will almost be out of the stage of history. After the contact lens market, Huanuo has suffered another heavy blow, so they should have taken a roundabout way. After that, C. Highway Gia posted some notices from Europe and the United States. For the time being, they only allow this kind of experiment, but not to enter the clinic. Only a few top hospitals approved can try it. On the contrary, the domestic side has a green light all the way. The speed is very fast, and it has officially reminded all doctors to go and learn, and even start cultivating cells in advance. For a moment, netizens who saw this also felt a little surprised. Capital intercepted Umbrella's new technology, or delayed the application of this new technology as much as possible. As long as it is delayed for 1 day, Huanuo's medicine can be sold for 1 more day. This reminds me of Purdue Pharmaceuticals before. This incredible thing feels very reasonable inexplicably. It is indeed very reasonable, because it is not surprising that the approval of medical technology is delayed for several years, or even more than 10 years. But the patients who need this technology are a bit pitiful. Maybe those who can't wait will fly to us for treatment. Many comments were expressed with emotion under Sahawajia's video. However, the matter is not over yet. Sahawajia has listed a series of new lists. It is an all-English list, but now it is easy to understand with simultaneous translation. This one is the sales ranking of a single drug. When seeing this list, some people were shocked. I thought Gleevec should also be a top-level profiteering. Right? However, it is not even in the top 10 in this list. The number 1 sales volume is more than $10 billion per year. The following ones are also more than tens of billions of US dollars. Then, through the translation, everyone unconsciously focused their attention on the second-ranked drug. The name of the drug is Havani. The pharmaceutical company is Gilead, and the annual sales are $9 billion US dollars. There is only one main treatment. That is hepatitis C. Everyone should have discovered the Huadian. Yes, it is hepatitis C. Hepatitis C is relatively unfamiliar and rare in China. The main outbreak in China is hepatitis B. But the number of people infected with hepatitis C worldwide is still close to 200 million. And this drug called Havani is a drug that can cure hepatitis C. The mechanism of action of this drug is actually very similar to traditional antiviral drugs, but it does not inhibit various enzymes, nor is it a broad-spectrum antiviral drug. Instead, it inhibits the 2 necessary proteins required by the hepatitis C virus, prevents the replication of the hepatitis C virus, and then relies on our body's own immunity to slowly eliminate the virus. It is a special medicine for hepatitis C. One course of treatment is 12 weeks, and the cost is close to 100,000 US dollars. Seeing this, everyone took a breath of cold air in an instant. A course of treatment is close to 100,000 US dollars? No wonder the annual sales volume is 9 billion US dollars. No wonder you want to post this picture. I understand. The day when Umbrella conquers hepatitis C is the end of this drug. Terrible. But after making a comparison, I suddenly found that the hepatitis B specific immunoglobulin that solves the problem at 700 yuan per course of treatment, and at most 3 courses of treatment, is really conscience-stricken. Umbrella deserves to make money. There is no harm without comparison. In fact, ordinary people did not know the concept of some prices of Umbrella before. There are also many people who joke that there are so many patients in China, and Umbrella has made a lot of money. But now I find that they can rob. But they don't. Umbrella doesn't say that if the price is raised to 100,000 US dollars, even if it is raised to 100,000 yuan, there will still be a large number of patients who will grit their teeth to treat it. As long as 1% of patients are willing to spend this money, Umbrella can make more money than it is now. This specific immunoglobulin also needs cold chain transportation, and it needs to be cultured in special culture medium, which requires costs. Are they full and bored to make so many? This comparison really made many keyboard warriors confused. Especially those voices of check, and have you donated? All disappeared. At least Umbrella dare not say such words. No wonder. No wonder it can be on the news broadcast. No wonder it has been greenlit all the way after the hematopoietic stem cell cultivation technology came out. And it directly called on doctors to learn. At first, I really thought that Umbrella took some unspeakable means to speed up. I was too superficial. Me too. Oh my god. 700 yuan? And once the hematopoietic stem cell cultivation came out, after the operation was slowly completed, Gleevec was equivalent to a direct collapse. Even the price of the generic drugs in the movie has to be 500 yuan per month to continue to take. And this can be solved at one time. And it can also solve almost all leukemia patients. I'm superficial. Superficial plus 1 awesome. Wait. Weren't we originally discussing Red Queen? Red Queen is awesome too. Umbrella is awesome. I have a feeling that Umbrella could really become a company like the one in the game. As expected of this domineering name. I'll admit it if it's this company. As expected of Umbrella. Umbrella started out as a contact lens company, and then used facts to teach us a lesson. We're in the biology business. Oh, and a little bit of artificial intelligence. Chapter 209 Closed Beta Quota. The aftermath of Umbrella's Red Queen press conference has not subsided. With the AI painting that TT has already opened, the popularity is still getting more and more intense. The main reason is that the function is too powerful. It can be said that everything was suppressed in the short term, both at home and abroad. What LOL competitions, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds competitions, or Minecraft live competitions were all suppressed. It is obviously not entertainment news, but it has played an entertainment effect. In the past, there were often front-row news about World Company in China, but recently it has been suppressed by the aftermath of the Red Queen press conference. After all, the subsequent event of mass cultivation of in vitro hematopoietic stem cells has come to an end. No one can compare with Umbrella in terms of traffic. However, although the popularity has been suppressed by Umbrella, it does not mean that World Company has not made any moves during this period. Dying to Survive is still linked with Umbrella's hematopoietic stem cells. Moreover, even if World Company has no moves, Ari's money-burning action has not stopped. Because with the gradual popularization of 4G and the increase in the number of smartphone users, the two businesses of food delivery and online taxi hailing have been officially pushed to the forefront by capital. And pilot projects have begun everywhere. Ali continues to invest money in live broadcast, short video, traditional video, and selling goods to compete with world companies. And at the same time, it also uses their advantages to support food delivery and online taxi hailing businesses. The starting speed is even earlier and faster than in the parallel world. Normally, Penguin will definitely not let Ali eat alone at this time. With the terrifying traffic of Yashin, Penguin has a unique advantage in this regard. However, the words released by Wang Yi on Weibo last time were too annoying. Penguin looked at his bloated body and the situation of getting involved in everything, in order to avoid giving away these stocks for free in the future. After a discussion, he finally decided to give up the competition. Invest. They will continue to invest. Buy some stocks. You want to borrow my traffic as long as you pay me. I will let you borrow. But I won't burn money together. Without the competition from Penguin, Ali can be said to be the most popular. Takeout and online car hailing can provide a large number of jobs and bring real convenience to everyone, which naturally caused a heated discussion. In fact, many people are still watching the World Company at this time. Even Ari. Because the world has the traffic of TT and has the opportunity to jump out and fight. And because they did not participate in the live broadcast and burn money before. They all know that the World Company has a lot of cash. Many people even asked questions directly under Wang Yi's Weibo. Wang Yi, who has always used the excuse of doing experiments not to interact with netizens, also issued a new dynamic at this time. Takeout and online car hailing are indeed two businesses that facilitate life. In addition, assisting in the transportation of small goods, moving and other businesses, rental business, housekeeping business, shared electric vehicles, etc. are all feasible, which can add bricks and tiles to the era of smartphones and put together the puzzle. When Wang Yi's dynamic came out, many people exclaimed, "Wow, there are still so many tracks that no one comes? And it looks very feasible." But soon, Wang Yi sent another message. "But I still say that, although it can bring convenience, we must ensure proper and orderly management. Perhaps, when the time is right, our company will also intervene in it, when the technology level is more mature." Although Wang Yi's later words can be seen as a warning and reminder, it is also a bit confusing, since the World Company is also optimistic about this market. Why not enter the market now? Do you still want to strike back? The internet is about speed and traffic. Many people don't understand the choice of the World Company. But although many people want to say something, they all fell silent after seeing the previous achievements of the World Company. Even Fang Chuan, the number one Yin Yang man, didn't say anything. Because many of the businesses that the World Company did before relied on technological advantages to strike back. YY had a live broadcast platform before live broadcast. Is it useful? No. The compression channel will crush you instantly. Now Shark Baby is relying on burning money to subsidize, and relying on top anchors to survive. What about short videos? Slow hand is so early, and it's useless. On the contrary, after TT came out, many mature slow hand anchors changed their positions, and made contributions. The original traffic of the small broken station was only 1/30th of that of a certain cool website. What about now? It has almost caught up to 1/2. Moreover, the user stickiness and usage time are completely different. It can be said that now anyone with a discerning eye can see that even though Ali has been burning money, it is still losing ground. It's just that Ali is tied to online shopping and bringing goods, and they can't lose this position. So they have to maintain it even if they have to pay. As a result, Ali has now started food delivery and online car hailing in a hurry. The general meaning of the World Company is you guys go ahead and wait for me to make some breakthroughs in technology. No! Big brother. What other technology do you want to break through in food delivery and online car hailing? Anyway, because of Wang Yi's statement, Ali, who originally did not have Penguin to compete, also gritted his teeth and increased subsidies for food delivery riders and online car hailing drivers. First, attract people to join with subsidies, and then expand their own traffic, so that everyone can get used to the food delivery and online car hailing of the Ollie system. Kangaroo Food Delivery and Moomoo Taxi. These are the flagship products of the Ollie system. And Moomoo Taxi itself is inextricably linked to the Moo Group, which can be regarded as a strong combination. Ari doesn't believe that it might still lose like this. But at this time, World Company began to issue new game announcements, which made people feel a little confused. Our new game Starry Sky World is about to be closed beta, and interested players can apply for closed beta qualification. Some places will be specially given to the UP host and TT video host of the small broken station. Apply for Portal XXX. Originally, some people saw the announcement of World Company and thought that World Company was about to intervene in the food delivery and online car hailing business, which looked promising. The result was a new game announcement. At this time, many people also reacted. World Company was originally a cultural entertainment game company. It started with games. There are still many people playing Jump Jump now. Minecraft and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds are also the most popular games right now. In addition, they have invested in many movies. The World Company's logo can be seen in the opening credits of several released movies. In addition, the Dying to Survive they released themselves has been a big hit. This company's presence in the entertainment industry is indeed not low. But since when did we always regard the World Company as a technology company? Live broadcast technology, channel compression technology, game optimization technology, anti-cheating technology, intelligent push technology, etc. Oh, by the way, Master Itemo has completed 2 world problem conjectures and published a paper on artificial intelligence. He is a co-designer of Red Queen. Even Umbrella said that the underlying algorithm of Red Queen was provided by Master E. It is indeed difficult to simply regard the World Company as a cultural entertainment game company. However, regardless of the amazement of ordinary netizens, it was an instant explosion for the game circle. A new game from the World Company. Closed beta? Is it a normal online game this time? Both Minecraft and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds were too amazing before, and they are already phenomenal national games. Maybe you haven't played it, but you must have heard of it. It's normal for World Games to release traditional online games. They have PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for competitive FPS games and Minecraft for sandbox games. They won't roll over themselves. So traditional online games are the most likely choice. I'm looking forward to it. World Games technology is here, and World Games products must be top-notch. Has anyone applied for the closed beta qualification? I want to get one. I applied, but sorry, I can't even sell it. It requires real name authentication. World Games has done a great job in this regard, effectively preventing minors. Damn, this is discrimination against minors. Children should not borrow their parents' mobile phones to surf the internet. What does it have to do with you? Do you dare to solo? Call dad if you lose. Sorry. It turns out to be an elementary school student among minors. I can't afford to offend him. Do you dare to compete with us in math problems? At least in the game circle. For gamers who like games, the closed beta of World Games' new game has directly attracted enough attention. Several well-known game up hosts, some game live broadcasters, and even TT's video hosts have announced their closed beta qualifications. This made many game broadcasters of Baby Shark speechless. No way. They didn't even look for us? We have more traffic. For this reason, even the top game anchor Shark Baby took the initiative to find the World Company and expressed his willingness to promote it. But the World Company just sent a portal to tell him that he could go to the lottery. A closer look showed that this was the portal on the official website. It made people speechless. Even many big anchors with bad temper started to curse directly. What? This is too arrogant. Don't games need to be promoted? I swear here that no matter how fun this game is, I will never play it again. An anchor named Gang Gun King stepped on a stool and pointed to the sky in front of the camera and swore. But soon some netizens began to make fun of it in the comments. Anchor, the PUBG you are broadcasting now is also from the World Company. Otherwise don't play it. Then, there was a mute and blacklist package. And then, after the World Company announced that the closed beta quota was full, it began to release some renderings and related feature promotions of the game itself. Interstellar Sandbox Game. Completely open freedom. Unlimited exploration. Unlimited possibilities. Space station. Spaceship. Planetary force landing. Zerg invasion. There is no occupational restriction. Everyone can learn all the skills as long as the attributes meet the requirements. Soon someone compared it to a game. EVE, a space sandbox game with a relatively high difficulty to get started, and thought it was a similar situation. Many people also left a message on the official website, saying that the spaceship also needs to be built and mined by themselves? And this message was also replied. Not entirely. NPC also has its own factories, production lines, transport ships and sales channels. After hearing this reply, some of the more radical players among some EVE players jumped out. What kind of sandbox is this? Isn't this something that can be intervened by humans? That's right. Look at EVE. Ships have to be mined to be built. And it has been released for so long. This is a real space sandbox game. Let's play EVE. Super high degree of freedom. Play however you want. You are playing the leftovers. Good guy. This is an opportunity to recruit new players. But then, the official website of World Company released a new feature. The game is connected to Red Queen. All NPCs will have their own AI and action logic. Attacks on NPC minecarts, factories, and transportation will affect production capacity. NPC forces will also have their own development and action logic. It's okay for profiteers to raise prices. Just blow up a few key production factories. Red Queen? Red Queen is connected to a game. Yes. I forgot to say that. Perhaps, in addition to Red Queen review and AI painting, we are the first real Red Queen commercialization project. And we can be regarded as the first to try it. Chapter 210 Gap. Umbrella and World join forces. What kind of magical combination is this? Both companies have been around for less than a year and are the fastest growing companies. Both companies are unicorn companies in the world. Both are leaders in related fields. And both have produced innovative technologies. Although Elizabeth Holmes relied on her own ability to reach a valuation of $60 billion, it is still too childish compared to these two companies. World's beauty, games, optimization and compression technology, and even the TT that later swept the world are all leaders in the software industry. Umbrella is even more terrifying. Biology and artificial intelligence are simply the existence of the devil, coupled with Umbrella security, which can protect itself. It can be said that this is the most dazzling company in recent years. How can such a strong combination not attract attention? However, the relationship between the two parties was quite harmonious in the past, and they should have their own cooperation. Mastery often helped Umbrella calculate data. The two parties should have known each other for a long time. With such a relationship, this kind of cooperation seems to be a matter of course. Red Queen uses such a powerful function to optimize the AI of NPCs. What kind of magical operation is this? But it doesn't feel out of place for some reason. And starting from the game aspect, breaking through the virtual situation can also be said to be a test for Red Queen. After all, it has less impact than directly entering reality. And Master Yi is Red Queen's father. Right? Haha. It seems to be true. Umbrella itself said that Master Yi's algorithm is the core. Please don't start to YY and be happy in your head again. You are still Red Queen's father. A frog in the well. How could such a terrifying artificial AI as Red Queen be the credit of one person? It was created by Umbrella gathering a group of top Western bosses. We only have mastery now. And the gap is still very large. Under the excellent remote animal husbandry of Pyongyang, there are still some special products. Wang Yi's achievements are irrefutable, but they can still find some places to refute. Finally, I know how the old bear disintegrated. Yeah. There was no precedent at the time. I remember watching an interview where the boss of Pyongyang publicly mocked him. He looked the same as Xiong Legong. Xiong Legong. It's a really apt name. But it's understandable that he didn't have experience before. But now the examples of the old bear, South America, the Middle East, and Africa are all here. And he still can't stand up. This is really incomprehensible. He may think he is special, and the one who can be taken away. The one who was punched while clinging to the plane? Maybe he was paid. I can understand those who were paid. They are just eating. I would say they are good even if they pay me. I am afraid they are the kind of people who prepare dog food themselves. Although Umbrella has recently emerged and made the world feel the power of technology, the existence of mastery in the East has also improved the self-confidence of many netizens. Although it is often unfair to highlight one person to many individuals who work silently, it is undeniable that it is easier to establish a spirit. The Live Video Alliance formed by Ari adopted this approach. So even if the technology is backward, at least the top streamers suppress the World Company. World Company's TT has explosively growing traffic, but it still adopts the fruit-sharing traffic model, and the top streamers will not have too exaggerated numbers. However, Even so, the reputation of World Company is super good among anchors. Even the top streamers, who are theoretically subject to certain restrictions on World Company, are like this. And they will be grateful to World Company even if they are poached. Because most of the current anchors have not experienced those sky-high signing fees. If World Company does not give them opportunities, they will not be favored by Baby Shark at all. On the contrary, on Baby Shark's side, the top anchors have begun to kidnap in turn. For example, recently, because many anchors of Baby Shark could not get the closed beta test quota of Starry Sky World, they did not go to World Company, but instead found Baby Shark to put pressure on them. You see, the anchors of competing products can have closed beta test qualifications. Why don't we? Can you do it? Baby Shark CEO Suwon was also confused at this time. No way. You didn't go to World Company but found me? But looking back, yes. Why would World Company care about them? It can be said that World Company is simply a breath of fresh air in the internet and entertainment industry. And it is so cool. But Suwon really can't just ignore it. Just like when A1 glasses were used as a benefit. He had to create a solution even if he had no choice. Even at this time, Shin Seong, the young master of Hangwon Group, who he pulled in to fight against Ari, came to him. Old Su, is there any channel to get a closed beta account for Star World? Suwon was speechless about this young master Shin. This guy not only registered accounts on the Ari platform, but also on the World platform. And when he was in a good mood, he would really live broadcast PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. And from time to time, he would pull a group of top players of Baby Shark to play with him. Actually, playing with him is fine. After all, he is also the financial sponsor of Baby Shark. But this guy has been to the small broken station to live broadcast more times than Baby Shark. But he is the sponsor, and not the contracted anchor. So he really has no temper. He can only hint at him secretly. Little brother, you have invested a lot of money in me. You don't want your money to go down the drain. Right? But Shin Seong's reply made him speechless. Their technology is just good. It's not stuck at all. And it's more convenient to use. Okay. It directly hit Suwon's lungs. And he didn't say anything to refute. He was elected by users with their feet. But now you don't go to the World Company to ask for a quota, but come to me for it. Isn't that inappropriate? Hey, I'm too lazy to go to the World Company. There is definitely no quota. But this closed beta qualification is still bound to a personal ID card. I want to pay for it but can't buy it. So I can only rely on you. You don't want your anchors to not have this game to broadcast. Right? Shin Seong can only grasp Suwon. Stupid enough to go to the World Company to be bullied. His identity, as a young master, is not easy to use with them. My old man always reminds me that even if I lose money, I must never offend Master Yi. The old man even hinted that he should lick him. Shin Seong was so shocked. Is he the kind of person who would lick others? Well, I'll try to get it. But we are competitors. And I don't know if they are willing. Suwon finally sighed. I actually think that they don't regard you as a competitor. Otherwise, why would they sell you a copy of the live broadcast rights of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Shin Seong said bluntly, giving Suwon a critical hit. If it was just the beginning, he would definitely jump up and refute, and then compare his own data with the other party, such as how much traffic, how many users, how many people live at the highest number of people, and how popular it was. But in fact, after working hard until now, they have never looked at him straight in the eye, and they go traveling and doing experiments from time to time. Suwon knows that he has lost, and lost completely. The kind of defeat. Looking at the 100 closed beta test quota accounts in his hand, as well as the live broadcast rights of Star World, Suwon doesn't know how to describe his feelings. I didn't even send anyone to go. After the phone call, they just casually signed by fax and sent the account number first, as a gift for purchasing the live broadcast rights of Star World. At the same time, Chin Chien on the other end of the phone also tactfully asked him to restrain his anchors and not to call and harass them all the time, so that they could allocate it themselves. This gave Suwon the feeling that they thought these anchors were too annoying to call and harass them. So they gave him 100 places to shut them up. Moreover, Timo himself had to pay a high price to buy the live broadcast rights of the game. This really made him feel mixed, even on the Penguin Games side. Except for the phenomenal national games like LOL. Other games had to pay Baby Shark to buy volume when they were promoted. And they had to spend money to find their anchors to try it out. This is Baby Shark's traffic and the stickiness of fans in the game area. But now that it has clearly begun to get on the right track, it still has to spend money to buy the live broadcast rights from the World Company. And it is a game that has not yet been released and is in closed beta. The gap is really too big. Sometimes Suwon really wanted to act on impulse and directly refused to broadcast. But he couldn't do it. Star World is tied to the Hot Red Queen, which has a high popularity. In addition, the quality of the games produced by World Company, the expectations and attention are quite high. Even if he disagrees, the anchors under his command will not agree, and the capital behind him will not agree. When the financing was exchanged for a large amount of funds to burn money and Baby Shark could rise, Suwon himself was also completely set up invisibly. It was not that his power was set up. He still had the control over Baby Shark, but various interests, both internal and external. This is World Company. Suwon smiled self-deprecatingly. When he was trying hard to catch up, others were doing experiments. When he was trying hard to burn money to attract traffic and surpass, others went out to travel. When he launched various activities and incentive plans, others solved mathematical conjectures. When he was trying his best to dig up your top anchors, they threw out a paper on artificial intelligence. Suwon felt that his punches were like rain and his moves were like dragons. But the opponent just turned sideways and passed by him without even turning his head to look at him, and walked towards the smooth road ahead. Suwon didn't know what was at the end of the road. It seemed that there was only an endless dazzling light shining on his reflection, which made people raise their hands to cover their eyes. Chapter 211 Next Generation Games. An ID called Gun King, a high-level anchor who specializes in playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, has a group of loyal fans because he likes gun fighting, has excellent skills, is good at talking nonsense, and interacts well with fans. He is also a top-tier game anchor among Shark Baby. The high anchor signing fee, plus the occasional sales of snacks and peripherals, also allowed him to achieve financial freedom directly. He is also very smart. After being found out about tax evasion at Yaya's place, he immediately paid all the taxes and was not affected by the aftermath. Today, he did not play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds directly, but laughed and showed the screen a qualification. A closed beta qualification for Starry Sky World. Ding 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 everyone. Look at what this is. I have obtained the closed beta qualification for Starry Sky World. After seeing what he showed, the fans below were also in an uproar, and the barrage was almost flooded. Are you kidding me? You said last time that you would jump off the building after playing? I thought you could at least hold on until the closed beta and then grab a spot. But you didn't expect to give up in the closed beta. Gun King. Where is your backbone? Where is your persistence? Faced with all the doubts, Gun King was very confident. Shut up. I said before that I wouldn't play if I didn't have the closed beta qualification. Of course I will play if I have it. Besides, I am the anchor of PUBG, and I believe in the strength of the World Company. Seeing that he couldn't hold back, he added, just tell me if you want to watch it or not. The test will start in 20 minutes. I have downloaded the game in advance. Watch it. There were many people who teased him before, but when he asked if they wanted to watch it, the answers were all the same. In fact, many netizens have already gone to the qualified live broadcast room of the World System at this time, just to see if the Starry Sky World is just a facade. Is the Red Queen AI just a name for nothing? Many games are highly praised during promotion, and expectations are high. But when they are released, people are speechless to find out that that's it. Many of the descriptions of Star World during promotion are considered exaggerated. Completely open world, completely free, super large map, NPC AI, interaction between NPC forces, all resources are sandbox, etc. Anyway, it sounds like a false propaganda to cheat money. But, precisely because the game is developed by World Company, which has a series of legendary products and reputation, players are still very much looking forward to it and are willing to give it a chance. Even if the promotion is a bit exaggerated, as long as it can achieve some effects, it is a top game. And star-themed games have enough audience groups, especially EVE players. Now EVE has been around for a long time, and there is a situation where there is not enough fresh blood and players are lost. Once the number of people in this sandbox game decreases, the playability will decrease rapidly. It is common to squat for a few hours and only chat. It's just that many more extreme players in EVE are still criticizing Star World for riding on the popularity of EVE. Many people even posted videos on TT to criticize them, and TT generously gave these players traffic. Star World will be closed beta soon, and we will know what the situation is. I admit that World Company itself has strong technology and may be able to develop a game that surpasses EVE. but it cannot use such an exaggerated gimmick. Now I will broadcast the beginning of the game. Then this player named Bozy opened a live broadcast room on the small broken station, and then clicked into the live broadcast room of Shark Baby's Gang Gun King in the live broadcast room. Many people were speechless directly. Brother, so you don't have the qualification for closed beta? Hack. There is such a thing? I've learned nothing. Let me start a live broadcast. And I'll also join in and explain it by the way. It must be said that many anchors who have not obtained the qualification for closed beta still rely on this way of joining in. Anyway, other people play the game, and they are the commentators. As time goes by, the closed beta of Star World officially begins. As players who have the qualification for closed beta, they must have pre-downloaded the game. However, even with the data compression capability of World Company, the size of this game of hundreds of GB is still too big for this era. Wow! I remember that PUBG was only a few GB, but it had so many functions and detailed maps. What the hell is so big? Hack. I just downloaded it directly. I didn't expect it to be so big. Fortunately, the hard drive is big enough. Fortunately, the optimization level of World Company is excellent. Otherwise, I doubt that my computer can't handle it. As the game started and clicked to enter, a new box popped up. The game also has some secondary auxiliary download packages. Please reserve enough space. The auxiliary download package may affect some professional functions, but background download will not affect the game operation. There is also an auxiliary download package? What the hell is this? As the voice of Gang Gun King fell, the screen in front of him began to appear the game title of Star World. The title was just a figure in power armor squatting on the ground in the desert with his fingers extended and stained with a ball of green sticky mucus. The texture of the gravel, the weathered feeling of the power armor, and the sticky details of the slime are all full. Then the next moment, the desert surged, and one after another bugs emerged from it and began to exchange fire with the power armor. At this time, many messages appeared on the barrage. Isn't it a Starry Sky theme? Why does it feel like an MMORPG? Yes, but the picture is really exciting. It reminds me of the original opening of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. And this BGM is so exciting. It's a new song again. I listen to Master Yi's songs every day, but I almost forgot that he is also a great musician. The picture is super exciting. I'm already interested in the game. The barrage was full of praise, but Bozy immediately caught the point and counterattacked. Everyone, I admit that this opening is good, but it doesn't match the publicity. When the battle between the two sides was at its hottest, all kinds of mechanical gunshots, ammunition, armor, and the Zerg's explosion and cruelty just showed their grandeur. The next moment the camera began to zoom in, and the battlefield scene began to get smaller. As the clouds gradually appeared, the sci-fi fighter plane that was crashing with thick smoke began to fall. A group of bat-like insects could be seen on the fighter plane, spitting acid. The camera continued to zoom up, and in the picture, a landing chamber with flames breaking through the atmosphere, a satellite flashing by, and a group of air control aircraft began to appear one by one. Then, in the suborbital, a gorgeous warship full of mechanical beauty and details began to appear. It made Bozy shut up temporarily. The model and details of this magnificent warship alone far exceeded the picture of Eve. This is just a promotional video. It's different, but I have to admit that the details of this warship are really well done. But as soon as the voice fell, the camera was still zooming away. And soon, it was discovered that the mighty warship that had just stopped in orbit was completely a younger brother. In contrast, a large number of warships that were several times, dozens of times, and hundreds of times larger than that warship stopped in the starry sky. Every time the comparison was expanded, it attracted a burst of exclamation. Then the main gun of a flagship was charged, and it bombarded the mother nest of the Zerg that was constantly swallowing and spitting out like a small star in the starry sky. At the same time, the language narration began under the BGM. The crisis of intelligent machines, the Zerg, and the division of the human race are the background of Star World. The opening screen keeps jumping, and the space station, space city, mining area, buildings on the planet, space elevators, etc. are all shown one by one, all of which are top movie level pictures. From the war zone, slowly came to the relatively peaceful area, and then to the hinterland of the human race, and then the opening screen and the characters switched seamlessly. If it weren't for the sudden addition of the menu bar and the character avatar in the upper left corner, I wouldn't have known that the game had started. After the Gun King tentatively walked around and found that it was true, he instantly detonated the entire live broadcast room. Hack. Kneel down. What kind of graphics card is this? What kind of optimization is this? What the hell? Those pictures that just flashed. Can't we all experience them personally? Hurry up. Where is the guide? Then as the novice guide appeared, everyone discovered the identity and background of Gun King. He was a veteran who had a disorder when uploading his consciousness. The error in uploading his consciousness caused his memory to be seriously affected, and all kinds of skills were cleared and washed. Because of the upload error, I was approved to be discharged and live a normal life. All the enhanced abilities and skills on my body were lost, and I only vaguely remembered some personal information. Then I started to register various remembered information. There will be many questions to fill in, including face pinching, which means that writing these will affect the basic attributes. But please figure out how to affect them. In addition, the game ID card is bound. You can quit the game, but you can't delete the account. So it's best to fill in according to your own information. With the data push ability of the World Company, you will most likely get a more suitable initial talent if you fill in the information truthfully. After filling in, the first person and third person switching is also free. It's simply a controllable movie. Standing in front of the ward and looking at the three-dimensional city outside, the shuttle cars, and the whizzing magnetic levitation. It's really like a dream. After filling in the information, the next step is to board the spaceship back to the hometown according to the information filled in. It is explained that there are a number of spaceship flights, and there are 3 flights to the home planet of the Gun King every day. However, boarding the spaceship can be commissioned. Park the character in the waiting room and go offline as the game time progresses. It's just the beginning of the game, so it's recommended to follow the guide first. The journey back to the hometown itself is a complete novice guide process. If you miss it, please check the guide online next time. After registering the information in the ward, change the hospital gown and disinfect it. Here, the clothing change function begins. There are in-app purchases, but the in-app purchases are mainly to buy good-looking clothes. And before the purchase option, it was also explained that these clothes can be obtained in the game, such as going outside to rob a passerby, or learning the corresponding skills to make them yourself, etc. Special reminder that although the closed beta will delete the files, the clothes can be kept. After all, the ID card is bound to the account. Gang Chanwang didn't lack money, so he directly changed the original casual white t-shirt into a set of more hip-hop style fancy clothes, and dyed his hair a little. Then he followed the guide to the hospital gate, and was prompted to choose unmanned taxis and magnetic levitation. But the game coins for the new account were only 100 yuan, which was the only initial funds for the game. I hope he would cherish it. After getting the prompt, Gang Chanwang gave up the free magnetic levitation without hesitation and spent 5 yuan to use the unmanned taxi. The maglev takes 5 minutes to arrive, but as soon as the driverless taxi is called, one will fly down from the traffic in the sky, and the picture will be full from all angles. In the taxi, looking at the dreamy sci-fi city outside, the Gang Chanwang and the netizens watching the live broadcast were stunned. Even Buzzy, who came to find fault, pursed his lips at this time, his eyes full of shock. These should be stickers, but even if they are stickers, they are shocking enough. But soon a netizen, who was making trouble, reminded, "You are a taxi now. See if you can make it stop." After being reminded like this, the Gang Chanwang began to operate. They are all veterans of playing games. After a while of operation, they found that the control platform in front of them can directly have options. It is not a pop-up panel, but a ready-made operating platform directly on the car. Just click the mouse on it, and the character will also operate it. There is the flight route at this time, and there are really a lot of parking spots in the middle where you can stop. Just choose a nearby one and try it, and you will see the taxi turn quickly and land quickly. When he came out, looking at the bustling streets, the Gang Chanwang was directly numb. What you see at the beginning are not stickers. It is the real city appearance. As the Gun King ran, he found that Temo really could go wherever he wanted. The NPCs on the road would get angry and scold you after hitting you. But this could not stop the Gun King from having fun, until he came to the overpass under the instigation of netizens. He made a leap of faith directly downwards, and then fell to his death. After death, he was prompted to upload his consciousness, and then he returned to the hospital, which was his initial resurrection point bound. Chapter 212, Explosive. Bunker. What the hell is this? It exploded. I want Star World. When will it be released? What's the point of testing it? It's worthy of being called World Company. The current mode feels a bit like the online version of GT5. Obviously there will be more to come. And the NPC interaction ability is much stronger. As the Gun King came back from death, he immediately rushed out again. But he soon found the problem. Where are the new clothes I bought? Didn't it say that they would be lost when I died when I bought them? This is similar to Eve. It seems that except for my own skills, stored items, and e-wallets, everything I take out will be lost when I die. It's quite serious. This kind of death penalty did make the Gun King a little nervous. But he still bought a new set while saying stubbornly, as for the clothes, it doesn't matter. It's not expensive anyway. But the flight is about to leave, and I don't want to wait for several hours. This time he didn't even take a taxi, but got on the maglev that just arrived at the station. It was another feeling. Another city scenery. As the maglev train moved forward, everyone saw a huge building connecting heaven and earth in front of them. And the new electronic map prompt also sent a confirmation. Space elevator. The huge building allowed the maglev train to enter directly. After sitting in the seat and fastening the seat belt, the rapid process of going up to the sky began. And the window next to it could also see the scenery outside that was constantly being pulled away. The city kept getting smaller, and the outline of the city was slowly seen. Bunker. Seamless switching? It's numb. When I looked at the new map prompt, I thought it was a cutscene after entering the space elevator. But it went straight to the sky? No wonder it's so big. But after all, it's a game. Although the map is large, it's impossible for a person to waste a long time going into space. After a few minutes, they arrived at the planet-circling space city. Various projection arrows in the space city. Cleaning robots going back and forth. Tourists coming and going. The beautiful scenery in front of the space window. And the planets overlooking. One visual impact after another. Constantly amazed everyone. This is really a game. Really movie-level pictures. On the way, they did understand why it was recommended to complete the novice process. Now, even if they followed the process, it would be like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. If there was no process, they might not even know to look at the road signs and would get lost. Oh my god. Following the prompt. After entering the spaceship in advance, Gun King heard a shout next to him. Player? Looking back, he saw two words popping up on the head of a figure in a t-shirt. Unlike traditional games that can connect to microphones, not only will there be simultaneous translation here, but the other party's voice feels like it is coming from a specific position in the game. As if someone is really greeting you over there, without any sense of disobedience. Yeah. But before he finished speaking, a guard came over. Don't block the door and make noise. Go in by yourself. NPC. This is the NPC's AI. Although it doesn't look like a very strong function, it may make independent judgments and perform its duties, instantly detonating the live broadcast rooms of two players. However, they did not want to try the consequences of disobeying, so they entered quickly. I tell you, the AI of this game is simply awesome. You can have a conversation with them directly, and they will give certain reactions and replies. And did you see my movements? When we talk, we will also have matching body movements according to the tone. The player on the other side talked endlessly, and it was obvious that the other party's ability to study the game was much stronger than the Gun King, and he had already figured out a lot. Sure enough, as he spoke, the other party's character also started some simple body movements. And if the game does not want to use real voices, you can use false voices. But unfortunately, you cannot cross genders, and gender is based on ID cards. Good guy. If this opens to global servers, won't we be accused of discrimination? It's possible. But this game really feels like it has the ability to open to the world. It's awesome. At this time, a ship guard wearing power armor came over and came to the two of them. I heard that you are veterans whose consciousness upload failed. How about it? Do you want to come with me to retrieve some memories? It was a very simple conversation, and it looked like a task NPC. But this made the netizens watching smell another difference. Did he just say you? Sure enough, the details are full. NPC actually directly dock normally, not in the dialogue box mode. And this kind of inquiry is basically a choice with your feet. Of course both of them went over. Then, they started the combat mode and learned basic combat skills. The attributes of the two people's hobby should focus on this. Some people in the barrage also relayed some situations in other live broadcast rooms. The NPCs encountered after boarding the ship are uncertain. As if they are based on the options, they started to ask questions. Life skills, combat skills, production, mining, and even driving. And some people have already found other people to start learning after being guided. It's no problem either. As long as the attributes meet the standards, they can complete the skill learning. Even this passenger ship itself has places for internships. Visiting the cockpit, practicing the defense turrets of the passenger ship, shooting practice passing through the meteorite area, trying on power armor, mining armor looking for some minerals that need to be repaired in the meteorite area, production lines inside the ship, and so on. The diversity of content is jaw-dropping. The key is that such a hardcore game also has casual gameplay. You can see the scenery, play it as GT5, and practice life skills. It doesn't affect you at all. Those who want to do logistics can do logistics. And those who want to go to the front line can go to the front line. There is everything. Wow. The spaceship in this game cannot be controlled by one person. No. Someone's option may be the captain's specialty before. The captain even made him an assistant to do the OK operation, and had relevant explanations. The captain's specialty can open various auxiliary programs to complete single-player, driving, and even combat. You will enter the captain module. But when driving alone, you can only play the most basic capabilities of the battleship. It is best to carry gunners, radars, and driving. These basic operations can also be hung with fighters and fighter pilots. In other words, if you want multiple people to control the battleship, you can control it with multiple people. The battleship can be stronger and have more functions. If you don't want multiple people, you can control it alone. However, considering the hardcore of the game and the price of the warships, I am afraid that most people will choose multiplayer control to be more cost-effective. The key is that you can choose to hang up in the case of multiplayer control. That is, when you go offline, the character is still on the ship. Although the shooting accuracy is not as good as manual control, you can get the skill buff bonus. And you can also hire NPCs. The effect is similar. There are so many tricks now that there are only so many people. What will happen when there are more people? Then, the game-related videos about Star World instantly ignited the entire network. The topics brought by the water were overwhelming. And the clips of the anchors and the commentary were everywhere. All kinds of game enthusiasts roared. We want Star World. Hurry up and open the registration. The popularity of this game has also spread abroad. The popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was here. And now the emergence of Star World has instantly suppressed it. Although it is not a competitive game, this immersive experience is really addictive. Then, the official world also issued an announcement. After 7 days of closed beta testing, if there are no major bugs and adjustments, the closed beta test will be opened after 7 days of closed beta testing. At that time, the 3 terminals will be synchronized. What is the 3-terminal synchronization? Then I found out that it was the synchronization of mobile phones, PCs and console games, and the global unified internal beta test. Explosion. You think this kind of picture can be played on mobile phones? Impossible. You can play it on mobile phones? Good news for office workers. Unimaginable. The official said that some functions will be reduced on mobile phones. If you use mobile phones, some fine operations cannot be completed. Many operations require the use of AI assistance, mainly to facilitate the practice of skill proficiency, buying and selling materials, and traveling. Just these operations are okay. This game itself has an offline entrustment function. As long as you store your valuables, it's okay. It's terrible. As players, we can entrust NPCs to continue to interact after we go offline. The game charging model has been released. The main body is free. But if you want to open all the functions, you need to buy a monthly card. Most of the in-app purchases are closed. The monthly card can be sold directly in the market for game coins. The price fluctuates. There is also a money laundering warning. If any criminals want to use this to launder money, it will be confiscated directly. World Company does not allow plugins. I believe they have the ability. After all, it is the originator of artificial intelligence. Although it is not as strong as Red Queen, it is definitely not weak. I am just waiting for the game now. Am I the only one who buys a hard drive? Looking at the size of the game on the PC side, and then looking at the still large storage space on the mobile phone after streamlining, many game players were silent, and then quickly started various operations. However, since the storage space of smartphones is limited now, and there is also the price of smartphones, if the mobile phone does not have enough storage space, you can choose the text simplified mode. This mode has almost no active control, but it can issue instructions to change the commission, which is good news for idle players. Players who want to grind can kill you, and there is endless fun in it every day. Players who don't want to grind can directly adjust various commissions with the text-based simplified version of their mobile phones, and treat it as a cultivation game. Moreover, many studios can sense the business opportunities here. Under this game mode, the price of game coins is absolutely strong and astonishing. But the ID card is bound. The studio can invest, but one person can only control one account, and the impact that can be achieved is limited. World Company is clear that we do not stop studios or professional players, but we stop scripts, stop accounts from hanging up, and stop multiple openings. It even announced that it is forbidden to buy and sell ID card information to register for the game. Anyway, it will be self-judged based on the login IP, and it will be reported to the police. Buying and selling ID card information is illegal. Everyone should know the level of our company's anti-cheating technology and artificial intelligence. I advise some smart ghosts not to do useless work. Professional players are welcome. It is also okay to make gold with a single account. But don't be cunning. It will be confiscated. Chapter 213 Accident. Haha. This is my favorite game. Jiang Bo cheered excitedly in front of the camera. Since he uploaded the Minecraft live video for the first time, he slowly opened the door to a new world. First, he became a host of the small broken station, and then slowly started live broadcasting himself. Not to mention, this college student really has potential and talent in live broadcasting. Although he is a bit sultry, what he says can always get the point of some netizens. So he has already become popular. In addition to the support plan of the small broken station live broadcast and the traffic distribution model, Jiang Bo also earned his first money while studying. When he took the 2,000 yuan he earned for the first time, the sense of accomplishment and excitement increased his enthusiasm for live broadcasting. In fact, Jiang Bo's family conditions are not bad, but the money his parents give is completely different from what he earns. Even seeing Jiang Bo making money, several roommates in their dormitory began to try going on. Although they did not reach the level of Jiang Bo, they still earned some pocket money under the support plan. This time, Jiang Bo was lucky enough to get the qualification for the closed beta test of Star World, which led to a rapid increase in his traffic. He also knew that he had found his favorite game. Minecraft has been played with various tricks. It is fun, but still has limitations. Although PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has taken care of some players with poor hands. Technology is technology, and Jiang Bo is undoubtedly still a technical novice. After changing the mouse, keyboard, headphones, computer, monitor, glasses, etc., Jiang Bo finally thought that he might have to change himself. This kind of game that can be replaced by AI is better not to play. However, Star World is different. Although it has some operability, it is more about cultivation under auxiliary control, some skills of development route, and accumulation, because he is the only one in the dormitory who has a closed beta test account, and the other few people are watching his live broadcast. So when the anchor screen is displayed in the lower left corner of the live broadcast room, you can see the three men behind Jiang Bo staring at him. Brothers, this game is quite comprehensive. It can be played by one person or a group of people. It is conceivable that there will be many large unions, game groups, and studios swarming in, and the competition for resources will be very cruel. So if there is a chance, we should find a group of friends. Maybe we can form a company ourselves? Although Jiang Bo's PFS game skills are not good, he is good at other games. He keenly discovered that this game actually has the potential to form a super union. For example, battleships and the like. In the early days, it was difficult to get them by one person unless he bought game coins at all costs. On the other hand, if a group of people pool resources, it will be much faster to make a ship. And the key is that those small spaceships can actually accommodate the duties of dozens of players. There is more than one gunner. There are also fighter pilots, power armor landing personnel, etc. And they can also go mining to make money. Dozens of players concentrated on a ship are enough to maximize the potential of the ship and maximize its combat power. And even if they can't go online at the same time, they can complete the commission when they're offline. At least share the skill bonus. A spaceship is a guild model, which may become the norm of this game. And a group of guilds can form an alliance and gather to rob some NPC resources. Of course, in the early stage, NPCs are a giant for players. If you don't want to be wanted, it's better to fight pirates and mine. Because of the AI level of NPCs, It actually feels that fighting players is easier than fighting NPCs. The epic-making game is also related to the already popular Red Queen, which directly makes the game out of the circle. Even in the closed beta, there are a lot of related news. Among them, Qin Xiang, who got the closed beta account from Su1, directly announced that he would collect the money that would be deleted during the closed beta, and wanted to get a spaceship as quickly as possible. This rich second generation, who already has traffic, naturally pushed this game to a new high, because this game is directly linked to the ID card, which eliminates minors. Even the only point that can attack this game is blocked. Even if there are black fans and parties with damaged interests, they have nowhere to start at this time. Only Fang Chuan mentioned a little rational that he was worried that the game was too addictive and would affect the work efficiency of some employees and staff. After all, mobile phones can be operated and will definitely distract them. But these are harmless, as Qin Xiang spared no expense to build an armed merchant ship in 7 days, and then took all kinds of professional players out to cause trouble, and the ship was blown up. The closed beta of Star World also came to an end. Then, on the day when the closed beta test ended, the official world issued a new announcement. Since our Starry Sky world has completed the connection with Red Queen, we can't say nothing. At present, the feedback from all players should be good. So the company decided to take out 50% of the profits from the Starry Sky world game revenue to establish a care fund to pay for the cost of cultivating hematopoietic stem cells and culture medium outside the medical insurance reimbursement. If there is still sufficient funds, it will also appropriately subsidize the surgery fees of some families in need. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused a shock. The future popularity of Starry Sky World can be foreseen. Now WoW has obviously begun to decline, and a large number of players will definitely switch to Starry Sky World in the future. Take WoW as a comparison. The global total revenue in the past 10 years has reached $8 billion. Starry Sky World is willing to take out half of its revenue to assist in treatment, which can definitely solve many urgent needs. Many patient families, who are waiting for hospital doctor training and waiting for policy approval, also expressed their gratitude at this time. Similarly, our registration will also rely on Red Queen for preliminary review. Please fill in the information truthfully. At that time, we will automatically put the subsidy part on the reserved card number according to the hospital's charging information. Artificial intelligence review. As long as the information is correct and confirmed, there will be no human interference. This even triggered a lot of deeper thinking. Some mechanized, step-by-step dead things can indeed introduce artificial intelligence. Humans always make mistakes when doing things, and no one can do things without mistakes. But artificial intelligence can greatly alleviate these problems. At least it can assist in alleviating them. Then Umbrella also proposed a new auxiliary business. According to different actual situations, some auxiliary office software was proposed, such as financial reporting, automatic calculation, classification of some funds, tax declaration, etc. These auxiliary businesses cannot replace financial personnel, but can greatly reduce their workload. They only need to be responsible for checking and filling in. Even Red Queen will automatically recognize that you can copy a large string of mixed text into it, and you can find the most critical things to complete the filling, and make some changes according to your needs. With the help of donation assistance brought by the World Company, Umbrella also officially stepped into the office software with the help of Red Queen. And it was so unexpected and so difficult to resist. Word and Excel have all the functions integrated, and they are highly foolproof. You can even use dialogue to make the software achieve the purpose and format you want. Don't think about it. Once this thing comes out, it can sweep other office software into the garbage heap. And just when Microsoft was a little confused about how to cut it on my head, China finally passed the approval of the in vitro cultivation and use of hematopoietic stem cells, because this is a professional surgical treatment method in the hospital. And the patients who are saved are also waiting for life-saving. In addition to the previous pattern of hepatitis B-specific immunoglobulin, the speed of this green channel is so fast that it is a bit illegal. It is a special case. It just so happens that the first batch of doctors have also completed the training. After all, the hospital must have transplant qualifications. The overall process of transplantation has not changed much. The change lies in the cultivation of hematopoietic stem cells with a special culture medium. The most difficult part is to find the healthy cells of the patient, and because of the magical properties of the culture medium. In fact, the problem is not that healthy cells. It will slowly grow well, and the success rate is safer than traditional autologous transplantation. Then, with the completion of the cultivation that started in advance, The first case of in vitro culture hematopoietic stem cell transplantation was successful. Originally, stem cell cultivation also takes more than half a month. But this patient applied to become a volunteer before the technology was passed. Anyway, it is completely harmless to start culturing cells without receiving treatment first. After approval, it can start directly and synchronously. At the same time, the patient's family also received funding from the World Company as soon as possible. This directly attracted the joy and cheers of many patients, and even spread abroad, causing great pressure on them. However, when something affects huge interests, there will always be resistance and problems of one kind or another. What does it mean to have a net profit of billions of dollars a year? The market value of a certain cool company is only this price. The phenomenal gain while only makes a few billion in 10 years. In order to revitalize, SX Electric Vehicles mortgaged all its patents in exchange for this little turnover money. This is not the market value. This is the cash flow that can determine the life and death of Fortune 500 companies. No matter how high the market value of a company is, the stock price will collapse after the major shareholders start selling and cashing out. It is not really possible to sell for so much money. The profit of a product that can stabilize the net profit of billions of dollars every year for more than 10 years is a deadly thing. Shock! New technologies have already failed and caused death. A 19-year-old girl died. Is this a life-saving technology or a life-taking technology? New technology should be stable and should not be put into clinical practice too quickly. Experts say the approval speed is not normal. Medical care requires rigor. We cannot ignore the life and death of patients for the sake of money. Overnight, overwhelming news appeared, and various self-media began to speak out. The relatives of the deceased patients cried and started to report in front of the camera with their ID cards. All the spearheads pointed to the ex vivo hematopoietic stem cell cultivation transplantation that Umbrella had just approved. Ordinary people will not go out of their way to understand professional content. Just a title and a rhythm can easily lead them astray. Only a few transplants have been completed. Someone died because of it. And it was a 19-year-old girl. Looking at the crying and reporting relatives with their ID cards, many people quickly empathized and were brought into it. Chapter 214 Accident or Man-Made. As a new and popular platform, TT will of course attract many professionals as its traffic surges. In particular, TT has directly opened the function of bringing goods. And the yellow bikes can also earn a lot of money. And there are subsidies from the support plan. So some professional teams will immediately plan how to get more hot spots and traffic. Some of these real focus news are undoubtedly what they are concerned about. And in order to increase their authority and make more people believe in their words to bring traffic, these MCN companies that specialize in creating traffic and then find ways to monetize traffic also go to some official media organizations, such as radio and television stations, and dig up some marginal figures engaged in news interviews, or some non-staff temporary workers, relying on some screenshots of news clips from their previous interviews on official media. They confirm the authority of their own identities, and at the same time imitate some official organizations in the background to make a name for themselves, which makes the video content look high-end for some reason, with the real name accusation of the patient's family members with their ID cards, and the promotion of self-media. These TT video hosts now have a reason not to let go. One of the anchors with a high traffic, whose ID is called Focus Girl, released the first video on TT to speak out. A 19-year-old girl in Jizhou died during surgery under the so-called newly introduced technology. Is this a surgical error or a disregard for human life? Is it because of poor technology or something else? The new technology has just been opened, and the patient died after only a few surgeries. I can't help but ask whether the relevant departments have enough data when passing the approval? Is there any invisible interest transfer behind this? The hepatitis B specific immunoglobulin of Umbrella is indeed cheap. But most of the people who really pay attention to these are fans of Umbrella, who watch the videos and explanations of C. Hai Weijiao. Relatively speaking, people who don't know how much Umbrella has given up still account for the vast majority. Originally, the huge sales of Umbrella's A1 glasses, stone-clearing medicine, cervical cancer vaccination, and hepatitis B specific immunoglobulin must have brought considerable profits. The domestic market audience of these products is calculated in billions. Many people think that Umbrella has made a lot of money. There are definitely many interest groups that have been harmed. The sensation caused by the cure of leukemia and the Red Queen was too big, and Wang Yi's game profits helped to fuel the fire. Everyone knew that this new technology was provided by Umbrella. Once the rhythm started, especially with the Focus Girl rhythm that looked quite formal, it immediately aroused the excitement of the crowd. The emotional output was directly maxed out. For ordinary netizens, you can't force too much, because surfing the internet itself is for entertainment. How many people will really go to the details of a news content to verify it? Of course, I believe this anchor, who looks very rational and speaks for the weak. Besides, the patient's family also reported it with their ID cards. And many people will naturally empathize with it. Everyone will think, what if this happens to me? It is precisely because of this empathy that ordinary netizens are angry, excited, and demand an explanation. The proportion of people who know the specific medical process and specific matters is definitely insignificant. And those who know something dare not speak up in the face of such public outcry. Or if they speak up, they will be directly criticized by angry netizens, who think they are the running dogs of capital and that they have received money. It can be said that this incident instantly attracted considerable public opinion. Of course, no matter how much this public opinion burns, it is impossible to burn to Wang Yi, who donated money. After all, he has nothing to do with this technology on the surface. It's just that someone left a message on his Weibo asking him to speak for the weak. What's going on? Wang Yi frowned and asked Lin Shurqin. Someone died? How could it be? The first batch of hospitals that carried out transplants and admitted patients at the first time must be the hospitals with the most mature autologous hematopoietic stem cell transplantation technology. Cell cultivation is carried out in advance. Other hospitals with technology will definitely observe more examples before starting new attempts. Jizhou Hospital is one of the top 5 hospitals for hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. Even if it is an allogeneic transplantation, the possible problems are postoperative rejection problems. The transplantation process should not be like this in theory. As a legend born as a necromancer, Wang Yi has seen a lot of life and death. If it is just an accident, he will not have any emotional fluctuations. There are many people who are born, grow old, get sick and die every day. If she accidentally encounters some emergencies in the transplantation, it is just that she is too unlucky. But Wang Yi cannot allow someone to use the life-saving technology developed by him to do the work of harming people's lives. A 19-year-old flower life should not wither for some ridiculous reasons. Well, probably. That's what you think. Lin Shurqin floated up from the bottom of the villa, looked at Wang Yi with a calm face on the sofa, and sighed. Then he waved his hand, and a row of information and data was projected in front. The cause of death of the deceased was Vibrio vulnificus infection. Hearing Lin Shurqin's words, Wang Yi's face also looked a little cold. Hematopoietic stem cell transplantation is not a surgery in the traditional sense. In fact, it can be simply regarded as an alternative blood transfusion. It's just that the patient needs to complete the whole process in the transplant chamber. First, high-dose chemotherapy and radiotherapy kill all the patient's own pathological cells and complete myeloablation. Because of the completion of myeloablation, the patient's white blood cell and platelet levels will drop rapidly to the freezing point. At this time, the patient is extremely vulnerable, and a little bleeding and infection may directly lead to death. This is why the whole process must be completed in the transplant chamber, because it is necessary to prevent infection and any possible bleeding. And even picking the nose is not allowed. It can be said that the entire transplant chamber is a protective layer built for the patient, trying to prevent external pollution as much as possible. However, in this protective layer, the patient was actually infected with Vibrio vulnificus. The physical condition when completing the early myeloablation is that even the common Staphylococcus aureus may be fatal, let alone Vibrio vulnificus, a virulent bacterium known as flesh-eating bacteria. Even if ordinary people are infected with Vibrio vulnificus, they will have to undergo amputation or even die if the infection is not controlled well, let alone patients who have undergone marrow cleansing. This is a place where fruits must be disinfected before eating, as a transplant chamber that specifically blocks pathogens. How could such deadly bacteria from the ocean appear? You can figure it out with your feet. Moreover, when the patient died, it was during the marrow cleansing process, and it was not even the time for hematopoietic stem cells to be infused back. He was brought out of this rhythm at the first time. He must have come prepared. He was prepared and knew it long ago. The net profit of billions of US dollars every year is more than enough for capital to buy 100 lives. Wang Yi has no evidence, but judging from the biggest profit, the suspect is the most likely to be related to Huanuo. What information did you intercept? They didn't leave such a handle, but it should not be to guard against me. It is purely to guard against the investigation agency. Lin Shurqin's function is very powerful, but as long as they adopt face-to-face communication, or a separate channel such as a satellite phone, They can also bypass Lin Shurqin. Forget it. We don't need any clues. After all, it was our technology that caused the death. So, we have to give them an explanation. It will take some time. You arrange it yourself. Don't ask me. Got it. Umbrella is taking human life lightly. There must be a hidden deal. I knew it was not a good thing to call Umbrella. It's also a problem not to use those stone-dissolving medicines and vaccinations. I got the cervical cancer vaccination. And I feel that my body has obviously become much worse. Various voices began to appear. And various rhythms surged. On the internet alone. It seems that Umbrella really created zombies. In fact, some people who understand the process, or simply read the notice and understand the cause and effect, also came out to persuade and popularize science. Myeloablation is a step in ordinary hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. Death from infection in this step is not a technical problem of Umbrella. But these popular science people will be immediately torn to pieces by the swarming water army led by the netizens who set the rhythm. In this situation, most rational people are naturally silent. After all, Umbrella has no interest in themselves. Since these people are willing to come down rationally to understand the situation more deeply, they are usually afraid of trouble. It's okay to say it casually. But if they say it out loud, they will be criticized by the group and dragged into the line. So forget it. I'm very tired after a day's work. Whatever you think is none of my business. However, Umbrella also has real believers in China, such as Si Highway Jia, who likes to move, and a group of people who learn how much benefit Umbrella gave up because of the video of Si Highway Jia. They insist on going upstream in this turbulent trend to defend themselves. In particular, Si Highway Jia, which already has a certain number of fans, directly links short videos, small broken station videos and live broadcasts, and also continues to popularize science on Weibo, Tiaba, Tianya, Donghu and other places. It's not that Si Highway Jia turned around and attacked the victim. He was still very rational. He didn't even blame the netizens who had started to get angry. He just hoped that netizens would not expand the scope of the attack. In the video, he said concisely, I went to look through the hospital's announcement. It was unbelievable. This was indeed a major dereliction of duty by the hospital and a major medical accident. But to be honest, this matter has little to do with Umbrella at first. His remarks made many angry netizens think that he was a friendly force. But then he wanted to pick Umbrella out. And some people immediately refused to do it. They didn't even finish watching the video and started to spray him, saying that he received money from capital and was a running dog. Vibrio vulnificus is a dangerous bacterium that is usually found in the ocean. And the transplant chamber where hematopoietic stem cell transplantation is located is originally used to protect patients. There is a big problem here. Chapter 215, Why did His Majesty surrender first? Si Highway Jia is working hard to popularize science. But it is obvious that popularization of science is useless at this time, in the minds of many people who are being led by the rhythm. Although I don't understand the law in the process, and am not as professional as them, they just can't not listen to me. At this time, it is no longer a question of right or wrong. But I must win the line. But of course, in addition to those who were led astray, there are still many relatively calm netizens who reacted after seeing the video of Si Highway Jia. What they said is reasonable and well-founded. If this is true, it seems that it really has nothing to do with the technology of Umbrella Company. Isn't it the case that hematopoietic stem cell transplantation will start before? The announcement of the hospital is also very clear. However, this time it is a medical accident. And there is no doubt that the hospital must take the blame. For the institution, no matter how it explains to the outside world that this is an individual case, a mistake, or even a personal behavior, it is useless. The incident happened in the hospital, and it cannot be separated. When many people saw this notice, they had already put on their own filters. At present, rumors spread quickly because of emotional output, but many people will not read the rumor refutation and notice, or do not believe it after reading it, and say it is a whitewash, and still stick to their preconceived views, but do not consider that the evidence and credibility of the first party are not as good as the official notice. However, while there are people who are driven by the rhythm, there are also many rational netizens, especially the group of people who have read the popular science of 4 C's as home at the beginning. They also smelled a different smell at this time. At the beginning, 4 C's as home compared the price of Umbrella with the price of some current drugs, and said that Umbrella had already beaten some pharmaceutical companies. Now this kind of public opinion has suddenly been raised. It really feels wrong. And Vibrio volnificus is actually from the sea. Why is there such bacteria in the transplant chamber used for surgery? Even fruits need to be disinfected. And things that fall on the ground cannot be picked up by yourself. Why can such deadly bacteria be infected under such protection? Even if the hospital is negligent, it should not have produced such a thing. Right? Is it possible that it was caused by other human factors? Gradually, after being popularized by C. Highway, I know how big a profit Cake Umbrella has touched. Some netizens who know that if it weren't for their own security company's awesomeness, they might have been out of business, and gradually made up the truth by themselves. In fact, there is nothing new under the sun. The assassination of Professor Piero before caused a sensation, especially after the Umbrella instructor's protective action was brought back by the external network. Seeing the protective action under the gun, the operation of racing against the god of death, really made them understand why C. Highway said that Umbrella's security is awesome. It is precisely because of such a strong team that they have the confidence to impact such a high-profit industry. Now, this is the backlash caused, which is another level of attack. Brothers, we know that you don't want to cause trouble. And we know that cyberbullying is very serious right now. But I can't help it. Me too. He could have made money lying down. And we were begging him to sell drugs. But he sold them to us for 700 yuan a bottle. I went to see the transplants in several other hospitals. And they were all successful. This is a life-saving technology. What if a patient is tempted by this news and dares not seek treatment and delays the disease? If you don't dare to seek treatment, of course you have to buy drugs. Everyone who believes in it has made a profit. And they make money anyway. Take other people's lives as a joke. But just for profit. Billions of dollars in profits a year. Enough to kill so many people. I can't stand it. I feel unfair. Although the internet is now full of excitement, and the anti-umbrella wave is coming in full force. This group of people who have been popularized by C. Highway before have gradually emerged after seeing the truth and began to explain it in various channels. They also began to make various explanation videos. Havana's drug for treating hepatitis C costs $100,000 for one course of treatment. And it takes 12 weeks. While Umbrella's hepatitis B drug only costs $700 per course of treatment. And the treatment is much faster. Everyone has watched Dying to Survive. People have been making money from drugs that cost tens of thousands of dollars a bottle for more than 10 years. This is because of the interests that have started to blacken the market. Everyone calm down. Can't you just watch the video explanation? New voices appeared one after another. Although weak, but they did calm more and more people down. Or now the neutrals have slowly calmed down. But the remaining netizens who are more impatient, more violent, and do not listen to advice are usually the most extreme and stubborn. Once they are sure that 9 bulls cannot pull them back. There are many people. In addition to the existence of the water army, ordinary people still dare not speak for Umbrella at all. Because once they open their mouths, they will definitely be sprayed and dragged into the line. Ordinary people don't have so much energy, and don't want to waste this energy. If you just look at the public opinion, it is still one-sided. And there are all kinds of replies to this small group of people who insist on explaining. Maybe they have better technology and want to be safe. So they need 12 weeks. If there is such a 12-week cure, I will choose this one, which is obviously much more reliable and much better than those tiger and wolf drugs that work immediately. God knows if there will be sequelae. This time someone died. Cheap goods are not good. Gleevec won't kill people after all. And don't they want to make money from the research and development? Anyway, it has been included in medical insurance now. Conspiracy theories are always talked about. Where are there so many conspiracy theories? On the contrary, I think Umbrella has taken ulterior means. Otherwise, how could the approval be so fast? However, at this moment, a patient who successfully passed the hematopoietic stem cell transplantation took the initiative to stand up. Or rather, the patient's family, the parents of the little girl Duo. Our daughter has just completed the transplant and is still under observation in the transplant chamber. However, we believe in Umbrella. We have watched the whole process. Although we are not well educated, we can see through the popular science video Home is the World that this is not Umbrella's problem at all. We feel very sorry for the 19-year-old girl. When we first learned the news, we were also very frightened and even had resentment towards Umbrella because our daughter is still in the transplant chamber waiting for the recovery of cells. But after watching the whole process, all we have left is gratitude. It was Umbrella that gave our daughter hope. Hope after our failed matching. It was because we were also aroused to resent Umbrella at the beginning. This kind of guilt makes us have to come out and explain. We must clarify. Originally, Woodward's parents should have been the most powerful voice. But under the rhythm of the Water Army, and in front of some irritable netizens who have been killing crazy, right or wrong is no longer important. It is not okay for someone to jump out. It is not okay to oppose my point of view. And they will have their own set of logical closed loops. What? You have undergone surgery? And come out to speak? You must have been charged. Otherwise, why would you say good things for him? At this moment, attacks began to surge towards the parents. And some people even cursed their children viciously. The internet can usually magnify a person's negative to the extreme. Perhaps the person who spoke up was just a habit in his daily life. That is, to vent his anger. But he never thought about how much harm such words would cause to a pair of parents. Especially their daughter is still waiting for the results in the transplant chamber. Moreover, this failed example was also moved to the internet and spread simultaneously. Let foreign netizens understand how wise it was for them to restrict this. Or it could be said that moving this incident to the West was one of the main purposes behind the scenes. Because this would make it easier to delay time and make them more money and profits. There was also a group of beautiful people who had quit their citizenship in their brains and continued to add. Look at how other civilized countries deal with it. Why are they so cautious? We need to reflect. We need to learn to think independently. The 250 yuan denaturalization fee has been paid. And the right channel has been found. Those who want to be free can come to me. The route is super cheap. Every day, I say that the Pacific Ocean has no cover. This time, I will moisten it myself and embrace the breath of freedom. Even if I wash dishes, I will feel better than you. I will laugh at you. A group of ignorant people who have not awakened. Even Shuechuan, who had not officially appeared for a long time, stood up at this time. The target of the attack was Umbrella. A foreign company, not Master E. He was still very confident. As you all know, I am a biology major, so I still have the right to speak on this point. I won't say too much about the professional terms, because I'm afraid you won't understand them. But what I want to tell you is that the West will adopt this more scientific and rational approach, which is obviously more advanced. I checked our progress, and the approval was too fast this time. The procedural issues are indeed worth reflecting on. However, almost when Shuechuan saw that the situation was set, and was ready to make a final decision, a video suddenly began to circulate on the internet. Hello, everyone. I am Bob, the CEO of Huano. Some people may know me. The recent incident has caused such a big stir. After considering for a long time, I finally decided to reveal the truth. Otherwise, I would feel guilty. In fact, the medical accident in the East was designed by Huano. We invited the top team in the dark web to operate it. The purpose was to ruin the reputation of Umbrella Company and continue to sell our drugs. The specific process is like this. There are two parties who bought the people. One is the cleaner in the hospital who inquired about the news to confirm the situation. And the other party is the patient's immediate family. We know that they also have a son who is studying abroad. And we gave them a reward that they could not refuse. The CEO of Huano, one of the world's 3 largest pharmaceutical companies, openly turned against the company when he was about to win the public opinion victory. The impulsive netizens led by the Water Army and a group of spirited beauties were about to capture the high ground. Even a heavyweight like Shuechuan appeared. And at least no matter what happened in the end, at least the stuck processes in the West were stable. However, the result should be regarded as the surrender of the CEO of Huano, the big boss behind the scenes. However, some people still saw that although he had taken care of it again, the CEO of Huano had a little swollen cheeks, some dark circles that were not covered, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. He didn't look very good. The location of the video was also very dark. But he told the specific arrangements. This can't be fake, right? However, Huano soon issued an official statement that their CEO was kidnapped and was coerced. A lot of pictures were also released. In the villa of the CEO's home, several bodyguards fell in a pool of blood. It can be seen that from the wall to the wall of the villa, they just rushed in and blasted in recklessly. The explosion gap in the wall, the bodyguard lying in a pool of blood, the blown-up rockery, the blown-up villa wall, and the mess inside the house. It was a complete Syrian style. And it also said that they kidnapped more than just the CEO. Then, the second video appeared. The person in this video was a confidant of Huano's CEO who was ordered to carry out the specific execution. He was also a backbone middle-level manager in Huano. It was almost the same as Bob's state. And then a more detailed step arrangement was described. How much money was given, when it was given, how it was given, and what job and position was arranged for the son of the deceased's family. All of them were told one by one. The details were extremely complete. It can be said that as long as you follow the investigation, you will definitely find out the truth. I solemnly declare that everything I said is true. I came out to explain all this because I felt guilty. We were not kidnapped, let alone by Umbrella. We are worried that the interest groups and capital behind Huanua want to kill us. They will definitely distort the facts. Please don't believe them. Maybe you can check our clues first. There are still many materials that have left traces. When he said the latter part, he started to cry. But he still emphasized that we were not kidnapped by Umbrella. Umbrella is really a kind person. We have all awakened and jumped out because of our guilty conscience. Their medicines are very cheap and can cure the disease. They are much better than ours. Everyone must support Umbrella and be true to their conscience. In addition, I would like to advise those who like to take risks by using crooked means. If no one follows the rules, someone may be even more unruly. This sentence is what I feel, not forced. In addition, in order to avoid the pursuit of the capital behind Huanua, we will definitely hide incognito. Don't try to find us. Just treat us as missing. Then the third, fourth, and fifth A series of videos continue to appear, including members of the Huanua Board of Directors, the rich man who specifically proposed this matter, as well as the action personnel, specific staff, etc. All jumped up. The rich man on the Huanua Board of Directors suddenly cried halfway through his speech, and then saw someone next to him gave him a big coin bag, which calmed him down again and said it was voluntary. In fact, this kind of statement that is obviously voluntary cannot be used as evidence and is invalid. But if what they said is all true and all the details of the crime are explained clearly, it would be much easier to find evidence and verify it by following the clues they provided. Chapter 216. The truth is out. The reversal video that suddenly appeared on the internet really caused an uproar. It was even louder than the public opinion caused by Umbrella's new technology, suppressing all voices. Originally, the hottest topic now was the deaths caused by Umbrella's technology. But at the last juncture, the CEO of Huanua surrendered. Well, it was coerced at first glance, but what he said was reasonable and well-founded. And the executors came out later. The relevant departments, which had been unable to hold back for a long time, immediately received various tough orders of at any cost and began to conduct a thorough investigation of the matter, with the relevant clues provided. Although it is not very convenient to go to some foreign areas for investigation, there is no problem at all on the domestic side. First, the cleaner who was bribed was controlled, and then a spy who bribed him and was active in the country was dug out. When he was arrested, he still wanted to leave by smuggling, but the enthusiastic masses reported his location and completed the arrest. In addition, the stepmother of the deceased patient was directly arrested. She was another person who was bribed. Then, following the details of how to give money, what methods, what channels, etc. mentioned in the video, all the evidence and clues were sorted out. Then a notice was issued, briefly describing the suspect's oral statement and the restoration of evidence and clues. The pathogenic bacteria were sent into the transplant chamber through an antiemetic drug, because the patient was in pain during the marrow cleansing process. And a suitable chemotherapy antiemetic drug aprepitant capsules, EMA, usually requires the patient's family to buy it at their own expense, and bought 3 pills for $650. The problem lies in these 3 pills. I never thought that there would be such deadly bacteria in the pills with no packaging problems. Ordinary people may not be able to bear the bacteria, let alone the poor patients, who have completed marrow cleansing and even need to take antiemetics to control nausea. Without any surprise, it caused a large-scale infection throughout the body and finally died. This reversal caught people off guard and made people completely confused. The patient's treatment fee was earned by herself from morning till night. But some people think that she spent too much money on treatment. Plus, Huanua was generous, directly giving $3 million and her son's job overseas. So the result was doomed. She is a stepmother, and the patient has no blood relationship with her. It doesn't seem strange to make such a choice under such interests. This extreme reversal naturally slapped many people in the face. Many self-media began to delete posts and pretend that nothing happened. The more sophisticated ones even apologized, and the unsophisticated ones just pretended to be dead. However, this time, after the criminal suspect was arrested and the procedures began, Wang Yi also officially issued a new update on Weibo for the first time in this matter. The internet is not a place outside the law. We will also take corresponding measures for video hosts who spread rumors and cause trouble. Almost along with Wang Yi's updates, all the video hosts who had been indiscriminately leading the rhythm on TT were directly banned. It is normal for netizens to not be able to distinguish the rhythm. It is impossible for everyone to have time to understand in detail. It is very tiring to work all day, and the internet is not used to check information everywhere. It is precisely because of trust in those big verses that they immediately believe what they say, feel angry, and express support. In fact, many people do not have so many bad intentions. But these big verses are completely different. They have public influence themselves, and they actually know the process and investigate. They also have time and energy to do these things. After all, this is their business. But for the so-called traffic, they will do everything they can. How to stir up emotions. They know what the traffic code is, know what can attract attention, know how to say it to trigger emotions and hot spots. The most basic 3 reviews and 3 proofreadings of news are not followed. One-sidedly and quickly stand on one side. Cut off the head and tail. And only listen to one side's one-sided words to quickly incite emotions. Relying on MCN companies. Trying to increase traffic and then cash in through various means. It can be said that this kind of MCN Big V who knows the severity of the matter and knowingly commits crimes to drive the rhythm is far worse than the netizens who are driven by them and do not know the truth. And even often more hateful than the rumor maker himself. Even because of their experience and sophistication in word choice. They have been using words such as online rumor and suspected. In addition, there are indeed patients who have died. It really has not touched the red line of the law. It can only be regarded as immoral. There is no punishment at all. The cost of making mistakes is too low. So they are more and more unscrupulous. Now the direct permanent ban from the world company has made people confused. No way. I have such a large traffic. You permanently ban me? Then the permanently banned anchors immediately registered on Shark Baby and Slow Hand, and accused the world company. Even the law has not sanctioned me. Why do you exceed your authority? You can do what the law does not prohibit. However, the only response to them was a lawsuit and TT's new user agreement update. We added a rule of our own. That is, you can choose not to broadcast here, then publicly question our company and affect its reputation. No matter whether you can win the lawsuit or not. Just keep suing. The legal team of the world company has to find something to do. To deal with some guys who walk on the edge of the law and don't touch the red line. It is natural to choose the same disgusting means to retaliate. You are right. It is not illegal anyway. What we did is reasonable and compliant. It can be said that the world company's handling of this wave of actions has won unanimous applause. Many netizens who were originally mobilized to be irritable also reflected that it was not our problem. But these big verses led the rhythm and led us into the pit. We are not professionals. Who is a friend? Who is an enemy? And who can be won over must be distinguished. In fact, many netizens who were driven by the rhythm will feel embarrassed and guilty after finding the reversal. But if you blindly blame them at this time, it will arouse rebellious psychology. I meant well. Why do you say that to me? Once in opposition, there is really no right or wrong. They will directly confront each other, and will refute for the sake of refutation and push to the opposite side. Therefore, for ordinary netizens, it is necessary to use appropriate means to make them turn around from the dead end, rather than blindly confront them. Everyone has been deceived. At the same time, the cost of making mistakes on the internet must also be increased. For example, when a young girl complains with tears in her eyes while holding her ID card, many people will feel injustice and anger, and thus be driven by the rhythm. Most people's original intention is to speak for the weak and fight for justice, which is good intentions, but the result is that they are used by others. And the worst impact is that if similar incidents occur again in the future, the first reaction of the deceived netizens may be, is this fake? Will it be reversed? Thus affecting the people who really need help. It will form an extremely bad long-term impact. Because of the reversal of this incident, some of the previous explanation videos of C Highway Jia have gradually circulated. Gradually, more and more people also understand why they are inclined to care about Umbrella. Hepatitis C antiviral drugs have a course of 12 weeks. The price is $100,000. Umbrella's drugs for eradicating hepatitis B are less than 12 days per course. And the price is 700 yuan. What kind of comparison is this? What is this gap? This means that Umbrella wants every patient to be treated, instead of raising drug prices. It is simply for profit. Of course, while realizing the bright side of Umbrella Corporation. Some people also dug out the previous explanation video of 4Cs as home. Two rich people had an accident on the same day. And then the proposal was withdrawn. Combined with the sudden betrayal of Huanua's CEO and others this time, the people are still out of contact. Many people have a weird and creepy feeling. You say, was the CEO of Huanua kidnapped by Umbrella? Umbrella, slander. You know too much. Be careful or you will disappear. But to be honest, this is indeed the quickest way. Otherwise, it will enter the stage of wrangling. And Umbrella will suffer no matter what. They didn't intend to let everyone believe it. As long as some people believe it, they will make money. This is the most disgusting thing. Yes, one more patient believes it. And one more patient will continue to buy their medicine. Originally, they would be directly eradicated by Umbrella, with no chance of winning and losing the entire market. But as long as they can enter the stage of wrangling, they will win. And they can save as much as they can. Yes, as long as 1 in 10 patients still believes this statement and continues to buy medicine, it will be a net profit of hundreds of millions of US dollars a year. Hundreds of millions of US dollars a year. Huh. Enough to kill so many people. At the same time, foreign countries are also caught in a vicious circle at this time. Huanua directly issued a statement saying that this slander will be investigated thoroughly, and a reward will be offered for the case of the CEO and employees being kidnapped. A righteous announcement. Quite tough. But some people noticed that Huanua didn't even dare to mention Umbrella's name in the entire announcement, and didn't even dare to mention competitors and friendly companies. They insisted that they were kidnappers and terrorists who did all kinds of evil, with such a performance of saying the toughest words and doing the most cowardly things. Many people also became subtle. It has to be Umbrella. It has to be that my fist is strong enough. What's the matter? We can take the previous Huanua CEO away, but you dare to jump in front of us this time? This kind of real business war behavior is easy to cause fear and disgust, and even joint boycott. But Umbrella's real business war has always been for self-protection and revenge. At least this time. After the West did not agree to their technology entering the clinic, they waited in a disciplined manner and did not do anything radical. It was Huanua who went out of line and gave you a hard blow. In this case, with both fists and reason, and knowing the limits, they can grasp the most appropriate degree and context. They will be afraid, but they will not take the most extreme way to deal with it. In the end, Huanua's side just let it go with a lot of thunder and little rain, and focused on cutting off the case. This is what someone hired them to do. To slander us, Huanua. It was not our order. In the end, they kidnapped our CEO, told him the clues, and asked him to record a video. And now he hasn't come back yet. They can't lose the market in the East. As for this, because it is inconvenient to go abroad for investigation, it is really inconvenient for the country to take any effective measures. So they can only deal with the case step by step. However, the relevant department suddenly appeared a white list of imported drugs, and all the generic drugs of Huanua Company are on this list. If we suddenly come up with such a white list for no reason, it will actually make us very passive, because it is an obvious violation of some rules, and it is easy to cause concerns and vigilance of other companies. But now we have sufficient reasons. We are wronged, and that is why we did this. Then it will be completely different if we do this again. What? He messed with me. I just fought back. I didn't ban his drugs. Of course, although there is no explicit ban, a meeting was held privately to convey the spirit of the internal meeting. Just like the ban on Korean culture in the parallel world. We never had any ban on Korean culture anyway. It was all slander. At about the same time, Umbrella also issued a solemn statement. We only have one security company under our command, and we will never allow the wanton slander against us. When necessary, we will use the weapon of law to protect our own rights and interests. Please do not believe in rumors. Do not spread rumors. And do not smear the image of our company. Afterwards, Umbrella still showed respect for several righteous people and said, in addition, we sincerely thank several righteous people for upholding justice, standing up for our company, and revealing the truth of the incident. It is because of their awakening that our company can clear the suspicion. Of course, we have no evidence in our hands, and we don't know if it was really done by Huanua Company. But at least the slander on us has been washed away. I hope that there will be more such awakened people speaking for our Umbrella Company in the future. Looking at the serious statement of Umbrella Company, some netizens who have been paying attention to the progress of this incident laughed directly. What's the matter? Emotional righteous people can only speak for your Umbrella Company? Dog head. Laughing. Is this confession? Shut up. If you continue to slander Umbrella, you will become a righteous man. Yes, they have no evidence to prove that it was Huanua who did it. So they just took action. Of course, Huanua also has no evidence that it was them who did it. How dare you? How dare you slander Umbrella? I will wake you up immediately. It has to be said that although the means adopted by Umbrella are direct and extreme, because the degree of the action is just right, and it is the party that fights back. This behavior that is easy to cause disgust has been recognized and praised by most netizens. Everything must have a cause and effect. Since Huanua does not play by the rules, Umbrella is even more unruly. What can you do about them? Do you really think they are doing charity? It is obvious that Umbrella is not the type of company where you slap me, and I slap you back. You slap me and stab you back. Chapter 217 Bottleneck of Mass Production. In vitro culture of hematopoietic stem cells is indeed a new technology. It takes time for hospitals and patients to quickly accept it. It can be said that most of the patients who will choose this technology first are acute patients who have failed to match and cannot wait. Some patients who do not urgently need matching will definitely wait and see. Especially foreign patients. They do have some doubts and suspicions. As long as there are corresponding opinions, there will always be people who believe. However, this time, because of the operation of Huanua, everyone knows about this matter, and Umbrella's counterattack immediately turned it into a wave of free advertising. At this time, Wang Yi was reinforcing the magic tower while trying to make the experiment of cultivating myocardial cells general. When he used his magic power, he had completed his own strengthening, but he still felt unexpected trouble to make this a product that can be promoted under the blessing of ordinary silver magic array. TSK. It can only be used in a small range. Wang Yi sighed after looking at the little myocardial cells cultivated on the experimental platform in front of him. There is still a difference between the products of the laboratory and the things that can be promoted, especially after the addition of magic. Even if he adjusts the ratio of the culture medium, it is still a problem, and the efficiency is quite low. At this efficiency, the cost is absolutely astronomical, which is beyond the reach of all ordinary families. Even he cannot solve the problem of lazy magic in the present world, if ordinary people really want to be able to handle it. Perhaps an artificial heart is a more cost-effective answer. As for the myocardial cells, Wang Yi has already completed self-destruction and strengthening. He will definitely not spend too much time and energy on it. The results in front of him are almost the ultimate results in a long time. However, he felt a little uncomfortable with only making this thing. It can only be used by rich people. He always felt that he had not done his best. So he thought of an artificial heart. Artificial organs are not new things. In fact, artificial hearts have already appeared and patients have used them. ECMO can provide extracorporeal circulation for patients with heart and lung failure, and they can carry on. A little more biased, the dialysis machine has also extended the lives of many people, and it can also be used to extend artificial kidneys. It's just that artificial organs are still quite expensive. However, unlike myocardial cell cultivation, it is not difficult to lower the price of things that can be mechanized and mass-produced as long as the production process and output are improved. Why are developed countries developed? It's because they have mastered high-profit value-added products. Even for chips, the unit price is actually like this after mass production. No one says that they can't afford to buy a chip. However, when thinking of artificial organs, there will be another topic that cannot be ignored. The battery problem. Or in other words, many technologies are actually suppressed by the limitations of batteries, such as the battery life of mobile phones, battery vehicles, electric vehicles, etc. From small household appliances to large space stations. Batteries seem inconspicuous, but involve all aspects. Wang Yi actually had some ideas in this regard a long time ago. After all, electrical energy is an extremely common and convenient conversion of modern energy. Even magic power can have many connections after being activated. Even at present, the only means that humans can use for external intervention and observation is electromagnetic force. Strong, weak, and attractive are all objectively there. At least they cannot be used by us. Hydrogen, lithium, and sodium actually have their own advantages and disadvantages. The reserves of lithium are indeed too small, but the technology of lithium batteries is mature, and it is easier to modify them. Wang Yi left the culture dish of myocardial cells and came to another test bench, picking up a small piece of metal Ag lithium silver alloy. This is also one of the reasons why Toyota gave up decisively when it only proposed the condition of technology sharing. Even though hydrogen fuel cells have greater potential, lithium batteries require him to spend much less thought. And Wang Yi does not even need to make any major changes. Lithium batteries are actually classified into categories. One is lithium metal battery, and the other is lithium-ion battery. Lithium-ion batteries generally use lithium alloy metal oxide as positive electrode material, graphite as negative electrode material, and use non-aqueous electrolyte. This is also the most commonly mentioned lithium battery in our daily life, such as 18650 lithium battery. Lithium metal batteries are generally batteries that use manganese dioxide as the positive electrode material, metal lithium or its alloy metal as the negative electrode material, and non-aqueous electrolyte solutions. In fact, lithium metal itself is an extremely excellent negative electrode material, with a theoretical capacity of 3,860 mAh per G. But lithium itself is too active. It is easy to form dendrites during charging and discharging, causing dangerous situations such as short circuits. And it is easy to react with air. However, all Wang Yi needs to do now is to arrange a targeted array in the production workshop to interfere with the influence of the trace amount of silver in the Liege alloy, suppress the active wave of lithium while retaining its excellent negative electrode characteristics. And since silver is involved, Wang Yi has a way to modify the lithium battery. Just be careful, and don't do anything that destroys the conservation of energy. At present, taking gasoline as an example, the energy density is about 12,000 Wh/kg. Even if the internal combustion engine itself has a limited conversion power and a discount, it is completely different from the energy density of 100-150 Wh/kg of commercial lithium batteries. Lithium batteries are now sufficient for small appliances such as mobile phones. But once they are used in the automotive field, they can only rely on increasing the weight of the battery to ensure battery life. It can be said that the whole person is sitting on the battery. Lithium batteries themselves are not resistant to high temperatures and impacts, and there are potential risks even if they are well protected. In this case, many people will naturally be anxious about the prospects of new energy vehicles, especially mileage anxiety and safety anxiety. But of course, since this direction will be chosen, new energy must have its own advantages. There is no need to say more about energy. It was originally the main reason for its rise. On the other hand, the motor is simple and not as complicated as fuel vehicles. So as long as the battery problem can be solved, the prospects of new energy vehicles will definitely be explosive. Even if it is not completely solved, it has achieved this with this pitiful energy density. Because Liege alloy is a bug for Wang Yi. What he needs to consider now is to make the battery as convenient for mass production as possible while ensuring the conservation of energy. For example, now, Wang Yi has manually produced a lithium battery with an energy density of 8100 Wh/kg and can be quickly charged. Although it is not as dense as gasoline, this thing can guarantee that the Nobel Prize will be awarded in advance. However, this is when Wang Yi casts the spell himself. In a normal factory workshop, it is impossible for him to squat in the machine and constantly buff the new battery. So he can only adopt a magic array mass production mode similar to the culture medium. Because of the laziness of natural magic, the efficiency will of course be greatly reduced. Fortunately, the existence of Liege alloy can help solve many problems. The mass production requirements are not high. It is barely enough to retain 1/10 of the energy density. After playing with the thing in his hand, Wang Yi put it down again. Whether it is myocardial cell cultivation or the battery just now, they are still stuck in the degree of mass production. But relatively speaking, the problem of batteries sacrificing performance in exchange for mass production is not big. Cardiac cells can't do this. So regarding the battery problem, Umbrella has already arranged to acquire some related manufacturers. And once the mass production design is passed, it can be put into commercial use immediately. After stretching his muscles, Wang Yi also prepared to go out for a short rest. Staying in the laboratory for too long can easily lead to a state of exhaustion of inspiration, which cannot be compensated by turning on overclocking. But the good thing now is that the magic number theory has been thrown out. And slowly there are more and more mathematical papers under the magic number framework. Now it's not just those top mathematicians. Some doctors have also begun to write water papers in this direction. Although it is a water paper, these papers, that are obviously used to make up the numbers, often really make Wang Yi feel bright. After all, the other party may not think that this has any practicality, but it can be used by Wang Yi in the operation of magic power. Batteries and cardiomyocytes are actually affected by magic numbers. Moreover, with Wang Yi's face and Umbrella's Red Queen, he can often openly invite some mathematicians to help, which makes Wang Yi feel happy. The eldest wife is now reshooting scenes in the crew. And the little dog is in a meeting. Should I notify them? After Wang Yi came out of the laboratory, Lin Shirqin reminded him. Lin Shirqin, who often cooks porridge for Wang Yi, has more contact with the two than Wang Yi himself. How is the filming of Starry Sky going? The filming process is almost done, and we are still reshooting the last few scenes. But the special effects can't be done too quickly. Right? Lin Shirqin asked. Generally speaking, it is normal for film and television companies to delay special effects for a year. It doesn't matter. The special effects company is owned by Umbrella anyway. Just treat it as a good job by Red Queen and expand its business. Okay. Star World is the first game that Red Queen participated in. And Starry Sky is the first movie. It seems normal. In fact, many of the background settings in Star World were expanded after Lin Shirqin read the script of Starry Sky. When the game Starry Sky came out, Ning Mu was stunned after he had a look at it. He never thought there would be such a thoughtful game. For this reason, he changed a lot of shots himself. Now Liu Xiuke is actually reshooting because of the change of shots. At present, the movie Starry Sky and Starry Sky World are highly compatible. It can be said that taking advantage of the popularity of Starry Sky World and the special effects of the first movie directed by Red Queen, a lot of publicity expenses can be saved. That's right. We have to change the atmosphere of the movie. If they are busy, there is no need to call them. We can find a few recommended restaurants and eat. In fact, the boss will definitely become famous if he becomes a food anchor. Uh-huh. Really? Chapter 218 Appetite. Should I buy a private jet? Wang Yi yawned and looked lazy after coming out of the airport in Shanghai. He had tried almost all the delicacies in the vertical stores, from street snacks to private dishes. This time, he flew directly to Shanghai and agreed to a mathematical algorithm lecture at Shanghai University. For some invitations from domestic institutions, Wang Yi would still respond appropriately according to the situation. But usually, he would do it online and by email. This time, Shanghai was going to hold an international robot competition and asked him to help calm the situation. Just as he was in a period of lack of inspiration and needed to go out to clean his brain. Wang Yi agreed. However, he refused the airport pickup there. After knowing the time, he just needed to arrive on time. He was going to start with the catering in Shanghai, with Lin Shirqin's help in collecting information. It can be said that she had listed a row of options for Wang Yi, from private dishes to buffet restaurants. As an international metropolis, the variety here is indeed much better than that of vertical stores. How about the Gulfstream G650? Does the modification plan need to be reviewed? Is it in the company's name or in the individual's name? Lin Shirqin's reaction speed can be said to be extremely fast. Wang Yi just started to enter the execution stage as soon as he was interested. Well, personally, you decide. Personal purchases do require a lot of additional taxes. But the world company is Wang Yi's pocket money. So it doesn't matter. In fact, Wang Yi wanted to wait for Umbrella to build it himself at the beginning. But now there is no car production line. So it's still too far to think about airplanes. Even the gas turbines of large surface ships are considered byproducts of aircraft engines. You can imagine how high the technical requirements are. The relevant technical requirements are too high. And the structure, materials, and even a small part that may be inconspicuous may take a long time to solve. And it is not possible to solve the problem in a short time. However, fortunately, in addition to the lithography machine production line last time in Neon, a batch of precision instruments were purchased, and combined with some domestic machine tools and acquired automobile factories. After the integration is completed, it can almost officially enter the manufacturing industry. Then Wang Yi casually flipped through the names of the stores selected by Lin Shirqin on his mobile phone. After finding that there were too many options, he was too lazy to consider them, and said directly, "Just pick one for me." "Okay. I've called Mumu to take a taxi for the boss." Online ride-hailing has already started to be piloted in Shanghai, and Ali has made a big bet, with a fairly high subsidy. Because of such subsidies, the first batch of drivers who started to try online ride-hailing have a good income. Even in a place like Shanghai with such a low salary level, it can be considered acceptable. It can be said that online ride-hailing started a lot earlier because of Wang Yi's influence, and the initial income was also much higher. However, even so, when Wang Yi looked at the Porsche Cayenne parked in front of him, he felt a little strange. Although it is not a top luxury car, it is still rare to come out to do business at this time. It can only be said that it is worthy of being Shanghai, where the license plate is more expensive than many cars. "Hey, you look very young. You are from Hintang Seafood Buffet, right? The driver looked to be in his early 30s, handsome and steady, with a watch that looked expensive, well-dressed, and from a well-off family. Yeah, Wang Yi responded casually. This was Lin Shurqin's help in choosing it, and it was a newly opened restaurant. Although it was a buffet restaurant, the maximum fee per person was 2,888, so the quality of the dishes should be quite high. As a new restaurant, it is worth looking forward to at this price. The driver started the car and chatted with Wang Yi casually. It can be generally known that his family has a small business. Seeing the new Mumu taxi is very novel, so he came out to experience life. Overall, Wang Yi still thinks that this guy has good social skills and a high EQ. After testing him and finding that he didn't pay much attention to him, he drove quietly without talking. However, his words about doing a small business to make some money and experience life are doubtful. Although there is no change in heart rate and mental fluctuations, Wang Yi still caught a trace of abnormality. Wow, boss, he's a worse scumbag than you. He specializes in snatching orders from the airport to some high-end consumption places, or snatching orders at the gates of some large companies, and chatting up some female passengers, packaging himself as a successful person. But his watch is fake. The car is bought with a loan, and there are several cases in court. Lin Shurqin has a voyeuristic nature. Wang Yi started to dig up the driver's background without asking anything. Hearing Lin Shurqin's words, Wang Yi also felt a little bit of enlightenment. No wonder. He turned out to be a liar. He is also a very smart person. His target is the high-quality and high-income female group. In fact, many high-quality women who perform well in the workplace are really weak in emotions because they are too devoted to work. However, Wang Yi is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's business. So at this time, he just swiped the papers on his mobile phone until he arrived at the destination. Hintang Seafood Buffet restaurant is located in the commercial center of the Cloud District of Magic City. The prosperity around it also reflects the luxury of Magic City. In many cities, famous brand stores are often used as billboards, and restaurants are the best business in some commercial centers. But here, the turnover of people in various brand stores is also quite considerable. It can only be said that people in Shanghai generally have money in their pockets. Even if they come from other places to work, their wages are higher. And those new Shanghai people who can settle down are the absolute main consumers of these brand stores. But for the big foodie empire, the hottest business in the business circle is still restaurants. This Yunding Seafood Buffet restaurant has the lowest table fee of 888. But it still has a constant stream of guests. Sir, there are only 2 tables in the private room now. The table is for you alone. But there will be other guests at the table next to you. Can you accept it? At this price, the service attitude is still quite good. The good-looking waiter whispered to Wang Yi. Well, it's okay. Wang Yi sniffed the tip of his nose. The seafood here is indeed quite fresh. Boss, I've registered a TT account for you. Do you want to try it? I guarantee you'll be popular. You'll be a big eater and can check in at famous restaurants. Once you're famous, you can eat the best food. Thank you. Wang Yi rolled his eyes. But after hearing that checking in at a restaurant not only allows you to eat a free meal, but also the best dishes, he was somewhat tempted. But he shook his head soon. How could he, a legendary wizard, do such a thing? It was really disgraceful. Wang Yi looked at the 3 muscular men at the next table with a subtle look. They kept posing and talking to the camera. Is eating broadcast so common these days? Hello everyone. This is Fitness to Eat. Today we are at a newly opened high-end buffet restaurant. The ceiling of seafood buffet where king crabs and Boston lobsters can be enjoyed. Hintang Seafood Buffet. A muscular man in a black sports vest posed, and the 2 companions next to him did the same. First, let's eat his sashimi. 50 servings of salmon, sweet shrimp, and Arctic scallops each. 10 boxes of caviar, and the limited edition king crab, lobster and tuna platter. Although the price of relatively common sashimi such as salmon, sweet shrimp and Arctic scallops is much cheaper than the limited dishes. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to make a profit if they only eat these in a place with a minimum of 888 and a maximum of 2,888. But they wanted too much. Although a portion usually only has a few pieces, the amount was still very impressive. However, the waiter should know that these 3 people were specialized in eating live broadcasts. So he served everything without saying a word. Obviously, the 3 of them filled the table. After watching them finish the king crab, lobster and tuna platter, they could still eat a plate of salmon, rotating sweet shrimp, and a string of Arctic scallops. Wang Yi had to admit that although it was a bit disgusting to watch a few rough men eat like this, it inexplicably aroused a little appetite. Well, I want the same as them. Wang Yi, who was chewing the tuna platter slowly, raised his hand to call the waiter and pointed to the table opposite. The muscular man in a black vest, who was eating a plate of salmon, almost choked to death after hearing this. The waiter was also a little stunned. Sir, do you want 1/3 of their amount? But they are professional fitness eaters, and ordinary people may not be able to eat so much. The waiter kindly reminded him. Although it is a self-service, waste is not allowed. No, it's the same as theirs. This statement directly shocked the somewhat cute waiter. However, the muscular man who almost turned his back on Wang Yi before looked up and down, and still gave a thumbs up and praised him. Brother is self-disciplined. In fact, I also want to have a body shaped like yours. But I became a big guy after practicing. I am so helpless. These three people were originally fitness people. Wang Yi's simple clothes and the hot weather could not hide their sharp eyes. It's okay. I don't have a physique that grows meat. Wang Yi smiled. Then another man who was fiddling with his phone asked Wang Yi, Brother, do you mind being seen? We want to increase the effect of you ordering so much. The three of them still had to eat meat later. If they were eating alone, they could barely finish what Wang Yi ordered. So they didn't question whether Wang Yi could eat it or not. On the contrary, it was rare to encounter such a scene during the filming. In terms of the number of fans, they are already quite a lot. Xiopa Station and TT both have a certain audience group. Although they eat wildly, they are rough guys who do fitness. Every time they choose a buffet, they eat more. They are not doing any sissy culture, so they don't think it's a big deal. The audience of their fans is these people. Now I have met a wild fitness expert. And this kind of exercise that ensures that the muscles are symmetrical and not bulging and deformed is actually more difficult. There are so many orders, and I don't want to waste the opportunity. Remember to blur me. Wang Yi smiled and would not supervise them. Anyway, if they don't blur, it will definitely not be released on domestic channels. It's not that no one knows what Wang Yi looks like, but the number is quite small. And in fact, even if there are people who know what Wang Yi looks like, it's hard to say whether they can recognize him if they see him again. For example, how many people know what the top leader of their jurisdiction looks like? Can you recognize him if you suddenly meet him? Even his photo is there. But most people still know his name. For this double protection, Wang Yi naturally won't refuse anything. While the three fitness foodies were looking shocked, Wang Yi elegantly but very quickly swept away all the food on the table in front of him. One person's speed of sweeping the food was obviously faster than the three of them combined. But it looked pleasing to the eye. I admire you. I'm convinced. Awesome. It turns out that you have to eat a lot before you can exercise. Waiter, bring the meat. The fitness trio gave a thumbs up and started ordering dishes at the same time. They couldn't let three people be outdone by one person. Right? When Wang Yi saw them still ordering, his eyes lit up. Originally, I was embarrassed to eat more. Now that others are eating like this, I am not too much. Right? 3 times the amount should not be too exaggerated. Waiter, bring another portion according to theirs. If these 3 people were not originally invited to promote the restaurant's opening, the boss would probably lose his pants if all the decent diners were like this. The 3 fitness brothers seemed to be competing with Wang Yi. They usually wouldn't eat so much, but this time they obviously ate more. After eating, they collapsed on their seats with round bellies, touching their bellies and panting. Brother, I'm convinced. None of us 3 can compare to you. You look so relaxed. It seems you can still eat? What kind of stomach? That's too much. Wang Yi was actually very satisfied with being able to eat so much at one time. He usually had to be more restrained. But this time, he was quite satisfied. I'm already 90% full. I can't eat much more. This is just right now. But at this time, a slightly disgusted voice came from the side. That's it? The buffet ceiling? Can you enter the store even if you're not dressed properly? There are people wearing vests. It's really unlucky. Looking in the direction of the voice, you can see a beautiful woman wearing a black backless dress and 8 points of makeup passing by the aisle and looking at this place with disgust. Obviously, the target is the 3 fitness foodies who are lying on the chairs with round bellies. Chapter 219 Big Boss. To be honest, the 3 muscular men wearing sports vests lying on the stools and touching their stomachs are indeed a bit funny. Judging from their clothes, they are somewhat out of tune with the guests here. If this is Yuzhou, no one would have such an idea. But in Shanghai, people would still be more concerned. However, this is a small private room with 2 tables. Wang Yi, who is in the same private room, did not say anything, and the store did not make any public announcement to prohibit him. However, a guy who passed by and saw it had a low-class expression. It was really too strict. The 3 fitness foodies had been recording the screen all the time. They were originally eating traffic. They were already very satisfied with Wang Yi's unexpected surprise today. But good guy. They were digesting food here. And they came directly with something more exciting, which naturally made them ecstatic. Then the camera turned to the beauty in the black backless dress. The leader of the 3, the one in the black vest, said jokingly, "Beauty, we are all wearing vests. You can't be gender discriminatory. They are also people who hang out in the gym. So this kind of teasing comes easily." In fact, what he said is not wrong. The black backless dress of this beauty actually only covers the key parts in front. And the round shoulders and the whole white back are all exposed. I have to say that the outfit is still very good. But if you really count the things covered by the clothes, it is really not as much as their sports vests. At least they cover everything in front and behind. And there are 2 straps on the shoulders. The 3 fitness foodies were originally invited by the store to promote the store. Of course, the store also stood up at the first time. And they didn't want to be so stiff when welcoming guests. So a middle-aged man who looked like the store manager came over and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, ma'am. Our store doesn't have any restrictions on customers. And this is their private room. And it's also the privacy of the guests." He reminded her softly at first, but then took the initiative to say that she and her companions would be given a 20% discount. And they would also give her a gift voucher afterwards. "What do you mean? As if I can't afford it? They're still taking pictures of me. They're all taking pictures. Right? I'll take pictures too." The woman in black was no pushover either. And she also had Weibo and TT accounts. She directly posted a selfie that happened to include Wang Yi's private room behind her. A new seafood buffet restaurant has opened. It was priced at $888 per person. So I thought it was pretty good. But I didn't expect to see a few men in vests as soon as I came in. It was super embarrassing. Girls, be careful to avoid the pit. She didn't forget to turn on the beauty filter when taking the selfie, and posed in a very seductive pose, showing off her face, bare, and waist. She was already 80% beautiful after putting on makeup. But after the beauty filter, she immediately became a very eye-catching top beauty. She has always liked this kind of selfie. So naturally she has some traffic and attention. She posted it right away, without any room for easing, which caught the store manager off guard. They're opening a new store. If they really get into the rhythm, won't the boss kill him? This made him look back at the fitness foodie trio for help. Although they were not the most popular among the food broadcasters, they were quite popular because of their unique style. Otherwise, the boss would not have invited them to come. They had already received the money and enjoyed the food. And now the incident was caused by the 3 of them. So of course, they would not sit idly by. Don't worry. We will upload it now. After all, they are professionals in this field. And they are very good at temporary mobile phone editing. Just reducing some post-processing. Even when editing quickly, they did not forget to help Wang Yi put mosaics on. And then chose to upload. They started editing the short essays of confrontation at the same time. Wang Yi was enjoying the relaxation after the meal while drinking coffee. And looking at the line that suddenly appeared in front of him. He also had a feeling of eating melons. It seemed that Lin Shurqin caught Wang Yi's interested expression. And she did not hesitate to tilt the traffic to both sides at the same time. The dissemination that usually takes a certain amount of fermentation time was instantly cracked at this time. A large number of netizens who were using TT almost watched the videos of both sides one after another. Even ordinary netizens who are not used to watching melons will be more or less interested after quickly scrolling through, and suddenly finding that the 2 videos are about the same thing. And they are still online. There are many people who choose to watch the whole process. Wang Yi also glanced at it, and was a little dumbfounded when he saw the soaring replies and likes on both sides. Does Lin Shurqin really want to make herself an internet celebrity? But they did blur it out. Okay, let's go! Now the atmosphere on the scene is gradually cooling down, after both sides have entered the online battlefield from the real confrontation. Wang Yi will not stay. But when Wang Yi passed by the door, his mobile phone rang. When he took it over, Wang Yi also found it a little strange that it was Lin Shurqin. Instead of contacting directly through the headset, Wang Yi called. He vaguely felt that this artificial idiot wanted to do something, and then chose to connect. "Boss, we have already contacted Gulfstream G650. A beautiful hotel owner wanted to give up the new machine she just ordered because of the lack of funds. She is going to sell it at the original price of $70 million US. This way, we can buy it soon with a little modification. For some reason, Wang Yi's mobile phone sounded a little loud. In the suddenly quiet environment, the sound was quite clear, which made the nearby store manager, waiter, black-clad woman, and fitness trio unable to react for a while. And Wang Yi also smiled and said, "I've said that I'll leave it to you to arrange it. You can do it." Then he left the restaurant in a low-key manner and boarded the online car that Lin Shichin had booked in advance, leaving behind a few people in the restaurant looking at each other. It is true that there are rich people everywhere in the big magic city that is obsessed with paper and money. But it is still very rare to finalize a deal of $70 million US so casually on the phone. At first, they didn't react to what was said. After all, Gulfstream is not as well known as Boeing. After a moment of hesitation, combined with the amount, they realized that this special model is a private jet. Boasting? It is possible that there are indeed some guys who like to attract attention, or guys who want to attract traffic and suddenly do something weird. But the one who just passed by was so natural, so plain, and the call was received suddenly, and he didn't seem to cooperate at all. As if it doesn't seem fake. The fitness trio had been in contact with Wang Yi for a longer time. Apart from other things, Wang Yi's natural and slightly elf-like eating habits brought a sense of elegance. Even if he ate fast, it gave people a pleasing feeling. Yes, it made the three men feel pleasing to Wang Yi. This kind of thing is not easy to pretend. On the contrary, the woman in black reacted at this time. Her face turned blue and red. The big boss who talked about private jets and tens of millions of US dollars didn't care about eating in the same box with him, which suddenly highlighted her ridiculousness. Although she had done nothing, she felt a sense of failure. This feeling of failure made her, who was always proud and self-satisfied, a little unacceptable for a while. And then she sneered directly. "Now you internet celebrities really do everything to get traffic. That was your companion just now." And he pretended to be decent. While talking, she also started to prepare a new essay, typing on her phone very fast, and was ready to publish it. She also specially picked out the pictures that summarized Wang Yi's appearance in the previous selfies. "Does anyone know this young boss? He said tens of millions of Gulfstream private jets. He can't be an unknown person, right?" Then she didn't forget to match the expression of the selfie. But then she was a little confused to find that the network felt a little stuck. It was a bit difficult to send it out. It failed to send several times in a row. This feeling is the same as when she sent some welfare pictures that were close to the line and accidentally crossed the line and were automatically blocked by the machine. What the hell? It shouldn't have crossed the line. And the ditch also blocked it with her palm. Just as she still didn't believe in it and tried several ways to send it, and kept changing the language of the picture. Suddenly her account was temporarily banned. This made her feel a little confused. Then not long after, her cell phone rang. "Hello? Is this classmate Chi Wenwen?" "Yes. Who is it?" Suddenly, Chi Wenwen's tone seemed to soften a lot, and she didn't have that green tea air at the beginning. She sounded quiet and gentle, and really seemed like a student. This sudden change of style caught the fitness trio off guard. What the hell? Is it the difference between inside and outside the school? She is still a student, and the old-fashioned method of the previous essay is not very similar. "We are from XX Street XX office. Please come over. I have something to ask you." "What the hell? I just wrote a small essay." "What's wrong?" The fitness trio who also heard this also looked at each other. "What's wrong? This restaurant has such a big backstage?" Who is alarmed by her posting of a short essay? Do you think she has damaged her reputation? This is the first reason they thought of. After all, they are in the field of traffic. They must know what they can touch and what they can't touch. And then, the bad consequences may occur. If it affects the reputation of others, and the other party is powerful enough, it will be very troublesome. And it is very likely to go in. However, looking back at the short video that they just posted, which is becoming more and more popular, the three people think that it may not be because of this reason. Because the popularity of the videos of both parties is continuing to rise. It is obvious that they have received traffic tilt. It may be that the debate just triggered some hot spots. The black-clothed woman named Chi Wenwen was also a little panicked at this time. But she could only go there according to the request. She is still a student at school. And she still knows clearly what this kind of telephone summons means. If she doesn't take the initiative to go and really waits for them to come to the door, or involves the school, it will be really troublesome. The most important thing is that she doesn't know what she was called for. Chapter 220 Lecture. Wang Yi watched the fans of the fitness trio and the girls in the car with great interest. And he had to admire the intensity of the fight between the two sides. It was really a fight between dragons and tigers. Each of them was a master of boxing. And the angles were tricky. On one side, it was why bother with the vest. On the other side, it was let's put aside the facts. You are still dividing the traffic. What? Do you really want me to be an internet celebrity? Wang Yi pressed the headphones. This time he actually appeared after being censored. And because the food he ate was equivalent to the total of the fitness trio. There was also discussion in the video. Because one of the parties involved was invited to have tea. Only the fitness trio continued to post. Let me tell you. The brother who made us bow down is the real boss. He looks young. But he has already made a Gulfstream G650 deal worth hundreds of millions on the phone. 666. Fake. How can it be finalized directly on the phone? Impossible. Yes. It seems that you have to wait to buy a new Gulfstream G650. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in my big city. But at this moment, one of the three responded and said, I heard that a boss who had placed an order gave up because of financial difficulties. So he intercepted it. It seems that he called him for instructions because of this. How is it possible? Why haven't I heard about this? The nature of my job happens to be able to come into contact with these. But the specifics of what I do are confidential. At present, there is no such thing. It's a bluff. Private aircraft must be registered. Someone who claims to be an insider came out to provide information, which naturally caused a lot of follow-up. But the next moment someone discovered that the comment just now was gone. It seems that the author deleted it himself. This made many people take the initiative to tag him. After many tagged, the guy who claimed to have a channel before appeared again. Huh? Why did you tag me? Do I know you? Why did you ask me to come here? Brother, didn't you say you had inside information? Why did you delete it? Are you afraid that others will expose you? What's the situation? Why are you pretending to be stupid? Faced with these questions, the tagged insider kept sending out some question marks and puzzled expressions. You recognize the wrong person. What insider? I have never said such a thing. My work is confidential. Don't keep spying on me. Please. I'm going to hide now. This sudden change of style made many people feel a subtle feeling in their hearts for a while. Is this guy really an insider? Then after seeing this news, he went back to check something and found some amazing information? Netizens like conspiracy theories. Immediately, a group of stupid netizens who were eager to see the world in chaos stood up and continued to circle him. If you don't come out to clarify, we will spread rumors. Stop talking nonsense. Aren't you kidding me? After circling for a long time, I suddenly found that there were no blue links on the circled accounts. The account was deleted. This made a group of people go wow. What the hell is this? Not to mention the onlookers. Even the three fitness and foodie brothers were scalp burning at this time. Did something happen beyond their control? They remembered the IT before. He was an old fan. And this old fan himself was also a video host. He would comment on some movies. So the account just said no? But at this time, a new user with the ID forced to delete the account suddenly spoke on this level. Are you bored? Is Starry Sky World not fun anymore? World Company's Starry Sky is about to be released. Let's talk about it. Okay? The latest movie commented by the previous user is the upcoming Starry Sky. Originally, domestic science fiction films were not very optimistic. But because the distributor is World Company, it was claimed that it used the special effects of Red Queen during the publicity. So the popularity is still quite good now. After all, the game Starry Sky World is too popular. It can be said that this kind of next-generation game can't be copied even if others want to. It's obviously a monthly card fee. And then you can buy some beautiful clothes, and you can complete the sale and transaction of monthly cards in the game. But this game has been dominating the game sales charts of various countries since the start of the Undelete internal test. It was previously revealed that a Saudi tycoon was collecting a large amount of game coins in order to build a spaceship. Whether it is PC, mobile, or console, it is the same. Massacre. Bloodbath. No one survived. There are many players of Star World in the comment area, and many are interested in the movie Star World. But even so, the words of being forced to delete the account did not cause them to divert their attention at all, and they continued to hold on to him. Brother, you can't just blink your eyes when you say it. Let's guess. Have you discovered something? That big guy is really going to buy a plane? And someone really withdrew because of capital turnover problems? But buying a private plane looks like you are scared. Although he is a big guy, it shouldn't be that bad. Unless the big guy has a big background. Hey, three muscle brothers. Why don't you go to code quickly and let us see the real face of the big guy? And this message suddenly reminded the fitness trio. And they were instantly shocked. If I remember correctly, before the woman was called away, she wanted to send something repeatedly but failed? Still complaining there? Failed to send photos? Why? On the edge? None of the previous ones. Then it can only be that something that shouldn't be in the photo appeared. What? The three looked at each other. And then, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Try it? One of them was eager to try. Just set up a personal private video and try it. And delete it after the try. Okay. Then they intercepted some videos where Wang Yi showed his face. Carefully set TT to private mode. And then tried to upload it. Sure enough, the automatic review could not pass. The case was solved. Damn. It's a real boss. But they don't know how big it is. For example, there is a kind of customer in the airline called VIP. But ordinary VIP is not to this extent. Don't try it. Or you'll end up like that woman, who seems to have clicked it many times. Okay. Got it. It's rotten in my stomach. That guy was so scared that he deleted his account. The three of them couldn't help but wipe the sweat off their foreheads. No wonder. No wonder that the seemingly polite and kind brother didn't even take a second look after he asked him to blur it. Because he knew that he couldn't upload it without coding. This is to regard his facial image recognition as illegal content. Which is terrible. Professor Wang is younger than I thought. Wang Yi got off the car and came to Magic City University. Although Wang Yi came here in a low-key manner and just briefly said in advance. There were not many people who came to pick him up. But they were all heavyweights. The president of Magic City University, the dean of the School of Mathematics, and the dean of the School of Computer Science. It can be said that this courtesy standard is quite high. In addition to them, Wang Yi also unexpectedly saw another acquaintance. Professor Zhang Yuan. Long time no see. Yes. The data you gave me last time was a big help. This time, I brought our school's team to participate in the competition. I just heard that you were coming to express my gratitude. I have never been able to thank the United States for its assistance in person. Professor Zhang Yuan sighed. The sudden arrest of De Pyongyang and the life-and-death gunfight he experienced at that time were really unforgettable for his whole life. It also broke all his fantasies about De Pyongyang. Originally, I thought that as long as I worked hard and developed technology step by step, I would be respected, and I would be able to communicate with my peers on an equal footing and compete on the same stage. But who would have thought that they would take such extreme measures? If it weren't for this young mathematician who remained calm and helped to hire the best lawyer, I'm afraid there would be no way to let it go. Yes, I was rescued by accident in the end. But if it weren't for the compensation, it would be a problem whether I could raise enough ransom. This can be said to be a life-saving grace. And the several data calculations provided later also saved me a lot of time. He is worthy of being the smartest brain. He is worthy of being a top math master and software engineer who proposed artificial intelligence algorithms. The hotel has been arranged for the professor. This time, I still want to ask Professor Wang to help our own team make up lessons and do some pre-match blitz. The dean of the School of Computer Science at Magic City University said with a smile. Wang Yi originally agreed to come here for an open class, mainly to answer some questions about artificial intelligence algorithms, while listening to Lin Shiqing complaining to herself. Many domestic giants, including Ali, who is in competition with the world, have tried every means to get some places to listen to the class. Even foreign companies want to listen, but there are no seats left. In addition to Wang Yi's lecture on related content once at his alma mater, this is the second public lecture on artificial intelligence algorithms, which is extremely rare, precious and hard to come by. No problem. Indeed, there are not many things that they can use in the lecture. Wang Yi readily agreed. Since he is here, he certainly doesn't mind helping out. Anyway, in terms of his current status in China, the share of scholars is definitely greater than that of businessmen, and he is happy to do so. Moreover, one of his math problems last time was a hypothesis proposed by a college student. Young people also have unconstrained brains, and some wild and fantastic ideas may bring inspiration. After a brief rest, Wang Yi first gave a public lecture as agreed, directly in the auditorium. This is enough to show the popularity and specifications. Some software companies, internet giants, and even technology companies, like Huawei, have all tried their best to arrange people to come. In addition, all the teams participating in this world competition, including foreign teams that arrived in advance. This is also the only channel for foreigners to come in. It can be said that because of Wang Yi's lecture this time, many teams that would have arrived on time arrived in advance, showing courtesy. And it was originally just a robot competition at the college level. But the competition for the temporary foreign team's leader directly entered the Shura field mode. The team that was originally led by an ordinary professor was directly replaced by a technical master or a big man with various titles. This is the face of the #1 algorithm in the field of artificial intelligence.